senorita. Oh, baby? No, it's not Bonte Hill. Nope, it's Joe Spadoni in for the king of Bay Area sports media, Bonte Hill, alongside Sam Lubman. Some say the squire of Bay Area sports media. Thank you. Not quite a king's tale, but it's Spadoni and Lubman nonetheless. Hope you all had a Merry Christmas. Hope you all are having a Happy Hanukkah, whatever you're celebrating. New Year's is approaching, and we're glad you're spending this morning with us. You know the number to get involved, 888-957-9570. That is the number to call or text the Comcast Biz text line. And good morning to all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for whatever you got to do. Plans, you're going to go up to the snow, what have you. It is slick out there. Please be safe. And don't do anything stupid on the roadways. I just like to say, just don't drive dumb. All right? That's my PSA. That's my one thing this morning as we dive into the Warriors. They're taking on the Clippers tonight. 7 o'clock tip. 6 o'clock coverage starts right here on 95.7 The Game. You're home for Golden State Warriors basketball. So we got that. We got the Niners taking on the Lions. That's Monday. But we can dive into what's taking place this weekend. We had the Seahawks play last night against Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. That was gross. We have the ratings coming out from Christmas Day, NFL versus NBA. LeBron took a parting shot after the Lakers went over the Dubs. Maybe we can dive a little bit more into that. But we also have a Miami alum working on the show this morning. My co-host today, Sam Lubman. I mean, I'm bearing the lead here. We got the Pop-Tart Bowl this weekend, baby. Cam Ward, maybe, potentially number one overall pick. Cam Ward playing this weekend, Sam Lubman.
Yeah, hello there. It is, if you're not locked into that Pop-Tart Bowl, I don't know what you're doing with your life. I'll be honest, Spinelli, we are in the, I don't know what you want to call this part of the year. I've heard terms for it. I don't know if we could say them on air. But we are in the part of the year where time and space really just mean absolutely nothing. I completely forgot it was Friday.
Oh, it's like the Twilight Zone. I've been watching a lot of the Twilight Zone lately, so there you go.
So the fact that tomorrow is Saturday did not register with me because yesterday felt like a total Sunday. But yeah, no, the Pop-Tarts Bowl is tomorrow, so I'll be locking into that, going over to my dad's. So we're going to watch that tomorrow. And Cam Ward could go number one overall, but it seems more and more likely every day that it is going to be Shadur Sanders. And unfortunately, Spadoni, I hate to take this kind of shot at 6:08 in the morning here, 3 minutes into the start of the show, but your Raiders kind of screwed the pooch last week of the Cam Ward sweepstakes when they accidentally beat the Jaguars.
No, the Shadur Sanders sweepstakes, because now I'm all in on Cam Ward.
Well, I don't know. Is Cam Ward even going to be on the board? I mean, the Raiders right now at 6. Is he even going to fall that far?
We can get into that a little bit if we'd like at some point. The NFL draft, we can go to tankathon.com right now. And if you do that, and if you've never been on Tankathon, it has the NFL, NBA, what have you, just live updates on who's going to draft number one overall. So you got the New York Giants. They need a quarterback. New England, number 2. They don't need a quarterback. Drake May's pretty good. Number 3, you got Jacksonville. They have a quarterback. Then you got Tennessee, Cleveland, Vegas. Now, we got to wait till how this all shakes out. Obviously, Tennessee and Cleveland aren't very good. They may still win a game here or there. Maybe the Raiders win a game, and then they even fall further behind. Maybe past the Chicago Bears, who have lost their 10th straight game after starting the season 4-2. So there's still a lot to get into and shake and bake these next 2 weeks. And the 49ers, by the way, do they have a chance to creep into the top 10? If the New Orleans Saints win this weekend and the Niners lose, they'll both be 6-10. Maybe, just maybe. The strength of schedule is actually a pretty significant gap there, but we're not going to get into that. All right? I want to get into the big topic of conversation right now, Sam Lum, and it's this. And I hope you all join us on Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube, because we are streaming there all day long, live and local, all day long, right here on 95.7 The Game. Again, leading up to Warriors Clippers tonight, right here on your home for Golden State Warriors basketball. And the voice of Tim Roy, the voice of the Golden State Warriors, I should say, Tim Roy, will be on the call at 7 o'clock. And shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And we got Nick Fadel coming up at 8:30, our Odyssey NBA insider, to break this down with us. But I want to get your thoughts first and foremost, Sam Lubman, on what you thought about the NBA versus the NFL on Christmas Day. Shasky and I talked about it a lot yesterday. It's a big topic of conversation nationally as well as locally because you know what? The Warriors do numbers here. We love the Golden State Warriors. We love to be the home of the Golden State Warriors. Stephen Curry is one of one. He is a ratings darling. Him and LeBron James together, that the NBA can't get enough of that. And quite frankly, that's kind of the problem. It's a good problem to have sometimes. It's also just they need to move away from that. And the fact that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Oklahoma City Thunder, didn't play on Christmas Day, one of the rising stars and the team that might be representing the Western Conference in the NBA Finals this year, didn't even play. That's not a good sign. But we love Steph. We love LeBron. We love the old guys, the old guard. We love seeing them as teammates this past summer. And the ratings were good in that game. They're favorable. I think it was 7.7 million viewers, something like that.
Yeah, so like 5 million viewers. Like all 5 games averaged about 5 million viewers. Pulling up the numbers now, they did see a big jump. It was their best numbers in 5 years for NBA viewership on Christmas Day, no doubt. LeBron and Steph had a big part of that. But as great of a day that the NBA had, the NFL absolutely dwarfed them. I think they had about 24 million on each game, that Chiefs Steelers and then Ravens Texans. And admittedly, Spadoni, I had the TV on for the Chiefs Steelers game, was loosely watching it. Went over to my dad's house for Christmas brunch, and after we finished eating, we immediately turned the TV on.
What was the spread? What'd you guys eat?
Oh, actually, my stepmom made a really nice egg frittata, and we had some English muffins, and then my sister's partner made homemade croissants. I guess they work at a bakery, and so they brought croissants, homemade croissants, or bakery-made croissants. I don't know. They weren't store-bought, which is, I guess that's a thing that
I don't hate on the store-bought croissants.
Oh, no, I think store-bought's fine. Hey, that was baked by someone at the store. It's not like that Safeway. They just magically make the croissants appear. So they are baked. So yeah, it was a good spread. Pretty decent spread overall.
And you guys were locked in on Netflix watching some football?
Yeah, we flipped on Netflix. So I think there's a desire, to see Beyonce at halftime as well. My grandma was over, and it's everyone likes Beyonce. We flipped on the game, and we're watching this. So we flipped on right before the Derrick Henry safety. And it's like, okay, yeah, Texans might have a little juice here, but getting shut out in an NFL game is pretty embarrassing. When the only scoring you do in an NFL game is a safety, that's kind of worse, I think. But those were 2 genuinely just boring, unexciting, low-key, disgusting football games on Christmas Day. I mean, if you're a Chiefs fan, you probably loved it, but also if you're a Chiefs fan, no one really loves you. So I don't care if they enjoyed it, because no one cares about seeing the Chiefs on TV right now. It's just what it is. We've got Chiefs fatigue at this point.
I think you watch them, if you're not a Chiefs fan, you watch them to lose now. They've kind of entered that New England Patriots, Tom Brady territory where they win so much. They're on your TV so much. You see so much Travis Kelce. You see so much on his brother, quite frankly. You see the Kelce's. You see Patrick Mahomes. You see Andy Reid doing that Bundle Rooski commercial. I'm going to blow my brains out after I see that again.
You just had fatigue with them. I don't even want to watch them to watch them lose, because it's just, I feel like when you're watching them, first off, their defense is so ridiculously good that it's completely overshadowed the completely pedestrian season that Patrick Mahomes is having. But it's just like, they're kind of in their Patriots era in that they're winning in not super exciting ways, which is like cool if you're the Chiefs, but it's not fun if you're a fan of anyone else watching to see the Chiefs lose. I don't look at the Chiefs on the schedule. I'm like, oh man, I have to tune in and see if they lose, because they're going to win, and it's going to be probably a not super exciting win. This is a team that has not even cracked 30 points all year long. They finally got close. They got to 29, but I hope they go all year without cracking 30, just because that would just be so wild. But the point I'm making here, Spadoni, is that was a game between the Chiefs and the Steelers that was semi-watchable maybe at best, and then a game between the Ravens and Texans that was basically you don't need to have it on. But those 2 games still dwarfed the NBA in terms of ratings. And my theory, I mean, there's all sorts of reasons why it could be a reason. My theory is I usually go to the simplest reasons for these situations as to why the ratings are one way or another. And my simple belief is that, think about how most people do families on Christmas, or how most families do Christmas. You got a bunch of people over, you got kids running around, you're opening gifts, you're eating, you're talking to aunts, uncles, cousins, what have you. But no one's really locked in on the TV, but you still have the TV on in the background. And simply put, I just think football's an easier sport to have on in the background than basketball. Like, it's just, you can look away from a football game for a few minutes, then go back to it and not feel like you're completely lost. Whereas an NBA game, it's like there's so much action happening at once that if you're a casual fan, it's just probably you're not going to lock into it at all. And so when the NFL's on Netflix, it's easy to just flip Netflix on. You can just walk away from the TV for the next 8 hours and not worry, because you got background noise on the TV. And so I feel like that's a big reason why you see a lot of ratings going in favor of the NFL. But at the end of the day, it's just the NFL is just a much easier game to watch right now than basketball, and that could also get into the style of play that we're seeing on the court right now.
This segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And also shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. All brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Spadoni, Sam Lubman, Inforbante, and Shasky. Phone lines are open. We would love your participation. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Comcast Biz text line. And I'm going to ask you this, Sam, because I do think we should be talking about the NFL versus the NBA when it comes to this. Ultimately, at the end of the day, and we can add Major League Baseball, any professional sport that we watch live on TV, it is reality television. And Dan Patrick's been on this for a long time. It's the greatest reality TV show in history. And it's legit. It's not scripted. It's not the real world. It's not Road Rules. It's not the Jersey Shore. This is what we are watching. Now, some believe it might be. The cynic and a lot of people might think it's scripted at times. I mean, Ayesha Curry in 2016 NBA Finals on line 1. But it's not. That's why we love it. We don't know what's going to happen next. We didn't know that Austin Reeves was going to take Andrew Wiggins to the baseline and get the game-winning layup. We were tapped in there. I had to. Well, it's reality TV. And to your point, you're getting Chiefs fatigue. What would you say heading into this season for the NFL is the biggest storyline? What was the biggest storyline?
Well, I guess in that sense, it's probably will the Chiefs get their three-peat?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess you're right there.
And what would you say is the NBA's biggest storyline? Heading into this season, what was it? Was it the Celtics going back to back?
Is it a Celtics repeat? Yeah. Well, it's a Chiefs three-peat. Like, I guess Chiefs three-peat's a little bit more exciting.
Never been done.
But, like, no one, I feel like we're just, as a fan base, we are just so, like, full of Chiefs fatigue and hatred that the storyline isn't will they win a third. The storyline is, like, will we all be able to cheer them losing in the playoffs?
Fair. Go to the secondary storylines. What is it? Is it, can Josh Allen finally take this team over the hump? Can he get over that Mahomes hump? Could Lamar Jackson finally break through? Can he get to a Super Bowl, right? Oh, Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. Let's see him do it again, right? They were just in the Super Bowl. Can the 49ers climb back to the mountain
basically, it's like
again?
the secondary storyline is who can rise up and face the Chiefs.
Correct.
It's just it's all centered around the Chiefs right now.
But there's a clear narrative and clear structure that fans and the casuals can get behind that don't watch football a lot. Like, I could talk to someone that I know doesn't care about football a lot, but they'll know that, oh, the Chiefs are really good. Oh, they got Taylor Swift's a part of that Chiefs kingdom now. Oh, people, yeah, they're really like, oh, they're going to go back to back to back. Like, the casuals even know that. The NBA casuals right now, I don't think they could tell you what the biggest storyline is. And that's a problem right now. For years, we knew what the storylines were. It's the Miami Heat, the Heatles. They're trying to go back to back. It's Shaq and Kobe, or it's Kobe without Shaq, or it's Steph, Clay, and Dre. They're trying to do something that's never been done, trying to take out the Michael Jordan Bulls single season, regular season record and do all that. Like, there is things that were always built in. Or can the Warriors go with three-peat? Three-peat hasn't been done since the 2000 Lakers, right? There's so many things that used to be built into a season heading into it, I feel like, for the NBA. And for the first time in a long time, as I look back and I think now, there's just the casuals are having a hard time latching on more so than any time that I can remember in my lifetime.
Yeah, I can see that too. I feel like for the NBA, it's like I look with the NBA from 1980 to 2019. So I'm taking a big window here. It's just 39-year window. But you think you had, I think, 11 or 12 teams win a championship during that time. The NBA during that time, there was a lot of criticism for the lack of parity. But for the most part, that era of NBA basketball, the David Stern era, so to speak, was defined by its dynasties. Whether it's Lakers Celtics in the 80s, the Bad Boys Pistons, the Bulls of the 90s with that Rockets intermission. There was obviously the Spurs and Lakers of the 2000s, then the Heat and the Warriors. Those big juggernauts, it definitely attracted, I think, your casual fans because people would get interested in these big juggernaut teams. And when LeBron James teams up with Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade, you're going to get eyeballs there. When the Warriors rise out of nowhere with this homegrown trio of stars, it's going to get eyes there. Shaq and Kobe, they drew in eyes. But ever since then, ever since the Raptors won that title in 2019, you've had the Raptors, you've had the Lakers, you've had the Bucks, you've had the Warriors, you've had the Nuggets, and then you've had the Celtics.
Parity.
Six different winners in 6 seasons. Now you have some redos there with obviously the Warriors and the Lakers. Celtics, it's been a while since they won. But for the most part, 6 winners in 6 years, that's parity you have not seen since the 1970s in the NBA, when ratings were not very good. So I feel like if you're a casual fan, that lack of the big bad to draw you in is there. But you look at who the premier teams in the NBA right now, is it the Celtics? It probably is right now, but they're just not they're not a team that has that sizzle factor that's going to make you want to tune in and root for them to lose. Part of that is because I don't think Jason Tatum evokes that kind of reaction. Part of it is because I think Jaylen Brown's the best player on that team, but Jason Tatum is still the face of that team. So you kind of have a weird dynamic there as well. But who are the great dominant teams in the NBA right now? The best teams in the league are probably the Thunder. The T-Wolves are a very good team, but like I said, the Thunder weren't even playing.
Cleveland Cavaliers right now, best record.
The Cavs, they're also up there, but
they're going to be playing the Warriors here in a couple days.
It is as great of a season as the Cavs have had, and this is me trying to take a shot at them right now, but who's getting super excited about Cleveland right now? It just hasn't happened since LeBron was there. The Knicks are looking really good right now, but unfortunately the Knicks have they're the Knicks factor attached to them where you're just waiting for the collapse. But in the West, I mean, the Thunder are one of your best teams right now, and they weren't even playing on Christmas Day. The Rockets are one of your better teams right now, but they're kind of an up-and-coming team right now. So it's just, I just feel like you don't have that kind of dynamic that you had for so many years in the NBA that brought in a lot of casual viewers. That's kind of where you have this kind of slight ratings malaise right now.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. It's Spadoni and Lubman. And we'll have Nick Friedel, our Odyssey NFL, check that, NBA insider, Nick Friedel, cousin Nick, as we like to call him, at 8:30, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? I just think it's an interesting conversation, an interesting topic, and we could bounce around as the show goes on. And I wonder where Major League Baseball ties into this as well, because Shasky was kind of getting into it a little bit yesterday, that he thought, MLB's kind of taken a little bit from the NBA this season. The NBA feels like it's on a little downward trajectory, and maybe, just maybe, the Dodgers and Yankees, having that World Series matchup, Sam Lubman, could propel Major League Baseball, not to the total forefront, but they can start competing with the NBA. No one's touching the NFL right now. We all understand that.
They can narrow that gap between 2 and 3 that they
correct. The only other sport, but it's the same sport, the only other entity, I should say, that can compete with the NFL is college football. But it's football in general in America right now is just so much more popular than anything else. Well, in America's pastime, it's been overtaken by the NFL. But can they do something here in these next coming years to take a chunk out of Adam Silver and the NBA? Because I'm looking at the star power. Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, all those guys. You look at Aaron Judge, Juan Soto. All these guys were just at the biggest stage, and it was fun to watch. It was refreshing to watch, and I get it. Here in the Bay, maybe we like a little more cynical. You're rooting against the Dodgers, all that stuff. But if you're a baseball fan, and I know at your heart, Sam Lubman, you are a baseball fan, it had to have felt good, at least the forefront in all the media talking about the actual World Series. A year ago, the Rangers and D-backs, no offense. The Bruce Bochy
there's no joy there.
That was just...
But that's where, I mean, baseball's got its own issues in terms of just... I think baseball does a terrible job at promoting its best players. I think they're getting a little bit better these last couple of years.
I think this past year is a lot better.
What really hurt baseball during the 2010s is who's the best player in baseball from 2010 to 2019?
Mike Trout.
Exactly. And how many... The problem is, Spadoni, is Mike Trout won as many playoff baseball games as you and I did. And when your best star is left out in the cold every October, it does hurt the sport overall. And we never got to see Mike Trout have that dynamic postseason moment that could...
Well, Barry Bonds never really had one.
But it was a totally different era of baseball, too.
Correct.
I mean, it was...
But he was the best player of his era, and he didn't really have any playoff success.
Yeah, but it was a lot of other guys who were on the side as well, too. With Sosa, McGuire, all these, naturally gifted athletes who were just putting up insane home run totals because of the hard work they put in the weight room with their trainers giving them, special supplements. But, that was just... It was a different era of baseball. The NBA was still kind of coming up, and the post-steroid era malaise hadn't hit baseball yet. So there's a lot of factors there.
888-957-9570. We got a lot to get into today. We got baseball, we got basketball, we got football. We got you and your calls. We'll get to that on the other side. Plus, again, Nick Fadel, 8:30, our Odyssey NBA Insider. And that's all coming up, brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
would rather be the White Sox.
Dub Nation, it's Andrew Wiggins. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky at 95.7 The Game.
I don't think anyone would rather be the White Sox. I did see a funny T-shirt that someone, it was a Christmas gift, and it was, "We made history," and it was like an all White Sox script, and it was just all the horrible feats that took place this year for the Chicago White Sox.
I would rather be the White Sox.
Most losses in MLB history. It was great. And you know what? You got to lean into the sadness a little bit. You can't let it eat you up. If you're a 49ers fan right now, as Joe Spadoni and Sam Melvin are filling in for Bonte and Shasky on the Morning Roast, you know, it's not your year. It's okay. It's not your year. It might not be the Golden State Warriors year. Now, that would be a lot more tougher to swallow, I think, because it's not even January and you're saying that. And the season's not over there. You can still be a play-in or a playoff team. And the expectations, I think, this year, I think we're forgetting it a little bit, Sam, as we're talking about expectations and storylines and NFL versus NBA. The expectations for the Warriors this season, at least as I remember, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, was just to make the playoffs. Can you make the playoffs? That was it. It was never title. I think the expectations after they struck out on Markkanen, after they struck out on Paul George, after they got Buddy Hield, Kyle Anderson, DeAnthony Melton, it was, okay, maybe we could win around in the playoffs. Why are we all panicking all of a sudden that this team might not be a championship contender or anything? Why do you think that the panic has been setting in as of late? Right now, they're a fringe playoff team, and they're a play-in team right now if the season ended. Did you think they would be in a different spot this time of the year? Dub Nation, 888-957-9570?
Oh, I think a lot of people did. I mean, remember we had that segment before the season started, what we wanted to have, what we expected for the season. That's where we got that legendary drop. What we're saying is we think the Warriors can make a run. I was trying to find that on your board here. But I do believe, at the beginning of the year, there was kind of some trepidation it was a trepidation sensation, some might say.
As we're saying out loud, Shasky and I, that we both believe this team could make a deep run to the playoffs.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's where... I think before the season, though, there was definitely some hesitation in terms of making a grand proclamation like that. For obvious reasons. The last two seasons, this team was basically a fringe playoff team. They were able to barely get out of it in the 22-23 season, and then they were the 10 seed last year. And that the last 2 years, they have felt like, as Nick in San Jose would say, a 44-win team. And so coming into the season, I think there was some hesitation.
We're a 43-win team, dude.
43, 42. We're in the mid-40s, right? They're not a 50-win team right now, as the anonymous Warriors player allegedly has suggested. But I do feel like a lot of people were hesitant to kind of jump on board with this team because, we didn't know what to really expect these last 2 years. But then they get out to that 12-3 start. And that, I feel like, got everyone all jazzed up. You got the Buddy Hield revolution. And TJD's looking good. Pajemski, he might come along. Jonathan Kuminga, you insert him into the starting lineup. Oh, maybe we unlocked another level out of Kuminga here. Draymond Green is playing the most focused basketball we've seen him play in a while. And I think that 12-3 start got a lot of people thinking, got a lot of people with delusions of grandeur of what this Warrior team could accomplish. I mean, heck, Spadoni, you and I were doing the show a couple weeks ago. I figure with the addition of Dennis Schroeder, hey, they might be able to top out the West Finals. Yeah, it's not a Wednesday, but we might have to walk it back Wednesday on that one. The truth is, I feel like a lot of Warrior fans still are in that mode that I'm in. When you have Steph, you have a chance, but I don't know how much you could really count on that anymore. So do we maybe expect a little too much out of the Warriors from that hot start? Probably. Are we maybe a little too down on the Warriors after this, 3-11 stretch, and now they're going to be without Steph and Curry, and potentially looking at a 3-12 stretch to follow up the 12-3 stretch? Yeah, that's going to, mess your expectations up a little bit.
Steve Kerr joined. Who was it filling? It was Dan Devone
and Lowe.
And DeLoe, I like, actually. DeLoe Neal. But you can find that entire interview on the Odyssey app. It's free. Download that bad boy, and thousands of other stations and podcasts like Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys with Sam Levin and Joe Shasky. Or you can find it on YouTube in its entirety. But here's a little snippet of what Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, had to say yesterday in regards to that 12 people or person rotation. And when you start losing, maybe it becomes problematic.
Yeah, I think more than anything, it's just a confidence issue. We had a great vibe early and things were rolling along and we're playing 1 million people. And, when you're winning, that's a good thing. That's when you're playing all those people and you're winning, everyone's happy. But as soon as you start losing, then playing 12 people becomes problematic. And that's basically what happened. We started losing and we decided we had to counter that and we had to cut back to 9 or 10. And unfortunately, that hasn't resolved our slide either. So we're scrambling right now, but our defense definitely is not as energetic. I think it's a confidence thing more than anything. We've got to find our groove again. If we can stay with it and get through this difficult stretch, I know our defense is strong. I mean, we're a third of the way through the season. We're a top 10 defense, so we know it's real. But we've got to find that confidence that leads to energy and force for sure.
They don't have confidence right now. You're seeing it with the team. You're having player-only meetings. And Anthony Slater, who joined us yesterday, our Warriors insider and covers the team for The Athletic, he was kind of not poo-pooing it, but he says, yeah, they usually have like 9 or 10 of these this season when it's player-only meetings and stuff like that. So it's not anything like it was a couple of years ago when it was the playoffs and it was Steph saying, don't get on this bus if you're not ready to go all in against the Sacramento Kings in Game 7 in round 1 of the Western Conference playoffs. But right now, I don't see an antidote to make this team magically better. And I don't think Steve Kerr does right now. And he's just hoping it's a confidence issue right now. Because if it's just a confidence issue, maybe you could have one good game and, you see the ball going through the net and all like Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, Steph Curry, they all play well. And then everything's okay. And it's from top to bottom. It's trickle down effect and everything gets, it's hunky dory. I just don't see that happening right now. And it was equally as frustrating, Sam, is when you have a performance like you did on Christmas, and I know you were watching it, I know you were locked in. When you have a performance like that from Stephen Curry where he drops damn near 40 points and you lose, like those feel
what else can you do there?
They're few and far between, though, is what I'm saying, too. Like, you have got to win games like that where Steph balls out because you can't count on that consistently anymore. Just like the Lakers can't count on it with LeBron James. They can't count on him scoring all the time either, but they have a number 2 in Anthony Davis when he didn't play the other day, but they have a number 2 that they can rely on. The number 2 right now for the Golden State Warriors is Andrew Wiggins, who also had a good game. So not only did your 1 play well, your number 2 played well scoring-wise, and you still find a way to lose.
Yeah, and that's why this season's so frustrating, because you can have games like that where Steph's going all out, where Andrew Wiggins is going all out, but then you just see small moments that, like Jonathan Kuminga not being in the right spot, like him not going to kind of provide that help defense for Wiggins on that last layup there by Austin Reeves at the end of that Christmas Day game there. And that brings a lot of frustration there. I think the Warriors expected a lot of development, progression from Kuminga and Brandon Podziemski this year. Whether they were unfair in that expectation or not, that we can debate that as well, I'm sure. But Steve's talking there about, the lack of confidence there and getting that back. That's another big thing that I think really kind of warped the expectations at the beginning of the year, which was, what was the word we were saying at the start of the season? The vibes are good, such great vibes. Everyone's all smiles, all happy that undefeated postseason. And when the vibes are good, your expectations are going to be a little bit bigger. You're going to be a little bit grander. You're thinking, oh, you know what? We might have some here. We might have a special atmosphere here, a special feeling around this clubhouse here that could carry us to a special season. Steph was looking good. Draymond's playing the best basketball we had seen him play in a while. It ended up being kind of fool's gold to a sense. I don't think this team is as bad as their 3-11 over the last 14 would suggest, but they're definitely nowhere near as good as those first 15 games when they started off 12-3. So they're somewhere in the middle, where we don't really know yet, but that's the Warriors lost those good vibes from the first 15 games. And if that's the difference between a good season and a bad season, that's not a great situation you want to be in.
888-957-9570. Steve Kerr seems to think confidence is the biggest issue facing the Golden State Warriors right now. What is the biggest issue facing the Golden State Warriors right now for you, Dub Nation? I want to hear it. Sam Lubman wants to hear it. The biggest issue right now with the Golden State Warriors is 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Antoine, who's out in Nashville. He wants to join in the conversation. What's going on, Antoine? You're on with Spadoni and Lubman on the Morning Roast.
Hey, guys. How are y'all? Y'all doing all right this morning?
Oh, I'm doing great. Do you have a Merry Christmas, Antoine?
Yeah. I had a nice holiday with the wife. It was nice.
Nice.
It was nice.
That's good. What do you got on the Warriors?
Hey, yeah. So honestly, I think the biggest issue with the Warriors is not confidence. these are professional basketball players. Maybe with Pajemski or maybe with Kuminga, maybe because they're a few years in. But when you look at it, the Warriors are facing the same issues that we had last offseason. You're not big enough. You don't have enough offensive firepower. You got rid of Klay Thompson. He was inconsistent, yes, but you only brought in Buddy Hield, who was more inconsistent. And honestly, if Steve Kerr is not willing to understand, like, small ball lineup does not work, it doesn't. I mean, you look at every other team in the West, they have a big man that can help either defensively or can stretch the floor or even do both. And with that, plus Steph Curry not having a second option, you're not going to be able to move any needle. So when you see Curry being disinterested in some games, like the Memphis Grizzlies games where he only had 2 points, he couldn't get anything going. I mean, there is no other option. And then he does light it up against the Lakers, and you still lose. So as a player who's mostly looked at the postseason for championships, and you don't have any other options so far as really being able to contend or really be able to push anything forward, you're going to see these inconsistencies, and the team is not going to move. So you're kind of at a standstill right now until they change their roster.
Thanks, Antoine. That's Antoine out in Nashville, 888-957-9570. What is the biggest issue facing the Golden State Warriors right now? Steve Kerr thinks it's confidence. Antoine seems to think it's coaching. What is it for you? 888-957-9570. And we're going to discuss that on the other side. And that's what's coming up on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
What up? This is Turtle Pie Turtle from Frisco. If you're anything like me, you're getting hella roasted every day on the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yay!
Spadoni and Lubman in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky in the morning roast. Turtle Pie, he was at the Dubie Awards.
Yeah, I actually got to meet Turtle Pie.
Yeah, I saw the pictures. Did not think that's what he was going to look like, to be honest. It's probably fascinating, Sam, you being there and you can speak on it, the Dubie Awards, and it was a tremendous success. Credit to Sam, credit to Bonte, credit to Shasky, everyone involved.
Credit to me.
Yeah, it really was. You put it together, all those little drops and stuff that I could just play on a single button, so it helped me tremendously. But was there anyone that looked like any caller or roaster or anyone that you were like, wow, I did not expect you to look like that?
Actually, yeah, Tony in Oakland was absolutely like, I'm not sure what I was expecting Tony to look like. So I didn't put a whole lot of thought into it because like I just figured
he doesn't have the balls.
No matter
he ruins your zone.
Like I was not going to be able to picture what she was going to look like. I guess she kind of did, but like that was a big surprise. Nick in San Jose did not look like I expected him. He basically kind of looked like Matt Nahigian in a little bit.
Really?
Yeah, very Matt Nahigian-esque. When they were both, if we get Steven Risotto in here at some point, I texted him to come in a little bit faster to help us out since it's just Lubman and Spadoni and literally nobody else. It is a ghost town on this floor here at 95.7.
The ghost of Christmas past?
I don't even think we have an engineer right now. Our guy Justin didn't even come through to make sure that everything's working, which is kind of problematic because there are things that are not working this morning. And I just don't mean our hosts either. But yeah, no, so that was Nick San Jose. Yeah, that was kind of, he was interesting to see. One guy who looked dead on like his voice, though.
The downfall is near and it's coming hard.
Like Robin San Bruno absolutely looked just like him. But no, Turtle Pie, yeah, very cool guy. Who really got to know Turtle Pie was my girlfriend, Allie.
Oh.
Yeah, she had a long conversation with him, which was good when we got the goodie bags later. That worked out pretty well.
Man, that's good. And you hooked it up with the prime rib and lobster linguine for me.
I did, yeah. How was that food?
Delicious.
I said, hey, can we get our boy back in the studio some food? And Michelle, the general manager at Laughing Monk Brewery, she was like, oh, yeah, I could hook you up. And shout out to Michelle. She did a great job hosting us and making sure we had everything that we needed. But I'm like, yeah, can we hook our guy up? She's like, oh, yeah, no problem. And she comes out with this bag of food, a very heavy bag of food.
5 pounds of food, yeah.
Yeah, so it was just like, it sucked that you couldn't be there. And I figured it's like, I got to get you at least something.
It's all right. It's a trek. As you know, I wasn't going to stay in the hotel the night before like some people had the luxury to. But brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. No, it's all right. Being the engineer, being the guy back in the studio, not the worst thing. It was an easier show for me. It was relaxing. It was fun. I got to see it through the lens of YouTube. I had to make sure YouTube was all good, looking all crystal clear. And shout out Ken, who was helping me in the back too, making sure we had the right cameras and switching back and forth on YouTube and stuff like that. And by the way, we are streaming right now on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. So search 95.7 The Game on any of those platforms, like and subscribe. And as you know, Sam Lubman, you should download the Odyssey app because it is also free and it's easy to use. And not only can you find the morning roast there, you can find podcasts like Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys with yourself and Joe Shasky.
Great one to listen to.
New pod coming out soon, hopefully.
As soon as Corbin Burns writes his name on his new Giants contract, we will have one.
Is that going to happen real quick? We can spend a couple minutes on the Giants. Yeah, that's happening?
Yeah, so the latest per Mark Feinsand on MLB.com is there is an offer on the table for Corbin Burns. It's just a matter of will he accept it. There is belief that he does want to be here, and there's also, I guess, MLB Trade Rumors tweeted out yesterday that he's looking for at least $245 million. Was Max Fried got $238 million from the Yankees, right? Just a few weeks ago. Which, I mean, I like Max Fried a lot. I don't know if I would have given him that money, but
in that division too. Oof.
Well, I mean, it was a panic signing. They just lost out on Juan Soto, so they have to...
Because when I lose out on Juan Soto, I go get Max Fried.
Well, hey, man, if you can't score runs, the next best thing you can do is prevent the scoring
I like
runs.
The Devin Williams move for the Yankees way more than anything else they did.
That's a great move for them.
Their bullpen now
The Yankees are quietly still having a solid offseason. But again, in that division, man, it is brutal right now. So yeah, Corbin Burns probably wants about $245 million. For me, I don't care about the money anymore when it comes to these deals because these teams are more than wealthy enough to afford a $245 million deal, which would be the richest deal in Giants history if the Giants did net Corbin Burns to that deal. But for me, it's the years. But at age 30, he'll probably get a 6-7 year deal. You know what? I'm okay with that. it's fine because you're making your team better now. Would a Corbin Burns move put the Giants up on the level of the Dodgers and Padres? I don't know. Probably not, if we're being realistic here. But it makes them look like a more legitimate team. You know what? You're probably fighting for that fifth or sixth spot in the playoffs, which honestly, I think that's the better spot to have in the Major League Baseball playoffs. I think you want to not be in that 1-2 seed spot, which obviously this year was a little bit different with the Dodgers and Yankees being the 1 seeds and advancing to the final. But when you have that,
you think that's an outlier?
When you have that off week right before the playoffs, I don't want to mess with that. I don't like having downtime right before the most important games of the year. And yeah, I'll get the drop ready here. Ask Will Clark this exact question last year. What do you think about it? He's like, it's stupid. And Will Clark, he knows something about downtime during important games because he was off for 10 days in 1989 after that earthquake that hit, and Giants will say it threw him out of any chance of getting a rhythm. Now, the A's were good enough there that it probably would not have mattered. But
reset their rotation.
It reset
their better rotation.
Any concept of a competitive series was thrown out the window because of that earthquake and the ensuing layoff here. So, and usually every year with these top seeds, the 1-2 teams, two of them get eliminated, two of them move on. That's usually kind of when it's been. And so that a long way of saying that Giants could still be in a good position if they get Corbin Burns and to be in a playoff position. But again, we're in wait and see mode right now.
There you go. Well, it's not the worst thing, right? Like losing out on Blake Snell sucks, but replacing him, and specifically to the Dodgers, which makes it even worse. Mm-hmm. But specifically getting a guy like Corbin Burns to replace him, yeah, that's a pretty good, I think, consolation prize if you're a San Francisco Giants fan. On top of the Willy Adames signing, like you should feel pretty good about this new direction with Buster Posey and co. going forward. And Farhan Zaidi, is he officially back with the Dodgers, by the way?
I haven't seen the official move yet, but him coming out trying to retcon things, oh yeah, I didn't make the lineup. It was... Stop, okay? I always remember when I asked Bob Melvin what that was like. He said, oh, yeah, there's collaboration there. He has his ideas, I have my ideas, which is basically manager speak for he gives me the lineup, and then I give an opinion, and he said, yeah, we're going to go with this instead. And
kind of like when you're doing a show meeting and you give your ideas, right, to Bonte and Shasta.
Yeah, like, guys, I think we should talk about, what the expectations for the 49ers are. And it's like, no, we're going to talk about where are we at with the Warriors? Or, no, we're going to react to this David Sampson podcast. So it doesn't go exactly like that.
You reach out to Sampson? Yeah?
I thought it. So I texted you guys yesterday, hey, do we want to try David Sampson again? Didn't get a response until Shasky texts, hey, guys, under the weather. Let's go with that.
No, it's okay. He's not feeling good.
No, tis the season. Everyone's sick right
hopefully
now.
Shasky's feeling better. I know he was struggling a little bit yesterday with his nasal and coughing a bunch like that. So feel better, Joe Shasky, and hopefully he's back sooner rather than later. But we're rolling it down.
David Sampson on.
Exactly. We're rolling it down right here. Spadoni and Lubman.
There's our baseball talk.
There you go. Well,
we'll get back to it later in the show, maybe.
All right. That's the thing about this time of the year, and it's great. It's December 27th. The Niners are done. They're cooked. The Warriors are leaking oil. They've lost 11 of their last 14. The Giants are making moves. They're interesting. Sharks, you got Macklin Celebrini to be excited about. So we can go in any direction we want because you know what? It's December freaking 27th.
Well, let's just actually take a look at that snapshot that you just painted there for a second, Spadoni, because you just painted a pretty interesting picture of... Let's go back to a year ago, because you and I, we did the last 2 shows of the Morning Roast last year. And think of just where the...
It was also a skeleton crew.
Yeah, I think of where the Bay Area sports scene was. Yeah, I think I was sitting in this very spot. But where the sports scene was at that time. I mean, obviously, expectations of the Warriors were still sky high. You still had the big 3. And despite all the reality, there was still a massive level of expectations for the Warriors. Because when you have Steph, Clay, and Draymond, there are always going to be massive expectations, regardless of how attainable they are. The Niners were Super Bowl bound. Granted, they just had the Christmas night massacre that kind of put a damper on things. But for the most part, you felt very good about where the Niners were as an organization. Conversely, the Giants, this was baseball talk. The Giants, they're not in the mix for anyone. Okay, that's our baseball talk. Let's move on now.
Real quick. Yeah. Golden State Warriors this time last year, 15-15, had just lost on Christmas to the Denver Nuggets.
Oh.
Fast forward a year later.
We're literally the same place.
They are 15-14 and 10th in the West.
And they're probably about to be 15-15. Let's be honest, because they don't have Steph tonight. They for whatever reason can't beat the Clippers, which I'm gonna try and stomach the throw up. Just
I was going to say.
Oh my! But I hate the Clippers so much. It's
really?
just such a joke of an organization.
That's such an indescript team to hate.
Well, it goes back to those Lob City Clippers. I just could not stand them.
They haven't won anything though.
Well, I know, but yet we treat them like they have. It's just, I think they're just such an overrated it's like the fact they have their own arena now. Like, no, if there's ever a team in sports that did not deserve their own arena and should be perpetually sharing a venue, it's the Clippers and the Jets. Like, those are two organizations that don't get their own place to play. You have to share with the real top team in that market. Because literally the fact that the whole concept of the wall is stupid. Oh, you have to be a diehard Clippers fan to sit there every game. It's like, really? You have that many? Like all 48 of them? You're going to expect them to be there on a Tuesday night against the Magic? I guess so. What else does a Clipper fan have to look forward to in life? That's my Clippers rant
there
for
you go.
right there.
But get back to your original thought.
But no, a year ago, yeah, the Warriors were the team that you had the expectations. The Niners were feeling good. The Giants were an afterthought. And no one was talking about the Sharks in any way, shape, or form. And here we are now where it's actually kind of acceptable to talk about the Giants. It's amazing what one Willie Adames signing will do for an organization. And right now, if you're looking around the Bay Area sports scene, I don't think any team is in a better overall position going forward than the San Jose Sharks.
I'm actually excited about the Giants.
There you go. Or we're actually excited about the Sharks right now too. They have a future vision right now, and that future is teal. And you're seeing the effort every night with this Sharks team and how they play. They're having trouble closing some of these games out. That game last week against Edmonton was a perfect example where, they're up 2-1 with 18 seconds left. Oilers, who just won the West last year, they got two of the best players in the NHL in Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl. And they get that goal with 18 seconds left, and it's just like, this team just cannot finish. And that's the next lesson for the Sharks. I say with the Sharks, there are no wins and losses for the Sharks this year. There's wins, but that L column is for lessons. There's wins and lessons right now. And that's where the Sharks are right. And they need to learn how to close. They're going to get there. They play very, very hard for head coach Ryan Warsawski. And it's just, you see the difference when Celebrini's on the ice, especially who's on there with either Eklund or Zetterlund or Will Smith on that power play, which has been woefully awful this year. But you see the desire from this team to get better. And so it's just wild a year ago how much the entire Bay Area sports scene has basically been flipped on its head over the course of the 2024 calendar year.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And by the way, Nick Fadel, our Odyssey NBA insider, joining us at 8:30. Spadoni and Loveman, as all guests on 95.7 The Game, appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Floors are open right now. Phone lines are open. The floor is open. 888-957-9570. We would love your participation this morning. Again, it's a Friday. It's a feel-good Friday. Not quite a football Friday because the 49ers, they play on Monday.
Do we get paid on this Friday?
Next week, Sam.
Next week.
Right at the start of the new year, you get a new paycheck. Which right
come
to rent.
right after rent.
Yeah, but right after rent. Exactly.
So replenish. I kind of like it that way. I like the worst is when Odyssey pays you like a week and a half before the rent's due. And then you're just like, this is awful. Like, I'm young and irresponsible with money. Why would you do this to me?
You're young and irresponsible?
Yeah. Aren't we all?
We're 30, Sam. We're not young anymore. We're old.
No, we're still legally considered
with that hair,
young.
You're looking great, by the way. Yeah.
There you go.
So your 20-year-old self would be jealous of 30-year-old Sam Lemon right now.
Yeah, no, 20-year-old self, I had the shorter hair, yeah. Middle school self is probably like, come on, man. What are you doing? Well, I had long hair in middle school, too. So.
Well, that was the look back in the day. Long hair in the middle school. I think it still is when you're in that tween, that teenager phase. That's what you're doing. Right now, the Warriors are kind of in that a weird stage right now. I don't know what to make of them, Sam Lubman. I really don't. They're 15-14. They're basically what they were last year, which is a 500 average team when you have Stephen Curry, when you have Andrew Wiggins, when you have Draymond Green. The difference is you don't have a Klay Thompson like you did last year. You're relying more on Kuminga, Podziemski, Buddy Hield, who has looked more like the Buddy Hield of old than the Buddy Hield we saw at the beginning of this season.
There's a reason why he was ping-ponging around the league like
correct.
Good players don't ping-pong around.
Well, consistent players don't ping-pong around.
Yeah.
He's consistently inconsistent, Buddy Hield.
And he's worst kind of consistency.
Yeah, and maybe this Warriors team is just going to be just that. Maybe they'll just be streaky. And that's, maybe they peak at the right time and they win a playoff series, or they don't and they lose in the play-in round.
We are a 38-win team.
I don't think they're that, Nick in San Jose, but yeah, are they a 43, 44, 45-win team? The biggest issue right now for the Golden State Warriors is what? 888-957-9570. Real quick, Sam Lubman, This is what Steve Kerr had to say in regards to what the biggest issue right now is for his team.
Yeah, I think more than anything, it's just a confidence issue. You know, we had a great vibe early and things were rolling along and we're playing 1 million people. And, you know, when you're winning, that's a good thing. You know, that's when you're playing all those people and you're winning, everyone's happy. But as soon as you start losing, then playing 12 people becomes problematic. And that's basically what happened. We started losing and we decided we had to counter that and we had to cut back to 9 or 10. And unfortunately, that hasn't resolved our slide either. So we're scrambling right now, but our defense definitely is not as energetic. I think it's a confidence thing more than anything. We've got to find our groove again. You know, if we can stay with it and get through this difficult stretch, I know our defense is strong. I mean, we're a third of the way through the season. We're a top 10 defense, so we know it's real. But we've got to find that confidence that leads to energy and force for sure.
Shameless shout-outs, by the way, 7:45, so in about 42 minutes, we're going to have shameless shout-outs. Shout out whoever, whatever you want. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, whatever you want to do, shout-outs that are shameless. 7:45 this hour, 888-957-9570. What's the biggest issue facing the Golden State Warriors right now? Steve Kerr thinks it's confidence. Is it confidence? Is it just the team's not very good? Like, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. Like, they have a good defense, but their offense, let's just call it what it is. It's Steph-centric, and if Steph doesn't have a good night, they're not going to win games probably.
Is their defense really good, or is it just highly rated because those first 15 games they played so well that it's like they goosed their numbers up early on, and now we're just kind of seeing their defensive numbers trickle back down to, you know, the median or the average that we're expecting? I don't know. My biggest issue right now for the Warriors when I look at this team is that I feel like there's no way out of the situation that they're in. And by that, I mean, like, everyone's talking like, what's the move the Warriors can make to really maximize Steph's window? There's maybe 2-3 years left in the Steph Curry championship contender window where you could legitimately win a title with Steph on your team. We're seeing that window close. How do you keep that window open? And I know I've been banging on the table saying, go get Zion Williamson. But when I look at this team right now, my biggest issue with them is I don't see a move that gets them to that level. You know, like, you could go all in if the Warriors wanted to. And I look like this as we're, you know, on the other end of the Christmas shopping season. Let's say you're going out, you're trying to find that perfect gift for that special someone, and you go out and you see that gift. You see the perfect gift that will just make it all great, but it's $100. You go fishing around your pocket, see how much money you have. You only have $60. I feel like that's where the Warriors are at right now. You know, they need that $100 gift, but they only have $60 in their pocket. Like, they could literally trade all of their assets, trade all their draft picks, trade their Kumingas, trade their Pajemskis, Wiggins, Draymond, move everything they can. I don't think that move, though, gets them to that level. Like, that's just where they're at right now.
So right now, they're Patrick Star from SpongeBob saying, I have $3. That's what they're doing right now?
Basically, yeah. When you need to buy a $100 thing and you got your $3. And that's my biggest concern, frustration, issue with the Warriors. Is just that, you know, all the King's horses and all the King's men will not be able to put the Warriors back together again.
I like that. That's a 4 for the nursery rhyme here on a feel-good Friday with Spadoni and Lubman.
Humpty Dumpty Friday.
Steve Kerr, who again joined Dan Devone and Lorenzo Neal, who filled in for Willard and Dibbs yesterday, on the value of player meetings, which Stephen Curry and the Warriors held prior to Christmas Day game against the Lakers.
I guess that was mentioned in the media last night, maybe after the game. I don't know exactly how that came about, but, you know, anytime you have those types of meetings, they're meant to be private. So when stuff comes out, you know, it's not ideal, but it's also not something that I'm going to spend a whole lot of time talking about, because those are private conversations and things that the team deals with, but it's not unusual. You know, I mean, teams across the league periodically through the year meet, especially if you've lost 11 out of 14 like we have, and that was what the guys did.
I wonder how I feel about that as a head coach, though, if I'm Steve Kerr. The fact that not only are you having all these meetings as a team, the players are now like, you know, you guys all stay here. Yeah, Steve, all you guys, Coach Q, Frazier, everyone, just get out of the room. We got this. We got this. Now, I'm not saying it's exactly like that, but you got to feel some type of way right now if you're Steve Kerr and you keep going back to confidence. Is it confidence? Is it just a lack of cohesiveness right now with the team? Is it all this different rotation, people not knowing what their role is still? Again, you heard it from him. We're over a third of the way done with the season right now, and we don't know who this team is. Steve Kerr seems to think it's a defensive team that can be good offensively. How would you describe this team? If I was just to tell you and ask you right now, Sam Lubman, who are the Golden State Warriors? What do they hang their hat on?
Oh, I mean, besides not getting it done in crunch time.
Yeah, that's kind of it, though.
I think this is a team that
they're not a clutch team.
No, they're not a clutch team. If I'm really trying to be, oh God, I mean, the fact they have to think this hard as to what they do well at is kind of the problem. But this is a team that's going to try to shoot threes, but not very well. They're not a good free throw shooting. You could define the Warriors more by what they don't do well than what they do well. And shout out to Doo-Doo. But that right in there is I think lies the problem with the Warriors, is that they're much like the Niners. You have to really rack your brain to figure out what they do well. Whereas great teams, championship teams, without really having to think what they do well. What do those great Warrior teams in the past do very, very well? They played defense really hard, and they shot the heck out of that three ball. And that's all you really need to know about them. Right now, they're going to attempt the threes. Sometimes they're going to fall. But, the defense, it's sometimes going to be there. But then all of a sudden, Austin Reeves is blown by Andrew Wiggins, and you're like, I thought this was a great defensive team. And so it's just, what do the Warriors hang their hat on? Right now, there's nothing special I think they hang their hat on right now.
888-957-9570. Let's see what the Warriors need. Let's go out to Javier in H-Town, Houston, baby. What's going on, Javier? You're on with Spadoni and Lubman on the Morning Roast.
What's going on, my man? Great to be able to be on with you guys.
Glad to have you on, Javier.
Appreciate you. And I was saying, I still have a lot of faith in the Warriors. And I think one of the staples of what made them so great back in the beginning was that Kerr had the ability to be creative with a lot of things, even with utilizing Nick Uren to have Andre Iguodala go to the starting lineup, or, the things that they did when they were playing against the Memphis Grizzlies. I think he's kind of soured on a lot of the creativity. Even if it's you got Dennis Schroeder, you got him to be able to score, but you don't put him in advantageous situations for him to be able to score. He ran a lot of pick and roll when he was in Brooklyn. So why not, when he's running a second unit without Steph, utilize a little bit more pick and roll with TJD or somebody who can, go above the rim. You can put pressure on the rim to some degree. And I think that you run in the motion in the first unit when you have Steph and Dennis, but Dennis doesn't touch the ball enough to, be effective to get scores. You put him in, runs a couple pin downs or something like that in order to get him in the mid-range. He's a mid-range scorer. I think we're so heavily focused on this three-point era that at this point you just need the Warriors to be able to score. The defense is serviceable, and at times, I think last time I checked, they were fifth. So the defense is not necessarily the problem. Why not put him in advantageous situations in that second unit? He's supposed to be the runner of the second unit. So run more pick and rolls if you need to. Put Buddy out there, and even at times Wiggs in the corners to create shooters and create that space for him to be able to drive. And I don't think that they do that enough. And then with Steph, you got him running around at 37 years old essentially. And at times I think the motion offense is what's causing them the ability to not be able to generate a lot of offense. You don't have the same personnel that you had when you had a Harrison Barnes or a Klay Thompson or an Andre Iguodala or even a Brandon Rush for that matter. Some serviceable three-point shooters and everything. So I just think that it's a lot more about the creativity. Sure, they can use a big and all this other type of stuff, but a lot of it is just having the creativity to say, okay, this isn't working. Let me adjust and let me make some different adjustments. The two different units could be ran, a little differently, especially when Steph is not on the floor. So, that's just a little of what I've been watching.
Thank you, Javier. It's Javier in Houston, 888-957-9570. If you would like to join in the conversation, if you were to use one word to describe this Golden State Warriors team right now, what would it be? 888-957-9570.
Kirk Cousins.
I do not want it to be Kirk Cousins, but I get what you're saying because they do not have the clutch gene right now. They don't call him Kirk Clutchins. I don't know if you guys knew that. They don't call him that. Although he did have one clutch game, I think, in his lifetime. Was that the wild card round against the Saints way back when, once upon a time? That seems like forever ago. He is cooked, but maybe he's going to be the future 49ers backup.
Possibly.
Shameless shout-outs in about half hour, 7:45. Start lining them up, 888-957-9570 is the number at Spadoni and Lubman here until 10 o'clock. And that's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track.
That's tough. That's tough.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
It's good to see you, Oreo Cookie, at the Dubie Awards. And Spadoni and Lubman in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on the Morning Roast. And be sure to download the Odyssey app. 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, great podcasts like Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys are all available. Follow your favorite teams, like the Niners, Warriors, other stations, radio shows like Steiny and Goo, the Morning Roast, the pregame show. Catch amazing interviews you missed too, like when Steve Kerr joined Dan Devone and Lorenzo Neal yesterday when they filled in for Willard and Dibbs. So yeah, download the Odyssey app. It is freaking amazing. Just like Nick Fadel, who's going to be joining us at 8:30, our Odyssey NBA insider. He's got the Odyssey app downloaded. He's tapped in. And all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, in Lathrop? One of the great laughs and voices in just Bay Area radio history. Cousin Nick Friedel joining us at 8:30. But we've been talking about Warriors, a lot of NBA versus NFL. We got some hot stove in there. You know, it is that weird time of the year, right? And it wasn't a weird time of the year this time last year because the 49ers were good. We knew the 49ers were going to be a legit Super Bowl threat. And now we know they're not even going to make the playoffs. They're done. Their season's over. The regular season anyways. But they still have something to play for, right? I mean,
the downfall is near and it's coming hard.
I'm looking at Monday, and I get it. We still have all day Monday to talk about it, but I do want to take a segment here, maybe a few minutes, if you will. And we'll get back to the Warriors and your, if you could describe the Warriors season right now, like how would you, like if someone to tell you what the Warriors are, who are they? I don't know. Who are the Golden State Warriors? You tell me. 888-957-9570, because right now they look like the same team as last year. But in regards to the San Francisco 49ers, Sam Lubman, what do they got to play for here coming up on Monday? Going up against the top dog in the NFC, the Detroit Lions, who want to have that number 1 overall seed. It's them. It's the Vikings. I think the Eagles kind of shot themselves in the foot last week. Jalen Hurts goes out the concussion. They lose that game in dramatic fashion against Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders. I wish they went back to the football team. But what are you looking at here, these final few games for the San Francisco 49ers, Sam Lubman, specifically Monday, when you're going to be on Monday Night Football, the whole nation's going to be watching you. Is it Brock Purdy? Is it Kyle Shanahan? Is it Deebo Samuel? Is it Nick Bosa? What are you looking for this Monday night at Santa Clara, I should say? I almost said in Detroit, but it's going to be Santa Clara.
I think really, if you're the Niners, you're doing anything you can to set the next season up for improvement on this year. It's just so many things have gone wrong for this team, Spadoni, whether it's the injuries, whether it's money problems, it has been a year from hell for the 49ers. And I think if this Monday night is your last chance to get something really positive out of this season. If the Niners somehow upset the Lions on Monday Night Football, like that's a win that you can kind of use as a jumping off point for the 2025 season. It lets the rest of the football world know that we may have been down this year, but we are not out. And I do believe that this season mirrors in a lot of ways that 2020 season that was injury filled and nothing went right. Guys are going down left and right every single week, and they could never get anything going consistently. And the difference was, I think this is a weird thing to say, but this year's team is probably better than that 2020 team. But I do think like the year after that 2020 season, you saw them take a step forward in 2021. It wasn't a championship level team. I mean, they did make it to the NFC title game, and I do believe that if they had won that NFC title game, they probably could have beaten the Bengals. But you saw them take noticeable steps forward in that season that set them up for great years in 2022 and in 2023. And I think that's what you want out of the season is what can you get out of these next 2 weeks to make you feel good about where the Niners are at heading into next season, because you take a look around in this division, Spadoni, the NFC West is not very good. Like, the Seahawks barely beat a terrible Bears team last night. The Cardinals faded at the end of the year just like they always do. And you got a Rams team that by default is probably going to win the division this year. Like, the Niners so woefully underperformed this year. Like, the rest of the NFC West, I think, played exactly to expectations. The Niners just played woefully below their expectations. So, yeah, let's just see if you can use Monday night as a jumping-off point for a turnaround in 2025.
That all sounds well and dandy, but the fact that you were the worst team in the division when everyone else wasn't that much more impressive than you is kind of alarming for me. Like, that makes it even worse in a way. And I understand what you're saying, where you can be like, oh, well, you can look at it half full or half empty. Half full is, well, you had a down year and those teams weren't that much better than you, or you had a down year for all the other teams in your division and you were still the worst team.
Well, I mean, that's what a down year is. I mean, they
were a down year for the New York Giants being 2-13. Okay, we suck. We got a direction like.
Well, yeah, but they had no expectations going into the season.
No, they didn't have any expectations.
Like, this was their expectation, was to get the number one pick. The Giants are having a great season in that sense.
I just think the expectations, or to go to a Super Bowl again after losing one, I just think we were wildly underestimating just how difficult that was. Just because, and Shasky was talking about this yesterday, Sam Lubin, I know you were tapped in. He was saying it's, Warriors fans thinks it's their birthright to be in the Western Conference Finals. Like, no, I've been used to it the last decade plus. Like, Niners fans think it's their birthright to be in an NFC Championship game under Kyle Shanahan. No, they've just had some good success under Kyle Shanahan in recent memory. It's not their birthright to be there. Just like this season, like, the Rams were a better team. They fought through more adversity than the San Francisco 49ers. At one point, they were what, 1-4?
Yeah.
Come on. And then
they got everybody healthy.
Puka Nacua was out. Cooper Kupp was out. Matt Stafford was thrown to guys I hadn't even heard of. Denard Robinson, who? I don't know who that is.
Demarcus Robinson.
Exactly. See it.
888-957-9570. Who was that Rams receiver?
There you go. And now they're going to probably finish the season at 11-6, and they had a good year. And you know what? I like their chances in the NFC because I'm not that big of a believer in the Lions. I'm a believer more in the Eagles and what they've been doing. I know they had a bad loss last week after losing Jalen Hurts. Kenny Pickett came in the backup. He was whatever. But I like what, and their chances, the Rams, if they play a team like the Lions, or even a team like, the Minnesota Vikings, who they played early on this season. I damn sure like them more than the Falcons or the Bucks at this point, although I'm a little more bullish on the Bucks than I probably should be, even though they had a bad loss last week to the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday Night Football. But the expectations right now for the 49ers are fascinating to me because it all stems and it all goes back to the quarterback at the end of the day, and Brock Purdy and his relationship with all the other receivers on that team. And yeah, I say receivers because tight ends involved in that, and obviously has a great rapport with George Kittle, who Brian Baldinger said was the MVP of this team right now when he joined Sam Lubman and Jake Hutchinson earlier in the week.
Like, there's so many different ways to get the tight end the ball. And you can run your offense. You can have your play sheet and all. Like, you should have a separate sheet in that play sheet. And we all know, color-coded, number 85. These balls are to get the ball to Kittle. I don't care if it's 3rd and 10 or it's 1st and 20. I can get Kittle the ball. And they're doing it to him more frequently. He's the MVP of the team. And the guy plays his heart out. He's excellent after the catch. He's excellent with the ball in his hands. He punishes everybody that has to try to tackle him. There's no reason why George isn't targeted 10 times a game right now.
So that's Brian Baldinger, our 95.7 The Game NFL insider and our Odyssey NFL insider, and obviously former NFL offensive lineman. Baldy's breakdowns, best in the business when it comes to that. So I'm looking at Brock Purdy's rapport with his receivers and building off that these next two, specifically with one Ricky Pearsall. Can they do anything going forward? Can they do anything? Can the real Ricky Pearsall please stand up? Is this the real Ricky Pearsall? Is it a lost season for him? It's been such a tumultuous season. I'm not trying to, underplay and push down just how of a crazy season it's been. He's got shot. Okay.
He only had the 3 practices before the year. I don't know if you heard Tony Romo mention that 417 times.
Very odd that Jim Nantz and Tony Romo were doing a game of that caliber, which meant absolutely nothing, to be honest. But it just goes to show you all the good games that were on Saturday compared to Sunday that weekend. But
last week was a pretty rough slate.
Correct. The Eagles and Commanders game, probably the best of the bunch.
Yeah.
But to your point, and more to the point, as Ray Rada would say, Ricky Pearsall, we never got to find out who he was this season. And if anyone deserves a redshirted season, it's probably him, just given what he's been through. Like, I'm not redshirting Nick Bosa for having an okay season. I'm not redshirting, Brock Purdy this, because you know what? A lot of us wanted to find out who Brock Purdy was this season if he didn't have all those weapons around him and if everything wasn't going according to plan around him. And we did find out who he was.
It's not good.
He's not a top 5 quarterback. That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay not to be Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, and tossing a 5th guy in there that he's not that. It's okay not to be those guys. But we found that out this year, that he needs things to be right around him. And one of those things that needs to be right heading into next season is that relationship with Ricky Pearsall. And your boy Baldy, Sam Lubman, spoke to that as well.
He's got a great feel, zone versus man, where to go, where to settle, and the quarterback's got a relationship with him. I don't feel like there's any relationship between Brock and Ricky right now. Like, there's just this built-in kinetic sense between the two. The way I see even Malik Neighbors, all the different quarterbacks with the Giants, Brock Bowers, all the different quarterbacks. Like, you can see that there's this effort to get those guys the ball. They're all going to have 100 catches plus. But I just don't see the play calls, and I don't see the connection with the quarterback right now between him and Ricky. And so you go, well, what is he? I honestly don't know. Is he truly a number 1 pick? I thought so coming out of Florida, like he was at the very bottom of the first round. But regardless of where he's taken, like, he has to have more production than what we're getting, period. When you're taking that high and you lose your number 1 receiver in IU, like, there's got to be more production from him based on just his measurables, what he did at Florida, all this stuff. And you're not seeing it. So what's my takeaway? I feel like it's just an incomplete year. Like, it's like that grade that you don't get a grade. It's just incomplete. We got to wait and see.
I agree with Baldy there. I do think this is an incomplete year for Ricky. The guy had 3 practices before the year. He was dealing with a shoulder injury. And then, again, as we've said numerous times on this station, he was shot before the season. The fact that he was able to suit up and play as quickly as he did is a borderline miracle, really. So, but what I want to see these next 2 games, Spadoni, is let's force feed Ricky Pearsall. Let's just force him to either rise up or crumble here, because you have the stakes are non-existent, really. If you lose, you get a better draft pick. If you win, you get to feel good about yourself. So the Niners are kind of in a bizarre win-win situation, so to speak, in that you could take positives from either result. But I want to see more Ricky Pearsall, because after he had those 2 illegal formation penalties on Sunday, which I learned later on one of them was actually on Kittle. The Revs just screwed that up, but he was pinched for 2 illegal formations in a 4-play span, which is like, you can't have that happen. That's stuff they teach you in freshman football. That's just that just reeks of a team that is not focused, not locked in, not buttoned up, and you could probably point at the coaching staff for that. But after those 2 penalties, which basically took a touchdown off the board for the Niners, Ricky was not targeted for the rest of the game. And for a young receiver trying to build up confidence, that's very detrimental there. And we know how hard Kyle Shanahan is on receivers. We saw it with Brandon Ayuk. Ayuk got to a great start and then spent a year in the doghouse. And I would hate to see Ricky go through that next year for whatever reason. So let's just use these next 2 games and just let Ricky run. Let Ricky run wild. See what he could do and build up his confidence going into that 2025 season.
Force feed Ricky Pearsall. Like, if anything, like, I get it. You want to win the games. You're trying to, like, and I'm not saying don't try to win the games, but try to win the games by also just trying to elevate and try to, see what you got in Ricky Pearsall. That's what I want to know. I don't know what, and Baldy even, like, he's speaking on it. He was really high on him coming out of Florida and obviously ASU prior to that. He was really high on him. I just don't know what they have in him. And that's just the frustrating part, I think, for 49ers fans right now, is they just, if anything this season, you felt like this could have been a year where something positive, like, well, for example, the Raiders this year stink. They're a bad team. They're going to be a top 5 pick team probably. They're going to be looking for a quarterback. The one positive to come out of this season was their 1st round pick. Brock Bowers is probably the best tight end in football as a rookie. And listen, he's
up there. Yeah,
he's up there, and he's one of the best players in college football. So maybe it's not a like for like comparison, but
he's been incredibly dynamic for them.
That's a positive to take out of this season. What are some
what he is.
Correct. What are some of the positives right now to take out of this 49ers season heading into next year? I just wonder right now what they are. Dominic Puni, okay.
Puni, I think honestly there are a lot of positives. And, not a lot, but there are some solid positives that this is not a completely, bunk loss season. You got a lot of young players in Ronaldo Green, Malik Mustafa, Dominic Puni, who D. Winters at times has shown some value. Isaac Garendo.
Okay. Dominic Puni's the only guy of all those you mentioned.
Well, no, he's probably going to have a great career, but those other guys, those are going to be solid, very good, solid players to put around your core going forward. Ronaldo Green, I think, has been a very good cornerback considering he was taken in the 3rd round. Malik Mustafa looks like he will be at that safety spot for a while. D. Winters is going to be a great linebacker complement to Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw next year, and I do believe Dre Greenlaw will be back next year. And you want to talk about a positive? It was a short time on the field. Dre Greenlaw looked great, especially in that Rams game. And I think he showed just enough to kind of show that he will hopefully be back next year as close to his old self as he could possibly be.
And to your point, real quick, not to interrupt Samuel, the 49ers are shutting down Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah, no, and that's understandable because I don't think they need to push. I mean, the fact that he's even on the field, guy tore his Achilles and then was back on the field in the same calendar year. Pretty crazy. Think of the story of the journey that Klay Thompson went on to get back to the court after his torn Achilles, and Dre Greenlaw playing a much more physical sport, much more physical position, and much more intense level of play. Not to take a shot at Klay there.
Well, Klay also had the ACL, but yes, I know.
But yeah, it's ridiculous that Dre. The fact that you're even talking about Dre getting back on the field was crazy to me. And then I saw him on the field. That was crazy. And then I saw him dominating on that field. And it just blew my mind. So that's a positive, I would say, is the fact that Dre Greenlaw's recovery looks like it's going very, very well. So you got young players who did not stink. You got a guy in Dre Greenlaw who looks like he'll be coming back better. So those are positives that I think you can sit back and say, I like that. But the big positive you needed was, I think, when Brandon Ayuk went down, that should have been Ricky Pearsall's time to step up and fill that void. And it just did not happen because Ricky was not present at training camp. He was not able to get into a groove. And when you miss training camp and you got to use the regular season to play catch-up, you're basically playing catch-up all year long. And that's for veteran players. So think how much harder it is for a rookie. So that's why I want to see just give me a bunch of Ricky Pearsall these next 2 games. So that way we can at least get some semblance of an idea of who he is as a player. Is he a burner? Can he get off press man coverage? What kind of a route runner is he? This is the time to get those answers on Ricky and find out, was this an incomplete lost year for Ricky Pearsall? Or was this it started off bad, but we salvaged something at the end to make us feel good kind of year for Ricky Pearsall?
And to your point, I think Juwan Jennings probably a positive here. Your 3rd wide receiver heading into the season ended up being your number 1 wide receiver thus far, although he's cooled off a little bit in recent weeks. Deebo Samuel's a guy I'm looking at. What do we do with Deebo Samuel? He had a good performance against the Dolphins. It was his best performance in God knows how long on the season. He has 50 receptions, 665 yards, and 2 touchdowns through the air. That's the one that's frustrating for me because you say you wanted Ricky Pearsall to be that guy to step up for Ayuk. I wanted it to be Deebo Samuel to step up after this season for a guy that didn't do much in the Super Bowl, obviously battling injuries, but when is he not battling injuries, it feels like? For a guy that's known as a gadget player at this point to have not honed in or, rectified or polished any of that route running ability. The guy's been in the league for how many years now?
2019 was when his rookie year.
5+ years. He's been in the league now and he's still a gadget guy. That's what's frustrating for me is I've seen the growth of a Brandon Ayuk. I've seen the growth of a George Kittle. I've seen growth with Juwan Jennings stepping up this season. I just haven't seen that growth from Deebo Samuel from his rookie year till now. I thought he would have gotten better as a route runner. And maybe that's just something you don't get better at, but I'm not here to call him out that he's not practicing and he's not working at it. I'm sure he's working at it very hard.
He's a very hard worker, yeah.
I just feel like I see these guys coming in and year out. That was supposed to be what Ricky Pearsall hung his hat on, route running. He worked with Brandon Ayuk. They were teammates at Arizona State. You just thought some of that would rub off on Deebo Samuel this year, and I am curious to see what his future is going to be with the 49ers going forward. Are they going to keep him? Do they need to keep him? Because you don't know if you're going to have Brandon Ayuk at the start of next season. That's another thing you got to juggle with because Brandon Ayuk, yeah, he tore his ACL, but he's also got other damage, that other ligaments in there that is torn up, and he might not be there at the start of the season. Real quick, I want to hear from Baldy, and then we're going to get some of these calls. Shameless shout-outs in 7 minutes, 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs, 7 minutes. Shout out whoever and whatever you want right here on 95.7 The Game. You can also text them in on the Comcast Business text line at Spadoni and Lubman in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Getting back to the quarterback, though, real quick. Here's what Brian Baldinger had to say in regards to some of these interceptions that Brock Purdy has thrown as of late. Well, they might not all be on Brock.
Honestly, I remember one year, Sam, when Eli Manning led the league in interceptions. And I went back and watched the whole interception reel. I think there was 16 or 18. I forget the number. But like on almost every one, the ball was tipped. The route, Jeremy Shockey ran the wrong route. I mean, you go through it and you go, not all of these are Eli's fault. But I never heard Eli complain. I never heard him say anything about the interception. Like sometimes you just have to take it. You have to say, it's on me. Regardless if you get hit, smacked, if there's a common theme here where you got to protect better. The quarterback, honestly, has to just take it in strides. You never put an asterisk next to that interception, saying, well, if Zach Sealer didn't hit him, he probably makes that throw across the middle where they want to attack.
888-957-9570 is the number. That's Brian Baldinger talking about. Maybe not all of Brock Purdy's interceptions are his fault.
Well, it's interesting you play that cut there, Spadoni, because the reason the question I asked there was basically I look back at some of Brock's most egregious interceptions, especially the ones in the fourth quarter, and there were four specifically that stood out to me. There was the one against the Cardinals at the end of the game where they had the 2-minute drive that was intercepted on like the second or third play of that drive. There was the Chiefs game where with 9 minutes left, they're down 21-12. They're driving into the end zone. Brock throws that interception in the end zone that kills any chance the Niners have of getting back into that game. Then there was the interception of the Rams game, and then the interception in that Dolphins game this past Sunday. What all those interceptions had in common was that Brock made the throw with the defender basically in his lap, because either Jordan Mason against the Cardinals or Colt McKivitz in the other three situations neglected to pick up his block, or just failed to pick up his block, or was just beaten by his guy. The one on Sunday was a stunt move where I'm spacing on the guy's name, the defensive tackle stunts in onto the Brock's left side, which was being protected by, I think, a guy in the stands and their fifth string tackle. That's how bad it was.
It was me out there. You can just
basically, yeah. And so in that situation, like, what's Brock supposed to do there? I mean, I think you just kind of have to try and hold the ball there and take the sack.
You eat it.
You have to eat it there. But when you're basically already throwing the ball and that's when the guy's hitting you, it's happened so often that it's just, and all those balls, they were picked. They were poorly thrown balls because he was hit when being thrown there. Now, it's very easy to say Colt McKivitz, who, only one sack allowed this year. Colt McKivitz has had an awful year. Like, let's be real. He's been terrible this year. Part of the reason why Brock's cardio has been up every game is because Colt McKivitz has been a swinging door at right tackle. It is just like McKivitz's numbers would be a lot worse if Brock didn't have the mobility that he has. So, yeah, it just in that situation, it's hard for me to truly pin that on Brock, but you're the quarterback, so you got to wear that. And, there's nothing wrong with that. Quarterbacks are supposed to wear those mistakes because that's what happens in your QB. You have to go that extra mile and take that extra punishment there.
Speaking of,
but it is a nuanced view of the struggles of Brock Purdy.
Not to cut you off. Speaking of quarterbacks wearing things, I have ESPN on in the studio, and I don't know what Cam Newton is wearing.
Cam's done up today.
No, he is Barbie meets football on full display.
You ever see that movie Wild Wild West with Will Smith and Kevin Kline back in 1998?
Way back when.
Yeah.
They had toys at Burger King, I think.
Yeah, he looks like he would be like the bad guy from that, but like if also Barbie was.
Was it like Dr. Lovelace or whatever? Yeah, that's what.
Dr. Lovelace or something.
Yeah, there you go.
It was some elite toys from McDonald's when that movie came out.
There you go. See, McDonald's, Burger King. I was one of them. Chris in Concord wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. What's going on, Chris? You're on with Spadoni and Lubman on the Morning Roast.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I was just going to kind of chime in a little bit about something I'm kind of excited about this year. And to be honest, it sounds like a lot of you guys over at the radio station aren't stoked on Brock Purdy. You look at his numbers compared to last year, yardage is not that far off. Interceptions aren't that much different.
Happy with Brock Purdy.
The one thing, though, that really stands out is that, the yards are there, the touchdowns aren't there, but you take away all of his weapons, and that's what you kind of get. So with everybody coming back, it's good to, or it's almost safe to assume that he's going to produce next year.
That's Chris in Concord, 888-957-9570.
It's an okay assumption.
Okay, well, again, who is Brock going to be throwing the ball to next year? I know it's going to be George Kittle. At some point, you hope it's Brandon Ayuk. I know Ricky Pearsall is going to be on this team.
Juwan Jennings.
Juwan Jennings will be there. That's a pretty good foundation.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good.
You're probably going to have Trent Williams back.
Yes. And hopefully, obviously Trent's going to be out for the season. Hopefully everything's going to be going well with him. Obviously,
well, he needs to be at training camp next year, which I think he probably will be. And
I would hope that he's not going to do another contract holdout just for another. I doubt that's going to happen.
I asked Baldy, because I asked Baldy straight up because I have this feeling that the better move might be to move off Trent Williams because he's going to be making $21 million next year, and if you can't count on him to be there for all the entire season, why pay him all that money? Maybe you could find a better option in the draft, or maybe move to Jalen Moore. I asked Baldy about that. Here's what he had to say about Trent Williams.
If you said to me right now, we're going to get 14 starts out of out of Trent. If we're going to get 14 starts, because there's going to be some nicks and things that happen when you're that age, I'd sign up for the 14 starts and take them. Like I would take what he gives you in those 14 starts. I would take that. Now he's been like, this is a little unusual for Trent since he's been in San Francisco. This amount of time that he's missed, he's had other ankle injuries and things. Every injury is a little bit different. But if I knew right now that I could get 14 starts from Trent, I would take it.
So that's where things are with Trent. And then I followed up that question. We don't have his response, but I followed up by asking, your thoughts on Jalen Moore. He said he's basically a backup. So the whole idea of maybe a move off Trent for a draft pick or for Jalen Moore, I think we could scrap that. You're probably expecting Big Trent to be back at left tackle next year, which if he is still the Trent Williams we know and love, which it sounds like he probably could be, I'm okay with that. So that's what's going on there. So I do think, you're going to have your foundation back there. You're going to have a little bit better protection on the offensive line. I do think the Niners probably need to focus more on offensive line help in the draft. So depending where they fall, either another tackle to replace Colton McKivitz with, or I think they need to go find a nice center as well, which the good news there is, you don't need to have the highest draft pick to find one of those good linemen. So I think, when you have a better offensive line, you're going to have your weapons back. Hopefully Brandon Ayuk will be back healthy. I'll be honest. I think we're leaning a little too heavily on Brandon Ayuk coming back healthy and ready to go next year. Realistically, we should expect some bumps there a little bit as they reintegrate him into the offense.
I mean, hell, he's going to miss training camp probably. He's going to be playing as. It's almost going to be like Ricky Pearsall coming back.
Which
you
is,
got to treat him like
we're
that.
talking about,
not that he's a rookie, but
he's not going to have training camp to get ready.
Think about how much rusty he was this past year, coming off in a second-team All-Pro season, missing training camp, all that he did. It wasn't like he was, lighting it up prior to that. No. He was getting booed.
That Pats game.
He was getting booed.
That Pats game, it looked like he was finally becoming Brandon Ayuk again. But then it.
Yeah.
So we don't. Yeah. There's a question mark there. The big question is running back though. Like, I don't know about you, Spadoni, but I am very nervous about what we're going to be getting or not getting out of Christian McCaffrey next year.
Jordan Mason, I think, was holding it down, but prior.
He's an unrestricted free agent though.
Hey, bring him back. Why not?
Well,
you think
hopefully
he's going to command a lot?
Do you think? Well. Or is there maybe a opportunity out there to get more snaps? Because when you're playing RB2 on the Kyle Shanahan offense, you're not getting a whole lot of snaps. You're going to be sitting behind Christian McCaffrey as McCaffrey gets run into the ground there. So is there a situation out there for Jordan Mason where I could go there and maybe it's not going to be a Super Bowl contending team? Then if the Niners are that is a different conversation from this. But maybe he can go somewhere where he can be a starting back or at least a 1A back instead of sitting behind Christian McCaffrey. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I would not be shocked if that's kind of a thought process that goes through Jordan Mason's mind.
Well, it's going to be interesting because they obviously spent the draft pick on Isaac Guerrero, and, he's had some moments. He's looked
very good.
He's looked very good. I don't know if he's to the level of, a Christian McCaffrey at any point. That's way out of there.
If he's running back 2 behind McCaffrey.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because I don't even think he's at the level of a Jordan Mason yet. And that's the consistency. But he's a rookie. Can he get better? And that's another player these final few games, right? Is it going to be Patrick Taylor Jr.? Is that the guy that we're going to be leaning on? Just so many damn injuries with this team. We don't have the injury report just yet. That's coming up in 10 minutes. But we do have shameless shout-outs, Sam Lubman. And we're going to get to that here in a second. Just a second.
but I'm exhausted.
Oh, it is time for shameless shout-outs. Time to shout out whoever and whatever you want. You heard the voiceover guy. It's Spadoni and Lubman, 888-957-9570. Hit us up via call, via text, via YouTube, via Twitter. By the way, you can follow me, shameless plug here, at Spadoni_Joe on Twitter, X, whatever the hell you want to call it. We don't want to shout out Sam Lubman.
You know what? I'm going to give a shout-out to Coach Jim Larranaga, the now former head coach of the University of Miami men's basketball team, who announced that he was stepping down yesterday. I think we can get into that on the other side, Spadoni, because he had some very interesting reasons as to why he stepped down.
That's a 10-minute tease right there,
the
folks.
NILs and how they've affected college basketball. So we'll get into that on the other side. But before we get into that, though, I do want to give a shout-out to Coach L, because he has been probably the greatest coach that University of Miami has ever had in men's basketball, which is not really saying a lot. Miami never really been a proud basketball tradition outside of Rick Barry. But yeah, he did a lot of great things for that.
To the great Shane Larkin, all right?
Oh, hey, Sugar Shane Larkin. He was a classmate of mine at one point.
Whoa.
Knicks legend.
Wow.
Yeah, he said like 5 words in that class.
Barry Larkin's son, Hall of Famer Barry Larkin's son.
But yeah, no, Larkin was on that 2013 team that Coach L took to the ACC title, one of the most fun college basketball seasons I ever got to experience. We stormed the court against Duke that year when we crushed them. They were number 1 in the league. He took this program to very high highs, but there was, I think, at the end, a lot left on the table, or that he left on the table. They wasted the year of Lonnie Walker, which really frustrated me. He was the highest-rated recruit that the Canes ever got, and they didn't even make the tournament. And now, unfortunately, his greatest moment will always be, ending the Warriors now. But yeah, so shout out to Coach L. And I always remember he came into my sports journalism class to talk to us one day, and I just thought that was the coolest thing ever, the fact that he would take the time to come and just chat with us. Just a great guy that didn't have the success that I think we wanted, but still a very, very respectable and successful tenure as the men's basketball coach at University of Miami.
You know who I want to shout out, and I am grateful for, because it's the season of giving. It's the season, to be appreciative of what you got and what you have, because a lot of people don't have a lot, but we as a society should be appreciative and grateful for LeBron James and Stephen Curry. Watching.
I thought you were going to just say LeBron there for a second.
No, well, yeah, to that extent. But again, I know where we're talking. I know where we're broadcasting. I know we like to hate on LeBron, but we're going to miss this. The battle they had in the regular season last year, what was it, double overtime or whatever it was?
That was
right,
an insane Saturday night game. I was there for that.
You were there. I was supposed to go, and me and my best friend Keenan were like, it's going to be a whatever game. No, it ended up being the game of the season, one that you'll never forget. And obviously that one ended in heartbreak for the Warriors, just like this one on Christmas Day ended in heartbreak for the Warriors. But just to watch LeBron making the three, Curry making multiple threes, the dishing, just everything that we have come to know and love when it comes to those two players, what we've seen this summer where they were teammates. You saw the embrace prior to the game even starting. Whitley Sandretto, the great digital engineer for us, she is locked and loaded when it comes to all things Golden State Warriors content. She does a hell of a job. And she had that video of LeBron trying to block Steph prior to the game when he was warming up. They embraced, they gave a big bear hug. It was just fun to watch, and it was exciting. And Steve Kerr spoke about Steph and LeBron yesterday, and if the Magic and Bird comparison kind of holds true.
I got a lot of memories of my childhood, growing up rooting for Magic and watching the Lakers and the Celtics play in the finals. And those were amazing days, iconic days. What we've seen from Steph and LeBron, particularly meeting in the finals 4 different times, they are basically the Magic and Bird of their day, for sure. I mean, just not only brilliant, all-time players, but charismatic, showmen. Everywhere they go, people are, they're coming to the game to see those two. That's pretty unique. And it's also unique to see the rivalry that, turned into them being teammates this past summer in Paris. And for me to be there and observe that was just incredible.
That's something we dive into on the other side at 888-957-957 as well. Where do we rank this Steph and LeBron rivalry? I don't think it's up there with Magic and Bird. That is maybe the greatest rivalry, maybe in all of sports, what Larry Bird and Magic Johnson, because that went back to the college days as well, Sam Lubman, and then being the number 1 pick, Magic winning it in his rookie season, being the finals MVP in his rookie season. There was so much layered into that. But LeBron and Steph, we should be appreciative of just what they've been able to do. 510 on the Comcast Business text line. Shout out to Cam Newton, the gangster of the London boarding school circuit. I love that.
That's a good one. Shout out 650. I'm not reading your shout out, but shout out to you anyway for at least trying to text something in. It's something gross and inappropriate. You know what?
Thanks.
Thanks
more for that.
One more shout out though, since we're shouting out Cams. Let's shout out Cam Ward, because you know what? Dude was a Heisman finalist. He doesn't have to play in the Pop-Tart Bowl. He's going to be going in the top 5 of the draft. He might be wearing that silver and black next year. Let's seriously hope so, because nothing would look cooler than that silver and black #1 Cam Ward jersey. But my guy suiting up for the Pop-Tart Bowl tomorrow to take on Iowa State, put Brock Purdy U down in its place. You'll love to see it. They're playing in Orlando, too, so I expect a big turnout for the Miami Hurricane faithful, since it's literally like a 5-minute drive.
It's a home game for them.
Yeah, basically Iowa. I mean, I don't even think they have cars up in Iowa, so how are they going to get down there?
The shot.
There you go. You know, hopefully it'll be raining, because we know those Iowa State QBs can't throw in the rain. Oh yeah, just knocking all the names out right now. So
speaking of rain, is it going to be rain in the forecast on Monday? Let me check that right now. Levi's Stadium. No, it's going to be sunny. Everyone, I think it's going to be okay.
Woo! Dodge that bullet there. Shout out the sun.
I think that'll do it for shameless shout-outs, and that's going to lead us into the injury report, Sam Lubin, whenever you are ready.
But I'm exhausted.
Oh, boy, and we were just being appreciative of Stephen Curry and LeBron James and the Warriors. Yeah, I know, John. I know it. The Warriors will be playing tonight without Stephen Curry. The Warriors announced that Steph will miss tonight's game with the Clippers due to the rest of his knees, I should say. Steph has been dealing with bilateral knee tendonitis this season, and with the Warriors looking at a back-to-back this weekend, head coach Steve Kerr wanted to give the 36-year-old point guard a chance to rest his legs. It is Curry's 6th missed game of the year. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. And we got Nick Fadel joining us, courtesy of the River Islands guest line at 8:30. We'll dive into the rivalry that is Stephen Curry and LeBron James. Where does that rank for you? Is it the greatest rivalry of this era? We can go NBA, we can go NFL, we can go Major League Baseball for that matter. Is it the best rivalry, hell, of this century? Let's just go. 888-957-9570, plus what Jim Larranaga had to say as he's stepping down and what it could mean for the future of college sports. It's Spadoni, it's Lubman, it's the Morning Roast. It's 95.7 The Game.
On Sally.
Oh, baby. No, it's not Bonte Hill. It's more like Joe, baby. Joe Spadoni in for Bonte Hill alongside Sam Lubman, who's filling in for Joe Shasky. Halfway done, halfway home. But we still got a lot to get to. We got cousin Nick Fadel joining us at 8:30, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Nick Fadel, our Odyssey NBA insider, preview this Golden State Warriors, Los Angeles Clippers matchup tonight in Los Angeles in La La Land. And tip-off is at 7 o'clock, but coverage starts 6 o'clock with Warriors Live right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for Golden State Warriors basketball. And as you know, we are streaming live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We've been talking about everything, because quite frankly, the season's almost over. The year is almost over. And no team, Sam Lubman, has earned the right for us to dedicate an entire show today and talking about just them. The Niners, their season's over, basically. Their regular season's over. They're not going in the playoffs. The Warriors, they're hovering around 500. Stephen Curry's out tonight. And thus, my interest level in this game has also plummeted.
They just look very kind of blah.
The Giants, it's off season. They've made some exciting moves. The Giants actually kind of are exciting, but it's off season. We're not really talking that much baseball at the moment. The Sharks are the Sharks. It's a learning experience.
They're back on the ice tomorrow.
So it's a poo-poo platter. It's a potpourri, if you will, of talking points. And one that you wanted to get to particularly, Sam Lubman. And as you know, or if for those of you who don't know, Sam Lubman, graduate of the University of Miami. He is a hurricane, baby. Here he comes, rocking like a hurricane. Sam Lubman, a little sad today because Jim Larranaga, the longtime head basketball coach, I should say, on the men's side for Miami basketball, is stepping down, formerly of George Mason.
Yes. So yes. I'll give the background here on Jim Larranaga because I don't think that Miami Hurricanes men's hoops is a big talking point out here in the San Francisco, California Bay Area. But yeah, so Jim Larranaga took over the men's basketball program in 2011, which is the year I arrived at the University of Miami, following up Frank Haith. Frank Haith was a so-so run. You had a couple of I know you're trying to find the drop. Miami had a couple tournament appearances here and there. I think they beat St. Mary's one year in the first round of the tournament.
Don't let Evan Giddings hear that.
But no, what the big thing under Frank Haith was that he got caught up in the Nevin Shapiro scandal. Where he's a booster who was also running a Ponzi scheme, who donated a bunch of Ponzi money to the university.
I hate when those Ponzi schemes get in the way.
It's a big thing in Miami. It was, but anyway, so yeah, Larranaga arrived to this program under a cloud of scandal, and he successfully steered that program through the scandal, took him to an ACC title in 2013, and basically had the most successful run as a head basketball coach in Miami Hurricanes men's basketball history. Yesterday, he announced that he was stepping down. After it's been about 13 years now. And I'll be honest, I kind of had a feeling that he was going to be stepping down soon. The program's been struggling since that run to the Final Four a couple of years ago. It was the Elite Eight a couple of years ago. And he's had a couple Elite Eight runs, a couple Sweet 16 runs. So I kind of figured, though, that his time was coming because he's getting up there in age and the game's just getting a lot harder. But yesterday, he explained why he was stepping down. I thought his message was pretty interesting. Here's what he had to say on why he is stepping down mid-season.
I love the game and I love the university that much. I felt like, okay, there's one thing you got to constantly ask yourself. Are you going to give everything you have, the commitment that it deserves, 100% of yourself, physically, mentally, emotionally, but I'm exhausted. I've tried every which way to keep this going. And I know I'm going to be asked a lot of questions, but I want to answer them before I'm even asked. What shocked me beyond belief was after we made it to the Final Four, just 18 months ago, the very first time I met with the players, 8 of them decided they were going to put their name in the portal and leave. I said, don't you like it yet? No, I love it. I love Miami. It's great. But the opportunity to make money someplace else created a situation that you have to begin to ask yourself as a coach, what is this all about? And the answer is it's become professional.
I thought it's a very interesting and honest reason as to why he stepped down, Spadoni. we saw Nick Saban step down as head coach at Alabama after last year, and
Coach
he
K.
could say that, Coach K was another one.
Jim Boeheim.
Yeah, he could say that, it was time. I had to go home. I want to be with family, blah, blah, blah. I feel like a big part of it is what Larranaga said. It's just coaching in college is so different now. It is no longer about those relationships. So when you're recruiting high school kids, you're no longer recruiting kids for your program. You're recruiting kids who are going to other programs. And it's just, listen, I like the transfer portal. I like the idea of the transfer portal, but it's just gotten so out of hand where every year you're seeing in basketball, you're seeing in football, you're seeing in all these sports. It's like every year you have to relearn who these teams are. There's not a lot of continuity year to year now. I mean, you look at Miami, they'll be playing tomorrow, and they're going to have most of their starters playing. But if you're asking me what the Hurricanes are going to look like next year, Spadoni, I have no idea. It used to be that when you have a bunch of guys who are about to graduate, you know who the guys are going to be behind them who are going to take their spot when they do graduate. And I don't just mean Miami here. I mean any college, program. But football, basketball, regardless of the sport, men's, women's, you have those like the next people up, the next players up. But now with the transfer portal, it's just all these teams are up in the air every offseason. And it's to a point where, if you're a head coach, you're no longer recruiting these kids to be a part of your program. You're basically just being like, hey, we'll give you a bunch of money if you come play here. And for a lot of coaches who are kind of doing things the old way, there's just this new world of college sports. This isn't really for them.
And I don't know what the answer is to it right now. And I don't think people at NCAA or the coaches or anyone really understands what the answer to this problem is. Is it delaying certain, so we don't have what happened with Penn State and their football, right? Their backup quarterback wanted to go elsewhere because the transfer portal opens, so you have to go immediately to there. Or, do they stay and they wait it out and maybe get an opportunity if someone goes down or a quarterback enters the draft or something like that. So it's this slippery slope right now that we're trying to kind of all learn together right now. And for the coaches that have been around for so long, to your point, like the Jim Larranagas, like the Nick Sabans, like the Coach K, because this is it's all intersecting for the different sports right now. The Jim Boeheims, as I mentioned, and this is something we can get into with cousin Nick Fadel, who is a Syracuse grad, so I'm sure he has some thoughts on the transfer portal as well and all this. But I'd just be tired. And you can hear it. He literally said it. He literally said in that response right here.
But I'm exhausted.
He's exhausted.
Yeah, that's how I feel every morning.
Not only do you have to worry about recruiting, you have to worry about your recruits leaving for someone else, to a rival potentially, and leaving you just stranded out there. You're trying to build a winner. You're trying to do that. You're trying to coach the game of basketball. And how could you install your system with all these players leaving constantly? That's also goes back to the one and done, right? Goes back to the Kentucky, John Calipari, the Anthony Davis era, all that, right? It goes back to that. And that's kind of what is taking place now. You're seeing it all come to fruition right now. Players getting paid, players wanting them. And I can't fault the players in this either.
No, they're getting what they deserve.
Yes.
And it's like
what they're worth is what they're getting. They used to not get anything. And now, you know what? I can't fault the player for saying, you know what? I'm going to Miami this year, but you know what? USC is going to pay me more money, and I'm going to go to USC next season.
Yeah.
I can't pay.
Well, which is wild. Like Miami, they're no chump school either.
Exactly.
We got our stable billionaire donors.
Yes.
I mean, they've been paying these players for years. That's why we got in trouble for it in the past. Now it's okay. But also, a part of me is just like to go off of what Coach L said.
But I'm exhausted.
Like, whatever happened to a commitment meaning something? But commitments really don't mean anything as much anymore because
they are committing to the season.
Yeah, for the season, but that's it. I mean, that's just if you're like Coach L, if you're like Coach Saban, like that's not a process that you're used to. Guys like Coach K, that's not what they're used to. Guys like Coach John Calipari, who they're specialize in one and dones. Maybe they're a little bit more suited for that. I always remember that 2011 Kentucky team with Anthony Davis, Michael Kidd-Gilchrist. Like
that's a name you haven't heard in a minute.
I know, that's the name. Like I did not want them to win the title that year because I knew that would legitimize the one and done concept, and they won. And what do you know? It did. And I used to love watching college basketball, Spadoni. It was a lot of fun for me in middle school, high school, and college. It's become so hard for me though these last 10 years because I feel like every year we have to relearn who all these players are because it's just kids come in, play for a few games even. Like, would Kyrie Irving play 8 games or something at Duke?
Yeah.
Like
Zion didn't play that much.
So it's like these coaches are basically babysitters for a year, and then they send those kids to the NBA. Now, I think part of that is because obviously the NBA used to have that high school to the NBA jump. They got rid of that. I think maybe they should go back to that if we're talking about solutions. I do think there are kids who should be able to jump from high school to the NBA if they are good enough.
Well, they try to do that, right, with the G League, right, with the Ignite, the Jonathan Kumingas of the world, right? They're trying to do that.
Yeah, that's just the same situation with a different look, though. Like, I do think because when you had that NBA that high school the NBA pathway, I felt like you didn't have as many one and dones though, because the kids who didn't take that high school the NBA path did so because they needed a year or two in college, and I felt like that was beneficial to the college game. College football though has become totally different because, I feel like the transfer portal was most needed for college football because you'd have these situations where Coach A comes into a kid's room and says, "Hey, come play at State." And in my spread offense, let's pretend this player is a wide receiver. Coach comes and says, "Hey, come to State in my spread offense. I'll have you a top, 10 pick in 3 years." But then, Coach A gets hired by Tech after a 1 year. He takes off. Coach B comes in. It's like, yeah, we're going to have a run-heavy system that you're going to do a lot of blocking for, and that's going to hurt this kid's draft value overall. But, this wide receiver, he'd be stuck there because you lose a year of eligibility because you have to sit out if you go transfer. So the transfer portal was a way to kind of even things up. Coaches can hop around whenever they want. The players should be able to as well. But I feel like now it's gotten to a point where it's like the pendulum has swung so far in the other direction that I feel like you got to put some sort of checks on this thing.
That's what I'm getting at. What's the solution?
I think you can't be able to transfer 2 years in a row. Like if you like Cam Ward, as an example, let's say he had eligibility left. He transferred from Washington State to Miami this year. But if you wanted to transfer again, no, you transferred last year. You got to wait a year before you transfer again. Because now they're taking away the JUCO eligibility now. So, these kids are going to be playing in college for a while. So, to be able to transfer every year, that just seems like too much. If you could make it where you have to play, you can't transfer in back-to-back years, that just feels like a nice check to kind of keep it from getting out of hand.
Explain real quick, the junior college transfer, what are they doing now?
Well, I guess there's a new rule that came out. I guess I was actually Steven Risotto brought this up the other day.
Oh.
Basically, so a lot of times you'd have players play a couple years in the junior college ranks, so play 2 years, and then they would transfer
just
to
like
the
you
big
would
program.
if you're going to school, right? You would go to the 2 years at JC, then you transfer to a 4 year.
Who actually did that of all people, and not the exact example I think I should be using here, but Cam Newton. He was at Florida for a couple years behind Tim Tebow. Then he transferred to a junior college for a year, and then he went to Auburn. But, that counts as a year of eligibility. So you had, I think, 2 years at Florida, a year in JUCO, and then a senior year at Auburn. Now, though, in modern day Cam Newton in that situation, that JUCO year would no longer count against his eligibility. So he would still have had a year left after his senior year of eligibility to hang around.
Interesting.
So you could play 3 years of JUCO, and then you can have 4 years at whatever D1 program that you transfer to, in theory, with this new rule with the junior college thing. So you could literally have kids playing like Cam Rising, who's going to be going to his 9th year next year. My guy McCormick, the tight end on Miami, living out my dream of another 9-year college career.
See a lot more Brandon Whedons and Bo Nixes, is what you're saying?
I think that's kind of what we're looking at right now. I mean, because with some of the NIL money, you could probably get more money at college than you would be in the NFL.
Well, that's a good point, too, in all this. And again, I'm not telling athletes that they do whatever it does to get paid. Get your money. I feel that, man. You don't know what your NFL career is. You don't even know if you're going to get drafted to the NBA or the NFL. The chances of doing that is probably not likely.
And most of these college kids probably aren't going to be going pro. It's they say, most college athletes go pro in something other than sports. So for a lot of these kids, that's your opportunity to get your bag. Another thing is obviously, a lot of these kids come out of, low income situations. And so this was kind of like the Reggie Bush story. His family was not a family of means, if I recall. So the university was helping his family pay rent, which is why he got in all that trouble. The NIL money removes that situation, because these college kids, they finally have the money to take care of their families. A lot of these college kids have children of their own that they need to take care of. And so they don't need to, scramble for money to put diapers on their kids. They have the means to do that. So yeah, I'm all for kids getting that NIL money. But when it gets to the point where it's almost like the sport is cannibalizing itself with the scramble for NIL money. It's no longer about where can I go to become a better player. It's where can I go to maximize my dollars, and then whatever else happens after that happens there. So I just feel if you put some sort of check on it to contain some of the movement here, it still gives the players some leeway, but like within reason, so to speak.
That's Sam Lubman on College. There you go. The State of College Sports with Sam Lubman. Maybe that'll be a new podcast you can find on the Odyssey app, which is free, by the way.
I know Bonte and I have always we've kind of talked about doing a college football podcast, but I mean, there's so many podcasts out there. And Podcastitis. I mean, I already got the garlic fries and baseball guys, and then we're doing the show every week. The fine time to do college football talk is, I'm just making excuses, but we're tired.
Come on. You're feeling
I'm exhausted.
There you go. At the same time.
Yeah, we did at the same time. That was great. We're just so in sync. It's almost like we work together on a daily basis.
888-957-9570. So putting a bow on that and revisiting something that Steve Kerr had to say yesterday. And by the way, we're going to replay Steve Kerr in his fantastic interview yesterday with Dan Devone and Lorenzo Neal coming up in around the 9:20 segment. So stay tuned for that. Steve Kerr, we'll hear from him again. This is something he had to say, though, yesterday as we pivot back to the Warriors and their loss to the Lakers. They're taking on the Los Angeles Clippers tonight. Coverage of that starts at 6 with Warriors Live. Tip-off at 7 with the great Tim Roy, the voice of your Golden State Warriors. And Nick Fadel joining us here in about 12 minutes, our Odyssey NBA insider, to discuss all things Golden State Warriors and the state of the NBA versus the NFL when it comes to ratings, et cetera, et cetera. But this is something that Steve Kerr said yesterday in regards to Stephen Curry and LeBron James and comparing them to Magic Johnson and Larry Bird.
I got a lot of memories of my childhood, growing up rooting for Magic and watching the Lakers and the Celtics play in the finals. And those were amazing days, iconic days. What we've seen from Steph and LeBron, particularly meeting in the finals 4 different times, they are basically the Magic and Bird of their day, for sure. I mean, just not only brilliant, all-time players, but charismatic, showmen. Everywhere they go, people are, they're coming to the game to see those two. That's pretty unique. And it's also unique to see the rivalry that, turned into them being teammates this past summer in Paris. And for me to be there and observe that was just incredible.
Where are we ranking this Stephen Curry and LeBron James rivalry? Now the rivalry is kind of like, I'll say dissipated because Christmas was awesome. It was a spectacular showdown. The hate's not there anymore, though. Sam Lubman, the hate is no longer there when it comes to LeBron James and Stephen Curry. Like 5-6 years ago, we're not seeing LeBron James embrace Stephen Curry and bear hugging him the way we've seen. It's been a shift. Ever since LeBron became a Laker and the Warriors and Lakers play each other a lot more than when LeBron and Steph used to play each other, which is twice a year. Now it's 4 times and maybe 5 times if you got the NBA in-season tournament, the NBA Cup, whatever the hell you want to call it. But we're seeing this shift and this buddy-buddy approach. And a lot of people seem to think that this is what's wrong with the NBA right now. It's what's wrong with sports. Everyone wants to be friends. Everyone wants to be hanging out. We want to be on each other's podcasts. We want to be hanging out with Draymond. We want to be hanging out with Paul George. Name Podcast X, as you're saying, Podcast-itis. Everyone's got one. You want to be hanging out with them. Jalen Brunson has one, right? There is something to be said about good old-fashioned hate that is missing in today's sports. And I do think that although Larry and Magic became friends at the end, there was that sports hatred.
They never liked each other on the court.
They hated each other on the court.
And that's what made it feel real. Now, yeah, and I do believe part of it is...
we weren't even alive back then.
No, they did not like each other at all back then. And yeah, I do think that kind of cheapens this rivalry a little bit. Hate is what fuels a rivalry, I feel like a lot of it, and it's become a very respectable rivalry now between these two, and I do think part of it is, how about this? I think part of it is LeBron knows that in this rivalry, he knows that he's lost it to Steph. Steph has the titles 3-1. Speaking of 3-1 leads, LeBron obviously that's a big one from LeBron, but Steph won 3 of those 4 finals matchups. Steph is the one who, I believe, reinvented the game a little bit more than LeBron did. Because LeBron was obviously a great player, but what Steph did...
He didn't reinvent the game, LeBron James. He just dominated in a way
was dominant,
that we never
but
saw.
What Steph did with the three-pointer, it changed how teams play.
It did.
Maybe a little bit too much so, because now there's too many threes.
I was going to say, did it change it for the better?
You look at LeBron's basketball reference page. I think this is one of this, to me, is why I believe Steph wins this rivalry. You look at LeBron's basketball reference page and look at the 3 points attempted per game from 2003 to 2014, and then 2014 through now. There is a massive jump. And I think it's no coincidence that his jumping three-pointers coincided with Steph basically taking the reins in the NBA. I mean, this was the LeBron James era of the NBA, but Steph won that era. So I think LeBron is showing Steph that respect because apples to apples, LeBron is probably a better player than Steph. I'll come out and say it. I don't mean to upset Warrior fans with that one.
That's not a hot take. He's had a better career than
Yeah,
Steph
he has. And this is no knock on Steph. They've both been incredible. They're easily the top two players of this era. But Steph took away all the shine of LeBron's era. Like, Steph Curry won the LeBron James era. So if you're LeBron, you can't really go at Steph with that rivalry hatred that I think you would normally have because Steph owns you. So LeBron's kind of taken a different path where rather than kind of keep that rivalry going, he's gonna show his respect to Steph. He's gonna pay his dues because LeBron, he's secure in his career as well. And so when you have that situation, that makes it a lot easier for LeBron to kind of look at Steph as a respectable rival instead of a hated rival. And obviously Steph, being the nice guy that he is, he'll return that in kind. So that's where I think that kind of came here, how this kind of dynamic evolved here. If the finals distribution was a little bit different, I don't know, maybe there is still, like, if LeBron had 3 to Steph's 1, is it different? We'll never know that, but that's how I look at it. It's just, Steph won the rivalry with LeBron, so LeBron's not going to make it an intense rivalry.
I just don't think, listen, it's hard. Like, the Cavs and Warriors were the rivalry. Is LeBron James versus Stephen Curry a quote-unquote rivalry?
I think it is, more so than Warriors-Cavs was.
Well, that's the thing, though, because it was Warriors-Cavs, and baked into that was Kevin Durant, too. That was a big part of it.
Mm-hmm. And he was part of that interview with Steph and LeBron that aired for a minute and a half on Christmas Day.
Right, and then all three of them obviously played on Christmas. The Suns played and all that, and we'll see with Kevin Durant. Is he playing tomorrow? Like, we'll see. But there is part of me that just wanted more out of this, and I think the way we're watching it end is kind of it's bittersweet because you still see the greatness between both of them, but you also see that neither of these teams are going to be anywhere at the end of the year.
No,
they're not. They're going to maybe win a round in the playoffs. Maybe even get to the playoffs first and foremost. Maybe they're playing teams.
If you combine these teams together, maybe you can do that.
Oh, yeah, if you combine these teams together, I think they're the Western Conference favorite.
LeBron to the Warriors.
Well, it's LeBron, Anthony Davis, Draymond Green, Steph Curry, and Andrew Wiggins. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good 5 seed.
Yeah,
right
you could
there.
probably do some damage with that one.
Yeah, you're probably going to the finals with that crew.
The Golden State Lakers.
There you go. That sounds gross.
Los Angeles Warriors.
Yeah, there's just that.
I think you guys got to do Golden State because it's a statewide team.
Well, that makes sense. Yes.
In this hypothetical that will never happen.
By the way, the best team in California right now is the team that the Warriors are playing tonight.
Ugh.
Los Angeles Clippers, ladies and gentlemen. 888-957-9570. I see Word is calling in. Word, you heard. 888-957-9570. We got the great. And I don't say this lightly. The great Nick Fadel, cousin Nicky, coming up here. In about 5-6 minutes. But if you want to get some calls in, 888-957-9570. Where do you rank Stephen Curry and LeBron James as a rivalry for you? Is it the best rivalry of the last, let's say, century, of this century, of the 2000s till now? Has this been the best rivalry? Are you putting Brady Manning ahead of that? I think I am. That one for me, just maybe I was younger at the time and it just hit different. But Brady v. Manning, them being in the same conference for so long, being in the AFC, the MVPs, the championships won between them, that one's certainly up there for me. Are you going still Giants Dodgers? Is that still hitting the same way? The Giants have just gotten owned by the Dodgers in the regular season for so long. It's hard for me to call that the rivalry. Yankees Red Sox, is that still hitting the early 2000s? Obviously it was there. Obviously they've had some battles here in the 2010s as well when it came to the playoffs. Is that hitting it for you? Well, we'll ask Nick Fadel coming up next where he has Steph and LeBron ranked all-time as a rivalry. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's what's coming up on the game, I should say. And it's going to be sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. Spadoni and Lubman in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky here on the Morning Roast. And we're going to be joined by Odyssey NBA insider here in just a second, I should say. Nick Fadel, cousin Nick Fadel, friend of the station, friend of the program. We love hearing from cousin Nick. And we love when you download that Odyssey app to listen to interviews like we're about to have. It is free. It is awesome. It is spectacular. I urge you to download that Odyssey app. We've been talking Warriors. We've been talking Niners. We talked some Sharks. We talked some Miami Hurricane basketball as Jim Larranaga is stepping down. He discussed that, the transfer portal, all that, this, that, and the other. But we got cousin Nick. That means we got to hit the intro.
Take you for a ride on a slow bus to China. Tell me where in the world is
the sexiest voice in all of sports media, Nick Fadel.
Nick has this rugged masculinity that all of us at ESPN are jealous of.
I don't know about friend of the program because I think you're lumping me in with being a friend of Fadel, and I don't want to be associated with all that.
Thank you, Nick, and your voice is very deep and sexy.
What you gonna do, brother?
Yeah,
When Mac Jones is coming for you?
How would you describe the level of hope that everyone else spoke with yesterday in regards to what James Wiseman brought?
What are they talking about regarding Wiseman and like the impact he can make this season?
Yeah, just how much
Obviously, you can't predict the future, and we'll see what happens this summer. But would you be willing to take less money?
Bro, I'm not answering your questions no more.
Of hope when it came to James Wiseman. And by the way,
and I think we're still waiting.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that hope is out the door. I think the Indiana Pacers are asking about that as well. Nick Fadel joining us here on the River Islands guest line. Nick, we want to bring in this conversation because we were having this because Steve Kerr joined our station, I should say, and talked about Steph and LeBron. And obviously, the showcase that they put on Christmas was awesome. It was amazing. When the NBA, a day where it was getting taken over by the NFL, it felt good to see Steph and LeBron carry the league once again on their shoulders. And not to say that they're like for like Magic and Bird, because I think Magic and Bird is just such on a different level when it comes to rivalries. But where would you rank Steph and LeBron as a rivalry in regards to, let's just keep it to this century. And you can go NFL, you can go Major League Baseball, or you can stick to the NBA. Steph and LeBron as a rivalry, you say what?
I'd say in the last 25 years, it's about the best that we've got. Because everything else that I can think of off the top of my head would be teams. You know, Yankees, Red Sox, Michigan, Ohio State. Nothing else player to player at the level they've been at and at the games that they've had between themselves and all those finals would rival anything in the last 20, 25 years. Those two have single-handedly, I think with help to a lesser extent from Kevin Durant, carried the league for a long time in the last 10 to 15 years. And what worries me, guys, looking ahead, and I've talked to you both about this over time, but Steph and LeBron are the two guys that people who do not follow the NBA at all know in this era. And LeBron has maybe a year and a half left, maybe two. We'll see. And Steph, he had that interview with Malika the other day where he admitted, the end is near, and we're not going to see that much more time play out. So I really, really think that the NBA is going to slide even more when those two go, because they have been the standard bearers for so long. So as cool as it was to see that game and see the end of it play out the way that it did between those two, and Steph's hitting all those crazy shots, as we know in the Bay he can do, and that's what makes him so unbelievable. The other part to that is there are not too many more games between those two coming, and the NBA is in for a real problem when they leave the stage.
Well, that and you bring me to my next point. And, having those two teams and two franchises, I get it. It being the primetime matchup, the 5 o'clock West Coast, 8 o'clock East Coast, like I get that. But in years past, it was never going to be a matchup between two play-in teams. It was going to be, what is the next championship matchup going to be? Or do they do a replay of last year's championship matchup, right? So to have the Boston Celtics play earlier in the day when no one really gave a rip that they're playing the Sixers, a bad Sixers team at that, and the Sixers end up winning it, it just felt like I understand why you want to promote Stephen Curry and LeBron James, but this is the problem with the NBA right now. They're going to be gone in a few years, and to not have a guy like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on the stage, the next up-and-coming team, that Oklahoma City Thunder, by the way, he dropped 45 last night, looked incredible. Like, I thought that was just a disservice to what the future of the league should be about, and it should be about celebrating guys like Shai Gilgeous, or hell, a John Morant who's been balling. They dropped, 155 yesterday, something ridiculous? Teams like that. But at the same time, I understand why they did it, but if you're looking at the future right now and you're Adam Silver, you got to start promoting these young guys more and more and have them be the faces, right?
You do, but the flip side to that, and I can say this given my experience looking at the metrics of the last 15 years or so. I mean, I remember going into those conference rooms when we would all sit together in LA and they would say, okay, LeBron is at the top and there's a big gap, and Steph is second and there's a bigger gap and Kevin is third. And then after that, it was like, okay. This was more for what kind of stories that we were trying to produce at the time, and that has turned into the ratings conversation. I think the problem in trying to say, okay, we're going to focus on that next era, guys, we don't know three things about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. The first thing that comes to mind after he is an incredible player, he's probably going to win an MVP, if not this year, at some point in the next couple, is that he was in that absolutely terrible commercial with Chet Holmgren that I still can't believe showed up so many times. But we just don't know enough about a lot of the next wave. I mean, Ja was supposed to be the face. He was beloved. The league was trying to push him, and then he had all his problems off the floor. Zion was supposed to be a face. He can't stay on the floor. He can't play consistently. Tatum is a title winner now in Boston. He is an incredibly talented player, but his personality, at least publicly, shows absolutely nothing that's of interest to people in and outside of the game. So there's a reason why Steph and LeBron have held on to the top spot for so long, on top of being two of the best we've ever seen play. People appreciate who they seem to be from a public perception standpoint. And the NBA, guys, it just does not have those next guys coming. And it's not to say that somebody won't appear. I know there's a lot of hope around Victor Wembanyama, but I just don't see it right now. I don't see people going out of their way to go, oh, what did Wemby do tonight? You know, awesome player, but it's more to that when you're trying to become the next face of the league.
I mean, you're talking about the next face of the league. I look at it, Nick, where it's like for a long period of time from 1980 to 2019, you had a lot of dynasties during that time, where it was the Lakers and Celtics, the Bulls, the Rockets, the Heat, the Warriors, the Lakers and Spurs. But in the last 6 years, you've had 6 different teams win an NBA championship, which is the level of parity we have not seen since the 1970s. How much of it also is just right now there's no like one dominant big bad team for all the other teams in the league to chase, like there was for an almost 40-year period of NBA history?
I think it's a big part of it, because think about this, guys. Let's focus on the Warriors. When the Warriors first won that first title, it was like, oh man, this team is fun. And people knew Steph, and this ties back to everything we're talking about now, because they had followed him from Davidson, because he was hitting all those threes. And then he gets to the pros and he's hitting even more threes with Clay, and Draymond's playing great, and you've got Kerr hitting all the buttons that they needed to win that first title. And they really were loved. And then they lose to LeBron, and then Kevin comes. And in a broader discussion about the league, I really think that's where the NBA lost a lot of people as far as the regular season goes, because Kevin goes to the Warriors, and we were all sitting there watching this play out. It was like, oh, God, well, who cares about these games now in the regular season? Like, this team is just so much better than everybody else. So the point there, though, is people hated the Warriors, but they were still tuning in to watch them because at that point they wanted to watch them lose. So there was that juice and storyline behind, all right, well, this team has gone from loved to hated, and now who is that next team that's out there? Again, it's not to say that it won't happen. It is to say that it doesn't exist in the moment. And if you were buying stock into what the short-term future holds, I'm just very, very concerned. And I say that as somebody who's made their professional livelihood around the league for the better part of 2 decades at this point. There's just not a lot of interest in the day-to-day like there was, to your point, 5, 10, 15 years ago.
On the line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Fadel, joining us courtesy of the River Islands guest line, Spadoni and Lubman in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky here on the Morning Roast. And taking more of a deep dive into the league itself and to the Golden State Warriors in particular. Tough loss, obviously, on Christmas Day. Austin Reeves, the game winner there late. Flurry from Steph to even tie it up late. It was awesome to watch. But, you know, you look back at last year, Nick, and you fast forward to this year, and if you just look at the records, it damn near identical. This time last year, you lose to Denver in Denver on Christmas Day, and you're a 500 team. Fast forward to now, you're a game over 500. You don't have Klay Thompson. There's no Chris Paul on this team. You're asking a lot of Brandon Pajemski, Jonathan Kuminga. Buddy Hield is looking like the Buddy Hield of old, where he was a journeyman, right? Andrew Wiggins, you have a great performance from him. You have a great performance from Steph Curry, and it's still not enough to beat a Lakers team that didn't even have their best player in Anthony Davis. So just give us the pulse on this Warriors team right now, what you've been seeing, and I guess what you expect to see going forward from them, because, you know, we had Steve Kerr on yesterday, and he thinks it's just a confidence issue. There's a lot of issues right now at the Golden State Warriors, and I don't know what the remedy is right now going forward for them.
Spadone, I don't think there is a remedy, because I think the reality is they are what their record is. They're just not good enough. And the problem for the Warriors is they've been so damn good for so long that you're judging them based on titles. You're judging them based on their ability to get into the postseason and make some noise. You're not saying, oh, well, you know what would be a really great year for this team? To make the postseason, to win a first-round series, and then say, you know, we gave everything we had, and it's just not enough. When you have Steph still playing at the level he's at, which is incredible, you're trying to find ways to make another run happen. And with the current roster construction, I just don't see that as a possibility. So, of course, the next question is, all right, well, then what happens next? I think they have to make a move. But, guys, I feel like we're trapped in the Bradley Beal conversation from 4 or 5 years ago. Like, oh, man, if they could just get Beal, what do they have to trade? What would it take? I know there's a lot of at least speculation around Jimmy Butler right now. I actually think he would fit in that Warriors locker room. I think he would fit within the framework of what they built. And don't forget, Mike Dunleavy played with Jimmy in Chicago for a couple of years. Draymond played with Jimmy in the Olympics in Rio. I mean, there are guys he has a solid working relationship with already. I've covered Jimmy as closely as anybody since he came into the league. If you're trading for Jimmy to get him, though, Miami's going to say, all right, give us all your young prospects and a bunch of draft picks. So in order to get him, I don't think that's enough either. It's a long way of saying I think the Warriors are stuck in a bad place because they're only going to be judged on how close were they to another championship. And with the way things are right now and the possibilities that are out there, I'm not saying they can't get better, I just don't see them as a legitimate title contender.
I mean, based on what we've been seeing just these last couple weeks, Nick, it's hard to disagree with you. This team started off 12-3, and they're 3-11 since, with no Steph tonight in LA against the Clippers. Probably going to be 3-12 a stretch here to get to that even 15-15 record. But you're talking about Jimmy Butler there. Another guy whose name is popping up here at this station is Zion Williamson. You mentioned him a few minutes ago as potential future face of the league type player. Zion's a guy who I look at, he's a lot younger, so he's a guy you can kind of maybe build around after Steph retires. But I don't know, is that a big whale, so to speak, worth chasing? I don't mean to take a shot at his weight with that one there, but is that a player worth chasing for the Warriors in terms of what they would have to give up to bring him in? Or is that just a lot of kind of talking hot air that's going to end with him staying on the Pelicans and the Warriors going in a different direction?
Sam, I wouldn't go near Zion if you paid me, if I were Mike Dunleavy.
Wow, really?
No way. And I say that because at this stage of his career, he has shown repeatedly he just cannot stay on the floor. I actually was in New Orleans when the Warriors played the Pelicans a few weeks ago, and I went to the Pelicans facility, and I saw Zion. And he is just big again. I mean, he's put on a lot of weight again. And it's sad because, again, the NBA needed desperately for him to be that next guy, the next face. And it just hasn't happened. And I don't believe whether you put Zion in a different setting or not, that he is focused enough to be able to keep the weight off. Now I say this in context because, and I'm the first to acknowledge this, you guys know full well, and Bonte and Joe love to remind me every time, I did not think the Wiggins deal was going to work for the Warriors because I had watched Andrew Wiggins for several years pretty closely in Minnesota, and you got a really great performance one night, and you got another performance where he was just kind of going through the motion. And the feeling when I would talk to people in the organization was, all right, well, if you get him into our system, we will bring the best out of him. He'll be playing with Steph. He'll be playing with Draymond. And I just never believed that it could happen. I was wrong. Andrew Wiggins was the second best player on that title team a couple years ago. Andrew Wiggins, and he was awesome behind Steph. So is there a chance with Zion that you bring him over to the Bay and, okay, he keeps the weight off and he's focused and there are no health concerns? Sure, I think the Wiggins deal proves that. But the flip side of that, guys, is, and Sam, this is where it's all headed. If you're the Pelicans and you have put everything into Zion and wanted him so desperately to be the guy, you're going to ask for everything back from the Warriors in this hypothetical situation. So I wouldn't make that deal at all. But if the Wiggins acquisition showed anything, it is that there's always hope for a talented player in the right setting. I think the difference is there were no real questions about Wiggins' health day to day. There are about Zion, and that's why for me it would be not a chance.
Wow, that's interesting there. We talked about the Zion situation. You kind of mentioned how the NBA really wanted him to kind of take off there and be that next star. Like, what did happen then with him in New Orleans? Like, how did it just not take off like the NBA was kind of hoping with him? Was the situation just like a bad kind of culture set up in New Orleans? Was it something to do with him? Do we all just over-evaluate what he could bring to the table? Like, where did it go wrong with Zion to the point where there's all that talent that you're kind of cautioning this team to stay away from?
When you're going into the NBA, guys, the culture and the setup of any organization for a young player is incredibly important. And it just doesn't seem like the framework was in a solid place with the Pelicans. Now, having said that, having watched Zion in his first few years in the league here, you can blame the Pelicans all day long, and you can say, well, they didn't have everything set up the way they should have. The other part is Zion just kept getting big. I mean, this is just the reality. He could not keep the weight off when the injuries appeared. And as you know, it's a cycle. If you have hamstring injuries or knee injuries and you're not able to move as much, the worst thing you can do is gain more weight because it's just putting more pressure on the joints. I remember going to a shoot around at Chase Center like 3 years ago, and you're seeing him walk around and you're like, what in the world? Like, that was when the Pelicans were so concerned that videos had gotten out that they weren't letting him kind of get ready or get changed out there on the floor on his own. So there were always some people around him so that you couldn't get a clear view of exactly what's happening. I mean,
Nick,
guys,
he had Mountain Dew commercials, and you could see his weight being a problem in the commercial. Doing it for soda, it was that bad.
I mean, I really feel bad for him. And Joe, I mean, when you go back to Zion at Duke, I think universally everybody was like, oh my gosh, this guy is unbelievable.
Oh, he blew through his shoe. Remember that? It was like a big
son of Obama.
Obama was there, yeah.
That's right. I mean, everybody sat there and went, this could be the next guy. And there was so much hope that he brought, because you want to talk about a town that just does not have seemingly any interest in a team. It's New Orleans with the Pelicans. But here comes Zion after all the debacle at the end with Anthony Davis. All right, this is the guy. And he just cannot stay on the floor. And in the NBA, when you can't stay on the floor, there's nothing you can say. There's nothing a team can do. You are just in a bad spot. And that's why Zion could go anywhere. The biggest thing he has to change is when he looks into the mirror, he's got to be focused on getting the best version of himself out there each and every night. And right now, for whatever reason is going on, that has not been the case.
Talking with Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Fadel here on the Morning Roast. Spadonia Lubman in Fort Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky. You've been so good to us, Nick. We'll get you out of here with this one. The Dennis Schroeder acquisition. It's early, 4 games in, but the results have not been promising. Your thoughts on the acquisition itself and the Warriors trying to get Dennis Schroeder involved more and more and how he's looked in a Golden State Warriors uniform?
Joe, I liked it initially. It made sense. It was a veteran guard for a veteran team that was trying to get the younger pieces to come along. It just hasn't looked right to this point, where I would caution everybody in saying, oh, no, it's not going to work. There's always a learning curve when you're learning to play with Steph Curry in this system. Guys do not understand sometimes just what it takes because of how much attention that he draws. The name that comes to mind that we all watched was Kelly Oubre, especially thinking back to the
Open.
Open.
Your boy.
Yeah, my best friend Kelly. But some guys just they don't get it. I mean, Oubre had so many open looks from 3 based off of the attention that Steph drew and the open spaces on the floor that he created, and he just couldn't knock down those shots, and it wasn't a fit. Schroeder has played with a lot of different guys. He's played in big games before, especially on the international level. I think it'll work out better than what we've seen. The problem, guys, is the Warriors certainly were hoping that it would work out immediately, that you could just plug him in and he would start rolling and it would give a jolt to everybody else. That clearly has not happened. And now the next question is, okay, well, what's the next deal? Because you better make another deal. This team doesn't look like it's going anywhere. So I'm not sure when it's going to come, but I would be shocked at this point if the 3 of us aren't talking prior to the deadline and Mike Dunleavy and that staff hasn't made another deal. Because at this stage with Steph, you can't just run it out with a team that's going to hover around 500 the rest of the way. I've said several times, I don't see a situation where the Warriors go from mediocrity all the way back to another title or close to it. But with the expectations as high as they always are, and with Joe Lacob behind the scenes pushing for whatever's coming next, I would just be really, really surprised if Schroeder's the only move that this team makes.
Yeah, I mean, on that note, Nick, I mean, there's two guys on this team who we mentioned a lot, Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Podziemski. Both were different levels of untouchable this past summer during the Lowry marketing trade talks. I'm kind of curious now as we go forward. Obviously, Lowry's no longer on the table because he's not eligible to be traded until the day after the trade deadline. But we're looking at that trade deadline. I believe it's February 15th, I believe, is the day. Are Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Podziemski, are they still going to be on this team after the trade deadline passes?
Sam, I'm not sure where they will end up right now, but they cannot be a reason why a deal wasn't made, because there was so much chatter in the summer. Warriors didn't want to include Pods in something, and they want to get more for Kuminga if he gets moved. If it's me, and I'm sitting there looking at all the possibilities over the next few years, and those are still the best two trade assets that you have, I am moving those guys if the right deal presents itself. But this is the issue in the NBA. And this is where fans sometimes get it all twisted, because everybody is fascinated by trades. They're fun to talk about, think about what can happen, the different possibilities. It is so hard to actually pull off trades in the league because there are so many different factors that play into it. It's the financial stuff. It's, can you get contracts to match up? Do teams feel like they're getting an equal share on both sides? I just don't know if, because there was so much hope around both of those guys, that Mike is going to just throw them in some deal just to make a deal happen. Having said that, if it's me and a team calls about Kuminga and I'm unsure if I'm the Warriors, if I want to give him that max or close to max, whatever he's looking for in that next deal coming up, I would move him, because I just have never gotten the sense that he fits in the system the way this team likes to play.
Nick, you are very good to us this morning. Appreciate the time, man, and we'll talk again soon.
Always, guys. Keep rolling. It's great to hear you.
You too, man. Yeah, he's the best. His cousin Nick Fadel. That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Fadel. Remember to check out the variety of NBA Odyssey podcasts wherever you get your content. Cousin Nick, there he goes. You can find that entire interview on YouTube or on the free Odyssey app. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sam Lubman, your takeaway from that conversation with cousin Nick.
Oh, man, my Zion hopes are in shambles right now after hearing that. I mean,
the way he talks about him, I feel like you're buying low. He seems to think it's going to cost an arm and a leg. I'm not so sure.
I
Maybe
would
it's
think
an
that's
arm
so
and a
too.
chicken leg. There you go for Zion.
Well,
Williamson.
if he doesn't eat it on the way over here,
apparently. That's mean.
It's like how I set that up. He's kind of like the white whale they've been chasing there. I have to make a Moby Dick reference, but you know,
call me Ishmael.
Yeah, man, love the references we make on this show.
But I'm exhausted.
There we go. I am exhausted. I'm not gonna lie. I slept so much these last 2 days, Spadoni, when I was off, and yet I'm still tired.
What do you guys be tired about? We're talking about sports. You're tired for just talking sports?
It's been a rough year for you, boy.
Been a rough year?
Oh,
Looking great. Look at that hair.
Oh no, hey man, the hair is one of the few things I got going for me right now. But it has been
listening, right? So there you go.
I doubt she's tuned in. If we start talking about how terrible Jake Moody is, we might be able to get her on the phone, but we're a ways away from that.
Leave him alone. Only Moody we're worried about right now is Moses. Is he back tonight or no?
Possibly. Only God knows. But no, when you look at the Zion thing, I'll be honest, but a big part of Zion to the Warriors is, I am counting on that Warriors culture to kind of get him into that right shape that we need him to be. It always comes back to his weight with him, unfortunately. It would be the biggest test ever for Dr. Rick Celebrini, father of Macklin, to get Zion ready to go. But this is also the same team that was able to get Andrew Bogut healthy and become a serviceable center. This is a team that made JaVale and McGee and Nick Young become serviceable role players on a championship team. This is a team that had Klay Thompson coming off of 2 of the most gruesome leg injuries you could possibly throw at an NBA player, back to playing at pretty damn near close to his old Klay self, well enough to help get this team to another championship. So if there was ever a team that Zion could come to and basically get his career back on the trajectory that we all expected for him at one point, I fully believe, the Warriors have that ability to make him be that guy. Because Joe Lacob knows that, he talked, a couple weeks ago about maximizing windows. He wants to maximize his own window. And Joe Lacob, he's a smart guy. He knows that Steph won't be here forever. He knows that there are still going to be basketball games that need winning after Steph leaves. And you need a star to build around. And in Zion Williamson, he's, I believe, 25 years old right now, 26 years old. I mean, he is entering the prime years of his career, and he'd be a perfect guy to partner. 24, exactly. So he's the perfect age to partner up with Steph right now, to where in a couple years you can hand that torch off to Zion and have him be the centerpiece of this franchise that you're building around, if you can kind of get him into that, the right situation. That's why I asked, about the situation in New Orleans, because New Orleans they're not as well run an organization, the Pelicans, as the Warriors are. There's not as much of a fervor for Pelicans basketball down in the Big Easy as there is Warrior basketball here in the Bay Area. My theory is simple. You put Zion in the better situation that is the Warriors, that rubs off on him, you get a better Zion. Am I being oversimplistic with it? Maybe, but at this point, when you see how the Warriors have rehab careers, Andrew Wiggins is another one. It just seems like that would be the next logical project for the Warriors. It then becomes a matter of just, do you believe that they have that ability still down at Chase Center to, shine up these dirty coins into a pretty penny?
I just go back to that trade where Zion and eventually gets landed as the number 1 overall pick. You knew it was going to be Zion Williamson. Anthony Davis goes to the Lakers. And I remember just everyone crushing, the Lakers. They gave up so much. They gave up Brandon Ingram. They gave up Lonzo Ball. They gave up everything except for Kyle Kuzma, basically. They gave up everything. And they get Anthony Davis. And they win a title. And it's like, wow, that's like the last time trading for a big star worked in the NBA. They tried to do it with the Clippers. They tried to get Paul George. They tried to get the Kawhi Leonard thing going. It didn't work. You look at the Suns right now, Bradley Beal tying in with Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. They're trying it. It's not working. There is something to be said about the downfall, and maybe that's a strong word to use right now, the downfall of the NBA, at least ratings-wise. It's on a downturn. But
the downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
I had to.
Tying it, thank you, Robin San Bruno and Sam Lubman. Tying it to the super team era and the kind of ending of that era, if you will. Maybe it peaked there with the Heat and the Warriors and having those super teams and the Cavs, all of that.
KD going to the Warriors was next level super
Correct.
team.
No, it was. But let's not get it twisted. It's not like the Cavs had, no one. They had Kyrie, they had Kevin Love, and they had LeBron James.
No, they had a super team.
That is a super team.
Yeah.
And, it didn't work out. And then since then, I think we've been trying to, get back to that. Who's the next super team? Oh, the super team. And now we found out, no. It's drafting and retaining your stars now. That's what wins.
But I think this is the problem that with the NBA right now that you're going to start to see, and is that where are a lot of the best players at right now? When I kind of want to ask, what's that next great rivalry going to be between two players going to be? But who are the best players right now? It's Luka. You got
Anthony
Shea.
Edwards.
You got Anthony Edwards. Those are all guys on teams that aren't, in huge markets. Who's ever really talking about Wemby with the Spurs? I mean, the Spurs were kind of an outlier for a while because they won at such a consistent rate for so long that they kind of made San Antonio a big market.
But they were never ratings bonanza either.
No, but I mean, they're still, all the best players though are in lower tier markets. So I think what's going to be really interesting is in a few years, where's Shea going to be playing? Where's Anthony Edwards going to be playing? Luka, he'll probably stay in Dallas, but Luka's already kind of shown that he's not a guy that's ever going to be like a Steph LeBron level player, not in terms of performance, but in terms of just the ability to draw eyeballs. Jason Tatum's not that guy. It's just a lot of the guys who we would be drawing eyes, they're in markets that no one really cares about. So I'd be curious in a few years when all these guys are free agents and Anthony Edwards, ends up on the Lakers. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander ends up on the Warriors. Paolo Banchero ends up on the Knicks. Those are hypotheticals there, but when you get to that point, I feel like that's kind of like going to be, you're going to have your best players in your biggest markets, and that's kind of what the NBA needs.
888-957-9570. Would you trade for Zion Williamson, a Golden State Warrior fan? Are you looking at that and saying, you know what? Desperate times call for desperate measures, and Sam Lubin's certainly thinking so. Hey, if you take this gamble and it works off, you have the next face of Golden State Warrior basketball for potentially the next decade, and maybe, just maybe, you get Stephen Curry another championship. Oh, and by the way, that vaults him into the top 5 of all time.
Yeah.
Now, I'm saying all time. And then when it comes to basketball greats in NBA history. So
in terms of accomplishment, what'd you think of it before we hit the break here in a few minutes? He was pretty positive, Nick Fadel was, about Jimmy Butler, which I'll be honest, I'm a little skeptical of Jimmy Butler. They do not talk very favorably of him out in Miami.
About him fitting into the Warriors locker room, which I actually don't think it would be a huge deal. I think he could fit in the Warriors locker room fine. I just don't think that what you're giving up to get him, I don't think it makes you a better, like, net value-wise, a better team.
No, on the surface, it looks good, but you're gutting your depth, and I feel like it's. I think the phrase I used the other day was just you're rearranging the deck chairs in the Titanic. Like I think Jimmy Butler. If you add Jimmy Butler to this team, when you factor in what you would have to give up, I think you turn a 43 Warriors team all the way into maybe a 43-win Warriors team.
And you're going to pay him, you would think. And Anthony Slater joined us yesterday, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider, covers the team for The Athletic.
Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, he said that scares the hell out of him, paying Jimmy Butler $40+ million.
Because you got him for the next few years, right?
Yeah, you have to give him a new contract. He's a free agent, unless he opts back into it, in which case you're paying him your 40, 50, whatever the hell it is. Like, that scares the hell out of me, too, paying him that much money.
I don't want Jimmy
forward.
Butler long term.
No.
It's just anytime, if Pat Riley is kind of like grown tired of you, that's a red flag for me. And there is, down in Miami, they love winners down in Miami, and he has been a winner for them, and they are losing love for him. It's just, Jimmy Butler just seems like, we talk about Zion being kind of a risk here in terms of, him being in the playing shape. Jimmy Butler's his own kind of wild card risk in terms of just like, you're not really quite sure what Jimmy Butler you're going to get when he shows up here. And that's, I don't know if the Warriors could really be in a place where they can afford to make that risk, but then again, I think all the risks the Warriors have to take right here, they're not really in a place where they can afford to take them.
888-957-9570. We can afford to take a break right here because we're about to. And we got Steve Kerr coming up on the other side. Steve Kerr joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday. It was Dan Devone and Lorenzo Neal filling in for Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. So we'll get to that interview on the other side. Plus more of your calls, more of your texts after it as we put a bow on this show and hang it off to Evan Giddings and Matt Steinmetz for Steiny and Guru coming up at the top of the hour. And this segment was sponsored by the all-new Honda of Valley Joe or Vallejo.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Monte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those brakes, Monte.
We've been hitting them, Steve, and no, it's not Bonte Hill. It's Joe Spadoni in for Bonte Hill alongside Sam Lubman, who's filling in for Joe Shasky. We've had a hell of a show, and we got this last segment before handing it off to Steiny and Goo next, but it'll be Evan Giddings filling in for Daryl the Guru Johnson alongside Matt Steinmetz and Steve Kerr. We're going to hear from him in just a short time, because he joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday. It was Lorenzo Neal and Dan Devone filling in for Mark Willard and Dan Dibley, respectively. So we'll hear from Steve Kerr, the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, who will be without Stephen Curry tonight as they take on the Los Angeles Clippers. And you can have all that coverage right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for Golden State Warriors basketball. Warriors Live starting at 6 o'clock, and then tip-off with the voice of the Golden State Warriors at 7 live from La La Land. And be sure to tune in, again, for Warriors Live tonight, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. And also be sure to download the Odyssey app, because you can listen to the Warriors game right there. And did you know this, Sam Lubman? The Odyssey app is free, and it's amazing. I mean, if you don't have the Odyssey app, I mean, what are you really doing? It's the Nintendo Switch, it's PS5, it's the Odyssey app. That's what you got to be having right now, all right? Like, the best Christmas gift I got in my stocking was an iPhone that had the Odyssey app downloaded on already. There you go. I mean, do you need any more promotion than that, Odyssey? Than that right there? Come on. Give me a Christmas bonus. Ebenezer Scrooge over here. All right. Without further ado, Steve Kerr, the head coach of your Golden State Warriors, joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday. Dan Devone and Dan Devone and Lorenzo Neal filling in for Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. And the interview started as such. We were talking about Stephen Curry's incredible performance on Christmas Day. Steve Kerr, your thoughts on it?
He's got such a sense of the moment and a flair for the show. You know, the fact that it's national TV on Christmas. Steph's going to step up for a game like that, and it didn't surprise me at all, especially as you mentioned, coming off a bad night. A few nights before that. So this is a guy we've known for a long time. I mean, he's just an incredible performer and one of the greatest of all time for a reason.
Coach, when you think about the ones that you've been accustomed growing up and watching and being a part of, Berg and Magic, is LeBron and Steph equivalent to that type of game day magic when you're thinking about what that meant and what the NBA, those two type of guys with that type of ilk?
Yeah, I think so. I grew up, we're in Los Angeles right now. We're down here for the Clippers tomorrow night, and pulling into the hotel, I got a lot of memories of my childhood, growing up rooting for Magic and watching the Lakers and the Celtics play in the finals. And those were amazing days, iconic days. And what we've seen from Steph and LeBron, particularly meeting in the finals 4 different times, they are basically the Magic and Bird of their day, for sure. I mean, just not only brilliant, all-time players, but charismatic and, showmen. Everywhere they go, people are, they're coming to the game to see those two. And that's pretty unique. And it's also unique to see the rivalry that, turned into them being teammates this past summer in Paris. And for me to be there and observe that was just incredible.
No question, Coach. Coach, also just kind of looking at the state of basketball then, the viewership and watching, where it's at now. What do you think is going on when you think about it, when the ratings are down, or, what basketball is? Will it come back? How do you, being a connoisseur and being a part of so many, great franchises and being a part of this great franchise, what do you contribute it to, and do you see it coming back? What is the biggest thing in your opinion?
Well, I think ratings are down. There's a lot more options these days than ever before. So I don't know that ratings are as important as they were 20 years ago. There's so many ways to consume the product and to I know that there's proof there, right? The league just signed this massive rights deal, so it's not so much about TV ratings as it is about content. And So I think the dynamics are much different on that front. As for the popularity of the game, I just think that the NBA has always been very cyclical, and it often kind of rides the momentum of star players and superstar teams like the Lakers and Celtics in the 80s or the Bulls in the 90s and, the Warriors this last decade. And so it's not a surprise that, as Steph and LeBron and Kevin Durant and the current stars start to wind down, that, maybe the league takes a hit popularity-wise. But, the next guys they'll be coming, and the game will survive quite well, I think, and there will be another uptick before too long. That's always been the way it's worked in the NBA.
Coach Kerr joins us on the River Islands guest line. And, Coach, all right, take us in the huddle with 6.3 seconds to go. What was said to the team? And, well, sports talk radio. It's sort of the nature of this beast is that people want to point fingers. If there was a breakdown defensively, should there have been a help defender? Can you just walk us through the final 6.3 last night?
Well, the ball's going to go to LeBron, so we put our best switching lineup out there. We wanted to make sure we kept the ball from LeBron as best we could. And our guys did a good job of that. LeBron tried to get the ball up top. Steph jumped out. Steph was guarding the passer. He jumped out and took that pass away. And then, Reeves was the guy who was open. Reeves made a hell of a move. Those are tough plays. Wiggs tried to stay in front. And I think, Reeves had a big game, had made some threes. So Wiggs wanted to press up on him. And he made a hell of a play. He got to the baseline and got right to the rim.
Was Wiggins, do you think, was he expecting help at the rim? It looks as though, and Reeves is, look, for those that aren't familiar with Austin Reeves, he can do that. He can get to the rack. Yeah. But was there, I guess if you were to replay this the day after, was there any sort of notion to maybe give him a tough sort of mid-range, or was the idea to get up on him? And should there have been a help defender, maybe somebody didn't meet him on the baseline?
Yeah, I think what we teach all the time is send baseline. We never want someone driving middle, because when you drive middle, you have the whole floor, and now there are way more options in terms of passing and spacing. So we always send sideline. So Wiggs got him going in the right direction. And, again, Reeves made a hell of a play. He got there quickly, and we just it was a tough loss based on the fact that we battled back. We had our chances, but just couldn't get the stop at the end.
I hate to single anybody out, but was Jonathan Kuminga the guy that maybe, because he looked, just looking at on replays, he was watching, I believe, Hachimura, was he the guy that maybe if there was somebody that could have helped at the baseline, that it should have been him to close out on Reeves?
There's help. We talk about help defense all the time, and that's it's all part of it, it's the game happens quickly, and it's a game of reactions and decisions, and so you work on all these schemes. You work on the different scenarios that are coming up, and you try to execute them, and sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't, and you just go from there.
Hey, Coach, that's what old Marty Schottner used to tell us. Say, sometimes you get the bear, sometimes the bear gets you. And I know you as a coach, you know the deal, and you can't necessarily call people out, and that's just, behind closed doors, you do what you need to do as a coach. When you see a players-only meeting, was that called by Steph and Dre, and what is those usually, in your opinion, good for, and what do you think the notion of that for?
Yeah, I guess that was mentioned in the media last night, maybe after the game. I don't know exactly how that came about, but anytime you have those types of meetings, they're meant to be private. So when stuff comes out, it's just it is not ideal, but it's also not not something that I'm going to spend a whole lot of time talking about, because those are private conversations and things that the team deals with, but it's not unusual. I mean, teams across the league periodically through the year meet, especially if you've lost 11 out of 14 like we have, and that was what the guys did.
Coach Steve Kerr joining us on the River Island guest line. And Coach, after the hot start at 12-3, it looked as though you guys were hanging your hat clearly with defense and doing it. It was almost like hockey line shifts. You had these 12 or 13 guys that would come in with this energy and just suffocating and blitzing guys. And now when you look at the team defensively, it's sort of lacking that. And you know this, Lowe, as well as anybody, that defense is one of those things that it's sort of an intangible, right? It's buy-in. They use words like want to. I'm just curious, Coach, how do you, as a coach, what is it that you say? Is there anything that you can do to sort of bring back that energy that was clearly the identity of the team in the first month of the season?
Yeah, I think more than anything, it's just a confidence issue. We had a great vibe early, and things were rolling along, and we're playing 1 million people, and when you're winning, that's a good thing. That's when you're playing all those people and you're winning, everyone's happy. But as soon as you start losing, then playing 12 people becomes problematic, and that's basically what happened. We started losing, and we decided we had to counter that, and we had to get back, cut back to 9 or 10. And unfortunately, that hasn't resolved our slide either. So we're scrambling right now, but our defense definitely is not as energetic. I think it's a confidence thing more than anything. We've got to find our groove again. And, if we can stay with it and get through this difficult stretch, I know our defense is strong. I mean, we're a third of the way through the season. We're a top 10 defense. So we know it's real. But we've got to find that confidence that leads to energy and force, for sure.
Coach, just to stay with the defense for a second, a guy that fascinates me is Brandon Pajemski. Because he's played much better offensively of late, but simply he's had a hard time of it. I think he's sort of in his own head, and I think the offense will come around. But the one thing about this guy is that he may miss 5 shots in a row, but rest assured, he is going to turn his butt and get back defensively, either take that charge, snare a rebound, or get out on the guy. So it does not – he's one of those guys where it doesn't affect his defensive play. And maybe he understands that that's how he's going to get run, is that he's got to be a guy that's buying in defensively. But I just sort of wanted to compare and contrast that to Jonathan Kuminga, who is so raw in terms of the athleticism, is so nasty. And that dunk he had where he just lowered his shoulder last night on Christie that's what it is that this guy can do. But it seems as though at times defensively he can sometimes he doesn't have the same energy maybe as he does on offense. He seems to be a bit, maybe for lack of a better word, confused on rotations and not as communicative and not as loud as maybe he should be. And not to single out Jonathan Kuminga, but just as a coach, because you see guys who will improve as young players. He's only 22 at the end of the day. And guys offensively, they learn to shoot threes or different facets of their game where they get better. But how difficult is it for a young player, and can you cite examples to get better defensively? Does that light go on at some point that they understand that there's a necessity on that part of the floor that maybe they didn't address early on in their career? Or is it just sort of a DNA thing that you either have it or you don't?
Every player is different, and we get players at different stages of their careers, different experience levels. The modern player generally does not have nearly as much of a fundamental base as the guys even from Dre and Steph's generation, because most of these guys are coming in with very little college experience. And so it's a different deal these days in the NBA. We're doing the job that, frankly, the college coaches used to do for us. But it's tricky because, you don't have much practice time, and you don't have the same level of control as a college coach does. And so I think what's interesting for us is you just get a sense of where each guy is when he gets here, how much he needs, how much teaching he needs, what he needs to work on. But they're all different, and I think a lot of basketball is, frankly, is just kind of innate. I think players, you see players who have feel, you see guys who have a really good sense for the game, what's happening on the floor. The other guys who maybe don't, and those are the guys who need more teaching, more prep. And it's all based on each individual, and that's our job as coaches to bring them all along, regardless of their experience.
Coach, how many championships you won as a player and as a coach?
5 as a player, 4 as a coach.
Okay, I asked that question because people are like, where are you going with this, Lo? You won. You have talent. Steph, Clay, and all the boys were together. We know that you won championships. You understand how to win championships. You've done it as a player. You've done it as a coach. How frustrated is it at times when people question and you're like, I know how to do this. I've done it on every level. Give me the talent. Give me those things, and I can win championships. How frustrating is it at times when people ask the questions and, question, what you're doing and the reason why you're doing it, and how hard is it to answer those questions without necessarily going too deep?
Well, I think that's the job, especially these days. And I tell our players all the time. I mean, that's why we get paid. That's why we live the lives that we do. I mean, if we didn't want to deal with the criticism, we could go coach at a different level really easily. And not have to deal with the spotlight. I enjoy the spotlight. I enjoy the competition at the highest level with everybody watching. To me, that gets me going. But I also embrace the fact that part of that means that there's going to be a ton of criticism, and because so many people are watching and so many people are interested. So I never take it personally. I know how hard it is. I think basketball is more art than science. I think building a team is more art than science. And I've been on great teams. I've been lucky enough to be part of great teams. And there's no one formula that makes it work. But when it clicks, you know it. You can feel it. And so that's always my goal as a coach, is to help a team click and find that space where it's just beautiful to watch and to see and to experience when everybody is just on the same page and all trying to do one thing, and that's win a game. And the fans feel that. Everybody feels that. That's always the goal, and it's just a lot harder to get there than people think.
Coach Kerr joins us tonight. Hey, Coach, I don't know if there might be a stat for this. I don't know. Though they got a stat for everything these days in the NBA. But in terms of you being effective ATO after a timeout and designing those plays, especially in the closing moments, I mean, I can't think of a coach who does it more effectively than you. But just take us again in the huddle on those 2 timeout plays you drew up last night for Steph, beginning with the 1 and the 3, which was ridiculous because his release point, I don't know where he shot that thing from. But can you just sort of take us through those 2? What it is that you designed to bring them within 1 and then to tie the game?
Well, some of the plays that you run are plays that you have installed already that the players can run on the fly. So the baseline one, the one you mentioned where Steph just hit that crazy corner 3, that's just a late clock out of bounds underneath play that we have. So we practice it once a week or so, and if you don't have a timeout and you need to run something, you've got a handful of those. And then the other ones, when you take a timeout, those tend to be more specialized. You probably wouldn't be able to run it on the fly. Maybe you practice it, or maybe you just draw it up and trust the guys to run it. But I find that NBA coaches in general are really talented with this stuff, much more so than when I played. I think the stuff that people run late game is much more creative than it's ever been. And the shooting that we have in the league now is just insane. And so if you can put 5 guys on the floor who can all shoot threes, it just opens up the floor, and it allows coaches to draw up a lot of really interesting stuff. And Yeah, those are fun plays when they click, and then when they don't, it's really humbling. So it's all, kind of all part of that late game stuff.
Coach, really quick, Lorenzo Neal, who I love, but he's peeking at Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier. First time around, it's on one of the monitors in the studio here, and it's at Madison Square Garden. Any thoughts on Frazier Ali, first time around at the Garden when Frazier knocked him down? Did you have any recall?
Well, I mean, what was I, like 4? I mean,
that was what year was it?
It was 70s, man. I watched it replay. I never watched it live. Live.
Oh,
I was born in 70. Me and Coach, come on, don't you trying to make us out to be dinosaurs?
I remember the iconic shot of Ali standing over Frazier. That was a still photograph. I don't know if that was the same fight we're talking about.
No, that's over Liston. But I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, that was Liston.
Where he's standing over him.
Yeah.
Right.
Standing over him, yeah.
Yeah, see, my grandpa, Coach, he was friggin' Oliver. We had to watch fights. I had to watch fights with him every night, every day. So I loved boxing back in the day. Never did it, but I loved it.
Yeah. You were a wrestler. Really quick.
I was never a huge boxing fan, but I do remember when Ali went rope-a-dope against
baby.
It was George Foreman. Yeah,
Zaire.
Yeah, I still use that term every once in a while with our coaching staff. We could just go rope-a-dope for a while and then
survive.
And the younger coaches are like, "What the hell are you talking about?"
There was a great writer who wrote for, I believe, the Times, and he had this great description. I'm going to butcher it, but he said it was like watching somebody lean out of their window and check on their drains, their range. On the roof has the drainage. And he had that, because if you remember, Ali was just...
leaning on the ropes.
But he had that back bend while, George Foreman obviously was punching himself out. But... did you have a follow-up?
That's what Coach.
Basketball related.
That was what Coach was saying. He said, "Hey, his team. Hey, let's just rope-a-dope. Let's take all these punches, body shots, and last quarter we'll find a way to win it, like you almost did last night, Coach. I got you. We're gonna make this work,
Coach. Really quick, you're holding out Steph on the front end of the back-to-back tomorrow night. Is that a trend you guys will continue and talk about Draymond being questionable as well?
Well, Steph, he's had the knee issue, and our training staff a couple weeks ago when the knee issue started, we really wanted to make sure we stayed in front of it. And part of staying in front of it is not playing him in the back-to-backs, both ends for now. And so hopefully that helps him get out of the woods. But yeah, he'll sit tomorrow and he'll be ready to play against Phoenix.
Hey, Coach, we really appreciate the time. Oh, I'm sorry. They just blew my ear. They want to hear about Draymond. Any update on Draymond?
No update on Draymond, but, similar, just given the mileage Draymond has on him and him being banged up. He hurt his back a little bit last night. He fell pretty hard on the floor. Periodically through the year, we're gonna have to give both those guys some nights off. And so tomorrow could be that night for Draymond, too. We'll see.
And that was Steve Kerr yesterday right here on 95.7 The Game. You can find, again, if you missed that interview, or you just picked up the last couple minutes of it, find it on the free Odyssey app or on YouTube where we post all of our interviews. We also had Nick Fadel, our Odyssey NBA insider, join us earlier. Find that entire interview on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. Sam Lubman, we got about 10 minutes to go here before we hit our final thoughts of the show. Like a year in review, if you will.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, sure. You know what? Some of your top moments, your sports moments of this past year, Sam Lubman, we can dive into it. There's been a lot. You could go to the 49ers making the Super Bowl, right? That game.
That was probably one of the high moments of the year in Bay Area sports.
Absolutely.
It was kind of a dismal year in Bay Area sports this year, for being real. Like, the Warriors just continue to underwhelm.
Macklin Celebrini on line one.
Well, no, I'm going to get there. Hold on. The Niners, obviously, the Super Bowl hangover has been the dominating story of the year. The Giants, they got better at the end after they moved off of Farhan Zaidi, but it was still a summer of pulling teeth, so to speak, watching this team. And it gets to the point where, Macklin Celebrini and the Sharks, it almost is like they're ending the year as top dog right now in the Bay Area in terms of just the overall excitement factor. And even still, though, it's just hockey in the Bay Area is just only going to be so big for the time being. I mean, the Sharks were once, one of the best teams in the NHL, and that still, it felt like there was a hard cap in terms of the excitement level here in the Bay Area. That's to say there is an excitement. There are a lot of passionate Sharks fans out there, but it does not resonate in the same way as, the Warriors, Giants, and Niners do.
It's a fact. I don't think California will ever embrace hockey that much. I know that LA's got their Kings and stuff like that, but
the Kings and Ducks were big down there for a little bit.
It's a cult following, I still say, with hockey and stuff like. It's just never going to be the rivals of Canada or the East Coast where it actually snows. I think there's just a big part of that. Minneapolis, if you will, New York, stuff like that. But I do like. It's fun for me to go to hockey games and Shark games too, because if you have kids and stuff like that. Like, they enjoy that stuff a lot. Like, going to games like that as a family, as a father of two now, like, I enjoy going to hockey games because you get the best of both worlds. It's fast-paced, it's fun, you got heavy hitting, and it's not too much for the kids. Like, if I go to a baseball game, and this is part of it why the television product, they've sped it up, and I get it. A baseball game, you're not taking a 5 or 6 or 7 year old. Like, you're getting a little older, you're taking them, and they can have some more fun and stuff like that. Yeah, you can do the slide out at Oracle Park. You can do stuff like that, but
only does so much.
It can only do so much. When I have a 5-year-old, it's basketball or it's hockey. Football, even for that matter. There's too much in between there. It's a lot. There's a lot happening, and the crowds are a little too rowdy for my taste.
Getting to football games is also getting to Niner games. It's its own ordeal as well. I'm fortunate here in 95.7 The Game. I just call up Lucas Alexander, our director of sports, and say, Lucas, give me a parking pass now. And then I hang up and don't let him respond. And then a parking pass appears in my email.
Wow.
That's not at all how I do it. I do ask politely.
But
no, for a lot of people, it's frustrating getting out of those games. I feel like that may depress the desire to go as well. But you're talking about great moments from this year, Spadoni. A couple do pop out. Number one, for me, honestly, it's the Ladybug catch from the Brandon Ayuk in the NFC title game. That was one of those plays. First off, there's the first failed 4th down conversion that the Lions had, and I remember I was sitting next to Alan Stiles, now up with Sacktown Sports. I think, are they 1320? Is that one?
No, Alan Stiles is Sacktown Sports.
Yeah, Sacktown Sports. What's their
1140?
1140. Okay. Pardon me for my lack of Sacramento radio knowledge there.
You got to get on their level, dude. Big loss yesterday. Kings are 13-18. It's not a good time right now for them.
Yeah, but I was sitting next to Alan Stiles, and I just remember turning to him at that moment. It's like, Niners about to come back and win this game, and they were down 24-7 at the time. And when Brandon Ayuk made that catch, I love all the pictures of that catch, because it shows a ball bouncing off of the Lions defender's hands. And it's just so awesome because you're looking at this picture of the ball basically being in the Lions defender's hands, and it's like, yeah, that was a catch by Brandon Ayuk. It was just one of the most insane catches. That was such a great moment to witness in person. Another great moment this year is probably Blake Snell's no-hitter, which has lost a lot of luster this offseason, but that was a pretty big moment. I remember I got to do the show the next morning. It was a Friday night, so Evan and I, Evan Giddings, will be on with Steiny in just a few minutes. We did the show the next morning. That was really cool to be able to talk about that. But another big moment was probably Steph's Olympic three-pointer to bring gold home for Team USA.
That's a good one.
So those are 3 notable ones that jump out for me. Spadon, what about you?
How could you not go? And we could do a national as well, and I'm sure I'm going to get some hard feelings here, but I mean, it's probably the biggest play in sports this season, right? It's the Freddie Freeman walk-off home run against the Yankees.
I don't remember that happening.
Yeah, no, that was a big one. It was the biggest one probably in sport. That changed everything. The Yankees were primed to take. Was that game 1?
It was game 1.
Game 1. Joe Davis on the call.
From what I've heard, I still remember.
Joe Davis on the call, obviously, and he calls Dodgers games in the regular season. So for him to do that, obviously down to the last batter, reminiscent of game 1 in the 1988 World Series when it was Dennis Eckersley, and a lot different than Nestor Cortez, if we're being real, going up against Kirk Gibson. But obviously Kirk Gibson, MVP winner, Freddie Freeman, an MVP winner, and obviously the biggest home run since 1988 in Dodgers history. So obviously they end up going on to win the World Series. Shohei gets his ring, Mookie Betts gets another, Freddie Freeman gets another, and the rest is history. Now the Dodgers are primed to go back-to-back after they add Blake Snell in free agency, the guy who
Shohei putting that big money down on that repeat.
That's right. Hey, you know what? Hey, he's going to defer it too. How do you like that?
There you go. so great that, the best player in baseball can get away with basically whatever he wants to do as he illegally bets on games and alters the outcome in favor for himself. That's
Show me the
clearly what's
evidence.
going on.
Show me the evidence.
I would, but our friends at the FBI probably burnt it all. So.
Oh, so I didn't know it was in the FBI.
It's a whole conspiracy.
Yeah.
Oh no, the CIA has already gotten rid of it.
CIA.
That and the evidence to JFK, it's all gone.
You're going to bring S.H.I.E.L.D. into this in a second with
there
Nick
you go.
Fury.
Captain America's hard at work trying to uncover the Hydra cell within S.H.I.E.L.D. that is protecting Shohei Ohtani. So
that's good. No, that's good. I actually am picturing we're doing a crossover now of Shohei Ohtani as a Marvel villain. He's working for
basically,
Hydra.
yeah. He's like Thanos, but he doesn't have all the stones yet.
Okay, fair enough.
So
there you go.
He's working on it, and God.
888-957-9570. Year in review time. Best sports moment of the year is what? 888-957-9570. We'll have time to dive into this more next week as well when we actually have our New Year's Eve show, which I will be a part of. We'll see if Sam Lohman will be a part of that.
Baldy will be a part of that one too.
Baldy will be a part
Baldinger,
of that.
the morning after Niners Lions, so we can talk about that as well. I guess if we're going to get out of here on notable sports moments of the year, Spadoni, and this is notable, but for probably all the wrong reasons. You know where this is going. It is the final day at the Coliseum.
Yeah, but it was cool, right?
It was an awesome atmosphere. It was like a greatest hits of A's fandom. I think my favorite part of that whole day was, when they're doing the mascot, the Legends race of Eck, Ricky, rest in peace to Ricky Henderson, obviously another devastating loss.
Ricky throwing out the first pitch to his daughter, right?
Mm-hmm. But they're doing that while they're playing the Grant Balfour's entrance song.
Rage.
So you got everyone. I'm out in right field at the time. All the drummers, they're doing the Balfour Rage thing. I'm looking over and I got the big mascots are running at us. So I'm like, this was A's baseball. Like, thank you, John Fisher and Rob Manfred, for taking this great thing away from this fan base that, contrary to the false narrative that those two like to peddle, that fan base does care. And it just. I'll rail against Rob Manfred for many reasons as to why he's the worst thing to ever happen to baseball. What he has sat here and done and allowed to have happen to the Oakland A's fans in this market is absolutely disgusting. And no one should ever say anything positive about Rob Manfred ever, unless you're just shilling for him like all of his pets in the media love to do. I have started to get so angry there, but that was he's hammered drunk at the World Series. Shows you how good of a commissioner he is. Just get rid of him right now. My God, what I would give to just have Bud Selig back.
Well, he's stepping down.
In 5 years, God knows what kind of damage he can do in that time. He's gonna put like a 10-second pitch clock then. A 5-second pitch clock.
You love the pitch
clock. It's the
clock.
worst thing to have. No, it's not the worst thing to happen to baseball. It's not the worst thing to happen to baseball because there's so many other awful things that Rob Manfred's done.
Just wait till the magic at bat. Just wait till that.
Yeah, let's just completely bastardize the sport. Whatever. Nothing matters anymore going into 2025. I mean, like, God, just look around. We're not a serious country anymore. But this all distracts from what was still a very great day at the Coliseum.
Mason
great
Miller
send-off.
with the save. Yeah.
You got the save. The A's got the win. You got the play, cool in the gang one last time. And it's just, it sucks that how it ended, but A's fans went out probably about as well as they could have. And hats off to all the A's fans out there, because you guys deserve so much better than what was unfortunately shoved down your throat.
Just sell and just fire everybody.
Fast five time.
Hold on, I gotta find the page.
I did a Bonte Hill. I did a Bonte Hill that he does to me.
It's time for the.
But I'm exhausted.
All right, I got the read here somewhere as I drop my phone. It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity, the future starts now. Sam Lubman.
My final thought is, can we not get embarrassed in the Pop-Tarts Bowl tomorrow? I want to see my Miami Hurricanes eat a living Pop-Tart, or whoever they do it. It's the whole set. First off,
living Pop-Tart?
When it comes to bowl games, I don't think there's a bowl game out there that gets it as well as the Pop-Tarts Bowl. They know what they are. They know it's supposed to be just a goofy show where a team tries to win a football game. I cannot wait to see the big Pop-Tart lowered into the giant toaster, and then the giant edible one comes out, and I get to see Cam Ward, Jacoby George, and Kiko Maui-Noa just chomp on that thing afterwards. And the best part is, I can't wait to see the Pop-Tart Bowl trophy toast actual Pop-Tarts. You saw that, right? How the trophy is a working toaster. So very excited to see how that... They're calling it one of the 45 most anticipated seconds in college football. The 45 seconds it'll take to toast those Pop-Tarts.
See,
so.
I was not a big toasted Pop-Tart guy. I just liked it straight out of the package, a little cold. That was fine by me. What's your go-to? I'm an OG strawberry guy, personally, at the Frosted with the little sprinkles on it. Big strawberry guy there. Wasn't mad at the s'mores. Not mad at the chocolate, but I was more the strawberry. What if you had to take one Pop-Tart, Sam, above the rest? You taking blueberry? What are you taking?
Well, there's a lot of great ones. Obviously, blueberry, strawberry, very good. S'mores, I kind of lost a lot of. A great Pop-Tart flavor once upon a time.
Brownie as well.
The hot fudge sundae.
Yeah, okay.
That was an elite one there. Obviously, the cinnamon roll one was always a very good one for what you're talking to a guy who's
the brown sugar as well. I forgot about that. Don't sleep on the brown sugar one.
The best Pop-Tart flavor, in my opinion, it's the blueberry muffin Pop-Tart.
Ooh.
Yeah, especially if you toast it. Ooh, that one hits so hard. And that's the one I would go to, is the blueberry muffin of all the Pop-Tarts. And I've eaten a lot of Pop-Tarts.
A lot. No, you got to go. And then you have to go Pop-Tart brand, because if you start going the off brands, there's not enough icing. There's too much breading. We weren't a rich family.
Discount Pop-Tarts
we weren't the rich family that had the toaster strudel. Like, those were the rich kids, got the toaster strudels, stuff like that, the separate frosting and what have you. But my final thought is this. Don't lose tonight, Golden State Warriors. Do not lose tonight. You lose tonight, you're back to 500, and all those good vibes, and they might have already gone out the window, but they're going to for sure be out the window if you lose tonight in La La Land, the Los Angeles Clippers. Coverage of that starts at 6 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. Your home for Golden State Warriors basketball. Warriors live there. And tip-off at 7 with the voice of the Golden State Warriors, Tim Roy.
I think it's 7:30, actually.
Oh, 7:30?
Yeah, the Clippers like those late starts.
I'm seeing it right now. Let me look up. Warriors, Clippers.
I got it right here in front of me.
7 o'clock.
Oh, it is 7. Okay. Our schedule has 7:30. Okay. Our schedule's wrong.
The more you know. All right. I blame Adam Silver for that.
There you go. I blame Rob Manfred. Everything's his fault.
Why not? That was the Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. And what's coming up next? Well, that would be Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings. It's Steiny, a guru. Evan filling in for Goo on 95.7 The Game.
All right, good morning, everybody. Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings with you.
What's up, Steiny?
On a Friday. And what's up?
Well, first of all, I don't like the fact at all that we're basically wearing the same shirt.
Well, mine's a dress shirt.
No, it's not.
Yours is a T-shirt.
No, we're both wearing black T-shirts. What makes a T-shirt a dress shirt in any capacity?
Well, first of all, this is brand new. It's the first time I've worn it.
That doesn't make it a dress shirt.
Yes, it does. The crispness, and there's no print on it. You have print on it. Yours is a T-shirt. If you put a nice navy blue jacket over what I'm wearing right now, you can get away with business casual. You put a jacket over that, it's not business casual. It's a jacket over a T-shirt.
Well, depending on the sports jacket, I could have it cut so that it would not display the logo, which is on my left breast.
You have to keep it buttoned the whole time, and nobody wants to do that with the jacket.
I'm not denying that I'm wearing a T-shirt. What I'm frustrated with is both of us are wearing the same colored T-shirt, and you refuse to believe that yours is not as
I got mine from
mundane as
Menlo
mine.
House. It's a company that sends me clothes once a month.
They send you the glasses?
Hey, you know what? My kids like these
My
glasses.
dad said you look very distinguished
My
yesterday.
kids like these glasses. That's all that matters.
Yeah, that's all that should matter. What do you got on your notepad?
I got a lot in my notepad. Where do you want to start? What guest did we have on? Oh, it was like Willard. Willard said something about, he made an analogy to somebody coming out on a radio show saying, well, so what do you want to talk about today? I don't know. What do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk? Like, that wouldn't be the way to garner interest. I think he was comparing it to one of the Warriors' efforts recently.
Well, which one?
Hey, by the way,
it's been tough.
Here's where I'll start. Steve Kerr. I heard the interview with Devone and Lowe. He refused to throw Jonathan Kuminga under the bus. And those guys were trying to bait him. They were trying to bait him.
They were, but it's interesting because he kind of did it, I want to say, earlier in the week. Like last weekend, he didn't call him out by name, but he was talking about a particular player that was taking, bad 17-foot mid-range jump shots. Process of elimination leads you to the place. And then Monday before the game, he talked about how he sat down with Kuminga and basically went through, sounds like, all of his bad shots. And so I don't know, maybe it was growth. Maybe it was, he didn't want to do it too many times in a single week, but it sounded purposeful. Like when they were asking him, and I get it, Devone was trying to get at specifically the last situation where Reeves won the game on Christmas, and Kerr basically just, he wouldn't single out Jonathan. I thought it was interesting.
Let's take a listen, because it stuck out to me, too.
What we teach all the time is send baseline. We never want someone driving middle, because when you drive middle, you have the whole floor, and now there are way more options in terms of passing and spacing. So we always send sideline. So Wiggs got him going in the right direction. Again, Reeves made a hell of a play. He got there quickly. We just it was a tough loss based on the fact that we battled back and we had our chances, but just couldn't get the stop at the end.
So that was half of his answer, which didn't mention Jonathan Kuminga. And then Devone asked him specifically about Kuminga, and should Kuminga have been there with help? And Kerr didn't even use Kuminga's name. Kerr ended up saying, well, Reeves made a heck of a move, and basketball's made up of a million different decisions. And he essentially refused to acknowledge Kuminga's part or non-part in the play. And then another thing kind of happened that you brought up, which I thought was interesting, was Kyle Shanahan essentially saying Jake Moody's job is safe, that he's going to be the kicker next year. And you asked, well, why don't you tell the listeners what how your thought process works?
Well, I was sitting there watching a mediocre football game last night, thinking about what's going to hit me. Like sometimes I think when I watch sports, I'm like, all right, I got to think about this angle or this angle. But I'm watching the Seahawks and the Bears last night, and I'm looking at Caleb Williams, who's a young guy who is obviously going to be given the keys of the kingdom in Chicago. Feels like he doesn't have a ton of help, which had me thinking about Curry. But then I see the quote from Shanahan about how yesterday someone had asked him about his confidence level in Jake Moody and essentially said, like, I have no problem with Jake. We still love him the way that we always have. I still feel the same about him. He's going to be our guy. And then I listened to the interview that Devone did, and it had me thinking about the young players in the Bay Area, but specifically with Moody and Kuminga, two players that I don't know if the fans are necessarily super high on, but Jake Moody in his own way was a highly drafted player because kickers don't typically get taken. They also typically don't get traded up for. And then Kuminga has his own situation. But like, why do head coaches, A, throw players under the bus, or why don't they? Like Kyle Shanahan has every reason to believe that Jake Moody should not be the kicker next season. And I don't know if it's because of his draft status that he's not, but like, it just, like, why? Why don't coaches basically bury their young players when they have every right to? And I'm not saying that Kerr could have or should have just tossed Kuminga, but if he wanted to, he could have. He could have easily said, yeah, we teach players to go baseline. You don't want to go middle, like he said, because the whole floor is open to them. Okay, so if you're going baseline, Kuminga was the guy. Like he told us without saying it that Kuminga was supposed to be there to help Wiggins. Kyle Shanahan could say, yeah, Jake Moody's missed half his kicks the last half of the season. He's not our dude anymore. But neither of them did it. I just thought it was interesting, and I'm curious why people think that is.
Well, boy, I got a lot of stuff I'm thinking of right now. So the last time I can remember Steve Kerr calling anybody out, it was Pajemski about, 2 weeks ago?
Exactly. So he has done it before.
Right. So in that particular case, I feel like Steve Kerr must have been telling Pajemski that for a couple weeks, didn't feel like he was getting anywhere, and then went to the media with it. And one of the things Kerr said to Willard and Dibbs about 3 or 4 days after that is, he thinks about it, what he's going to say, and everything he says is calculated. So to me, when he went after Pods, that was kind of the last straw in terms of, I've told this guy at practice 4 or 5 times, and he's still not doing it. And now I am frustrated because he did it in a game and it hurt us. So I'm going to go and answer the questions in a way that I would essentially say it to Brandon Pajemski. The Kuminga thing I think is interesting because I think it's a matter of how you coach a guy. And, how are you coaching a guy? And I think Steve Kerr's very sensitive to fans who think he's unfair to Kuminga. Like, I think Steve knows there's a segment of fans that believes Kuminga should be playing more, and Steve's the reason he isn't. And so that's one of the reasons Steve won't go out of his way to, let's say, throw Kuminga under the bus. As it relates to Moody, I think there's an ulterior motive with Shanahan and Moody, and
so
that is
they're two different situations.
Moody or Kuminga
Moody
and
Kuminga.
Yes, I think they are.
Jake Moody, by the way.
Yes, Jake Moody. Although, hell, we could talk about how Curry coaches Moses Moody too. But to me, Kyle Shanahan supporting Jake Moody is 90%, well, he's our guy. We drafted him. A lot of teams don't draft kickers. We not only drafted him, we moved up for him. And we're kind of on the, we're on the hook for him. So we are going to support him more than somebody who isn't our guy. And to me, I look at the Kyle Shanahan situation as you're gonna go to the well as much as you can for as long as you can over a decision that you made that involves the player. So I absolutely believe Moody's going to get the benefit of the doubt. Jake Moody's going to get the benefit of the doubt from Kyle Shanahan.
Well, the other part of it, too, is I know that Kyle doesn't have the hardware that Steve Kerr does. He didn't play football the way that Kerr played basketball. But I do think that their approach to younger players is pretty similar. Like, Kyle Shanahan doesn't want to play rookies. I don't think he believes he can win with them. And from what I've seen from Kerr, I don't think he also believes that rookies or young players in general are going to be the ones that drive home a contending season. So from that standpoint, it's like I'm almost wondering why they aren't as critical of those players, and especially someone like Moody. I think it comes from a place of, you're right, you might be stuck with him, but I think it also is a decision that is more about the brain trust, and that's also where I think Kerr comes into play too. Like Kuminga, Kerr didn't draft him.
Right.
He has to coach him, but he didn't draft him. There's a reason to believe that Kyle Shanahan drafted Jake Moody or was involved in the draft process. And that's where I also think that if he comes down the road of that player, he's kind of criticizing himself, and he's putting blame on the decision-making that he's involved in. Kerr, meanwhile, I think understands that Kuminga is at a critical point in his career where the remainder of his NBA life could go in a ton of different directions. And it could be in Golden State. It could be somewhere else. And I think we're going to find that out in the next couple of months before the deadline. And so his standpoint is, well, just why am I going to pile on this kid? I also think there's, like, to your point about pods, if that really was a mistake that Kuminga had made multiple times before, I think Kerr might have called him out, but it also could have been just because that one singular moment was an honest mistake. And he's not going to bury a guy if he's seen that in practice or he's seen stuff behind the scenes, whereas Kuminga he just had a brain fart. Like, I think Kerr's also that kind of coach too, where he's not going to kill a guy if there's one singular moment that he didn't perform correctly.
Right. I just think great coaches coach players differently. And I think Pods is somebody who you can essentially lay into if you have to. And Kerr has. Kuminga's a little bit different. First of all, he's been here for 4 or 5 years now, so he knows the system and he knows the personalities. But I do think Kuminga's a little more sensitive about his situation. And I bet you this, and if we want to go recent, I'll bet you Steve Kerr saw the quote from Kuminga about a player in his spot may have needed therapy or maybe would have quit basketball. And I think that's something that maybe does register with Steve Kerr as it relates to Kuminga. But 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to get into something else with Shanahan and with Kerr because I'm starting to hear the same thing about both these guys, and it's a similarity that a lot of fans don't like, and I'll tell you what that is on the other side. But if you want to jump in, you're always welcome. It's not a freaky Friday like our guy Jay wants.
What's bugging you Friday, though?
But we will tell you what's bugging us. Also, what's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also sponsored by Safeway.
called Guru Johnson?
It's a good question.
Or Daryl, for that matter.
You know what's funny is when he calls me Matt, I want to punch him. And I don't know why.
Matt?
Yeah.
Well, how many people call you Matt?
Well, he always calls me Steiny. So when he calls me Matt, that means there's a different tone to what he's saying. So my ears perk up.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever called you Matt.
I've never wanted to punch Guru.
That's not true.
Not lately. Hey, no Steph Curry tonight against the
damn it
Clippers. So tonight's the Warriors' 30th game of the year, and Curry will have missed 6. That extrapolates to 65 game season that Steph Curry's on a pace for.
Well, you know when we knew he was not playing this game?
When?
When he played 36 minutes on Wednesday. I mean, honestly, I think that should just be a tell for the rest of the season that if Curry plays more than 35 minutes, he's probably not going to play the next game. And I also think that's how they have to approach it because, like we laid out yesterday, I think the best course of action for the Warriors is obviously when Curry's on the floor. But in order to maximize that, you also might need to... I don't think the Warriors are necessarily punting on this game, but they're going to be without their best player against a Clippers team that's pretty good and has also had their number.
Hey, could you make a case Harden has less help than Steph right now?
No.
Well, Kawhi hasn't played.
So Kawhi has
Norman
help.
Powell's a better number 2.
So James Harden is Kawhi's help. That's what I don't think you get. James Harden's the help.
No.
Yeah.
No, Harden's the man.
he's the system.
Yeah, he is the system. No, here's the other thing. And tell me, we're just talking about before the break, just a couple things that happened in Bay Area sports. Kyle Shanahan essentially giving Jake Moody a vote of confidence, saying, I still believe in Moody. He's going to be the kicker next year. He obviously hasn't had a great year. And then we just kind of dovetailed that into a Steve Kerr interview with Devone and Lowe yesterday where, Devone was really probing, wanting to know from Kerr how much Kuminga was at fault for Austin Reeves' game-winning drive. And Steve Kerr just was not taking any of the bait. In fact, I felt like he made a point to not even mention Kuminga's name one time when asked about the last play. And it's just got us to thinking about the way certain players are coached and why certain guys get support and why other guys might get less support. Here's the one thing I was thinking about with Podziemski and Kuminga. And I do believe this. I think that deep down, Steve Kerr knows Podziemski is playing more than he should be playing. And it's just because of the way the roster is. And I believe in his heart, Steve Kerr knows that Kuminga probably should be playing more if all things were equal. So I feel like when Steve Kerr goes to pods, he kind of has to go to pods because he's the next guy up and they don't have a lot of players that can do what he does. I feel like with Kuminga, he's constantly looking for ways to put him into the game because he knows he's got Draymond and Wiggins in front of him. So I think that's like the template. If Steve Kerr knows, Pods is getting 25 minutes a game, but it's really out of necessity, I think you can be harder on Pods because he's the guy getting 20 to 25 minutes a game and maybe shouldn't be getting that much, but because of the circumstances he is, so you can be harder on a guy like that as opposed to Kuminga, who he knows maybe under different circumstances would be getting more time, but because of Draymond and Wiggins, he doesn't. And I think Kerr does feel, I don't know if it's bad, but I feel like he's got to be a little more careful with Kuminga.
Well, also, if you have a player playing more, you need them to be better. Like you need them to play well when they're on the floor, and you can't afford for them to basically play through mistakes. The Kuminga thing, I think, is also because he knows that Kuminga is important, but only when he's in the right. I mean, when he plays best, he's in the right headspace. He's in the right mental space, and Kerr understands what he has to do to keep him there. And I think this is part of it. But let me ask you this, because you mentioned Pod's playing more than he's expected to, and I agree. But do you think that Kerr had that understanding coming into the season, or that he's had to realize that Podziemski's been giving too much too soon, and now he's had to basically bring the hammer because, well, I mean, I don't know. Like, Schroeder honestly hasn't affected Pods' minutes like all that much. Maybe it does. But do you think that Kerr, coming into the season, expected Pods to play a lot?
Yeah, I do.
I don't know.
I think he expected Podziemski to, at least at the start of the season, to be, 20 minutes a game, 20-plus minutes a game.
Oh, 20 minutes. Yeah, but last year he was playing 25 to 30. I mean, I think that Kerr expected Pods to be where he is now because he thought that Melton was going to be there and available. But I mean, maybe he also expected Melton to be potentially injury prone, and that was a possibility. And so Pods is going to have to get a lot of tick. I mean, I just wonder how much they realistically expected Podziemski to take a sophomore jump as opposed to a sophomore slump, and whether that was fair. Like, I think a big reason why Podziemski has not been as good this season is because they've expected him to do a lot of things that I don't know are in his game. You know, it's almost like they've put so much on his plate that he's trying to do everything at one time that he hasn't really been able to take a step in any of those areas.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt that Podziemski came in here as a rookie and got a lot of playing time. Boy, he must have gotten more playing time than any rookie in the last 10 years, maybe. I mean, I'm trying to think. There have not been a lot of rookies that have played as... I mean, Wiseman started, I guess, as a rookie, but that was more of an experiment that then went awry. Yeah, and Pascal, too, during that year, they only won 15 games. But, so, Pods ends up playing more than any other rookie for the Warriors, let's say in the last 10 years. But I think deep down, we know some of that came out of necessity. I think the thing I can't get out of my head is why they empowered him as much as they did. Why not just go the traditional route of saying, we like Pods, he's a good young player. He's got a lot of room for growth. We like his upside, and he's part of our plans here. But like any young player, he's got to keep working. Like, why didn't they just handle him like that? Why did Joe Lacob say he's a future All-Star? Why did the Warriors put the word out that Podziemski was going to be a hang-up in certain deals because they valued him a lot, and they weren't just going to give him away? There's also something about, it's like the other thing when during last year's NBA Finals, remember the media session?
Oh, yeah.
Where the next thing you know, Pods pops up in the front row and he asked Nowitzki a question.
I think it was Luka.
Not Nowitzki, Luka a question. Yeah. And we were like, what's he doing there? Well, he was a team representative.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at is it's clear that Pods has also told the organization, I'll do whatever you need me to do. You want me to get out there? I'll get out there. You have something that comes up? I'll do it. And they got to get Pods back a little bit, I think. He's not the first player it's happened to, but, I think he came into this year thinking he was going to be, better at everything, and he was going to score, and he was going to play make, and he was going to rebound, and, I wouldn't be surprised if he looks at himself as a triple-double guy, to tell you the truth.
Or he thought that he was going to be the heir apparent to Klay Thompson. And I don't know, he might be in a couple of years. Again, Pods is only, 21, 22 years old. He's also very, very young. But the 415 brings up a good point from the Comcast Business Text line, which is he got invited to work out with Team USA.
Yeah, yes, he did.
I also remember there was a pretty prominent quote that Cooper Flagg, his favorite teammate to play with on Team USA, was Brandon Podziemski. And that's got to feel good when the guy who is kind of being elevated as maybe the next savior of the NBA is saying, I love your game, or you're playing around all these great players. You begin to think that, I don't know if it's by osmosis or you start to believe your own hype. Like, you're one of those guys. I get it, but I think where the Warriors might have been over their skis was expecting that, like, you, the player, can expect that from yourself. But the team asking you to do all of those things, which I think are a little unrealistic, and it's easy to say in hindsight, but even last year, I know that he led the team in plus minus, and he had a great rookie season. But was he all of a sudden going to become an 18-point-per-game scorer and shoot 40% from three and also be, to your point, a triple-double guy? Like, that seems to me to be something you try to accomplish after your third, fourth, or fifth season in the NBA when you realize what you are. I don't think you can know what a player is after the rookie season, but Podziemski was like, well, I know I can do this, I know I can do that. Well, let me add this. Let me take the floaters out.
Right.
Let me start throwing up 8 threes a game. And it's like they almost kind of gave him the world that he was expecting, and as a result, understandably, like, he hasn't been that good this year.
Well, the other thing is, how many times, who led the Warriors in plus minus last year?
Well, it was him, yeah.
And that's another thing. And that played into Steve Kerr's feeling about, Pods is a great connector. He's a great connector. He must be, because we're playing well when he's on the floor.
Well, I think he still is a great connector, but a connector doesn't have to be. Draymond Green's Exhibit A. Draymond Green's not a scorer. Draymond Green's not a prolific three-point shooter, but at the peak of his powers, he might have been the league's greatest connector. Now, you can still be a great player. Now, Draymond's a generational defender, but
right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Pods thought he could be a lot more than that.
I was thinking this. Aren't Shanahan and Kerr virtually identical in this aspect? Because the one thing I've heard this year with Kyle Shanahan more than I ever had is, well, he's got buddies on the team, his buddies. Debo Samuel. When Debo Samuel got in Pepper's face, Kyle Shanahan didn't really come down Debo's road. He kind of came down both players' roads.
Yeah.
And, Christian McCaffrey gets treated differently than younger players. Like, I feel like Shanahan and Kerr both bend over backwards for their veteran players that have proven something in this league. I mean, remember when earlier this year, Curry made a bad turnover, and I think Kerr called timeout and yelled at him, and the next 2 days, everyone was wondering about how Steph Curry would handle Steve Kerr yelling at him. And that was because he doesn't yell at Steve. He doesn't yell at Curry. And he doesn't come down Draymond Green's road for the most part. In fact, they do the opposite with Draymond Green. So there's absolutely something to the guys who have been here and done that get the benefit of the doubt.
But I think that is where the difference lies between Kerr and Shanahan. And again, Kerr's got a lot more cachet because of what he's accomplished in his basketball career, not just as a head coach. I don't think that Shanahan publicly criticizes his best players. I just don't. And if he has, feel free to call in at 888-957-9570 and remind me. Steve Kerr, though he doesn't do it very often, and he absolutely placates and treats the veterans different than the younger players. I think most coaches do. But he will yell at Steph Curry. And Curry will respond by saying, well, I like to be coached. Because he knows that he can do that. Even Kerr will get into it with Draymond Green. There's been a lot of famous instances where that's happened. Have they reprimanded him the way that people want? Maybe not. But he's not afraid to go at his best players and challenge them in the public eye. I don't think that Kyle Shanahan really does that. And I don't know, maybe it's a basketball, football difference. To me, it's a coaching philosophical difference. I just don't think that Kyle Shanahan believes in publicly criticizing his best players. He might do it privately.
Right.
I think he is a bit of a red ass, but when was the last time he went to the podium and said, that guy was terrible? I mean, maybe Brock Purdy, but Brock Purdy's 24. Well, happy birthday. Yeah. He's 25 years old today. I don't remember the last time he criticized George Kittle.
You know what I think the difference is?
George Kittle called him out after the Buffalo game.
He did. And in fact, when Kittle does it and other guys do it, when Debo put that thing up on Instagram, he downplayed it. He completely downplayed it. I do think there's one fundamental difference there, though, between Shanahan and Kerr, and Kerr's at least ability to get into somebody like a Draymond Green or Kerr or Curry, even though it's infrequent. Kerr played. Like, Kerr played. Kerr's got rings as a player. Kerr played for Phil Jackson. Kerr played with Michael Jordan. Kerr played for Greg Popovich. Kerr played with Tim Duncan. You know, Kerr's won 4 titles as a coach. As impressive as Kyle Shanahan's career's been, you know, he was a third-string wide receiver at Texas. He never played in the NFL. His dad is more renowned than he is. So I do think that Shanahan's got a sense of that aspect of it, that he didn't play the game. And because he didn't play the game, he better be careful with the veteran-type players. And I think that's human nature. I would be. I mean, if I'm, you know, Steve Kerr's got every right to be more confident as a coach than Kyle Shanahan for, to me, a bunch of different reasons. And it starts with, you know, Kerr played in the league. And I'm not saying it's a built-in advantage, but I do think it's something that if you didn't play in the league, if you're a Kyle Shanahan, you do have one more step, I think, to kind of prove.
But there are examples of head coaches that didn't play that will criticize their best players. Sean McVay's one of them. I remember Sean McVay, before he won a Super Bowl, mind you, being extremely vocal about his displeasure with Jared Goff's play. That's one of the reasons why they traded him. Because Sean McVay was basically said all, but I can't win with this guy. So it isn't like, and Sean McVay didn't play in the NFL.
Right.
He was a good college player. Kyle Shanahan played in college. You know, they played at maybe different levels. Mike Tomlin is one of the more aggressive head coaches. And if he needs to criticize a player, he will do it. So I think there is somewhat of the player coach aspect of things in regards to Kerr, but just comparing Kyle Shanahan to his peers, I don't really think that that's his style. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but it's something that I do notice, and I'm not sure it has to do with the fact that he didn't play.
Well, there's also, you name me a player, and I'll just tell you off the top of my head whether you can coach him or not. And to me, you look at a guy like Brock Purdy. He's the last pick in the draft, no expectations, ends up starting for a team. The team he starts for is good. He's really good. He's an easy guy to coach. I mean, you could be as tough on Brock Purdy as any coach is to a quarterback, and you know what? Purdy's going to take it in a way because he has to. Now, let's bring up Jimmy Garoppolo. Garoppolo's sitting in New England behind Tom Brady, playing for Bill Belichick. Now he comes over to the Niners, and he's been in the league a little longer. And I just think Kyle was clearly more careful about Garoppolo. And even though he was more careful, Garoppolo still didn't like the way he was coached. But I bet you that Shanahan's been tougher on Purdy than on Garoppolo, like even behind closed doors. Because I think Kyle knew that, you know, I don't know if Jimmy was more sensitive, but Jimmy Garoppolo, for whatever reason, was more assured. And I don't know if it was winning a Super Bowl as a backup, but there was something about Garoppolo that Shanahan had to respect when he got here, whether it was, you know, learning under Brady or learning under Belichick or both.
Yeah, I also think it's because it wasn't his guy. Like, he didn't have a chance to necessarily groom Garoppolo. But there, to be fair, like, there's also instances of coaches that did play where I think that they were wrong for criticizing a player. Like, Mike Singletary is one of the greatest middle linebackers in the history of football. I thought that he was wrong for his pretty famous speech or infamous speech about Vernon Davis, about telling him to hit the showers. Can't win with him.
Right.
You know, this guy doesn't want to be here. Well, actually, Mike was proven wrong because Vernon Davis stuck around and he was actually a pretty good player and he helped the Niners win a lot of games. So just because you're a player that's now a head coach doesn't mean that always criticizing guys is good. But if we're talking about the difference between Shanahan and Kerr, I do think that Shanahan is just more apprehensive to do things publicly. And Jake Moody yesterday was a prime example of that. And criticizing a guy doesn't mean that you're calling them terrible and you're doing, say, what Kerr did with Pajemski of just like going down a laundry list of plays that you shouldn't have made or that were, what did he call? Just insane or something? You know,
that one throw.
The transition, 5-on-3 where he threw a lob, was just an insane play. Like he just lost it. He was apoplectic talking about it. It doesn't have to be that. But where I think that it's fair for Kyle Shanahan when he's asked about Jake Moody is to be like, he ain't been good this season. Everyone knows it. He knows it. I know it. It doesn't mean I don't have confidence in him. But the fact that he won't even admit that Jake Moody's had a subpar season and potentially is a reason why you're missing the playoffs. I know he's been hurt, but even when he's been available, he hasn't been great.
I think there's one thing we might be missing too, and that's the position. I think you do have to be a little more careful with kickers. Yeah, just because, like if, Purdy's involved in every single play. So you get, I think, more of a comfort level with him. I think you're more worried about a kicker getting in his head and being a detriment to him. And I just think a guy like Shanahan will default to, well, my kicker's struggling, so I'm going to make sure that he knows I support him and we're going to live with him through these tough stretches. He probably does the same with Brock Purdy, but Purdy just makes so many plays in a game that he can address it over the course of time and maybe even dozens and dozens of times in a game. I don't get the sense Shanahan has a lot of dialogue with Jake Moody.
Well, he said he doesn't care about special teams.
Exactly.
So,
exactly.
I think that and handling a 53-man roster, I'm sure, is a lot more difficult than dealing with the personalities of a 15-man. Or essentially, if you're Kerr, like maybe he really only talks on a daily basis with his top 10 guys. I don't know. He also said that with Kuminga, he purposefully tries to not talk to him every single day because he knows that you can only coach so much. And so maybe that was this weekend. Minnesota, Indiana, those were the learning, the teaching moments for Kuminga this week or this month. And then he'll sit down with him after these. Because they play a condensed schedule. It's like, all right, how much are you really supposed to do between Christmas, tonight, and then tomorrow against Phoenix? But if there's another example, there's another instance of, say, Jonathan losing, awareness of a defensive situation, well, then that might be something they have to address. And I just thought it was interesting seeing the way that both head coaches dealt with their younger players. Because they are important to what they're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny in with Evan Giddings today. It's Friday, December 27th. It's that fun week between Christmas and, by the way, you got big New Year's plans?
Kinda.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
kinda.
boy. Oh, boy. Well, that's going to be talked about on the other side.
Well, it involves you.
I thought you said you couldn't.
I said I was a game time.
All right. By the way,
kind of like Draymond Green tonight. Game time decision.
Well, I have a hunch I know which direction he's leaning.
Wait, don't do that. Don't do that.
I just said I have a hunch of.
We can talk about it.
Yeah. By the way, and I have a question on the other side. Why does the NFL get away with things that no other sport can get away with? That's what I'm going to be asking on the other side. And I'm going to need some people's help. Download the free Odyssey app. Check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Segment was also brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. Rock the Casbah?
Is that
Oh, my God.
Is that a conflict from the 1980s?
Oh, my God. What are we going to do with this guy, Bay Area?
I know who the Clash is.
You do know who the...
It's a band.
Joel Strummer.
Well, I don't know the members of the band, but I'm familiar with the Clash. No, I was preoccupied by...
He might not be with that band.
Oh, God. By Jim Harbaugh. Did you hear what he had to say?
I didn't.
So Jim Harbaugh is one of the greatest quotes in the NFL, maybe in history, I don't know. But yesterday they were asking because the Chargers are playing in New England tomorrow. Okay. And it's going to be, cold weather game, dead of winter, all the rest. And he steps to the podium. They're like, well, do you have any concerns? And he goes, well, all I do know is, young men, they pump warm blood. And it starts in the arteries, and then goes through the veins, and then the ventricles, and then the capillaries, and then it comes right back. And all I know is that they pump warm blood. And then he goes, I don't know if it's in that order, but I know that young men, warm blood, we're gonna be all right. So he just takes it and goes on this, this soliloquy about how blood gets to your heart, and that's the reason why they're going to be successful in New England this weekend.
And it sounds to me like he wasn't even right about it.
No, I don't think he was. Although I think he got most of it right, and I might not be quoting him correctly. Thank you, Steve. But Jim Harbaugh, who would not want to play for him?
Anybody
will call someone out.
Anybody after they've been there with him for 4 years.
Well, yeah, but that's why it's kind of like college now. Basically, that's why I think he was so successful. You don't have to be with him for that long. Now, we'll see if Justin Herbert gets broken over the course of the next 4 years. But
although Harbaugh's always been good to his quarterbacks.
Well, it's because he was one.
That's true. That is true. Speaking of football, why don't you run down these ratings from Christmas Day?
Oh, God.
Et cetera.
You sure you want me to?
Well, let me start out by saying this. So the Warriors-Lakers game on Christmas was the highest rated NBA game in 5 years.
Regular season
A
game.
regular season.
Regular season.
Okay. That's pretty good, right?
It was awesome.
All right.
7.7 million average.
We're back.
8.5 peak. Best game on the slate. Awesome game. LeBron James says, today is for the NBA. Christmas is ours.
Yep.
Get out of here, NFL. And then the numbers come out, and apparently a Kansas City Chiefs Pittsburgh Steelers matchup, which was pretty much a snooze fest for most of it, was
29-10, I believe.
24.3 million viewers on average. And then the later game, which was also even more of a snoozer, Ravens beat the Texans like 31-2.
31-2.
I don't remember the last time I saw a football score with the number 2 in it, but they averaged close to 24 million viewers. So the Warriors, who had an amazing game, came down to the wire. The two flag bearers of the league did a third of what the NFL did on Christmas Day. On Netflix, mind you. Not even on national television.
So here's my question.
What the hell?
Because here's what it feels like to me.
We can't win.
We got into this a couple weeks ago about how, sports used to be better. And, of course, Evan, who's from a younger generation, said no. But, no, think about it. This is the way I think about it. Why is the NFL immune? Okay, we talk about baseball. It's boring. They implement the shift.
Just some.
They implement the runner at second base.
Some big news coming out in 10 minutes.
They implement the pitch clock. Why? Because the product isn't very good. All right. Then you go to the NBA, and everybody's talking about how the product's not very good, and that's why ratings are down, and there's too many three-point shots, and we don't know when guys are going to play, and load management has gone awry, and everything's about offense. And so the product suffered. Well, I would venture to say that most people who watch football are more disappointed with the product now than they've ever been in terms of, for what takes away from my NFL enjoyment is the officials. Like, there's no other sport where the officials can dictate the outcome of a game, as far as my way of thinking, than football. Again, It's all about offense. Quarterbacks have been ridiculously protected. You can't really stick a guy, or else you get an unsportsmanlike penalty. So why is football immune to the same kind of criticism that the other sports are getting, even though we're not as crazy about the football product as we have been in the past?
Money. I think it's money.
What do you mean? No, I'm just talking about why someone would watch.
Why someone would watch football?
Yeah.
Money.
Like why are the football ratings not
gambling on the game? I think that's why. I think that's the biggest reason why the NFL wins, is because gambling combined with the rarity of it. So you only have so many opportunities to gamble or to watch the NFL. And the NBA is, I don't think that it's as interesting for gamblers, honestly. I mean, the average viewer, also, it could just be the event of it. I mean, if football is on, you're going to watch, and, they had Beyonce performing at halftime. Mariah Carey was doing pregame. It was awesome. It's a spectacle. But I think in general, the amount of money that football generates, that's the reason why there's the most interest in it.
I didn't really even consider the gambling aspect of it. How many people do you think gamble on like football?
Let's take of the 24.3 million viewers that watched Kansas City's Pittsburgh.
All right.
At least 30% of the viewers probably had money on that game in some shape or fashion. Now, fantasy is also a big part of this, and the 650, I think, is spot on. Fantasy is, and it's like the championship week and all the rest. But people are still going to watch next week when fantasy's over. And maybe it's because they're gearing up for the postseason. But I think it's because so many people gamble on the NFL that's automatically going to make up, again, of 24.3 million viewers. Like 30%, if they're gambling on it, that's basically the amount of people that watched the Warriors-Lakers game. And I don't know that for sure, but that's just my guess.
Did you watch last night's game? 6-3?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I'm in the fantasy championship. I had Jackson Smith and Jigba going, and he absolutely
I'll bet he
bleeped me.
Doesn't feel like he scored a touchdown.
No, he didn't. In fact, he didn't do much. It was raining, and it was a terrible game. Now, I will say that I turned it off.
Okay.
But I turned it on. Like, I was a culprit. Hands up. I turned on the game last night on Amazon Prime. Because I think also, too, even if I hadn't, let's say, been in a fantasy championship, because I'm good, whatever, then I think I would have turned on the game because, well, one, I wanted to see if there was something we could talk about today. Because it was the only game on. There were NBA games, but even when there's a full slate, Steiny, it's really hard for me to, figure out which game I'm watching, who's playing. I mean, the game on NBA TV last night was Trailblazers Jazz. To me, the Seahawks Bears is a far more intriguing matchup.
Yeah, I'm not watching a Thursday game just because there's a game on a Thursday. It's got to hold some more appeal to me. And that one last night didn't. Well,
I mean, Seattle's in the mix for the NFC West. I mean, they needed the win.
I know. But unless the game were, two good teams or the Niners were involved, I probably wouldn't have watched regardless.
That's fair. So what were you doing last night?
I watched a movie.
I know. You're very proud to tell us about.
Watched a movie called Kneecap. Kneecap.
Did someone get shot there?
It was pretty good. It was an interesting movie. And I'm sure we'll get some reviews on the Comcast Business text line.
I'm sure we will. So that's what you were doing. You'd rather watch a movie. I also watched a movie last night.
What'd you watch?
I watched Die Hard.
Who's in that?
Christmas classic. Bruce Willis. What's
that about?
It's about Christmas. It's an action movie.
Is that the one that takes place in Pittsburgh?
Alan Rickman? No, it takes place in Los Angeles.
Oh.
So, Steiny, my point is, like, when the game is on, and we had some people over, and there's some friends. The game is also just something that you can have on, and I think most people can kind of, participate or view. Like football just seems like also more of a social sport to throw on than the NBA. I could be off base there, but I think it's more like you have people over to watch the majority or any sort of football game. I don't really know what you do for like if the Warriors aren't playing, I'm not going to have people over to watch the Jazz and the Trailblazers.
Probably not. Let's go to Chad. Chad's in Richmond. Chad wants to jump in here. What's up, Chad? How you doing, man?
How you doing? I'm doing okay.
Cool.
Yo, so, hello?
Yeah, you're on.
Then why the NFL is immune to all these problems is because they're on CBS and Fox. They're on network television. This is why.
Really?
So because my mother loves baseball. My mother loves basketball. My mother loves football. But she's going to turn on Fox and she's going to turn on CBS. And these are the big networks and they're going to get turnover money. And that's why they are immune. Also, by the way, Brock Purdy is not going to make $55 to $60 million.
How come?
And if he does, if he makes that much money, the 49ers are destroyed. He needs to make 35 to 40. He needs to be very intelligent. He needs to do something like Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes and quote unquote take a little bit less. I mean, so what's Trevor Lawrence doing? Reset the market? Nothing. Deshaun Watson? Reset the market? Nothing. I'm tired of this garbage. It's garbage. Brock Purdy needs to make like 35 to 40. He's going to be set. Go give him like $200 million, or 150 to 200. His family is set for life. His family is set for life in 4 to 5 years.
Hey, appreciate the call.
Chad.
Yeah, thanks, Chad.
A lot to get into there.
There really is. But first, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, I got a prediction about Purdy. He is going to sign for less than most people think.
Oh.
You can take that to the bank.
Okay, lock it up.
Yeah, it's going to be under 50.
Fort Knox.
It'll be under 50.
Annual.
And you know what?
We already have a
parse
bet. We already have a bet.
You may as well pay up on that one.
Do you want to make another bet then?
No. Unless you acknowledge he's not getting 60 right now.
No, but I was going to ask if you wanted to double down and say that he's not going to make more than 50.
Yeah, I'll double down on that.
Okay, so now the new number's 50.
Well, no, because if he makes 53, then we split because he will not have made over 60. But if he makes 47, then I win both. That's what a double or nothing bet is.
No, but if I win under 50, then I'm still net positive because it's a double down.
What are you talking about?
So, in this case, if we go to the cafeteria,
okay,
he makes less than 60. I owe you one pop.
No, you actually don't. Under that.
Now, I owe you 3. But if I win, then you owe me 1 net.
No, that's not how it works.
Yes, that's why. That's why it's.
That's not double or nothing.
Yes, it is.
No, you either. The way the bet ends...
They're 2 separate bets. One bet's for 2 pops, one bet for 1 pop.
No, that's not double or nothing.
Well, in my mind, it is.
No,
that's
let me
what
tell
we're
you.
betting.
No, what double
Steven,
or nothing
cut
is...
the tape.
What double or nothing is you make a bet. You lose a bet.
I haven't lost the bet
yet. Then I give you the opportunity to make another bet.
That's what we're doing, but I haven't lost the first bet. So the second bet is for double the first bet.
No, my point is, if I said 60, that's our first bet, 60.
Yes.
Okay, he's not getting 60. So I won that bet.
You know you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You have not won the bet yet.
Well, if he makes more than 60, then you win 2 bets.
Which is why.
But where did you come up with 3 drinks? Like, that doesn't fit anywhere.
Yes, it does, because the second bet is for 2 drinks.
No, that's not the way you know what? And guys do that in golf all the time.
What?
And it's a joke.
I don't golf.
You'll be playing somebody in golf. You'll beat them on the front. And then they'll be like, I forget what it's called.
Double or nothing.
No, it's
on
called,
the back.
I want to press. It's like, so I want to win as many holes as you, no more, but I will still win. That doesn't make sense.
No.
Like, I don't do that.
No, see, that makes perfect sense.
Hey, Steiny, you want to press? No, I'm not pressing. I beat you the front 9. I'm about to do it again. Ain't no press.
But what if you don't? See, the only reason
they call you all kinds of names.
The bet is because you're scared. You're scared that I might not just be right about one bet, but about both bets.
You've lost the one bet.
No, I haven't.
You know you have.
What we're talking about is a side bet. Fine. Whatever you want to call it.
No, this is like the fantasy thing with Willard last year. Just say right now you'll take the loss on the $60 million.
No, I'm trying to be the Clippers against the Warriors this year, 2-0. I'm trying to go 2-0 in these bets, which I still have a chance to do.
Well, it's kind of too late for that.
No, it's not. Actually, it is far from even started.
You know what? 888-957-9570. Anybody out there really think Brock Purdy's going to make more than 60 after that year? Please.
Oh, what if he lights up the Lions on Monday Night Football?
He's not. They're going full bore.
Well, they are.
The Lions are going full bore.
And they're going to go to your favorite movie because they're biting kneecaps.
That's true. By the way.
Oh, there was something else the caller mentioned.
Sure.
That's actually what made Christmas so interesting, but also concerning for the NBA. So the caller said that football is king because they're on CBS and Fox.
Right.
They weren't on Christmas.
Well, that's true.
They were on Netflix.
That's true.
They're not allowed to broadcast on national networks on Christmas. That's why the NBA has always had Christmas as their day. And the NFL essentially tunneled like a bunch of, Viet Cong underneath what has been the NBA's day and got around it by making it a streaming service game. And they still tripled what the NBA did at their best, at their peak with their 2 best stars. So that's what's concerning about it.
No, I would agree with that.
Sorry, you had something?
I can't. Well, I was just going to say, so this movie Kneecap that I watched, it's a comedy drama. It's the rise of Kneecap, an Irish hip-hop trio from Belfast. That's Northern Ireland.
I'm aware.
And it's about a group that raps in Gaelic. And it was a good movie. Little different kind of movie. Suggested by my 23-year-old daughter. And I must say, she picked a pretty good one.
This is the one that lives in London, right?
Correct. Yeah, she likes BritBox and that kind of stuff.
BritBox? What's that?
BritBox is like Netflix, but the British shows.
Oh, I do have to say, Netflix is far superior overseas. The collection of films, television, I don't know what it is, but for whatever reason, the American streaming version of Netflix, we got to do some work, and not just to get football.
Let's go to Steve in San Mateo. Wants to talk about the NFL audience. What's up, Steve? How you doing, my man?
Good. Happy New Year.
Yeah, same to you.
I think the double nothing. Steiny's correct. It's when you lose and you want to double nothing, if you get a chance to.
No. Keep going, Steve.
I'm sorry.
Keep going, Steve.
I'm sorry, Steve.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's my opinion.
Yep.
The other one is the reason NFL gets such a good rating is because the frequency of exposure. Major League, you get to watch 162 games. NBA, you get 82. Here, you get 17. So the scarcity of the exposure is one of the reasons why they get more audience.
I think to me, that's the biggest thing, Steve. Even more so than the gambling, is the fact that you have a game once a week and everybody wants to see it. Appreciate the call, Steve. Thank you so much. Gambling and fantasy have done it. That's on the Comcast business text line.
Well, I do think there is also something to, again, the scarcity of NFL games. And so when they do happen, like the NFL is an institution. I know that every single Sunday at 10 a.m. and at 1 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, there's going to be a lot of football games. And so it's built into your schedule. Like if you're a football fan, that is, baseball, basketball. Gosh, I mean, the Warriors play tonight. I think it's 7:30, right, against the Clippers. 7. So tomorrow they play at home against the Suns at 5 or 5:30. But it's not ingrained in my brain. I don't have the Warriors schedule memorized, and I certainly don't have the entire NBA schedule memorized. I know on Thursdays there's TNT games. I know on Friday there's ESPN games, but I don't know what's going to be on in my local market. I don't know if the Warriors are going to be on national television. I've got to go to NBC. There's so many more hurdles that I have to go through as a fan than, all right, I'm going to pop on football and it's going to be on for everyone to watch, even if it's on Netflix, even now if it's on Amazon, because I have that. And I know on Thursday there's Amazon games. So to me, it's much more accessible, especially for people that are, like me, relatively lazy.
So you don't think LeBron is going to be right that Christmas is for the NBA?
Well, he's factually incorrect. He's been proven wrong, and it took less than 24 hours.
Well, no, he didn't say we'll beat you in the ratings. He just said,
this is our day.
This is our day.
Well, I mean, how long is it going to be their day when he leaves? How long is it going to be their day when Steph Curry no longer is in the NBA? Even LeBron, though, I mean, LeBron's still a massive draw.
Who's the heir apparent?
Oh, God.
Because I think there's two answers.
Two answers.
When people say heir, like if I say, who's the heir apparent to LeBron and Steph?
I mean, Anthony Edwards would be the closest American for me. And then international, probably Wembanyama. That would be mine. And Wemby.
It's funny. How about this? I just thought of it. Are we embarking for the first time in NBA history where the face of the franchise will not be an American player? Or face of the league. The league.
A sole face. I have doubts. Now, could Wembanyama be the clear-cut best player in the NBA? Yeah, I think he could. He might be there by the end of the year. I don't know. But to be the face of basketball, I do think it has to be an American.
Really?
And that might be ignorant of me to say, but I think that a lot of Americans, the average viewer, it's going to be difficult for them to buy in when the player that is marketed as the face of the league, English is not their first language.
Yeah,
I think it'd be cool, but I just think for most people to buy in, it's like
they got to be from the United States.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why, like, people revere and respect Shohei Ohtani, but I think it's difficult, and even though he uses a translator, not just because he doesn't talk, but he's not an American. And I think it's hard for people to buy into that.
I guess.
For baseball fans, they'll nationally recognize Ohtani's the best player. And for NBA fans, I think it's easy to get into Wembanyama. But if you're trying to attract someone that isn't already invested in the game, I think it's a hard task.
Yeah, I guess it is. I never really thought about it that way.
We can talk about it.
We can. Download the free Odyssey. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see a couple calls. We'll jump into everything. It's a potpourri Friday. There's no doubt about it. And I've got some other things that I need to talk about today. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Tune in tonight for Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. That starts at 6 o'clock. Tip-off is at 7. That segment also brought to you by Lucky California. Oh, that aired yesterday with Dan Devone and Lorenzo Neal with Greg Cosell. We'll use that as a jumping off point to get into some Niners. And I was just thinking, is this the game of the year that should have been maybe the biggest game of the year, and now it doesn't mean anything, kind of? I mean, this is supposed to be 2 13-2 teams battling for the NFC home field advantage.
The biggest game of the year that wasn't. Also, I got to apologize to Goo.
Why?
Because...
all right, go ahead. But
no, so each time we've come back from break, the last 2 breaks, this camera continues to unlock, and Steve has had to remind me each time. And I feel like I understand now what goes through Goo's mind. Well, somewhat. Every single time we return for break. So I'm sorry, Goo, if I'm ever short with you or a little...
You're going to apologize for all those times?
Steve Kerr, like... No, well, I won't apologize to you, but I'll apologize to Goo.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, sorry, you were saying?
You went to the... You had an idea for... a little late, 2 days late, but...
An idea?
Yeah.
For what? I have so many ideas.
What Christmas miracle would you give each Bay Area team?
Well, it's taking me a couple days to think because honestly, there's a lot of miracles that need to go down.
Yeah, what's your okay?
Which team do you want to start with?
I'll start with the Warriors.
With the Warriors,
what would be their Christmas miracle?
Removing tendonitis from Steph Curry's knees. That would be their miracle.
Well, why don't you just say
it's a miracle?
Why don't you just say a time machine?
It's a miracle. Well, you can't take the whole team back. I'm just focusing on one thing, one person.
You know what? I'm the Christmas miracle to me for the Warriors is
people watch me scarf down
make a
salad.
move. Just make a definitive move.
That's not a miracle because that is possible. If they're going to make a move, that cannot be a miracle.
Just make a move where we can all say, okay, now we know where the organization's coming from. What are we doing? What are we doing?
They don't know.
But we've been doing it for 3 years now. We've been doing it for 3 years. This has been the same team for 3 years. 46, 44, 46 coming, 44 coming. I need Mike Dunleavy to deliver.
You know what would be
That's
a miracle?
what I need.
A miracle would be them continuing to do what they're doing, and it finally works. Like, what do you give me for this? The first 15 games of this season are now looking like a miracle.
Well, they lost Melton.
Yeah, and then they came back down to earth. So actually, now that we're on that page, just bring back Melton's ACL. That would correct everything. We're talking about Christmas miracles.
They would be, at best, 16-13 with Melton.
At best?
At best.
Wow.
1 game tops.
We can make another bet. We can triple down.
Let's go to Murillo in Petaluma. What's up, Murillo? How you doing?
Hey.
Hey, guys. Everything is well. Happy Friday. I'd like to touch on the subject beforehand that you guys were talking in the last block. I think and let me preface this by saying, I mentioned to you guys before, I was born in Brazil. I grew up there, so I'm a foreigner. And we Brazilians are big consumers of American sport.
Why?
We're big consumers of American sports, especially basketball. And the way I'm coming from here is the NBA, I don't think they're concerned about domestic ratings. I think they're more concerned about the international market, especially with the international players taking the scene. I think basketball is a far, and I mean far more popular sport outside of the United States than football. And I speak that from experience. I talk to my friends at home about all sports, and they know little about the NFL, about players, about gambling. So I think the NFL is a phenom. Domestically speaking, I think it's a more traditional fan base that consumes it, whereas the NBA, and, I think Rick Buckner, friend of the program, he mentioned the other week, I don't know where I heard him saying this, it's a dark little secret. The NBA, they don't care about people not watching their regular season games. They really don't. And they're making a lot of money outside of the country. And one thing Steve Kerr touched on yesterday is how the product is consumed. It's a lot more content-driven than TV-based ratings. So I don't think the NBA cares a lot about that. And, that's where my perspective comes from. I think we love basketball a lot more than football outside of the country. So for the NBA fans, if it's a consolation, don't worry. There's a lot of people out there that just love the game as much as you do. So thank you, guys. Have a good weekend. Thanks for taking my call again.
Appreciate it, Murillo. I think there's something to that. I do.
Do you know the top 10 sporting events from across the globe? This is based on cumulative global ticket sales, StubHub, North America, along with international marketplace.
The top 10, well, are we talking annual
Let's
events?
just take the top 5 if you'd like to guess.
Are they annual events? That means once a year, Evan.
God, now I also know what Goo deals with every day. All right. No, I'm talking about...
For example, the Olympics. Are they on there? The Olympics.
They are not. They are not involved.
Okay. I would say World
There's
Cup.
a lot of... I mean, you take the Olympics over the course of 3 weeks and combine them together. But I'm saying, all right, so of the top 5, there are these events. There are the Euro, semifinal and finals. The Euro events, soccer, right?
All right.
That's soccer.
English Premier League. Is that what we're talking about?
No, we're talking about the Euros that happen this summer.
Okay.
The world comes together. They play soccer.
All right.
Copa America. That's our version. North and South America.
These are not bigger than the Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl is one of them.
Okay.
The World Series is one of them.
No chance.
And the NBA Finals is also one of them.
That's not.
Which order do you think that they're in? So again, Euros,
Super Bowl's
Copa
one.
America, Super Bowl, World Series, NBA Finals. This is based on cumulative global ticket sales
for this
and
year.
International marketplaces.
The Super Bowl's one.
It's not.
Yeah, it is.
It's number 2.
Next to the Euros?
Nope. That's number 3.
The Copa?
That's number 4.
The World Series?
The World Series is number 1. The NBA Finals was number 5.
Worldwide.
Well,
so Murillo.
That's what I'm saying. Is yes, I think
he's wrong.
According to this figure that I've
you tell me
just
baseball's more popular than basketball.
This World Series between the Yankees and the Dodgers was. Now last year's between I don't know whatever team was involved. I can't remember. My point is,
you're cooking the books, as Goo would say.
Well, the Boston Celtics were involved in the NBA Finals. Also, last year, who was in the NBA Finals?
Dallas and Boston.
No,
Denver.
2 years ago. Miami.
Is that who it was?
Yeah.
I can't even remember.
My point is that just because the NBA is branded as a global game, and I believe that maybe there's more international interest, to Murillo's point, than in American football, the sheer numbers still are telling us that football is close to or king on a given year. And the only time that an American sport not named football is number 1 is when arguably the 2 biggest brands in maybe the most profitable sport. I know baseball has more games and stuff like that, but the Yankees and the Dodgers are the only thing that could compete with the Super Bowl. And this is worldwide. So, and I think soccer that's the world sport. Basketball is, I think, being branded as an international sport because, to Murillo's point, the interest domestically is waning. And it's been pretty drastic over the last decade.
Well, let me ask you this, and we talked about this a little bit. Christmas Day has, what would you like to watch on Christmas Day if you could watch anything? And the other day they're not utilizing is Christmas Eve.
Well, that's true.
Which
is what they might have to start doing because once the NFL puts its fingerprints on something, it's theirs.
You know what I think could? I told you this yesterday. What should start being on Christmas Day right now is like the Final Four of the college football playoffs. The college football playoffs should happen. There should be 2 games on Christmas Day at 1 o'clock and 5 o'clock. It should be Penn State, Boise State, if that's one of the games, and whoever else plays. But the NFL on Christmas, I don't know. Those two games just didn't do it for me. I just had basketball on without the volume. I was not going to watch the Ravens game, or what was the other bad game? The Chiefs 29-10 game.
Well, no, and to your point, the 650 bringing up international ticket sales, in terms of viewership, yeah, it's a little more even, but none of these American events are matching with the World Cup, the Tour de France, the Summer Olympic Games, Champions League final. Like, yes, you're right. They're all international stuff. But I all I'm saying is that the international draw is not just the only thing that basketball has to be concerned about. I do think that domestically that there's trouble that they're running into. And I think it's because they don't know who the next brandable individual is, like that people can associate with. I mean, I honestly, on Christmas, I watched the Chiefs and the Steelers instead of watching Wembanyama and, the Knicks.
I can't watch the Knicks. I can't watch the Knicks.
Why not? That's actually funny because
those early games on Christmas, I don't care. I don't care who it is. I don't want to see Miami. Is there a worse team to watch in basketball than Miami? I mean, nobody wants to watch Miami.
The Hawks are on replay right now.
I mean, what team in the NBA do you want to watch right now? That's the biggest problem
on Christmas Day. But that's the thing. I wanted to watch Steph and LeBron. It wasn't even about the teams. It was about those two individuals. And if I'm going to watch the Spurs, it's because I'm watching for Wembanyama. The Knicks, it's funny, the Knicks are the one basketball team in the league where you actually do know who's going to play and you're going to see because every player plays like 44 minutes. So, in terms of individuals, I don't know. Like, who do you want to watch in the NBA right now? Who do you like?
Well, I still enjoy watching the Warriors. But that's mostly because they're kind of my team. And like, I would enjoy watching the Timberwolves if I did a show in Minnesota. You know what I mean? Like, the Warriors are my team. They've been my team for 20 years. And because I follow them so closely, I find all their games interesting. I watch them all. Outside the Warriors, I guess I put Minnesota up there. Because of Edwards, I would put.
But see, you're
put
thinking,
the Spurs
you're thinking
up there.
About teams, though.
You're right.
I'm thinking about individuals, and that's where I think the NBA is struggles a bit. Like the NFL markets individuals, and those players sell their teams by themselves. Not that the NBA doesn't try to do it. I don't know. Like, I was having this conversation actually at Chase on Monday with another media member, and it was like, thank you. It was about who the next superstar is. And they were saying, well, the NBA doesn't market their superstars well enough.
What?
I think they do. But you can't force someone into superstardom. I think a great example of that would be Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum is a great player. He's awesome, and now he's a champion. I don't think many people are interested in watching Jason Tatum or learning about him because he's not a very interesting person.
You bring up an interesting point about the next. And I want to throw this out to the listeners at 888-957-9570 because maybe this is when we talk about the NBA, this is the one that I haven't really factored in. But we'll go back 40.
I think that's also something we're searching for here in the Bay Area. Like, we're searching for the next thing.
I agree with that. So in 79-80, Bird and Magic come into the league. So Bird and Magic were the face of the entire league throughout all the 80s and into the early 90s. Then there was Jordan. All right, Jordan took us through the 90s. Then there was, I'm just going to say, LeBron and Steph. Here's the issue. Those guys are going to be gone in a year or two or soon. The problem is the next one has to be one of the greatest players of all time. And I don't see one of the greatest players of all time emerging. And if we're going to get into American, well, then we're in big trouble.
Yeah,
I think. So but you're right. But you're right. Look at it this way: Bird, Magic, Jordan, LeBron, Steph. Who in the league, regardless of where they're from, is going to belong in that group in 5 years?
I think
Wemby?
I think he's the one that I would bet on. Wembanyama becoming one of the greatest players of all time, if I was to bet on any player in the league.
I don't disagree with that. I guess my question is, does Wembanyama have a chance to go down like a Bird, Magic, Jordan, LeBron, Steph? Or he can't because he's not American? At least in I get he can be the biggest global player, but I'm just talking about, you do think we will have trouble embracing a non-American player.
But that also could be the biggest difference. Like, okay, so Magic and Bird were one of a kind, right?
Yep.
There weren't many players like them. Magic at that size had never been seen before. Bird.
Right.
Jordan played the game above the rim in a way that no one had ever seen before.
Right.
Curry does it with the three-point ball.
Yep.
I mean, maybe Wembanyama is the guy that can, to Murillo's point, bring the world into American basketball. You know, I'm not sure how that helps the Warriors find their next player, but in bringing interest back to the league, maybe, you know, I am too close-minded about that. And Wembanyama is somebody that can attract players or viewers that maybe not even other players that we just talked about can, because they're not from another country.
To me, Wembanyama, the reason he could be the next, when I look at all these guys, Bird, Magic, Jordan, LeBron, and Steph, they all are going to go down as among the greatest players ever. They all have something that kind of defines them. I mean, I do think Wembanyama's got a chance to be maybe the greatest defensive player of all time at both defending the perimeter and defending the rim. Like, there's never been a player like that before.
Well, there's never been a player that's had to defend both as much as he does. The thing that I guess also, compared to Steph and LeBron, and this is where I would also defer to you, I think it does help that Steph and LeBron have each other. I mean, one of the reasons why I'm watching on Christmas is because I get to see them play against each other. And there's this idea of, you know, if you're a Lakers fan, Curry's the villain. Or if you're a Warriors fan, LeBron's the villain. The hero-villain thing, I think, is always a big component of it. But I don't know, like, did Jordan ever have anyone that was in his... Like, he was just so great that it was just him. Because I know Magic Bird, there was that tug and pull.
So Bird and Magic...
Or Russell and Chamberlain.
Correct. Jordan never... Now, I think the big Jordan fans, the people who have Michael Jordan as the greatest player of all time and their favorite player, they would say the reason Jordan didn't have any was because he was like Bird and Magic were comparable. You know, Bird won 3 titles. I can't remember how many Magic ended up with, 5 maybe. LeBron and Steph, you know, they both have 4 right now. Well, nobody got any when Jordan got to the finals. So I think people would say Jordan never had a guy like that, which I would agree. But I think a lot of people would say because he was that's why he's considered the greatest. That's why it's easier to consider Jordan the greatest, because he didn't have a guy who beat him ever. Unless you're counting his early years, and everybody beat him early.
Or there was a player that was considered better than him when he played.
Correct. There never was.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. When he played.
But that's what I also think is why the NBA, especially at, like, let's say that the peak of LeBron and Curry's powers, 15, 16, that might have been when the NBA and its viewership peaked. Because I don't know if LeBron and Steph, like I saw this being discussed yesterday, is Curry versus LeBron the greatest rivalry in the history of not just basketball, but perhaps sports? I don't know if it is, but I do think it is the most unique, because I don't know if there's ever been 2 players that are in a way as great as each other, but polar opposites with their game. Like LeBron is a physical specimen and plays above the rim. Curry has physical gifts, but plays his game from the outside in. They're both different statures. They're both great in their own way. They're different personalities, but they appear to be friends or one and the same. You know, I have much more interest in watching Curry and LeBron play, and not just because I've covered the Warriors and grew up here in the Bay Area, but to me, as an average fan, I don't know if there's been a more captivating duo in terms of the hero-villain or push and pull in sports when they've played. I mean, maybe because of their sheer greatness, Brady and Mahomes for a small period of time, but Curry and LeBron have played now 53 times against each other. I think the only other duo that did that more, maybe it was Magic and Bird, but I know Russell and Chamberlain did it.
Right.
And that was just because there weren't that many teams. So I don't know if Curry and LeBron's the greatest rivalry ever, but I do think it is up there as the most unique.
I'm trying to think. Bird and Magic, let's say they played against each other 10 years. That's 20 regular season games. They played each other 3 times in the finals. Let's say that's another 20. So they're not even close to as up there as LeBron and Steph.
And, well, but they had the same amount of finals against each other. Was it 4?
They had 3 against each other.
3? Okay, so Curry and LeBron have 4.
Right.
Russell and Chamberlain
Curry and
played
LeBron
more,
have quietly now played longer than both those guys, I'll bet. Certainly more than Bird.
Yeah.
And so that's interesting. Okay, here's what I'm thinking about for the other side. And we got Greg Cosell coming up in the half hour. We'll get into some 49ers talk. I actually think there is a player out there right now who should be either the face of the league now or poised to be that in the next year. But I'm not sure he'll ever be the guy that Steph Curry is, for example. But, how do I want to put this?
A player out there.
There is a player out there who could be the face of the league and should be the face of the league by where he's at. But there's no chance this guy's ever going to be as popular as Steph Curry.
Now, is that because this is just what
I'm kind of teasing it for the other side?
No, I know, and I know we have another minute to fill, which is what I'm trying to help.
Yeah.
So but you don't think that this player that's by your metric? You don't think that the public would accept them as more popular than Steph?
I don't think the public would accept the player as more popular than
Is it
Steph.
Brandon Pajemski?
It's not.
Okay,
it's not.
Wanted to check.
888-957-9570 is the number. Who is the next face of the NBA? How could that face possibly rival either LeBron or Curry, for that matter? What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. The Bayview Restaurant is delighted to announce the return of their popular Winemaker Dinner Series. 5 evenings of exquisite wines from the best local vintners, expertly paired with a delicious 4-course menu. Reserve your spot today at inatthetides.com. Plus, don't miss the kickoff show on Monday with Willard and Dibbs. It starts 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today. It's a Potpourri Friday. And that's just the way it is today. Boss isn't here.
My bad.
No salespeople here. I mean,
And you like to work during this week.
You know what?
You coming around on that too?
Yeah, next year I may take this week off. We'll see.
By the way,
we'll see.
You've gotten a lot of compliments on your new shades.
Oh.
Your new lenses.
Nice. Who else?
Well, my dad said you look like a person on BBC, which I think is supposed to be a compliment.
Well, at one point yesterday, and it might have been a mistake, but you uttered it nonetheless, was you said, yeah, you look a little younger.
Is that all you're looking for?
Mostly. All right.
Today you're wearing your dress shirt, allegedly, along with some younger looking glasses. So yeah, you're in tip-top shape. You should dress like this more often.
Maybe I will, Evan. So we're talking about the face of the NBA and who it's going to be after LeBron and Steph. And there's actually a player that should be the face of the league. And he's actually at a point that's very comparable to one Stephen Wardell Curry.
Is he in the league yet?
Yes, he's in the league.
Okay.
I feel like you know who I'm talking about. There's a player that right now is poised to be the face of the league. And what I'm getting at is, I don't think he will be. Certainly not to the level of the five guys we listed.
I actually don't know who you're talking about.
It's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. All right? Now listen. He was runner-up. First of all, he's 26. All right? Steph Curry won his first title at 26. The 2 years before Curry won his first title, he was 11th in the MVP voting and then 6th. And then the year they won their first title, he won the MVP. Although he only averaged 23.8 that year, which surprised me.
2 years ago?
No. The first Warrior Championship.
Oh, Curry. Yeah.
Steph Curry, yeah. So Curry won that title when he was 26. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander 2 years ago was 5th in MVP voting. Last year he was 2nd. So if the Oklahoma City Thunder win it this year and Gilgeous-Alexander is the MVP, which he could be and maybe should be, he will have won his first title at 26. He will have been an MVP, and he will be at least, obviously Steph's got 4 titles under his belt, but what I'm getting at is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander at 26 will essentially be where Curry was at 26, which would theoretically mean he would have a chance to be the Steph Curry. But I contend he never will be. And my question would be, why? Like, why? If let's say OKC wins it this year, and then they win it once in the next, they win 2 out of the next 3.
They could win back-to-back.
Exactly. But do you think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander could ever touch Steph Curry in the face of the NBA game?
No.
Why not?
Because what's unique about him?
Exactly. That's what I think.
Why is he so special? Aside from the fact that he's just a damn good basketball player, which he is.
And that's where I think we're in a little bit of trouble.
It's not even about the market. I mean, I don't think the face of basketball could play in Oklahoma City, although you can make a case for a couple of years Durant might have been perceived as the best player in the league. I don't see it because, and I'd like to think that I keep a good eye on the rest of what's going on in the NBA besides Golden State. What can you tell me about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander that doesn't have to do with basketball?
Nothing.
Me too.
He's got a cousin who plays for the Mavericks or Timberwolves, I think. Believe it or not.
Nikhil?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But again, that's basketball related. Like, I don't know anything about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and I also don't think that, like, greatness isn't enough.
Exactly.
Individual greatness is not enough for me to look at you and say you represent what the league is.
Right.
or the greatness of the league.
Right. So here, I'll put it this way, and I'd love to know what people think about it. All right, we'll start with Bird and Magic. Bird and Magic were the faces of the league. There were a lot of different circumstances as to why they became the face of the league. Obviously, both their teams won. In fact, they played in the NCAA championship game leading into the NBA. Then they get on their NBA teams, and their NBA teams are both great, mostly because of them. There was a big dynamic because Magic was black, Bird was white, one guy in Boston, one guy in LA. The other thing that they had going for them was when they came into the league, they transformed it, in my mind, and to a lot of people's perception, from a selfish league to a team-oriented league. Like, they brought team basketball and passing into the NBA at that time. So, boom, they're the face of the next decade. Then here comes Jordan, and he has his own set of things outside him being an absolutely phenomenal player. He's got the shoes. He plays above the rim. All right, then he hands it off to LeBron. Well, why LeBron and then Steph? Well, why LeBron? Well, because to me, he was unlike anything we've ever seen before.
He was also marketed when he was in high school.
And he lived up to the hype. Like, nobody came into the league with more hype than LeBron James. Not Bird, not Magic, not even Jordan.
No.
So that's why LeBron gets there. Why did Steph get there? Well, Steph got there for a bunch of reasons. One is he changed the game with the three-point shot. The other thing is we hadn't seen a player kind of his size dominate the game like we have. I've always, you can make a case that there's never been a more impactful player at 6'3" or smaller than Steph. So that's why Steph's there. But who's the next? Like, the next guy's got to have something above and beyond. Then the only guy it can be, to me, is Wembanyama. But can he be that guy because he's not American? That's kind of the discussion that I'm interested in.
I mean, to me, I think it would have to do with more of the LeBron or Jordan factor, which is he's just so undeniably great that you cannot refute him being the best. The thing about Curry, which is also, I think, one of the reasons why he's so well known, is when has Steph ever been viewed as the best player in basketball? Now, he's been the most impactful, maybe the most transformative. He's revolutionized the game. But all of those things are not you saying Steph Curry's the best player. He's the number one player in basketball. I know he's got back-to-back MVPs, maybe 2016. But then they lost the championship. And then the thing about Curry is that took a long time.
Right.
Because people were reluctant to believe that this player could be the face of the NBA, because I don't think many, whether it was pundits or even some local people, thought that he was better as an individual than some of the other peers that he had. Like LeBron.
Or even Harden, some people.
Or Harden, or maybe even Durant. I don't know. He was always viewed as a top 3, top 5 player, but never unanimously like the best player, at least in my estimation. So that's what makes him so unique. And so he's had to do over the course of time. That's where I think that the player is best positioned to is Wembanyama, because people already see that he's unbelievable. And you can't really poke a hole in it outside of the fact that he's an American.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the league has been expanding in terms of the interest around the world, so it just stands to reason that there's going to be more players from outside the United States coming. And so now we've got one from outside the United States that may be the greatest player in his generation, but his timing might be better than Jokic's. Or Luke. Like, Luka will never be the face of the league. Would you agree with that?
Yes, but might be for different reasons than you.
Why would it be? Why would he not be for you? Just because he's not American?
There's also not enough of a storyline. Like, Luka's arc hasn't really changed. He came into the league highly touted and great. I don't think he's any different than he was after maybe his second season or third season in the NBA. I haven't seen the way that he changes the way he plays, the way that he talks about the game. I don't know much about him off the court. Like I think Luka
He just had a kid.
I think he also just opened an NBA youth academy in Slovenia or Eastern Europe. No, I think he's a good guy, but I think his career arc is a little too flatlining. Like one of the reasons why Curry's took the league is because everyone was, to your point, the fact that you scoffed when you looked at his first MVP or said, wow, he only averaged 23. It's like, yeah, that's kind of the player that he was.
Right.
And now he's this superstar that got to the next year. I think he jumped from 23 to 30 per game. It was like he took the league by storm. And I don't know how many players right now are going to be able to do that.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yep.
Has averaged over 30 points the last 3 years. 2 years ago, he averaged 31. Last year, 30. And he's at 31 this year.
Yeah.
Points.
Said back-to-back 45-point games.
Incredible. Let's go to Pat in Foster City. He wants to jump into this conversation. What's up, Pat? How you doing, man?
Hey, good. Thanks for taking the call. Yeah, you know, the guy I thought you were talking about, Matt, was the Greek Freak. You know, another foreign guy, but, you know, he's changed the game in a lot of ways. I mean, you know, you have Durant and Garnett, maybe one or two others that are similar in style, but that guy can just take over games. And, you know, I think he's getting, you know, some of these foreign guys, I look at it like tennis. You know, tennis is an individual sport, right?
Right.
And we had Connors and McEnroe and Borg and these great guys, and we thought, who's going to come next? Who could possibly? And then we had Pete Sampras and Agassi. We thought, oh my God, we're actually better shape than we were before.
Right.
And then we had Federer and Nadal, right, and Djokovic, all foreign players that Americans all got behind. But part of that, I think, and now you've got, you know, Sinner and Alcaraz, and a lot of people are going, who are those guys? Well, they're like the next generation, right? But right now, I think sometimes these guys that are on the precipice, I think sometimes they kind of back off to the people that are 1 and 2. You kind of wait for your time to be, you know, the voice of the league, if you will, whether it's tennis or basketball. And I think also part of it with these foreign players in the NBA, you know, they have to get comfortable with the culture and with the language and all that sort of stuff. So I think as they kind of mature into that, I think, you know, the U.S., you know, American fans will kind of embrace them. So, you know, I think it's kind of a natural thing. But anyway, those are sort of my thoughts. I think they could step forward. It's just, you know, you can't throw that on somebody when they're not quite there yet, you know?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And Giannis is an interesting one. And maybe what's going on, too, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I do think maybe we're ready for a face of the NBA, the National Basketball Association, to be a guy from some other country.
So are they going to change it to the IBA?
Well, it's like it's like a natural, this is a natural evolution of the game. It used to be an American game. We, in a lot of ways, spread the game to various countries. They embraced it. They started developing their players. Their players were developed to a degree they started to get integrated into the NBA. They've never been integrated more, non-American players. And so your generation, I mean, Olajuwon, you were born and he was already, you know, a two-time champion or right around that time. And so maybe a 30-year-old or a younger NBA fan is like, yeah, no, Wembanyama is going to be unbelievable. And he's going to be as popular as LeBron James. It's just going to take 3 or 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, I'm kind of with the 5-3-0 that I think with the way that he's been marketed, the way that he can obviously connect to American audiences, and with how great he's been pushed on us, I think the best domestic candidate is Cooper Flag.
No doubt. In fact, I wrote his name down.
Yeah, that's why I asked you if the player was in the league yet. Because
I got you.
I think that he's the guy that everyone wants to become the next face. And I think it has to do with the fact that he's obviously a great basketball player. But his story is like he was the best player in high school. He's now at a prominent university. He happens to be white. He's an American, and he's damn good at the game. And so he's gonna come in with an opportunity to be that player. And now it's gonna be up to him to to do a lot. Like you got like winning isn't enough. Otherwise, I think someone like Giannis or
I think market means something too.
I think it does too. Like who's the best player in basketball right now? Because we haven't brought him up in this conversation.
It's probably still Jokic.
Exactly. And I don't think anybody would tell you he's the face of basketball.
Correct.
And he's unbelievable. He might win another MVP this year. That'd be 4, of which, God, only a handful of players have done. And he's never in this conversation. So it isn't just about who the best player in the league is at the time. Because otherwise, I think Kobe Bryant is probably in that conversation.
Didn't even think about him.
Exactly, because when he was maybe at the peak of his powers, I don't know if he was as popular, like because of his off-the-court issues.
True.
And now he's popular with fans and people love him, but at the time when he was the best version of himself, he
was polarizing.
Exactly.
He was polarizing, no doubt about it. Well, I mean, if Cooper Flagg gets drafted by the Jazz, he's going to have less of a chance to be the face of the league as opposed to if he gets drafted by the Miami Heat.
Well, I think that's also, and you can't do anything about that, but that is a problem that the league has.
He might be able to.
Who, Adam Silver can?
Yeah. They did it with Ewing.
Well, that's true.
1985, they froze the envelope.
Well, someone's got to be bad enough. This is why the Warriors got to start their tank right now. But the thing about the 25 and unders, let me just go down the list.
All right.
Anthony Edwards plays in Minnesota. This is in no particular order.
All right.
Zion plays in New Orleans. LaMelo plays in Charlotte. Ja plays in Memphis. Halliburton plays in Indiana. Evan Mobley plays in Cleveland. Maxey probably plays in the biggest market in Philly. Wembanyama plays in San Antonio. I just Googled NBA players under 25. My point is, like, none of those markets are the marquee markets. I mean, I think one of the reasons why Bird and Magic were also as big as they were is because those were the best, and still are, the best historical franchises in the league. And they played in the 2 biggest markets.
Run down that list again, because every guy you said...
Oh, I forgot Paolo, who plays in Orlando. Chet Holmgren plays in OKC. So Anthony Edwards, Zion Williamson, LaMelo Ball, John Morant, Tyrese Halliburton, Evan Mobley, Tyrese Maxey, Victor Wembanyama, Paolo Banchero, Chet Holmgren. We could even throw Cade Cunningham in there if you want.
Pods. What? He's under 25.
I know he's under 25. Oh, yeah, that's true. Shea's Canadian. That's going to be held against him.
That's true. I didn't even think of that.
But again, like all of those players, they're great players. Whoever you think is the best is irrelevant to me because none of them play in a marquee market.
But I didn't see any league transformers there either. And that's why I think it is going to be Wembanyama. If I had to bet, it would be Wembanyama because it's usually a guy that we've never kind of seen before. And he would obviously fit. But like even a guy like Anthony Edwards, I actually think that he could be the guy, but I think Minnesota holds him back, that market. And I also think he's a little bit of a nitwit. You know what I mean? He said some stuff that, he's still got some immaturity about him.
Yeah, I think this is a good point, too, from the 408 on the Comcast Business text line. I don't know if it's necessarily Austin Reeves gets talked about as much as the guys in smaller markets, but I do think that when the Lakers do something, good or bad, they're headlining NBA today. They're in the A block. When Steph Curry does something good or bad, he's in the A block. Who's been in the I know it's because he's maybe the biggest name out there, but I also think if Jimmy Butler played in Minnesota and was on the trade block, his name wouldn't be as frequent as if he played in Miami. If the New York Knicks last year, they were talked about more. The entire ESPN coverage of the Knicks-Pacers series was about the Knicks. They mentioned the Pacers, I want to say, like, it felt almost like 10% of the time on their pre- and post-game shows, or even when they discussed the series on their daily shows. It's like those markets are going to get covered more. Dallas is, maybe Doncic, I'm not sure, but there aren't these massive up-and-coming stars on either coasts. And here in the Bay Area, the biggest up-and-coming star, it probably plays hockey. Like, it's Macklin Celebrini,
Right.
but that's not going to push the needle. That's not going to move them. I don't know. It's like in the Bay Area, I think that's one of the reasons why someone like, let's say, Pajemski or even Kuminga are being hyped up the way they are. It's because it's almost like there's no other option to try and manufacture this next big thing. And that's what marketing is. It seems like it's futile, but who else are you going to market? Like, who else are you going to try and excite fans about, to try and sell tickets and buy merch? So as much as I think the Warriors, to kind of silo in on them, might have done Pajemski a disservice, I don't really know what else they were trying to do this summer to get us hyped and excited for a season that people were looking at as, well, Klay Thompson leaves, and you're bringing in Kyle Anderson, whose nickname is literally Slow-Mo, and Buddy Hield. No one knows anything about those guys.
Right.
They're good players.
You know what I've been thinking about? I didn't even tell you about this.
Kneecap?
No. And you know how people say, your boy Jim Harbaugh says hypotheticals.
Oh, God love him.
But I don't think this is a hypothetical.
He can change a market.
I'd actually love to talk about this. And maybe we'll do it later in the show because we're going to have the Greg Cosell interview on the other side.
We can push him.
Yeah, we might push him. And here's what I'm getting at. Remember Joe Lacob called the Lakers and inquired about LeBron James?
Last deadline.
Correct. Less than a year ago. Don't you think that Lacob's fielded a call sniffing around about Steph Curry?
Sure.
You would think, right? Especially now.
Oh, yeah.
What teams do you think have called the Warriors about Steph Curry?
Do you want me to tell you now, or we can push this to the other side?
No, but we can push it to the other side.
Okay.
But I was, the one thing I've been thinking about is, and people always take it as an insult. Oh, no, trading Steph. Nobody's saying to trade Steph. But Lacob called the Lakers about LeBron.
Well, I'm sure other teams have also called about LeBron.
I'm sure they have too. And so I'm just thinking about Joe Lacob picking up the phone and hearing from an owner saying, hey, we know you're 500 and you got a pretty good guard there who doesn't want to be a part of rebuilding. Like, what team could use Steph Curry and has a lot to give where Lacob might be intrigued?
Well, I'll tell you on the other side, but what I do believe is this. The reason why LeBron's names is always in the rumor mill is, number one, because he's LeBron, but number two, because he has left before.
He's antsy. He's known as antsy.
Played it, but he's also played for multiple teams.
Right.
He's won with 3 different teams. And so putting his name in the rumor mill is not as ridiculous as someone saying, well, we've called about Steph. Because if you do make that call, I do think if it's going to be a public discussion, there needs to be substance. Like, it does have to be real in a sense.
Right.
Because I don't think anybody would believe it if I just tell you, hey, your Orlando Magic called about Steph Curry. You're like, so? I don't care about the Atlanta Magic. But I'll tell you the teams on the other side that I do believe have a reason to believe that they could get him, because maybe, and I do think it would also take Steph being the one to initiate that conversation.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what I was thinking. If the league is the league, and we know it does all its homework, and trades are hard, you don't just call a team and say, let's do a trade, and it happens that day. These things happen over the course of a fairly long period of time. And all I'm telling you is, if I'm on another team, if I'm the GM of another team, and I know, what do I know to be true? I know that the Warriors are in no man's land right now. I know that they've said anything and everything for Steph Curry, but that may be a pipe dream. But mostly, I know what Steph said in the offseason about things change quickly, and we're gonna have to see how it all goes. Well, if I know Steph Curry is seeing how it all goes, and I'm another team, I'm calling the Warriors about Steph Curry just like Joe Lacob did to the Lakers about LeBron James. And I got a couple teams in mind, too, that if I'm the Warriors, I don't know if I'm hanging up on. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's segment also sponsored by Lucky California. things.
What's a potpourri?
Potpourri means a little bit of everything. For example, are you familiar, and I always have to ask you this because you're so young. Have you ever heard of a television show called Jeopardy? Jeopardy.
Yes.
Okay.
It's been around for as long as I have.
Right, and they have
maybe longer
categories.
Yeah.
It'll say sports.
Yep.
It'll say theater. Sometimes
potpourri.
Sometimes they have a potpourri, and that means it can be anything. You could have a question about theater. Then the next question would be about audio equipment. And then the next question could be about art or Michelangelo. And then the next question could be about sports. And then the last one could be about politics. So you kind of all encompassing.
No, one of my good friends, he and his now wife are massive Jeopardy fans. They're my age. And they actually incorporated Jeopardy into their wedding ceremony. Like
how?
So, well, I guess it would have been the party after the reception. And you know how you kind of have to decide like which table goes up to get food first?
Yes.
So they had a Jeopardy game about them and their relationship. And so it was like, all right, this is between table 16 and table 12. There's a category for Gordy and Taylor. And you pick the category and then first one to pick the question goes and gets food. So, exactly. But that's my familiarity with Jeopardy. Would you like to go Steph Curry trade destinations for 600?
I do. And here's why. It's Friday, and it's a potpourri Friday. And I was just thinking, Joe Lacob called about LeBron James, so why can't other teams call the Warriors about Steph Curry? And
do you think they have?
Yes. Yes. I would. It's just a call. It's just a call. All he can do is hang up the phone. But my question is, if Joe Lacob or Dunleavy answers the phone and Steph Curry's name comes up, is there a team you don't hang up on? And to me, there's two.
Two teams.
Well, let's
I
do
think
this.
there's one obvious team.
I do too.
The other team, I don't necessarily know. We haven't discussed this yet, by the way.
No, we haven't. But I looked down all the teams.
Okay.
And the one thing I've come up with is it's going to be tough to trade him in the West. I see him going to the East. What about you?
Oh, I thought that was the obvious team in the West.
Oh, no. To me, the obvious team would be the Philadelphia 76ers.
That was one of my teams.
Okay. I have another team from the East that I wouldn't be afraid to have dialogue with, and that's the Knicks. The Knicks. There's no way the Knicks wouldn't love to have Steph Curry.
Well, first of all, our lists are different then. I think there's a lot of teams that would enjoy not just Curry, but the conversation. The question is, do they have what you need, which would be draft capital,
right,
and salary, or players that you're willing to give up? And that's why I think that there's two that I look at, and they actually happen to be atop both conferences.
And I know the one team, and I'm going to disagree.
Cleveland?
Oklahoma City?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they're in the quick, and I'm not saying Curry's a quick fix. I mean, he'd be great there, don't get me wrong, but I don't see them being the franchise. I don't see Presti being the guy making that move.
Well, I think if we're talking about the Warriors having more than a one-sentence conversation with a team.
Okay.
I think the Thunder is that team. The other team, which actually now that more I think about it, I'm less hot on, but it's Cleveland. And the only reason
Cleveland's an interesting one.
The only reason I could see that being difficult to pull off, I actually don't think the players would be hard, but I forgot that Cleveland gave up the majority of their draft capital to get Donovan Mitchell. So they don't have a first-round pick until 2030. But if we're just talking in a vacuum, a play like Philly, I actually do think that'd be a perfect spot because, well, they've already done it. But the three teams I wrote down were OKC, Cleveland, and Philadelphia.
And I had one of those teams. I got to believe the Knicks have no picks, right?
They do not, because they gave them all up for Mikal Bridges.
2025 from, they're
I mean, they gave up like 4 picks and 3 pick swaps. So they don't, but I mean, they'd be able to send players back.
I mean, I just wrote down a couple names. Like, I don't even want to say this guy's name because everybody would be like, no.
For the Knicks?
Yeah. I mean,
Brunson?
Yes, Brunson. I'll bet you Warrior fans are like, no, we don't want Brunson.
Well, I don't think they'd want anybody.
I know.
But that's why
this is obviously if Steph and Joe Lacob believe this is the route they have to go.
Well, Cleveland and Philly, to me, actually, there's obvious swaps.
Right.
At the position. It's Tyrese Maxey and it's Darius Garland. And neither of those players are perfect, but both of those players are beneath the age of 25. And I think Curry would catapult both of those teams. And again, this is a hypothetical, but Steiny asked why, basically, if there was a team that called the Warriors, why, that asked about Curry, who would they be? Who would they be?
Yeah, settle down, 510. WTF. What are you talking about here? You can't be this stupid. No, what I'm saying is, if Joe Lacob called the Lakers about LeBron James, who's called the Warriors about Steph Curry?
And I do think it's fair to ask who is so naive to believe that no one has.
You better believe that some teams are planting their seeds with Joe Lacob right now, thinking, okay, it may not happen tomorrow, but what about in February? What about in the offseason? Just throwing it out there.
Houston? I do think.
I think Houston, it's just a little too early for them. You know what I mean? If I get Houston's good, and I know he would help, I don't think he would want to go there. Like, I bet you Steph would think, they're just a little too young. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's got to be a team that he clearly makes the favorite for a championship.
Well, that's the other question I was thinking.
Which is why Philly might be out.
If you drop, assuming if you ever trade Steph, you're going to get a boatload of picks. I got to believe for Steph, you got to get a bona fide star and picks. So if you drop, if you just look at the Western Conference standings.
Well, let's just take the Paul George deal. That's how OKC got Shai Gilgeous in the first place. It was Paul George for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and a boatload of picks. So what teams would be able to provide that? What team would make Joe Lacob not hang up the phone the moment Curry's name comes up?
Well, I would think what young players would you even have interest in as a part of a pack?
And we have been talking about a lot of young players.
So to me, obviously, I don't even want to say Shai Gilgeous-Alexander because to me that's preposterous. But a guy like Maxey could be that type of player. I think Halliburton could be that kind of player too, but I don't see why Indiana would want Curry because they're not close enough.
Yep.
I think the Magic are still a little young. What about Denver?
I was just thinking about Jamal Murray, but
what if you could get Murray and Porter and a couple picks?
The issue is I don't think you want either of them.
Really?
Denver's been talked about trading Porter for Levine. That's how toxic his contract has become.
Yeah.
I hear you, but it's so crazy how the stock on both of the stock of Denver has gone down since they've won a championship. And I think it's largely because of those two guys.
Like if you ask Warrior fans how many guys would you trade Curry for, I don't even know if Giannis is on the list. You know what I mean? The problem also with Curry is if you acquire Curry, you're going to want to keep whoever your best player is to play with him. So you're probably not going to get another team's best player, but you're going to get maybe their second best player and third best player. Is there anybody in Miami?
Hero, but I don't think that he's of the level that, say, Tyrese Maxey is. To me,
I don't either.
That would be, but I don't know. I don't know if Curry would want to go into Philly. He has a relationship with Embiid, obviously. They played together with Team USA. He greenlit the Paul George deal. So maybe that would be a place.
If you put Curry on Philly right now for Maxey, would you give him a chance to win a title?
Yes. Yes, I would.
I kind of would too.
I would give them a better chance than they have now.
I would too.
I mean, the ceiling of that team is dependent on Embiid, whether it's Curry or not. Just because, and not because he's maybe the best player if Curry's there, but because, their season is just shambles.
Had
a big win on Christmas, though.
It's funny, and you know me. When we talk about Steiny, you want Jimmy Butler? No, he's too old. You want Durant? No, he's too old. If I'm in Philadelphia, and we've already gone to bat and gotten Paul George, and we're struggling. If I were running Philly, yes, I would be interested in Curry. He wouldn't be a guy where I'd say, "What are you kidding?" We got Embiid, who's 30 going on 40. We got Paul George, who's 35 going on 50. And now we're bringing a 36-year-old in here. That one I could say, well, yeah, that's why we're doing it.
So they basically just put together the 97 Rockets? Wasn't that Barkley, Olajuwon, and Drexel?
I'll tell you what.
And Drexler?
Paul George, Joel Embiid, and Steph Curry. That's not bad.
Oh, no, of course not. I'm not. I think the team, I think the team that would be a clear-cut favorite for the championship, that could legitimately make it work, I think would be Cleveland. But
yeah.
No.
Hey, Brock Purdy turns 25 today. We're going to push Cosell.
Oh, thank God.
Greg Cosell interview in 10 minutes, 12:42, and then we're going to jump into some Niners. Brock Purdy, 25 years old. He's getting up there. He is.
For some reason, I thought he was older.
Did you really?
Well, Joe Burrow came into the league at age 25. Now because of these NIL contracts, the next number one overall quarterback is probably going to be 28. Guys are going to spend 3 years at JUCO, 6 years at a Division I university, cleaning up like your boy Mensa, and just making $8 million a year until they're seniors and then come into the league. Brock Purdy is going to be looked at as one of the younger superstars. How about that?
So get this. So you're telling me that next year Duke's starting quarterback is going to make 4 times more money than Brock Purdy.
And that's why you cannot tell him he's playing on a 4th year.
If you ever want
he's like, I'm going back to Iowa State. Are you bleeping me?
One anecdote of what's wrong with our society. Right there it is. Brock Purdy will be quarterbacking the Niners next year, no matter what happens, for $1 million. Darian Mensah will be quarterbacking the Duke Blue Devils for $4 million a year. What do we do? What are we going to do about this?
What are we going to do?
What are we going to do about this?
Can't go back now.
So I'm just using the guy's name more than anything. This Darian Mensah. Good redshirt freshman last year for Tulane. Good quarterback.
Solid.
I was thinking,
number one transfer.
He's going to be pretty good. Stays in Tulane for a couple years. He's pretty good. What incentive does he have to make? He's going to make $8 million at Duke over the next 2 years. Well, where do you go from there?
To the draft. And you take a pay cut. Imagine you become a quote-unquote professional and you have to take a pay cut. If I'm him...
That used to be the joke about some SEC players, guys who got paid.
If I'm him and I don't think that I'm going to be a top 5 pick, what I'm doing is I am catching an anonymous ankle injury, game 2, that keeps me out for all of the season, and I'm just rolling red shirt after red shirt until I can get what I want. Mensah's, I don't think he's great. He might be one of the top quarterbacks. I don't know.
He might be a top 5 quarterback in 2 years coming out. I don't know.
So he's a sophomore going into his junior season.
I think he's going into his sophomore year, I think.
Well, I will say this might incentivize players. I don't know. It might incentivize players to stay in college longer. But I don't know if it incentivizes them to stay with one program for a long time. Like, for example, did you read about this? The number one recruit for college basketball going into next year.
DeBonsa?
Yeah, AJ DeBonsa.
Okay.
He's going to BYU.
I saw that.
And apparently there was this massive bidding war. I don't know what the number is, but he's clearly going to make a ton of money.
At BYU.
I don't know if that NIL deal is going to be good enough to keep him for more than a year. But if the money becomes so substantial, it actually might be what incentivizes players to stay. You know, and if BYU can get DeBonsa over Kansas or, I don't know, I forget, it might have been Michigan. You know, if Duke can get Mensah over Florida State or one of the, I don't know, the Blue Bloods, Ohio State, I don't know, maybe Mensah is going to be a Blue Devil for 2 or 3 seasons.
Where was this money when I was at Franklin and Marshall?
Well, we were Division III athletes. We couldn't.
They still have.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
We can't dip our toes into that.
Of course they can.
No, they can give you education.
Wait, they don't have NILs Division III?
Academic money.
I'm not sure you're right about this.
I don't know. You can wait. Hold on. You can get an NIL deal in D3.
Well, okay.
No. I'm asking the people.
I'm going to be honest with you. Like one of the things that I was talking to some alumni about that I played with at Franklin and Marshall. Like, what if...
Is there a player coming in next year that you guys are paying?
No, this is my point. What if I got together with a bunch of the guys I played with, older and younger than me? We put together 40 alumni guys from Franklin and Marshall. We, obviously some of them are doing great. And we came up with $500,000.
Yeah.
And we targeted one guy as a senior, and we say to this guy, look, let's go. Somebody's out there is going to get a Division I deal, but let's get him. We can get him to come to Franklin and Marshall if we pay him $500,000. I think you can do that.
Yeah, that's called a booster. And that's what
But you're not allowed.
That's what everyone used to do before NIL.
Right. So
what you're doing is not revolutionary.
But it is on the Division III level. It's like, it didn't really happen on Division III.
But that wouldn't be NIL. Like, I don't know if legally you guys would be allowed to do that and say, hey, we're putting together an ownership group.
Well, what's it? Kendrick Perkins is part of something like that.
For a Division III program?
No, Division I.
Oh, yeah, but that's what I'm saying, though, is I don't know if the rule about you receiving a scholarship applies to the NIL.
Well, we give the kid a scholarship and pay him, obviously.
But you can't get that I do know. You cannot receive an athletic scholarship
Division III.
At the Division III.
Right, okay, we'll just pay. I know. We're just going to pay his tuition. We're going to pay his $72,000 tuition.
You would have to funnel it somehow through some academic scholarship. Well, the advantage that you have, so Franklin and Marshall is private, right?
Yeah.
So private liberal arts or private Division III, like they don't have to abide by... Like, I don't know if you'd be able to do that, say, if you're trying to recruit a kid to UC Santa Cruz, which is also a D3 school, because that's a public university. But if it's privately owned, you and your buddies might be able, I can't believe we're talking about this on air, but you and your buddies might be able to funnel money through some academic grant that is technically not athletic related. I don't know about the NIL stuff, but you'd be able to do it.
Well, who's paying Darian Mensah $4 million next year?
I think Duke, like
the actual university
athletic program.
And where does that $4 million come from?
A fund?
It's got to be like alumni, or you know what I mean?
Well, alumni, or it could be local.
A donor?
Well, it could be businesses. Like if you're advertising with Duke, or Nike has Duke. I think Duke has Nike, right? They're going to give them a bunch of money, and now you're allowed to use that money to distribute to athletes. But I also think they're allowed to search for outside, like if a tire truck business in Raleigh or Durham wanted to give Mensah $800,000 to say, I use Big O trucks or Big O tires, whatever. They're now allowed to do that, and he can sign an independent contract with them.
Well, we would do that. Our group would team with local Lancaster, Pennsylvania businesses. We could get our star guard who should be at a Division I school to,
So you're
endorse like a certain kind of horse and buggy.
You're trying to
in
get
Amish country.
You're trying to get Penn's #1 recruit to choose Franklin and Marshall over Penn.
Yeah, or over any Division I school.
Well, you could get a Drexel kid, right?
That's what I'm talking about. Get a Division I guy.
It might take more than $500K though.
You can. NIL D3 would just have to be a collective though through the university.
Oh, for D3. So Duke's NIL
right,
collective.
We'd have to take it to our college president.
Do you know him?
He knows me. I don't know who he is.
This is a one-way street you have with your university invests in you, but you have not invested in it. Like when they call you every year, because I get these calls all the time, and they say, "Hey, we're looking for donors," and
no,
what, you haven't given a cent back to your university.
No,
why?
Because I'm not. They haven't voted me into the Hall of Fame. You think I'm kidding?
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
Oh, my God.
Not only that, I didn't get a job right after college for like 3 years, a legitimate job.
Well, that sounds like
I blame them.
It's more on you.
I graduated with a 4-year degree, and I cut grass for 3 years after college. Why should I give them money?
That's like saying that...
I'm a self-made man as far as I'm concerned.
That's like saying you curse like a sailor because your parents cursed a lot around you. Like, you have control over that. Your actions.
A couple years, I'll give money specifically to the basketball program.
So you do give money to your university?
Very infrequently.
Through NIL?
I don't know what it's... No, this is before then. I haven't given money to my college in a while. They should be giving me money for how much I talk about them.
Your jersey's up there. You're in a record book or something.
It's not up there. That's the problem.
Well, so, all right, legitimately, like, do you have a chance? Like, be honest. Do you have a chance at the Hall of Fame?
I thought I did.
It's been a while, and now you're coming to the realization that...
Well, I was nominated once, and I didn't make it. Apparently.
You were a one and done? Calipari?
Apparently.
Gosh.
I know, it's a crock.
That was like...
It's a crock.
That was like... So, for... I know for Major League Baseball, you can qualify for the Hall of Fame, like if you played 10 years and made one All-Star game or something.
Right.
So it was like when I saw Coco Crisp on the MLB Hall of Fame ballot, it was like, okay, yeah, he's going to get 0% of the vote, and then he'll be done.
I was better than Coco.
You were the
Crisp.
Coco Crisp for Franklin and Marshall.
No. I made our all-decade
I love Coco Crisp, by the way.
Our 1980s all-decade team, but this was the...
So they put you on a team. You know, you're on the decade team.
10 years. I was one of the best players in the history of the college.
Well, the college has been around for what?
One of the best.
It ain't been around as long as Willamette University. I could bet you that.
Okay.
First in the West, brother.
Yeah, and Franklin Marshall's in the East. Everything in the East is older than the West.
Not everything. When was it founded?
1787.
All right,
in your eye.
You got me there.
Right in your eye.
So I'm pretty sure there was a basketball player back when Naismith invented the sport, which, oh, by the way, I read a story that the first game of basketball was 1-0. It was a terrible game. So Naismith, it doesn't get as much credit in my mind. But you're telling me that there was a player back in 1890.
Well, the game wasn't invented at that point.
1920.
Okay.
Like, how do you even compare yourself to those players?
The same way J.J. Redick compares this era to plumbers.
And J.J. Redick's an ass.
Well, and I was too before I grew up. We got to get to Greg Cosell.
Well, we got a minute here.
Okay.
Universities rip us off. Why would you donate? Hell to the no. That's from the 707. Well, that's fair. But only, I mean, again, like, did you receive an academic scholarship?
No, of course not.
Why not?
Because my grades weren't good enough.
You didn't get any money?
I got financial aid, but that's not academic scholarship, and they don't give athletic scholarships.
Well, but that's how D3s get around not being...
Well, I didn't get around it.
Just like you and your buddies are trying to get around paying Drexel's top point guard.
I got out of Franklin and Marshall with a lot of debt. Student loans, they're called. And nobody talked about forgiving them when I was a kid.
They made you the man you are. You don't realize this. See, this is where the youth can teach the old.
You know what? And you're going to think I'm kidding, but I'm not. I probably did more for my college than my college has done for me.
No,
put it that way. Hey, we got Greg Cosell. We're going to get into the Niners. Seriously, we're going to get into the Niners. Don't miss the kickoff show next Monday with Willard and Dibbs. live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. It's all presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
to miss games. But what I do believe is that Draymond does know where his bread is buttered.
I'm not going to disagree with you there. I will say this, because I was thinking about this on the way in. Because one of the things of like what's been happening with the Warriors the last, let's say, 3 or 4 weeks.
They've lost.
They have lost. And what do? They tried to elevate Kuminga. And he had some games where he was really good.
Oh, Moody tonight.
And then good. Then they got Schroeder to give him a little something. And then Kerr has told Pajemski and Kuminga, you got to learn, essentially, you guys got to be better at playing with Steph Curry. And I'm like, what I was thinking coming in to work was, you know what? The problem this team's having is it's become tough for the young guys to play with Draymond and Steph for some reason. And it's probably got to do with that Steph and Draymond's skills are diminishing a little bit. So with that, having said that, I mean, honestly, maybe if one's out, you don't play the other, because now it's just a young player's game. And they don't have to worry about Steph or Draymond, because I do think that while it's easy to play with those guys on one level, it's hard on another level.
Well, I'll say this because Dan Devone, who's going to be on with Lorenzo Neal from 2 to 6, he and I will be on tomorrow morning from 9 to noon for the Warriors This Week show.
Okay.
We are a win away from having that conversation.
Maybe.
Like if the Warriors somehow beat the Clippers tonight, I wouldn't bet on it. But if they beat the Clippers tonight, that's what we're going to talk about tomorrow. Whether or not the young guys play better. Not the Warriors are better,
right,
but the young guys, whether or not they play better without Steph and Dre.
I absolutely think there's something to that. And it's not just Steph and Dre. It's anytime you play with a great, great player. There's a balance between deferring and being aggressive. And
good point.
It's easy for some and not easy for others. All right. Let's get into some Niners. So yesterday, Greg Cosell comes on with the afternoon show each week, and he did so yesterday with Devone and with Lorenzo Neal. We're going to replay this as a way to springboard into the San Francisco 49ers. They play the Lions on Monday. Anyway, Greg Cosell, this is an interview from yesterday, and the first question he was asked was a simple one. What did he think of Brock Purdy's performance in their latest loss?
I don't think really it's a Purdy issue per se. It's funny. I had this conversation today. Someone, was talking about, different kinds of quarterbacks. Let's keep one thing in mind. There's only about 4 or 5 quarterbacks in the league that are quarterbacks that are guys that just can, in a sense, carry a team, that don't necessarily need great players to performing at a high level. Purdy's not one of those guys. And that's not news, by the way. I don't know if 49ers fans think he is. Purdy is a guy that needs players. So now you have to look at the rest of what the Niners bring to the table as this year's progressed. They've got a bad offensive line, they've got no run game, and they've got no speed. So Brock Purdy is now in a situation where people are expecting him to be more than he can possibly be. That's not who he is. He's not a guy that's going to go out there like Josh Allen or Mahomes or Lamar and do special things. He plays within the structure of an offense. And when the structure of an offense can't perform at a reasonable level, he's going to be up and down. He'll have really good moments, and he'll have some moments that are not so good. And by the way, the interception was not on him.
No question. When you think about just this Niner team, and you just talked about the run game has been insufficient. You talk about the defense, all those different things surrounding the offensive line. Banks. What about what have you seen from that unit in particular? It's like dancing. You have a great dance partner. You got to move to be on the same level, same page. What have you seen about this offensive line when you're watching tape collectively?
Yeah, I mean, I think it starts individually and then it goes collectively low. I mean, I think that the center, Brendel, has not played anywhere near as well this season. I don't think Banks has played anywhere near as well this season as individuals. We know that Williams has been out, so they've been playing with Jalen Moore at left tackle. And McKivitz has always had a problem in one-on-one pass protection, which they could kind of sort of camouflage a bit when everything was going really well and everybody was healthy and they had McCaffrey and they had a really good run game. But, don't forget the offensive line, particularly the interior of the O-line, the center and the two guards, they control the depth of the pocket. And Purdy is a quarterback that needs to be well protected with space to step and throw. He needs the depth of the pocket to be secure because he does not have a strong arm. So he's not a guy that can sit on his back foot when the pocket is squeezed and the pocket is muddy and drive the football. So his lack of arm strength becomes a bigger factor when the pocket is squeezed. And that's happened more and more this year. So this, to get back to your original question, this is not a Brock Purdy issue in the sense that a lot of people think it is. And again, I'm not suggesting he's a top 2 or 3 quarterback in the league, but what he is good at needs other people.
We're talking to Greg Cosell on the River Island guest line. And does that go hand in hand? You just teased us that was not his fault on the interception to Coho against Miami. Was that a breakdown on the offensive line that Calais Campbell came free? Take us through that late pick that pretty much sealed the fate of the Niners against the Dolphins.
Well, I think that came out of the Dolphins were in conventional cover 2. Now, I think the 49ers anticipated the coverage, and they called what we call dagger with Jennings running the dig. There's an inside vertical and an outside dig. Purdy was forced to throw the ball too early because Campbell was the looper in a TT stunt, a tackle stunt that was bearing down on him. So Purdy had to throw the ball early. If he could have waited another beat, what probably could have happened, we don't know, you never know because it didn't happen, is he could have waited until Jennings was in a position where he could have seen if he cleared Kohu, who was an underneath hook defender in the coverage. So we don't know how that would have played out, but he had to throw it early. And given where we were in the game, he's not going to get sacked there. Getting sacked does not really do anything at that point in the game.
No question. When you look at the performance of Kittle, what do you see? What does the tape tell you about Kittle's eyes? And what does it tell you about how he's as a tight end? Is he still elite? What separates him and what makes him great?
I love Kittle. I mean, I don't know how you can not love Kittle. I mean, the guy, just the way he plays the game, when he catches the ball and he has a little space, I mean, he's like a train going down the tracks, at full speed. There's nothing wrong with Kittle. I mean, he's playing really, really good football. The inconsistency of the overall offense impacts how guys, the volume on a week-to-week basis of certain players. So, Kittle, people might say, well, gee, you got to throw it to Kittle 15 times, every game. Obviously, we know that that's unrealistic given just the general nature of the offense at this point in time. But there's nothing wrong with Kittle. I mean, he's one of my favorite players to watch in the league just because he plays with such sheer enjoyment of the game.
Sure.
We're talking to Greg Cosell on the River Island guest line, and I want to talk and switch to the running attack. Now, maybe it's all offensive line, or is there something schematically that you're seeing that Kyle Shanahan is doing differently? Because, you can point at the injuries to Christian McCaffrey and Mason and now Garendo, but the Niners have always done it with the next man up, whether it's Elijah Mitchell or even going back in the day when they went to that Super Bowl. It was 3 different guys, from Coleman to Breida to Mostert. What is it that you're seeing that's so different with the run attack this year, even though it's Patrick Taylor and those other guys are on the shelf?
Yeah, I think the O-line is a little bit of an issue. I mean, they've not been able to get to the edge. And when I say the edge, I don't mean, wide, but I mean, they've not been able to get to the edge the way we've seen in the past. I mean, I remember when McCaffrey even was healthy for those couple of games before he had to go out for the season, when they would try to get him on those toss plays outside, which were so effective a year ago. It seemed like every time he cut it up, there were 2 defenders that were sitting right there waiting for him. I think it's been quite a bit of that. And then if your offensive line doesn't work as well as it needs to, that's where the quality of the back does come into play. So I think that is a big factor in it. But the bottom line is they've not been able to sustain offense. The run game has not been a sustaining element. And certainly there's no big play element in the run game as there was when McCaffrey last year was healthy. I don't think we can lose track of what a great player McCaffrey is, and hopefully he can come back to that, next year. But, what he did a year ago was pretty remarkable.
Oh, no question. I think he's a great player, too. And I'm with you when it talks about Kittle. Hey, diddle, diddle, Kittle down the middle. That's my favorite saying. Now, when you think about the defense, switching sides and going to the defense, what have you seen schematically? What is your eyes, when you look at the tape, what have you seen about the front four? What pops out about it? What's not there?
I mean, I think the larger question is this, and there's, look, I've been doing this a long time, Lo, as you know. I've seen a lot of football, talked to a lot of coaches.
That you have.
So, what's that?
That you have, definitely.
Yeah. So, I don't really get into something is wrong or right. There's many ways to do things. Now, I'm sure a lot of fans don't necessarily see it that way, but think of it this way. The way the 49ers play defense, and again, fans could disagree, is they are a very low percentage pressure defense. They rely almost exclusively on their front four to get pressure on the quarterback. And I would describe them more as an execution defense more than a highly schemed defense. So they don't feature a lot of disguise. They don't feature a lot of late rotation and coverage. So they pretty much rely on the execution of the players to play well. Now, if you have really good players and they're playing at a high level, there's nothing wrong with that. That's worked for many teams throughout the years. It's worked for the Niners, quite frankly, over the years. This year, I wouldn't say it's been poor, because I don't think their defense is poor, but, they've been playing new players. Obviously they've had injuries at safety. Jair Brown has not turned out to be the player that they've hoped up to this point. So they now play Mustafa, who I think's been really good in what he is, which is playing downhill in the run game. He's like a cannon. He's like a missile. So they play Ufanga and Mustafa now. They're playing the rookie Green in the nickel. I really liked him coming out of college. I think he's going to be a good player. Greenlaw's he's basically missed the whole season because now he's going to be out for the rest of the year. He's to me as great as Warner is, and I think Warner's the best linebacker in football. One could argue that Greenlaw in many ways is sort of like the driving force, and missing him I think is really a big deal.
Greg Cosell on the River Island guest line joins us this afternoon. It's been mentioned that, listen, we know that Kyle Shanahan, as innovative as he has been, and it's almost as though it's been Kyle Shanahan and everybody else over the last 5 years in terms of what he's doing offensively. But it seems as though, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that other teams, this happens, right? Things are cyclical in this league. And especially when you give those different people called defensive coordinators who are locked in a dark room upwards to 10 hours a day. Did the rest of the league catch up to the 49ers and to Kyle Shanahan specifically? Is there something they're seeing now, whereas before they were completely just, their head was spinning and they were mystified as to what it is that the 49ers were going to do, but now are there indicators, are there keys where defenses as early as a year ago didn't read or didn't have? Is the rest of the league catching up to Kyle Shanahan in that offense?
So let me answer your question this way, okay? And this is no knock on you, okay? But just hear me out.
Uh-oh.
Kyle Shanahan's been doing this for a really long time. Do you think all of a sudden in the last 3 or 4 weeks, out of nowhere, somebody came up with something and was, oh my God, now we know how to defend this offense, where Kyle Shanahan's been doing this at a really high level for, 10 years? I mean, keep in mind, he got to the Super Bowl as the offensive coordinator with the Falcons when Matt Ryan had far and away the best season of his career, okay? So I don't buy that argument. I think every coach, because I talk to coaches, every coach is constantly looking for new ways to do things. Kyle Shanahan doesn't show up on Monday and go, you know what, I have nothing to do this week because, my system is so great that I'm just going to take the whole week off and wait till we play on Sunday. That's not the way coaches think. I've been with coaches at the Combine. You sit with them at dinner, and all they do is play with the salt and pepper shakers and anything that's on the table with different ways to do things. This is what they do 24/7, 365 days out of the year. So are defensive coaches doing the same thing? Of course. But they didn't all of a sudden 3 weeks ago figure out that, now we can stop this offense. So I don't particularly buy that idea that, in so many ways that people have caught up with him or the game's passed him by and he needs to totally change and reinvent everything he's doing. I think coaches are always tweaking what they do and figuring out different ways to do things, but there's also a function of the talent level and what they can do given who the players are.
No question. Couldn't agree with you more. When you're talking about the D line, when you're talking about, hey, what you see, having Greenlaw, understanding what Greenlaw brings to the table, because I think he makes that whole defense better. I totally agree with you there. When you look at just the players that they have to play this wide nine, play against the run, does the players fit this system, or as far as defensively, the schematic? Do you have those players that are able to hold a three when you're talking about the run against the run? You still don't get pushed. Is these players what they need for this particular offense? Defense rather.
In an ideal world, I think for the most part, Malik Collins has had a solid year for the most part. Would you like to have a dominant three technique in this defense, and even a better one technique? And so people understand that we're talking about a defense that is based. It's a one gap defense. In other words, you have players who are penetrating into a gap as opposed to hand fighting with offensive linemen. That's basically the approach of this style of defense. Would you like to have a more explosive guy at a three technique? And, Collins has been around. He's been a good player in his career, but he's played a lot of years. Could you be better at those positions? Sure. Obviously, they traded Buckner a number of years back and they drafted Kinlaw. That did not work out. So, sure, you could always say that. But, they've also been successful with this system. True. And don't forget Greenlaw and Warner, this year, obviously, Greenlaw didn't play, but Greenlaw and Warner for the last couple of years, some could argue that was the best linebacking duo in nickel in the league.
We're talking to Greg Cosell. Greg, when you talk about Debo, it looked as though Debo, at least the Debo Samuel that we've grown accustomed to, certainly returned last week in that game against Miami. But what is it that you're seeing? Has he lost a half step, as a lot of the callers like to sort of point a finger at? Or is it, again, getting back to the schematics of Kyle Shanahan? I don't want to walk down that road again, but it looks as though sometimes he's being put in a space. Listen, what he does better than anybody is the yards after the catch, and he needs that space, obviously, to operate. What is it that you're seeing as far as Debo Samuel's performance throughout this entire year?
Well, it's funny. I had this conversation with Willard and Dibbs a few weeks ago, and I think, a lot of people, of course, I get this a lot, that people tell me I don't know anything about football. So, I think hopefully you guys know better than that. But Debo is, in a sense, a schemed player. And I made this point a few weeks ago. Debo is not Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson or Devontae Adams or A.J. Brown. He's not that guy as a pure receiver. So what has to happen with Debo is Debo becomes a function of an offense that has to get him the ball in certain spots so that can play to his strengths. He's not an elite route runner. He runs certain kinds of routes. And when the offense is not functioning at a really high level, then he's going to be week to week in terms of both his volume and therefore his production. So he didn't all of a sudden this week, leading up to the game, go, you know what? This week I'm going to be Debo Samuel, just like I was in the past. See, that's the stuff that always I find fascinating when people think stuff like that happens. All of a sudden he's back to being Debo Samuel. He was the same guy the week before. He's a function of an offense. He's not a guy that drives the offense.
Okay, so I guess this gets back to my earlier point when I was talking about whether defensive coordinators, which I know sounds silly, have caught up to Kyle Shanahan. But why then does he not have the same space with which to operate as he has in the past?
Yeah, and that's always a hard question, to answer because, offense, and I think Kyle's like this, and there's not many anymore who are like this when everybody deals with just individual plays more than working through a game. To me, Kyle's a little more like old school, like going back years, where he tries to build an offense throughout the course of a game. So in other words, what he wants to do early in the game, everybody takes note of that, and then they see how the defense responds, and then he works through that as the game progresses. So for him, the game is a 4-quarter game. It's not just a series of individual plays, and let's see if this works. And I think when that sort of flow of a game can't work the way you want it to work, then very often what happens is what you're trying to get to, you can't quite get to, and it doesn't work the way you want it to work. Look, you guys know when the Niners, and this has happened far more often than not over the last 4 or 5 years, sometimes I think people forget that this team's been pretty good for quite a while. When you watch the Niners offense at its best, there's a whole flow to their offense. There's a rhythm to their offense. It looks like everything works off one another. When that doesn't happen, then the offense looks totally different, but I think that's the way Kyle wants it to look. It's not just, oh, let's try to get the ball to Debo now. They don't play like that.
All right. That was Greg Cosell, and he was on yesterday with Dan Devone and Lorenzo Neal, all-encompassing interview about the San Francisco 49ers. I'll throw the number out right now at 888-957-9570. If you want to talk about anything that Greg Cosell said, I know there's one thing he said that I don't necessarily agree with, but I wouldn't say that Greg Cosell knows nothing about football. There's just one thing he said that I disagree with, and I'll let you know what that is on the other side.
Well, he did acknowledge that some people do try to tell him that he doesn't know football, and he would also wish that we would not trust those people. But I think that because the way that Cosell talks about Shanahan to me is interesting, because I do think there's a conversation about Kyle and recalibration. And I think what Devone was trying to get at, which to me is a fair question, which is, like, no one's saying that Shanahan doesn't know what he's doing. And no one's saying that Shanahan, at least I would hope, that Shanahan hasn't been successful in the NFL at a high level for a very long time. But there is, to me, a discussion to be had about what kind of adjustments you make from here, because I would like to believe that also Kyle is smart enough of a man and a football mind to know that if he goes into next season approaching it the same way that he did this season, I don't think that's going to go very well for him. Like, there to me does need to be maybe not an entire or full, but he has to recalibrate the way that he approaches this specific roster, because I think there's some players on it that are aging, that are eroding in some sense, and there's also players that might not be around for very much longer. So he has to change the way that he does things. And while this year Cosell might have a point about Shanahan not being able to switch stuff up week in and week out, you're going to have a long off season because you're not in the postseason, and I do think there's a discussion there.
I think there's a discussion there too, and what my mind went to when we talk about, our defense is catching up with Kyle Shanahan. So I'm thinking about the Warriors, and I feel like it's kind of the same thing. When we say, well, are teams defending Steph Curry any differently? I don't know. Are they? Steph said he's not seeing anything he's never seen before. All right, so why isn't Steph having a great year, and why aren't the Warriors having a great year like they've had in the past? Well, it's probably because Steph can't quite do all the things that he was once capable of doing, and the four guys he's playing with might not be as complimentary in terms of player teammates as he's had in the past. And that doesn't necessarily mean defenses have caught up. It just means that there's a million different factors that go into this, and one of them may be that Deebo Samuel slipped a sliver, and there may be a bunch of other reasons why. So I want to get into the one thing Greg Cosell said that I do want to ask about, or at least have a discussion about on the other side. 888-957-9570. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was also brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. this week.
Well, we got an
We're
hour.
out of here in less than an hour.
Well, 54 minutes and 38 seconds.
Right, but the last 20 usually, like, I don't want to put this. You know what? Here's what it's like.
The boys mean?
Yeah, what it's like is like it's like a. Here's exactly what it was like. The crossover's like one of those Warriors games when they had Kevin Durant, and I'd be like Steph Curry, and I'd play 3 quarters, carry us for 3 quarters, and then I sit the fourth and let Lowe and Devone and you guys have a run.
But what if Katie's out that night, or doesn't have it?
No, we got a big lead today.
No,
it's a Friday.
I think we're playing the Cavs. It's on Christmas. You got to carry us. And Curry doesn't play well on Christmas unless it's apparently when he's 36 years of age.
I'm thinking about that game the other night.
We also got What's Bugging You.
Oh, that's
brought to you by Atco Pest Control at 2 o'clock.
And now I'm going to have to think about that. And tis the season, so I'm not really bugged about anything. Well, actually, one thing, come to think of it.
You're Ebenezer Scrooge. Come on.
But I can't call somebody out.
Yeah, I know.
Not going to do that.
Not go.
The Niners. Okay, so we just heard the Greg Cosell interview. And I'll be honest, he's one of these guys that I find fascinating to listen to. I just kind of like his whole shtick. And
I don't think it's a shtick.
It's not.
That's
you're
the
right.
part.
You're right. I don't think it is either. But I want to focus on the one thing he said. And this is where I'm like, what are we doing? But tucked into some tremendous analysis, he threw in there, oh, by the way, the interception was not on Brock Purdy.
The one against the Dolphins, he meant?
Correct.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not? Because he was surprised by a rusher? I don't get that.
Because
we don't do that.
He was hit. There was pressure in his face. Let the ball go a little too soon.
Yeah, and it was severely underthrown. And it was first down. It wasn't 4th and 9. Like, if that's not on Brock Purdy, well, guess what? He's been perfect this year. I get it. They had that too tight, too tackle, did a little stunt. Campbell did surprise him, but come on. What are we doing? Now, the part I did find interesting was when he was talking about the depth of the pocket. That I found fascinating because he used depth of the pocket in correlation with arm strength. And if the depth of the pocket isn't so deep as to allow Brock Purdy to kind of rock into a throw, then that's maybe when his arm talent, not arm talent, but arm strength comes into play. Yeah, and that would have been a play that he would have been talking about.
Yeah, because if Purdy is able to get deeper in the pocket, then he doesn't have to worry about a player hitting him as early. Like Jordan Love, I think, is the poster child for just backpedaling, and then he throws off his back foot because he's got a really good arm. But the thing about Purdy is he hasn't had a good year. And whether it was that play or a different play or another decision, I do think that there is a lot of excuse making for Brock Purdy, and not just from Cosell. And I know he deals with plays on like an individual basis, like he was talking about just that play.
Right.
But that's going to go down as an interception for Brock Purdy. And so I think that one thing that I've noticed is Brock got a lot of credit from some people, and it kind of tells you where you're at on Purdy. Like, Brock Purdy got a ton of credit last season for numbers that other teammates helped with, right?
Yep.
This year, it's almost like he gets penalized for the plays that other players don't help with. I don't know. Like, to me, he's a cog in Kyle Shanahan's machine. I don't look at him as the guy that stirs the drink. And I don't think Cosell would tell you that either. But, I mean, to me, the interesting part is Like, how good is the surrounding cast going to be for Purdy next year? Because I think that's going to basically tell us how good of a season that not just the Niners are going to have, but how good of a season he's going to have. And I don't know, when I hear Cosell talk about the offensive line needs to be fixed, and the defense is one that depends largely on execution and not scheme, and it's like, well, that sounds like to me you're basically saying that this year the players weren't very good. And Brock Purdy was one of those players. So the Niners need to get those guys, but McCaffrey needs to be healthy. Trent Williams needs to be healthy. Brandon Ayuk's got to be back to a couple of years ago. If Hargrave's still around, he's got to be healthy. He's got to be good. If Greenlaw's back, he's got to be healthy. There's a lot of players that they're dependent on that were either injured or unproductive this season to play at their assumed level next year. And odds are not all of them are going to be able to do it.
Well, there was another thing that Cosell said about the 49ers, but Baldy also said it. And this is the part where I'm going to need somebody to explain to me how this particular issue is solvable in an off season.
Well, I mean, they need speed. They need speed on this team. And so offensively, like I understand McCaffrey, has been, it's been an incomplete year for Christian too. So, I mean, he would certainly help this whole offense. But I think just they need speed. Like, you saw what Garendo gave him in the run game when he was just that rotational player. Like, you could give it to him, he could make a house call. But you just don't see that. You don't see the big plays.
All right. So, how did we go from the 49ers have among the best weaponry in football? Boy, Purdy's lucky because he has so many weapons. Two, they don't have any speed. Because to me, if you're talking about they lack team speed this year, you can only be talking about Debo, Ayuk, McCaffrey, Kittle, Mason, Jennings. How are they getting speed? Those guys are going to be here next year. The only guy I'm missing here is Pearsall. He's probably the fastest guy of all the guys that I've mentioned, right?
Yeah, I mean,
so how do you get speed?
Well, Jacob Cowling and Isaac Garendo are their two fastest players, but I don't think that anybody is expecting those guys to be dudes next year, unless there's injuries. But that's why I understand that watching the Niners, they do look slow, but they didn't look slow last season. They killed teams last year. They didn't look slow defensively. They didn't look, well, maybe sometimes they did.
How much of that clearly Greenlaw is a big part of that.
It is, but I don't think that last year their defense was some juggernaut. Their offense was so spectacular that it largely didn't matter what they did on defense. They had good games, they had bad games. But, I mean, speed hasn't been a major part of the Shanahan offense outside of the running back position. I mean, what wide receivers have been burners since Shanahan has become head coach? Like elite top level speed. That I don't think they are those guys. And like obviously Debo's fast. He runs a 4.5. Like he's a fast player, but he's not going to they don't have a Tyreek Hill.
Right.
They don't have a Tank Dell. Like they don't have I don't know. Name insert fast wide receiver. They don't have one. They still won 12 games last year and got to a Super Bowl. So I don't necessarily think they need to get faster. But and that's why again, I think they need their players to be better. We got a lot of visitors here to see you, Steiny.
I guess so.
With your new glasses on and everything.
Yeah.
The thing that I find fascinating is that the 3 offseason contracts that they gave out, and you've been talking about this a lot, but I think it's interesting to me that I don't think they're going to get speed this offseason. I don't think it's going to happen. I think that their offensive line, they can go draft players. Maybe they could sign a guy, but they need to just play better. But I do think that this offseason, like the contracts that they give out, they can't regret. I think it's interesting, the 3 offseason contracts they gave out this year to Brandon Ayuk, Trent Williams, and Christian McCaffrey. The one they might regret the most is the youngest of the bunch, which is Brandon Ayuk. And you can't have any contracts that you regret giving out this offseason Of course, the biggest one is the guy whose birthday it is in Brock Purdy. So outside of him, I don't think that there's a guy that they can go get that's going to bring speed, that's going to maybe bring stability to the offensive line. They need to internally just be better. And I do think that they have the ability to do it.
Yeah, you brought this up, and I had this written down because, listen, I don't, and maybe we can get into would you have done anything differently, but the three guys who they gave money to last off season, I mean, it has just been a calamity. Trent Williams, he's been shut down now. He's going to finish playing 10 games in 10 of the 17. Brandon Ayuk is going to end up playing 7 games out of 17, and Christian McCaffrey's going to end up playing 4 games out of 17. And the funny thing is when I brought that up to you, I happened to say, do you think if they had him to do all over again, they would do them all over again? And I think I said, you know what, I think they probably would. But I think the one they regret the most I think you're right. It's got to be Ayuk. It's got to be Ayuk because I think there's more unknown there for the foreseeable future than there is. I mean, Trent Williams he's got one more year or not even that. McCaffrey, to me, I hope he can come back next year and be somewhat like he was the previous season, but all in all, I think he's probably declining too. Ayuk's the one who's going to need to reach the level he was at a year ago.
And I think that negotiation, one of the reasons why they might regret it is that negotiation felt the most unnecessary. I mean, you understand why Trent did what he did, even if you didn't like it, and even if it hurt the Niners, you understand why he held out for as much money as he got. You even understand why the Niners may have unnecessarily paid McCaffrey because he had no guarantees. He's the best at his position. He's coming off Offensive Player of the Year, all the rest. The Ayuk one, it's like he was a really good receiver, but that was his first All-Pro season. And he wasn't even a first-team All-Pro player. And he wanted to be paid like one of the top 5 receivers in football. And then he comes in, he has a bad year. And you realize that, I don't know, like, of the 3 injuries that the Niners suffered to their 3 contracts they handed out, which one do you think that hurt them the most of the 3? Or which one, I should say, which one hurt them the least? Because that's why I also think they regret the contract.
Well, that's a tough question to answer.
I think it's Ayuk. Like, of the 3 guys that got hurt when they were injured, Trent, you can see, we're talking about the offensive line issues, why Purdy evidently is throwing into double coverage.
Right.
Trent can help that. McCaffrey's injury the whole year. Dude, I don't know if they have a running back with more than 3 or 4 rushing touchdowns. Brandon Ayuk at the very least, and I do think that he impacts what Purdy is as a passer. I think that Ayuk is a really good receiver. But if you're asking me who impacts the game the most between those 3 guys, I think Ayuk is at the bottom of the list. So that might also be a reason why they're thinking, gosh, we paid this guy the most amount of money for the longest amount of years, and between the 3 in the immediate when we're trying to contend, by process of elimination, he does give us the least.
I hear where you're coming from there. I look at it as though Ayuk's got the biggest opportunity to mitigate that contract extension. In other words, he's still got more of an opportunity than McCaffrey or Trent Williams to actually live up to that contract extension. Trent Williams' years was a disaster, an absolute disaster. And next year, he's got another year. But I think we know that he's not the player he was. I think the same thing for McCaffrey. I think the one thing I do hold out hope for with Ayuk is he may not be Ayuk right away, but hopefully at the end of next year, coming into the following season, we'll be saying, you know what, he's like Kevin Durant. You know, he suffered those big injuries, but he's every bit the player he was that he was before. But I think that's going to take time.
Yeah.
But I mean, in terms of bang for their buck, I mean, McCaffrey gave him the least, as far as I'm concerned, bang for the buck.
Oh, gotcha.
Because he only played 4 games, and when he played, he didn't make as much of a difference as he usually has.
That's fair. I mean, I don't know. I think they don't win the Buccaneers game without McCaffrey, which oddly enough was his first game back. But I also think that the reason, I'm going to look at it from the other side, the reason why I would feel optimistic about Ayuk is, of those 3 guys coming back from their injuries, he also might have the best chance to bounce back. Like, I know it sounds crazy to think about, but we might have seen the best of Christian McCaffrey. Like, he may never be that player again, based on his age, based on his workload, and based on the trajectory of running backs' careers. Trent Williams is going to be 37. Like, they might have already gotten the best out of him. Ayuk, his injury is probably bigger. Like, he tore his ACL and MCL, I believe. There might have been a PCL, but he had multiple knee ligaments torn. That's going to be hard to return from, but at the same time, he's 27, or 26 years old. McCaffrey is probably on the tail end of his career, and so is Trent Williams. But they need all 3 of those guys if this team is going to get back to the postseason next year. And notice, and I do want to set this tone going into next season, because this year was all about Super Bowl or bust, the last dance, winning a title. I'm not going to talk about this team as a Super Bowl contender until I see it on the field next year. I will not do it.
I'll bet you do, because you'll fall into the trap.
You know who you're talking to?
Yeah, I do know who I'm talking to. You'll fall into the trap.
The expectation next year for this team is going to be to make the postseason. It's going to be the win of the division, and then we'll see. I'm not approaching next year like they're a Super Bowl team.
I wouldn't either. No, the goal is to win the division.
Right, then let's bet. Let's bet. I won't talk about them like a Super Bowl team for this offseason.
Like, I always forget I'm not betting guru.
And I get to control. Well, you already think you have 3 drinks on me, or 3 bets, 1 on me, or 2, but one of them's a double down. And I've been pretty good in my career against you.
Oh wow, we got an audience. Yeah, we do have. You know what?
Not just a radio audience.
One of the things over the holidays is, some of the people who aren't at work, they bring their kids in to show them around, and so.
You ever do that?
Yeah, I took my daughters into. It was Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area at the time. Now NBC Sports Bay Area, and in fact, I still have a photo of me sitting essentially where Bonte Hill sits, although it was at a desk.
Because you were the host?
Yeah, I was a host, and I had both those guys on. I had 2 of my daughters on each side of me, and we had a cameraman there who was pretending to do it, and they got to see what Dad used to do.
Well, how come you don't bring them in here?
Well, they're 20-something now.
Oh.
They're grown-ups. I gave a tour to a woman last week, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, your friend from, was it Sam's?
Sam's.
Yeah, so, but like, how come, it sounds like it's not a daughter thing. It's that, you're not, maybe you don't think that what we do here is as cool as what you did.
Well, it's interesting. And her name was Paula, and when I gave her a tour, she's like, I'd love to have a tour of the radio station. And I was like, well, it's not a 4-hour tour. It's all on one floor, and it's nothing crazy.
Well, but
she said, okay, let me see it anyway. And I showed her around and introduced her to people, and she said it was interesting, but I didn't understand what she thought was interesting.
I don't know if that's a compliment. Yeah, it's not bad. That's what it sounds like to me. But honestly, compared to, all right, so I've had a chance to tour the Bristol ESPN studios.
See, now I'll bet that's something.
Yeah, so if I ever toured, with all due respect, the NBC Sports studios,
right,
it'd kind of be a letdown.
Well, how long ago did you go to ESPN for the tour?
I was there in 2019. We got when I was doing broadcasting on the East Coast.
Oh, whoop.
Whoop. Yeah, we were in the area to play, I think it was, the Hartford Yard Goats. That's right. The AA affiliate of the Colorado Rockies. I don't know if they still are. But we got the Yard Goats front office, or they hooked up a Bristol Studios tour. It is a awesome studio.
But it's in Hartford.
It is. Oh, also we have some NBA news.
Oh, hold on.
From Sham Sharani of ESPN, speaking of.
Jimmy Butler?
Nope. It has to do with the Sacramento Kings.
Oh, they are absolutely open to listening to offers for De'Aaron Fox.
No, but, well, actually, they might
Sabonis is going to be out for a month.
Keep going.
Well, Sabonis didn't play last night. I saw that.
No, he didn't.
They don't. I'll tell you who's on the block. And by the way, this guy might be one of the most. The thing about the Kings is they quietly have about 6 overrated players. And one of the big Sabonis isn't even their most overrated. You know who is?
Who is?
Keegan Murray. Everybody loves Keegan Murray. Every time you look at a box score. I'll tell you right now, chalk it up. 4 for 11. Keegan Murray, 4 for 11. Okay, what is the news, the actual news?
They fired Mike Brown.
Really?
Yeah. That means to me that De'Aaron Fox is not on the block.
It also, oh boy.
They are in shambles. Okay, if you think that the Warriors are in trouble and they don't know what they're doing, take a hike an hour and a half north with no traffic because the Sacramento Kings are in disarray.
Well, this is an ownership thing, too, I believe. This is what happens when you think your team's better than it is. It also is what happens when your team has a pretty good year like they did last year, and you think you're just going to build on it.
Well, you can go back 2 years ago when they made the playoffs. Last year, they didn't make the playoffs.
That's right. That's right. Who's going to get the job? Who's interim?
I don't know, but the Warriors could.
What?
I bet you everybody's going to call in and say, "Can we get Mike Brown?" I don't think he's going to save the Warriors from whatever fate they have. I kind of feel bad for him though.
Oh, I do. I actually do too.
Yeah, I think number one, he's a good coach. Number two, that team's not very good.
No, they're not.
They don't fit, and they haven't fit at all. I would say last year, honestly, bringing in DeRozan was an awful decision. In hindsight,
I wouldn't have thought bringing him in could ever be awful because he's a good player.
But he hurts the guy who you just mentioned as being overrated, and I think that's why we see him as overrated. It's like
they're Kuminga and Wiggins.
Exactly. Yeah, they're under the same issues, only they don't actually have a defensive identity, ironically, though Mike Brown used to be their head coach.
Wow, Mike Brown got fired.
Yeah.
It's the first one of the year, right?
Yep.
And he was not, as what's his name would say, I bet that wasn't on a lot of bingo cards.
That I'm not so sure about. I do think that there was some noise about Brown this summer because they missed the postseason. But again, that to me indicates unrealistic expectations. It's like even though they were the 3 seed that lost to the Warriors a couple of years ago, I don't know if they were better necessarily.
I don't either.
And
but a lot of things went right that regular season 2 years ago, if you remember.
I mean, looking back on it, the decision that doomed Mike Brown was probably even before he was there, and that was choosing De'Aaron Fox over Tyrese Halliburton.
All right, when we come back, we're going to have a crossover time with Devone and Lorenzo Neal. That segment sponsored by Safeway.
You guys know on Fridays we do a What's Bugging You. So if there is something that is, I don't know, makes you perturbed, please reveal it to the audience. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control in about 15 minutes. What's up, Devone?
What's going on, man?
Oh, boy.
Should be on. Should be on.
Oh, boy.
Oh, by the way, some great work by you guys yesterday with Steve Kerr and Greg Cosell.
You like those layups I was throwing to him? I didn't want to go. I didn't want to go on Kerr like that, baby. I let Danny, but he went all in, boy. He walked him down and tried to trap for him. I couldn't do it. Steiny, I couldn't do it, Steiny. Steiny, I'm the ex-guy. I can't do it. So I said, D, you got to do it for me, baby. Danny, you got to do it. Danny came strong.
Well,
and Kerr shook.
Let me tell you what the issue is, and this is always my issue with these ex-ball players, these ex-jocks, and I noticed it. You
noticed right away?
Lowe asks a worse question than Devone, but Greg Cosell is more complimentary to the former fullback.
He's watched more of his film than he's watched of Devone.
I mean, 6 times he was like, Lowe, I respect you and your career. Who's this Dan guy?
Oh, he's
unbelievable.
I don't mean to. I'm not trying to call you an idiot, but
right. You caught that.
Sit this one out.
Steiny, you caught it. Hey, I'm not saying you're an idiot or anything, but
it felt, you've taught Dan Dibley a lot about football. And everything you've taught Dan Dibley apparently has been wrong, because every time Dibley brings up something that you've said,
that's true.
Like Dibley be like, they were in a cover 2. Actually, they weren't.
Well, that's not what Dan can't see. He's blind in one eye, can't see out the other.
There was a compilation we put together earlier this season of Dib's questions and Cosell's answers. The first thing out of his mouth was, well, that's not actually true. And Dib's like, well, so, it was a read option. Well, actually, it was a quarterback power. It's just like every single thing that he could have said was, well, really, it's not. And I feel like Cosell introduced you to that a little bit yesterday.
Oh, yeah. No, he was in my grill. Yeah. He was essentially like, you're wasting my time. Do you even watch this stuff?
But you said it. But you got to give Dan, you got to give my man some credit now.
I will.
Because he said it, but he's okay. You said that. And then you caught him.
Oh, yeah, then I cracked him. I cracked him on Debo.
Yeah,
he
almost did the Trump dance after you trapped him. Like, almost did the...
I wanted to drop the mic and just walk out.
Too soon?
Well, there were two...
That went right over. Everyone said, okay, we're dismissing that right
there. Were 2 things from each of those interviews that we ended up talking about today. And the one was, Steve Kerr would not, under any circumstances yesterday, for whatever reason, throw Kuminga under the bus.
Wouldn't even mention his name.
He didn't even mention his name.
I bailed Steve out on that.
Yeah.
No. But Dan even said, should Kuminga,
you flat out asked him, he said, should you rotate baseline? And he said it earlier, but then when you say, that's what I'm saying, hey, offensively he's good, but at times it's a lax. Should he have both? He goes, but he said, what we're trying to do, this is what's being taught. So 1,000%, he said it without saying it.
But he's smart because he knows that
you can't do that.
If he says his name, that thing will get framed on social media, and you won't hear my question. All you're hearing,
no doubt,
is that Steve Kerr called out Jonathan Kuminga on the last play of the game. That he missed the rotation. So he knows the game,
and you lose all respect as a coach if you do that. Steiny, come on, you played the game. If he calls him out, Steiny, because people can call you out. You see what happened to Debo. Debo calls out at the kicker, and what happened? All of a sudden, the next day, guess what? It's your turn, and it always happens that way. You don't think it's every single coach? I don't care if it's Parcells. I don't care if it's Belichick. You don't think that if you call up, you don't think players know a play that you call? You don't think Tom Brady could have called him out so many times? You don't think the guys could call this coach? What the hell are you doing? Bad play against cover 0. Why are you playing cover 0, all out blitz, middle of the field open? Why would you? You don't think these players can call out these coaches? So once you do that to players,
it's on.
Hey, have fun, because there's going to be a lot of guys coming at you.
I also think the fact that he didn't defend Kuminga and didn't say, no, that's right, was sort of an admission of guilt in a weird way.
It was.
We actually talked about, why he chose to do that with Kuminga, and then why 2 or 3 weeks ago he absolutely lambasted Pajemski. And
interesting.
I think great coaches handle players differently, but I think that he knows Pods can handle it, and Kuminga's a little more sensitive about it, which is understandable. But I also think, as it relates to Podziemski, like, there's nothing to be afraid of when you coach Podziemski. It's like Kyle Shanahan. Like, think about the way he coached Garoppolo and the way he coaches Purdy. I'm sure he coaches Purdy
different,
way harder than he ever coached Garoppolo.
Yeah.
How come? Probably because Garoppolo came from New England. He knew he played for Belichick for a couple years, backed up Brady. He came in here with a little bit of a reputation. And so, you know, we got to respect that. But Purdy, he can do anything he wants to Purdy, because Purdy's going to have to take it.
I think,
and can take it.
But after a year or so, when he saw that Jimmy was limited, you could see the way he just kind of dismissed him. He did. So I think you lost. So you can come from an organization, but once they see the play and what you do, you lose respect. See, everyone thinks, okay, because I came from here, this, that, and that. No, it doesn't work like that. It's what have you done? I don't care where you're from. I don't care how smart you are. You can go in there and get on the chalkboard. Cover two, this is where I'm going. The middle of the field's open. You know, single high safety. Put the pressure on the single high. Let's run a corner route and a post route. You got to make a decision. Okay, let's do a drive underneath. So he's going to have to drive on the 4, and the 7's going to be behind him against some single high safety. These are things that you can go chalkboard and start talking to. And coach, man, he knows where he's going with the ball. But get the game. And if you don't do that, it's like you start to lose credibility. So I think it's different. I think you remember the great, when the Dallas Cowboys was on a tear, Jimmy Johnson said, they said, how do you handle players, star players? He said, look, if an undrafted guy comes in, he falls asleep in the meeting, I get him and say, hey, grab your playbook, get at it, you're cut. Dion fall asleep or Emmitt Smith fall asleep? He said, hey, Emmitt, go outside, get some water, go wash your face, come back in.
Well, it's like the story, did you hear the Parcells and Belichick story about, I guess Belichick was a defensive coordinator of the Giants when Lawrence Taylor was there. And I guess he started a meeting without Lawrence Taylor there, and I don't know, something happened where Lawrence Taylor came in and Belichick gave him grief or something, and Parcells said, well, why didn't you wait to start the meeting until Lawrence showed up?
Right, that's how it goes.
Different rules for different guys.
No question. But also, it makes me wonder about some coaches that do that more in the public eye. Like, I think there's a press conference earlier in the year where Mike Tomlin basically just called out each individual, not by name, but like, well, 77 had 3 holding calls in that situation. We had this holding call. We had this spot. Like, he basically called out each guy, and it might have been on the offensive line. And even I just wonder how much players will look at that and say, all right, well, it's Mike Tomlin. He knows what he's talking about, and he's right, as opposed to, I don't really like that so much. Like, how do you react when you hear other players that I don't know if you're friends with or not, but you're on the team, you ride together, you die together, when you hear your head coach specifically call out a certain player?
I think it depends on the player. If 77's doing it every single week and you're in coach and never been on you and you've been killing, coach is going to call you out. But guess what? Everyone sees it. And at times you have to do it, and at times you don't want to do it. So I think it depends on the coach, it depends on the player, it depends on a lot of different things. But most coaches understand who they're working with. And like you were saying, Steiny, some guys you can go in the press and you do that and they'll just pucker up and you've lost that player. So if you call out certain guys and if you're trying to get something out of them and you call them out, guys will quit. Some guys will quit on you, actually quit on you, and you can't get anything out of them. And so was that what you're trying to do? So depends on the coach, it depends on the individual.
Yeah, it's like anything else, right? No different than here. Matt Nahagian probably has a different relationship with me than he does with you and everybody else. It's just as a leader, as a coach, or whatever it is that you're doing. You know your talent. Exactly. One thing that I found interesting in that back and forth with Kerr last night about Kuminga, because I also asked him about Kuminga and his defense and how hard is it for, a player to buy in defensively. And he said something that I really didn't think about. I mean, we all know that Kuminga's young and you got to be patient. But you forget about these guys coming out of the G League and are teenagers. And usually, like Steph and Draymond learn that stuff in college, right? Rotations and defense. Yep. And these guys are basically, it's up to Kerr to sort of teach them and to get them caught up the first couple of years in the NBA. So these guys are way, way behind. And we expect them as rookies, the minute they put on an NBA uniform, to sort of hit the ground running. But the patience thing is true, certainly when it comes to, Jonathan Kuminga.
And they're soft. And that's what he didn't want to say. No, No, I'm just Steiny, you know that. It's like, dude, with social media.
It's basketball.
Guys,
Everybody's soft.
I mean, hell, football's soft too. Guys don't want to do right. Guess what happened? I'll jump in the portal. I'll leave. You know what? You get on me, I'm gone. I'm out. Bingo. So see what happens. Let's see what happens to the great, probably they say arguably the greatest coach of all time, Belichick. We're going to see what happens when he takes his butt to college. Tom Brady and them were mocking him on friggin' stage. Like, they were just poking fun, him and Gronk, because they know what's going to happen. Dude,
what's going to happen?
Dude, you're going to lose. You might get the superstars, but you're going to lose a lot of them because the society we live in gives people a way out. And
they won't be able to play for him because of who he is.
Who he is.
Too tough.
It's too tough. And you're going to, and guess what? What does parents do? They come to their rescue. Oh, well, do you know what? Let's go somewhere else. I seen friggin' this kid. I told his dad, me and him, we went to college together, wrestled together. Al Bartel, great wrestler at Fresno State. His son Tate Bartel went to Vegas. Everyone loved him. He was went and played at the great high school in Vegas. And then he goes to Bama. Everyone thinks he's the highest recruited guy. And he starts flopping around colleges, flamed out, because the accountability level. And that's what Kerr is talking about. It's not that saying Kuminga's like that, not by no stretch of imagination. But these guys, you got to put soft gloves on them because some of them can't handle it.
How does Belichick, how does that guy with those one-word monosyllabic answers go into how does he recruit and go into somebody's house and make that small talk and talk about mom's cooking and what is it we could do for your son, and then turn around and go raise money for the boosters and it's like the complete antithesis of everything that dude is wired to do as far as football is concerned. Like that's the last guy I would ever think would be a college coach.
I actually don't think he's going to be the one recruiting. Like I think most people assume that the head coach does that in college, and I don't know. He very may well, but I don't imagine Belichick's the kind of guy that's going to be taking charter flights to Tuscaloosa to try and get players from Alabama.
You're right. A lot of head coaches don't.
I think if you got to close the deal on a Saban's got to get on that charter jet and go to the dude's house.
No doubt, but I think Belichick's he's probably sitting at a desk with unlimited contacts and resources. So he asked somebody, who are the best 5 high school quarterbacks in the country? Okay, there's a guy from Wichita, 2 guys from Texas. Okay, maybe he looks at some tape of them, and then he just puts out the word, you know what? Let this guy know we want him at North Carolina. How do you turn down Bill Belichick? You know what I mean? If I'm a high school senior and I want to play football in the pros, and I know Bill Belichick's recruiting me, I'd play for him. Like I would go there for Bill Belichick.
Would you go there? But what do you do if Deion Sanders is online too?
I think that's the advantage that those guys have.
Yeah,
both those guys.
But I also think it's going to be difficult for him in a couple of years because there's going to be a lot of younger players that are honestly a bit ignorant
of who they are.
They know that Bill Belichick is the greatest football coach of all time, but that's in the past.
But Deion has more cachet.
Exactly.
The difference. The difference is you have a great coach, but then you have this guy bigger than life that's flamboyant that can pick up the phone, get Buster Rhymes, get whoever, and that's not Belichick. He can get
the former Sooner.
Dwayne The Rock Johnson was at their homecoming.
Yeah, I don't got trust me.
Was Buster Rhymes in the backfield with Steve Sewell?
I think so. I don't got Puffy on the line, by the way. So he's not calling Puffy.
Yeah, it's going to be a while.
Yes. A long while.
All right, who's enjoying these bouts of rain and cold that we've been experiencing? The weather isn't the only thing to worry about. It's also ant and rodent season. If these pests have made their way into your home looking for shelter from the rain and cold, Atco Pest Control has comprehensive solutions. From effective ant treatments to rodent eradication and exclusion work, Atco can take care of what's bugging you. Call Atco Pest Control or fill out a service request online at atcopestcontrol.com. That's the What's Bugging You segment.
Great glasses, Steiny, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Man, those are nice.
Thank you.
Those new?
They're Christmas.
You look great in those, too, by the way. God, you're a good-looking guy in those glasses.
I don't know if somebody put you up to it or not. My daughters said they like it.
Right before he brings the hammer.
That's all I know.
You got the lid nice and trimmed up. I mean, I can tell you look like you're going somewhere. You had a.
I'm going to the bar after the show. I still got work to do. You know what? Yeah. Come January, I'm gonna drop about 12.
You gonna do it?
I'm gonna. I got to. I got to start lifting.
Get on the treadmill.
You know what's bugging me,
What?
Lo, is when you get I'll start it.
Okay.
When you get to be my age, motivation's hard to come by. It gets harder to motivate.
I get it.
I've been telling myself for the last 3 weeks, you know what? You got to start lifting some weights. You see, when you get to be your age, you're going to lose muscle mass. And that's one of the big things. And yet, day in and day out, I don't do it.
You know what you got to do is get back down to Moscone Playground, getting that 8 a.m. Saturday morning run, because I'm sure the same dudes are still.
Yeah, exactly. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, what's bugging me is I got to find that motivation again.
Get every day, say I'm going to get on the treadmill and I'm going to walk for just 10 minutes. Incline 8,
All right.
speed 3, or 2.5. Between 2.5 and 3. See if you can do that for 10 minutes.
All right.
Incline 8, speed 3, or either 2.5.
Okay.
Can't go under 2.5. So when you get and you can hold on.
All right.
Don't hold onto the rails. Just try to get 10 minutes at speed 2.5 or 3.
All right.
See, just 10 minutes. 10 minutes a day, and you'll see that incline. Don't hang on, no rail, and you'll start to see. You got to get the heart going again.
Gotcha.
And then you get the heart, the mind. You just go and start.
Because even golf doesn't do that. And you play golf.
Yeah.
I mean, I walk 5 miles golfing, but it
ain't getting your heart rate.
No, it's not.
Those hills in.
Now you guys got to come up with something.
All right, I'll go first. I'll
Wait,
tell you
what is this about? What are we doing?
So every Friday,
You guys don't have to do it if you want. Don't want.
Well, we're gonna do it. You need to have some fun with it. It doesn't have to be what's actually bugging you. It could be you could be radio mad at something.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
I don't know. Steiny's been bugging me for 4 hours. I don't know. But what's bugging me is the Gregorian calendar, and the reason is because Christmas and New Year's fall this year in the middle. Stick with me. In the middle of the week. It's the only 2 days that I get off from this radio station. And I'd really like a day where I do not have to think about work the day before or work the day after. And so the fact that Christmas falls on a Wednesday, I love my family, although I technically did have to go to the game. But on New Year's Day, where I have that one day off, it's like, can it be a Friday? Can it be a Saturday? Can it be something that I can use other than thinking about, oh, I got to go to work tomorrow. So the Gregorian calendar is really bugging me.
But
we
you
need
know
to figure
what?
this out.
I understand
You
why.
got to get into the Gregorian chants, by the way.
You only
I'm
would
telling
know
you,
about
brother.
the Gregorian chants.
Well, I know
Gregorian
about the
chants
Gregorian chants.
They are,
Of course.
If you ever want to get into a meditative state. Oh, so go ahead, Lois.
He's right.
No, I was just going to say, I think I understand. How old are you again?
30.
Okay, you drink, I imagine. So he's saying that he's upset because he wants to get white boy drink.
We're
He
covering
wants to
his
get white
ass
boy
tonight.
wasted. Let's just be honest. He's mad
You're right.
because he want to get white boy wasted and come in. He's like, I don't want to come to work the next day. I get it, coach.
Yeah.
Bro,
That's what I'm saying.
I get it. You know what? I know how it is, bro. I got you.
Thank you,
Okay,
Rob.
wait, now I got an idea.
Back in the
my
day,
guy.
back in the day, I'd have been right with you, dog. We would have got crazy.
Yeah, if I'm even, I'm leaving. And right now it's 2:00, and I need something to go to, but I got to go to work tomorrow.
Gotta go to work.
See, now I got something that's bothering me. It's my Friday night. I had plans, but instead it got delayed by a half an hour because somebody's got to get their drink on. Somebody's got to do a pregame show.
Yes, huh?
So Lo and I, on a Friday night, will be doing a half-hour pregame show to cover for somebody who's got to get the happy hour.
No, I'm not going to happy hour.
Waves in your face.
I forgot about that.
I'm not going to happy hour, by the way. I am going to see my family leaves
Bro, I
town
love you.
tomorrow.
Come on, man.
I know. I'll see you tomorrow morning, though. I promise I won't be hungover.
It's okay.
No.
Okay. You're gonna go get. You're gonna have some of that. You're gonna have some of that yaya juice. I can look in your eyes, and your eyes twitching right now. You want some of that yaya? You want a little of that? Look at him. He's
You
smiling.
always ask me that question. Oh my god!
Look at him. He's smiling. Look at. Hey, Steiny. Look at it. It's written in his eyes.
I know. Look, I'm
You
going
ready for
to
that? You
have dinner
thirsty.
with my family tonight, who leave town to go back to San Diego tomorrow, so I won't get a chance to see them.
Hey, Devone, when did you leave San Francisco the first time? You know, like when we were playing pickup.
I was in Fresno in 97.
Okay.
90. No, 95.
95 you was in the know, baby.
When were we playing pickup together?
Like just before that.
Early 90s.
Yeah.
And then when did I see you in Seattle?
I was in Seattle in 98.
Were you playing many pickup basketball
Nah,
there?
they don't have.
Don't they? That's what I was going
to. Yeah, you
no
can do it
chance?
at like the Washington Athletic Club. But no, there's you can't do the outside game out there. That's sort of a California thing.
Yeah.
Or
I know,
New York.
I know in Portland they have this thing called the Hoop, where they're just these big warehouses with
really?
Like 7 or 8 courts. Yeah, Rick Adelman was actually like in on them.
I always wanted to, when I was playing hoops back in the day, just get my boys and just go on that road trip from San Francisco and go all the way down the coast and just play, like stopping right where Gary Payton and a dude named Hook Mitchell.
Yeah. That would be Mosswood.
That's great knowledge. Right under the freeway, right?
Yeah.
And then just continue all the way down, because the game's down in like Laguna and Newport Beach.
They get down over there.
Oh, yeah, and there's some serious run. Like all the best outdoor courts. Like, of course, we had to jump Fresno because there's nothing happening.
No. You knew Fresno. Dog. You knew
who's playing outside of Fresno?
Man, you know how they.
It's 110 degrees in the shade.
No, baby. Back in the day, we used to go out there and rack it. Steiny, you guys played together? So you guys in the 93,
Yeah, a long
94?
time ago.
So how was his game? How was his game? Honestly.
I always say this to him, but he's like,
he could shoot, had a stroke in,
deceptive. Like, right? You're not fast, but just
know how to just
deceptively quick,
get the
high
J
IQ,
off.
first one in, last one out.
Same mentality, like because it's call your own, right? And like he didn't let you get away with anything.
He's Pajemski.
Just
shut up.
Shut up. Oh, wow. Steiny, that was quick.
Shut up.
You shut that up quick.
Gotta be kidding me.
Well, he can play, though. So you're giving him a little, for you to.
No, he was clearly a player.
Devon was good, too. Devon was solid.
Oh, look at this. We're just going to
solid
each other. No, but
God,
it's,
this
you know
love
what
fest.
No, you know what it's like down there is because you call your own, right? And you're like, who's got next? Who's got next, right? And some dudes would say, you got your 5? They're like, yeah, I got my 5. And there's like, 3 people.
Guys.
Like, come on, man.
Right.
And so you're holding out for good players to come. Occasionally you get these ringers, guys who played in the JC or played in college that come through. They're like 6'4", they can ball, and you fill out your team that way.
Stay on the
Steiny
court.
was one of those dudes who would walk in and people would say, hey, man, you want to go? You want to go next? Meanwhile, the rest of us are like, I got next, and you're like 5 deep, and it's like 9 in the morning, and you're not on until noon.
I know.
That's the problem.
Just waiting
you
along.
lose.
Getting on the court.
You lose. It's night.
Yeah.
I mean, you may as well take a run.
If it's a sunny Saturday, just don't bother.
Yeah, exactly. All right, gents. Well, it sounds like you guys got some good stuff planned, even though I don't know what it is. But you guys, this is usually the time when we sign off and let you guys do, I guess, what's going to turn into 4.5 hours.
Yeah, you're looking at it.
4.5.
Yeah, staring at each other.
Well, so the game is at 7:30.
No, the game's at 7. That's why they're on at 6.
Yeah.
Right?
So then we 6
Warriors
to
Live 6 to
6:30.
6:30.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, gotcha. All right.
All right. Well,
Go have a drink for
Devon
us.
and Loneal, don't go anywhere on 95.7 again.
Yeah, you hung us out.
Look at Big Chick in the studio.
I know, man.
Lorenzo
That's a big
Neal. We are loaded here today.
Oh, my goodness.
Dan Devone alongside Lorenzo Neal, Carter Chickering, Jersey Ken. I mean, this is a star-studded cast.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, this is remember the Fat Boys? This is worse than the Fat Boys.
Come on, that's the analogy? That's the analogy, the Fat Boys?
I had to go old school on you, baby. Okay. I want to. Oh, my goodness. I know what I had to ask you just to get this thing kicked off. How do you think the Niners fans and the Niners feel after watching that what you call football game last night, where Chicago Bears and Seattle was only able to muster 9 points in 4 quarters? If you're the Niners, do you watch that game and just like throw up and like what the hell happened to us? How did we let Seattle come in here and beat us when their offense is so anemic. They're not a good team. They play decent defense, but you watch the way Chicago, this kid's got sacked already almost 70 times, might break Derek Carr's record.
David
Carr's record of getting sacked for the Houston Texans. Watching that game was just like awful.
Yeah, I know you're setting me up. How should the Niner fans feel? Just as you laid out, that's not a good football team?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think their defense is – I know Chicago's got some issue. I mean, wow. You talk about the proverbial tire fire. That Chicago mess. I actually thought when you looked at some of the pieces, DJ Moore and Rome Odunze, and you got Caleb Williams, and the defense, it's not bad. I used to think that was an attractive landing spot for a coach.
You went out and got Keenan, a great receiver.
I wouldn't touch that thing with a 10-foot pole, man. I wouldn't go anywhere. Even I know Pete Carroll wants to go there. Pete, man, do what it is that you're doing. Just watch the gate rust or whatever it is that you're doing on your porch out and wherever you live these days. I would not touch Chicago. I'd love to see Pete Carroll back in the game. I think Chicago is a mess.
But like you said, defensively they have some guys. It's you can't, and everyone's talking about Vrabel. You got to bring an offensive guy kind of think there, or get a defensive guy that's going to bring an offensive juggernaut. Because offensively, just watching the inability to protect the quarterback. I mean, they were just running through last night. Linebackers, no one even blocking them, watching them play, and still they almost beat the Seattle Seahawks, who still has a chance to go to the playoffs. I'm like, Niners. They got to be watching that just sick as a player.
This is what I would say if I was a Seattle fan. I don't think you're that far away. I like what McDonald's been able to do. You need a quarterback. Imagine them with a quarterback. Imagine Joe Burrows on Seattle. Well, no, Joe Burrows isn't fair because he's taken a crappy team like Cincinnati almost to the playoffs. We'll find out. But
how about Purdy there?
Purdy would work.
How far would they go?
Are we getting rid of Purdy?
You're saying a quarter. So you're saying a quarterback. How much is because I think Purdy's better than Geno. I really do.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Geno's a ham and egger.
Okay, so how much of a step up is it, and how far do they go? Since you think, because I think their defensively, Seattle can play they play good defense.
They've always played defense. I think that they didn't draft a quarterback the last couple of years because they were invested in Geno. They felt as though they found sort of their guy. But I think it's time to, if you get somebody that's legitimate at quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks, I think that's a team that can contend in the NFC West. I mean, they're contending right now. And
what's legitimate to you, though? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I know. So that's sort of a
because I threw
broad description.
I threw Purdy out there, and I didn't see you just jump over to. I didn't see you just like, hey, I love this. I think
Purdy would work in Seattle. Work fine. If Purdy was in Seattle this year, I think the Seattle Seahawks are clearly the winner of that division. I don't think the Rams are catching them on the last day, or it's not coming down to week 17. I think they win that division by at least 2 or 3 games if Purdy was their quarterback. Geno Smith, keep in mind, he didn't throw a pick yesterday, but he's tied for the NFL lead in interceptions. And his interceptions are at the worst time. I'm talking about late in games and deciding games. And that's what he's noted for. And he's one of those guys like, what do you see? What are you looking at? I don't know Brock Purdy's had a few of those, but it's one of those that Seattle hasn't changed from McDonald, who's a defensive-minded guy, to, of course, Pete Carroll, who was all about defense prior to him.
Whose line's better? If you look at Seattle's offensive line compared to the Niners stuff, who's got better running backs?
So it's always been about just run with Walker and put it on the defense. That hasn't changed in over a decade. So it's about managing the game and doing just enough. And with, Njigba, and then you got some wide receivers there with Lockett. Yeah. Fan at tight end. Yeah. I think that if you can do just enough and be good as a quarterback, which Brock Purdy clearly is, and clearly an upgrade from Geno Smith, I think the Seattle Seahawks win that division by 3 games easily.
So there at Seattle, is he a $50 million guy then in Seattle?
No, I didn't say that.
Because you're pretty high. Because you're pretty high to just say, hey, throw this guy in there. They're 3 games better than the Rams. They win that conference by. I don't see it.
You don't?
No, I can't.
You'll put it on Geno?
I do put it on Geno, but at the same sense, I don't think Seattle's better than the Niners right now. You beat them earlier in the year with the same guys without McCaffrey. You lost to him here. So when you're saying put him on that team, how much different do you want their running backs compared to the Niners running back? Do you want their tight end compared to the Niners tight end? So when you're saying that, now I understand the big boy, the receiver, he can do some amazing things.
DK
Metcalf, but he's not a great necessary route runner. He's just big, physical, can run through people, run faster than guys. So
bad personal fouls yesterday.
Yeah. So I just don't. So I don't see that. So that's the part that I'm just like, wow.
So you're saying if he couldn't succeed in San Francisco, why would he succeed in Seattle?
Because ask the fans out there, do you think Seattle's roster is better than the Niners? And that's a question that's why I was kind of wanting to talk about, because I don't see Seattle's roster better than the Niners. No, I think the Seattle has a better defensive front.
You might be right, but you know what your man Bill Parcells says, you are what your record are. And so the 49ers, unfortunately, we don't play this game. It's not a video game. We don't look at rosters and say, well, this guy's better than this guy. And, well, at the end of the day, we have more better players than you guys, so we're a better team. The Seattle Seahawks are still looking to go to the playoffs, and the Niners are headed to Cabo. So
you're right.
There's, Seattle, unfortunately, is a better team this year. And you might be right.
I don't think the fans may believe that. I think when you look at when you look at, bro, the game that they played here, and Geno's rocking the baby, people were sick. They should have beat that. What was the big deal? So that's the only thing I'm saying. We made a statement. I said, do you feel that, hey, if he's there, if Purdy's there, is this team that much better? You said 3 games better. They win the division by 3 games better than the Rams. And I disagreed because I don't think that they have this. I think they're equal or maybe a little less than the Niners, and we couldn't, and Purdy couldn't do it. So why, by putting him on another team without the tight end, without necessarily the weapons that you had here compared to Seattle? That's all I'm saying.
Well, because they have a better record.
Have a better record? Does that mean they're, yeah, you are what you got me there. You are what your record says you are.
When we talk about Chicago, and that game last night, by the way, if you missed it.
You didn't miss anything.
Thursday night football. Let me just start there. I have an issue with Thursday night football. You played the game. So, again, man, you need to speak to this. I think playing football on a Thursday, it's a money grab. That's the only reason they do it, is the powers that be in the NFL are lining their pockets. But the players' union's in on this as well.
Agreed.
Because they're getting a slice.
Agreed.
And the players realize, we can make this much more money. Yeah, let's play on Thursday. Give us a piece of that pie. But I just think physically, and you know this, for what it is that you do on a Sunday, to turn around and play football with like 1 day of practice, and if you're traveling, it's like, 3 days later to play that game, you're going to get that sort of a product more often than not.
No question. And that's why you didn't, lack of scoring, guys were trying, but I think it's horrible. When you play on a Thursday night, play Sunday, you got to turn around and play on a short week. It is very, very tough on these guys' body. I don't like it. I know these guys get more paid by doing it, but like you said, it's very, very hard on these guys' body. It's very tough on these coaches, and guys don't like it. No way they like that game.
I just saw my man Matt from Seattle. I'm going to get right back to the Niners, but he does. This is when you know it's a slow day.
Okay.
So he does the PA, the intros for the Warriors.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering if Matt can grab a mic and just intro us. Like, I would like to pretend that I'm coming off the bench for the Golden State Warriors and starting at guard. I don't know if we can get any music, and if he could give us an intro for, this is Lorenzo Neal and Dan Avone. But while he's doing that, he's looking for his stuff. We'll get back to him in just a sec. I just saw him out of the corner of my eye. I used to pitch. So if you're leading off of third base or I'm going to see you out of my periphery. I got remarkable periphery. I'm like an insect.
Yeah.
All right? So getting back to the Chicago Bears and the Seattle Seahawks last night. Where are you at with Caleb Williams? I can't get my arms around him. Just when I'm about to say, give him time, we all know, I just told you how horrid it is out there in Chicago. And the coaching is a joke. It's a place much like that of Sam Darnold. It's going to a place to lose and develop bad habits. But then I also there's no anticipation. He holds on to it too long. And I'm like, I don't know about this guy. But at the same time, he has that raw athleticism where I'm like, no, it's the system he's in. Where are you at with the young man who was the number 1 pick overall, Caleb Williams?
There was one play last night. It's 3rd and 13. Seattle brings the house. He backs up. He's backing up. There's no way he should be able to get this ball. He throws a dime over the top, over defender's head, throws it into the breadbasket. They move the chains. He can make some plays, but I'm just telling you, watching Chicago Bears play football, and yeah, you got to put some of it on the quarterback, but I don't necessarily think he's got a long way to mature and to get better. But there is so much that I saw. You had the Mike and the Will linebackers go to A gaps. No one blocked them. When you're told, when you see those guys walk up, the line says squeeze. Now the guard and two guards, they block down, and you let the big guys go, but instead you could let the speedy guys go. It was a jailbreak last night. They couldn't protect. He gets sacked over 60 sometimes. David Carr, like you said, he's only like 6
that
or
offensive
7.
line is ridiculous.
It's ferocious. So do you put some of it on the quarterback? Absolutely. But my goodness, the line is a sieve. They don't know protection schemes. They're not blocking guys. They're turning guys loose. You have a chance of ruining this guy. I wouldn't play him. I would kind of do what Carolina did with their young quarterback when they put in the redhead pistol Andy Dawson for a couple weeks, and you saw him mature. You got that kid out there. You're rolling him out there, and Caleb looks like a deer in the headlights. His head's down. He walks off the field, huffing and puffing. He's shot.
I was looking at their roster and their offensive line. I want to say three of those guys are undrafted free agents.
They're bad.
All those guys are, there's nobody they invested in the first 2 rounds. It is really bad. And I get it. Somebody pointed this out. I lost him on the text line. Seattle has become, I guess I was talking more about Pete Carroll and more so McDonald early on, but they have become a pass-first football team. With that being said, I still don't have I have watched a lot of Geno Smith, to answer someone on the text line. And I just don't think Geno is that guy. He's not bad. He makes plays. He's serviceable. But if you had an upgrade, and they do throw a lot in Seattle, it's not like back in the Legions of Doom where it's all about the defense and just hand off to Marshawn Lynch and let's control the clock that way. They do throw the ball as much as anybody in the NFL. I just think an upgrade from Geno Smith, whether it's Brock Purdy, who's not going to Seattle, but an upgrade from Brock Purdy, and I do think that Seattle is a much improved football team.
Let me ask you a question. Megatron, when you look at the receiver, the big 14, when you see him go vertical.
DK Metcalf.
Okay, Seattle wants to throw vertical. Does Geno, who throws a better deep ball? Who fits that offense? When you're talking about Purdy and you're talking about Geno, who throws a better deep ball?
I would say Geno throws a better deep ball.
Okay, so for what they want to do, who would need to, can Purdy adapt to what they want to do because they have Metcalf, they know they want to beat you deep. Does he fit? So I understand what you said, because I think Purdy's more efficient, those underneath, smarter, more cerebral. I get it than Geno. I'm 100% with you. But when you're saying that, hey, look, this team will be three games up over the Rams if they had Purdy,
you gave me Purdy. I'm saying if you had a good quarterback.
I'm not letting you get. I can't let you run. I can't let you run. I walked you in it, and you jumped on it, and you said, "Give me," because we're talking about making a quarterback investment of $55 million, possibly $62 million, maybe even higher. But you're talking about he's a serviceable guy, Geno. So you're talking about this is the kind of money the Niners are getting ready to put out on a quarterback, and you're not willing to say, "Hey, wow, I think he can do that." Think about where you're at as a Niner, watching the Niners, seeing Purdy. Look, you're not willing to push all your chips and say, "Purdy, go there. He deserves $57 million."
That's a good point. Let's get back to it. All right. This is our new legal ID at the top of the hour. The voice, the PA announcer for the Warrior games. Matt Pittman, take it away.
On KGMZ FM San Francisco, a sharpshooter at 6'1" out of the University of Arizona, number 34, Dan Devone.
Wow.
And at point guard, 5'11" out of Fresno State, a 4-time Pro Bowl selection, number 41, Lorenzo Neal.
Wow, that's good stuff.
There he is.
Man.
Matt Pittman, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now go to the sink and clean all those glasses that KCBS leaves every day. No, he's part of KCBS. And,
hey, he's got to keep that. Send me that link. I'm gonna throw that on my Twitter. Hey, you guys want to hear something pretty good? There you go. I like it.
Let's give it. So listen, I guess this gets back to the Brock Purdy conversation. You wanted to take it there. I was trying to make an observation about Seattle.
I wasn't going to let you get off when you sit there and I told you how putrid that game was last night. And we talked about only scoring, didn't even score a touchdown. By the way, the props was if you would have laid $100 last night, no touchdown being scored, you would have won $18,000 off $100.
All right, we got to get to a break. We're going to continue to talk about Brock Purdy, the 49ers. Let's talk about the Detroit Lions. We are sponsored by the all-new Honda of Vallejo. We're going to continue. Lorenzo Neal and Dan Avone, 95.7 The Game continues right after this.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Lorenzo Neal, Dan Avone, here until 6 o'clock. Well, till 6:30. Thanks to our man, Evan Giddings, who's
decided to get drunk. I'm just going to say it, party tonight like a rock star.
I'm out.
Evan Giddings, who had to just look at that seat at the corner bar is all his, man.
Right,
It's Friday.
right, exactly.
It's happy hour. He's got priorities. I understand it. Like, I don't give a rip about my responsibilities at a radio station and the contract I'm under.
Right.
It's Friday, brother.
Right. Friday night. Let me
and I'm
get
a young
in.
man.
Yes.
And I'm single.
Yes. And you and I, being responsible individuals, and we're going to take it for the team. That's what it's about. That's what it's about.
And then we'll be at the bar at 6:30.
Here we go. Evan will be right behind you.
All right, let's get into. Oh, wait, hold on.
You got to get legal, right?
No, not yet.
No? Okay.
Legal's at the top of the hour. We already did the legal with Matt Pittman.
Yes.
I'm going to bring him in at the top of every hour to introduce us. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Head to twitch.tv/957 The Game and youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live. And if anyone swears, you get to hear it. Subscribe to the channel for all 957 The Game content on Twitch and YouTube, and make sure to hit that thumbs up button on YouTube. And if you like the show, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's one of the reasons why you are who you are. You don't swear. You're a very gentle sort of soul, although you're huge and you played fullback and put your head through walls for a living.
Yeah, pretty much.
But you're not a guy who swears. And as I was reading that, I always think about young broadcasters who are coming into the industry. And some of them will, they're dropping F-bombs and they're doing this while they're in studio. And they may think that they're at a break or that we'll be right back right after this. And on television, I always say the minute you step into that studio, the minute you come within 30 feet of it, stop that. Right. Erase all of that. Right. Because there's always a hot mic. Right. There's somebody in the back that forgot to turn off a mic. Sure. You never know when you walk into a studio. For all you young people who want to get on television, want to be sportscasters, you potty mouth people,
no.
Just don't do it when you step into the studio. Even if you screwed up a segment and you go to a break, save that stuff when you get to the car or you want to get home and yell at your animals. All right, let's get back into the 49ers taking on the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
So, a couple of things here. First of all, it's a game. I get it. The 49ers, unlike previous seasons, it's done. You're not going to the playoffs. I want to talk to you about a guy who's been in that situation, first of all, in terms of incentivizing the 49ers. What is the reason if I'm Kittle, or why is it that I'm getting out of bed? Obviously, you're getting a handsome paycheck. It's what you do for a living. But talk about a team that isn't playing for the playoffs, that's accustomed to being in that position just about each and every year. And then I also want you to talk about Detroit and their mentality and how it reflects Dan Campbell, whether it's a game that's inconsequential or not. He's playing everybody, and he's going all out to beat the living crap out of you.
Yeah, no question. Dan Campbell, he's going to come into town on the Monday night, and they're not taking any prisoners. This is about finishing. This is a game that that you got bulletin board material that you say, here's a game we're up by double digits, and we lost this game, and we catapulted the Niners in the Super Bowl. Let's remember that feeling. You know what, guys? They're down, but let's not let them play spoiler for us. And that's why Dan Campbell, I love what he's doing. He's told the media, and he said, look, I don't care what happens between Minnesota and the Green Bay Packers. We're taking this road trip, and we're going with the message, and that's to make sure we ensure our number one seed. We're not taking anything for granted. We're not holding back players. We're going to play these guys no matter what. I am not letting you guys start putting in scenarios. Hey, coach, well, if this happens, if Green Bay beats them, you already clinched the number one spot. Would you let guys rest? He said, guys, just stop right there. Go right it. I'm not letting these guys rest, because he's not going to let that doubt slip in the player's mind. Dan Campbell played in the National Football League. Aaron Glenn played in the National Football League, his DC. So you're talking about two guys that understand the mentality of football. You saw last week the Buffalo Bills said, hey, we're getting ready to have a layup. We're playing a team that only has 3 wins and 10 losses and getting ready to play against that team, the New England Patriots. And Buffalo came out there and they played flat. And New England Patriots came out there to play spoiler and damn near beat them because they wasn't in the mindset and they wasn't ready to play, and it turned into a dogfight. Dan Campbell does not want this to turn into a dogfight. He understands that he's playing a team that they should dominate. He understands they're playing a team that he knows that how they're built. They're the Niners, and they're coached by a great coach in Kyle Shanahan. They're going to show you that they don't have no quit on it. But in the back of the mind, as a player, when you know you're not playing for nothing and a team jumps up on you, you're like, I just want to finish this season. I'm just going to give it my all. I'm going to do my job. You're just saying, I have to finish the season. And that's what you're playing. You're playing a Niners team that guys are like, look, I know we're not going anywhere. I want to finish my season. I want to play solid, but you're not trying to break records. You're in a different mind. You're not trying to break records. You're not trying to go for 4 or 5. It's just different. When you're out of it, completely out of it, you're not playing for the Pro Bowl. You already know that the voting's already done. All these other things are done. It's just you're trying not to get hurt. You're trying to put your stamp on it. You're just trying to play consistent. You just want to show up and just do your job.
So you don't have an issue with Dan Campbell. Should it be an inconsequential game, playing his guys and having the same mentality, biting kneecaps and just going all out?
I don't. I love it. And here's the deal. I really believe.
But what if somebody gets hurt?
He doesn't care. You see the way that this guy, he understands it's football. And yeah, you should think about it, if someone gets hurt. But Dan Campbell is going to make sure these guys
Could that be his undoing, though, at the end of the day? Going forward on 4th down, the onside kick.
Look at it. It was last year.
Yeah.
They should have kicked the field goal against the Niners, and you win that game. There are some very questionable, but that's the way Dan Campbell plays. But then you look at Dan Campbell, you saw him go for it on 4th down. You saw, and it turned out to be successful. So at times, you gamble. You saw Baltimore 4 times. It was 4th down. 4th down, they played against the Chargers. 4th down and 1 or 2. Do you know they went for it every single time, and they got it because they knew that kind of game was. So sometimes coaches have to make that gamble, even if they're on their 20-yard line, no matter what. So I think that Dan Campbell's a hell of a coach. I think those guys follow him. They'll follow him anywhere. But, yeah, I think that if they're winning this game, I do believe that they can pull off if something happens. You can put guys on the bench. You can still pull guys out in the second quarter.
Well, he won't do that.
My question is
according to him,
if Green Bay wins that game, he's going to still tell those guys, we're going to go out here and we're going to win this game, and he'll start. But then he knows he can pull them off. He knows at certain times he might not let them play the whole game, but he's going to want those guys to go out there and execute and play at a high level. That's what he's teaching. That's what he's conditioning these guys to. He's saying, don't worry about the other circumstances. Let's take care of what we can take care of. I don't care what happens with Green Bay. I don't care what about that game. Let's play Detroit Lions football. That's what he's preaching.
Okay, so then compare and contrast this with Kansas City and Andy Reid, who's obviously not going to play his guys. He's not going to play his guys for a month.
That's a lie. Because if Andy Reid does that, Andy Reid knows they're not winning a Super Bowl.
Really?
The worst thing you can do is
think Mahomes and all those guys are going to go?
If you give those guys 24 days off, you are asking to get defeated because your timing's off, you're not hitting, you're not doing those things, and you can't emulate real speed and real game tempo at practice. That'd be the stupidest thing Andy Reid's ever done if the next 2 weeks he says, I'm pulling these guys out. And I'll tell you what he will do. He'll start them and say, we're going to treat this like the preseason. I'm going to give you guys this first half, and you better play hard, and you better do that because this is your timing, because you guys know what's at stake. It's a Super Bowl. It's a chance to three-peat, a chance to do something that a lot of teams haven't been able to do. So do you think he's going to sit there and say, oh, guys, I'm not going to suit you up. You're not going to play. Oh, no, Mahomes. Now, Mahomes, maybe because of that ankle, but you're going to play your starters. I guarantee you 1,000% that he plays those guys at least a quarter, 2 quarters, because that would be stupid, absolute crazy for a head coach for the next 2 weeks not to play his starters and give them 24 days without hitting and without playing a real football game. That would be stupid. But they're going to, let me tell you what, though. We're talking about Kansas City. Kansas City will lose to Denver. And it's not because they want to rest guys. It's not because they want to rest guys. It's because there's a guy that has Kansas City's number, and you know who that is.
Yes, I do.
Joe Cool. Yep. Joe Burrows can look face to face with anyone. And the whole AFC does not want to see the Cincinnati Bengals in the playoffs, because watch what Cincinnati does to a Denver Bronco team. You're talking about a rookie quarterback, Bo Nix. Everyone's been talking about how great he is. Watch what Joe Burrows and the Cincinnati Bengals do to these guys. They're going to be on.
So you could see a lot of Carson Wentz. So you're saying don't rest the guys. I can appreciate that.
You can't.
I think Patrick Mahomes, I can't.
I watch. You can't, as a head coach,
you can't rest.
The timing is it's too critical. You just now got your stride. Think about you and I yesterday. We're talking about Kansas City Chiefs. They look like they couldn't score. All of a sudden, you get all your.
What was the one knock on them all year? They can't blow anybody out. Guess what they're doing now?
Blowing teams
out.
So why would you lose that rhythm? Even though you don't want guys to play long and get hurt, you're absolutely right. You don't want to get anyone hurt. But you play football and you know there's risk involved. That's why I think that they played for at least half.
I have some sad news to pass along. Are you familiar with Greg Gumbel?
Yes, Greg Gumbel, great voice. Yes.
Yeah. I'm sure he called a lot of your games back in the day. He passed away today at the age of 78. Greg Gumbel, of course, with his brother, who is a broadcast legend as well.
Yes.
Bryant Gumbel, the host of Inside Sports on HBO, and Greg Gumbel, who has done a myriad of things, including March Madness. And Greg Gumbel dies today at the age of 78. And he called games, I want to say, with Phil Simms on CBS and the voice of football for so many years. And I'm pretty critical when it comes to play-by-play guys.
Yeah, sure.
And Greg Gumbel was good. He wasn't my favorite, but he was good.
He was good. He had that voice.
Yeah, and he was just not somebody that would get in the way, or is not somebody, wasn't about him. He didn't need to hear his own voice. He would, as they like to say, lay out. He understood less is more, and he was good, and he's going to be missed. R.I.P. Greg Gumbel, dead today at the age of 78.
So it's nothing like me that would step on you all the time when you're going. I'm like, let me jump in there, Dan. Let me get in there. I think he was good. I used to love Keith Byers. Whoa, Nelly. This,
Keith Jackson.
Keith Jackson. Whoa, Nelly. That was Keith Jackson.
Oh, Nelly.
Yeah, that was. That's
the big uglies up front.
Yes.
Hi again, everybody. Welcome to Oklahoma.
Right. It's just how that's good. That was good, by the way. Yeah. He had that pause and that draw and how he just line it up and you just.
You know, he went to school?
No.
Washington State. Don't you think he was? I never thought he'd be a Pac-12 kind of guy, but anyways.
Yeah.
You're right. That's a good call.
Yeah.
That was college football back in the day. Keith Byers, did you play with him?
Yeah, Keith Byers.
Pride of Ohio State?
Keith Byers, number 41, played there. He played with the New England Patriots and with the Jets. Keith Byers.
I thought he'd have a bigger NFL career.
Yeah, little Keith. Yeah.
Little. To you, maybe. He's big boy, tiny Keith Byers. Yeah. All right, we're talking about the NFL. We're going to get into the Warriors. We're going to get into what's going on with the Warriors taking on LA, and of course, losers of 11 of their last 14. We spoke to Steve Kerr last night. I want to sort of follow up on what it is that he had to say, some sort of candid remarks. And we're also going to have a friend of mine, a guy by the name of Chucky. Charlie Walter.
Charlie.
Yes, he used to, you know what he used to do? He used to work at KPIX, the station you're with.
I know Charlie Walter.
Yeah, and so now
What's Charlie up to?
Well, now he's doing a Warriors show, Locked On Warriors. He's all about the Warriors, and he's got them inside and out, and he's going to give us sort of the latest on what's going on, the inner workings of the Golden State Warriors coming up at 3 o'clock. But I just want to stick with football for a moment here, and we'll get back to the San Francisco 49ers. And if you ever want to, bring it back to the Niners, feel free. Kind of like the way you just boxed and won me with that Brock Purdy and the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, exactly.
So, okay, ask me again. Do I think the Seattle Seahawks are a better football team with Brock Purdy as their quarterback? Is that the question?
And we both agreed yes.
Yeah, okay.
But you said 3 games better, and I said, I don't know about that because when you look at the Niners, and I want the text line. I love you guys to chime in or call in. Who you guys siding with here? Do you rather have the Niners roster or you rather have Seattle's roster? And if you switch quarterbacks, is Seattle now a better team than the Niners? And you just switch. So, are the Niners better? So, because you're saying Brock Purdy, if they had Brock Purdy, they would have a 3-game lead over the Rams. And I'm saying, how can you say that when the Niners' talent is just as good, if not better, than Seattle? And so, I don't want to be biased. Help me out, text line. Let me know.
You know what? I want to rephrase that. Now that I think about it, I want Seattle's roster. If I'm the GM and I can swap a 1-for-1, I want Seattle's roster. And here's why. They're younger. Their window is just opening. Meanwhile, I think when you think about Kittle, you think about Debo, better players, certainly. Resume, much more impressive than anybody who's on a Seattle Seahawks football team or is on that roster. But I think that they're still ascending up the mountain. And their youth on that offensive line and their youth defensively, they're a draft pick or 2 away, and yes, a quarterback. And if it's Brock Purdy, and I'll stand by, they win that division by 2 or 3 games.
I would rather have Seattle's roster simply because they're headed in the right direction as opposed to the 49ers.
But guess what? You did now you switched it. I like how you just did that bait and switch. No one talked about would you rather have a younger roster?
Well, no, you asked me whose roster, and Seattle's roster is younger.
Yeah, right. But I said, so who's better today? I told you because you said you made a statement that they'd be 3 games better if they had Brock. I'm making a statement. How can you say that when the Niners are better than them today? And they played this year. They were better than them the first game. In the second game, clearly, they should have won that game. So when you're saying that Brock makes Seattle 3 games better than the Rams, what the hell happened to the Niners when we know today, I know in the future, Seattle's got a younger team. So, yes, their roster, you'd rather have their roster for the long haul.
I got you.
But right now, today, and that's why I'm like, is this a 50? And I tied it into, is this a $50 million or $55, $62 million quarterback that Seattle should invest in? If you're saying Geno's not the guy and you're saying that's all that they're missing.
Got it.
That's all I'm asking.
So what you're saying is more of an indictment on Brock Purdy as opposed to anything else, and just sort of a different way to look at him and his contract.
I just want people to look
different
at
eyes.
Yes, look at what you're looking at.
Fresh eyes, as they like this. You know, if they ever go to a crime scene and the detectives bring in another detective, because these 2 detectives have been looking at the crime scene for 2 days, and they bring in a new detective because they want fresh eyes. We need fresh eyes. All right, we need a fresh voice. Let's get out to 888-957-9570. I want Rob hanging out in Richmond. What's up, Rob?
Hey, guys, 2 quick ones. Lorenzo, love you. I'm from Madera Ranchos. My dad went to college with you at Fresno State, and you guys took like a calculus class.
Okay.
You took calculus?
You and James Burton.
James
Burton?
Yes. Come on. I played with James Burton, number 19. What was your dad's name, bro?
His name was Jim Ray. I don't know if you remember him, but he was an older cat.
Yeah. Low cheated off him.
Totally did.
Yeah, I think James ended up going to Miami.
Yeah.
Anyway, second one was I was in Tennessee June of this year, Bonnaroo, and Dan, is it Dan? You were on the air, and I'm like, what is he doing? He's a 95.7 guy, and then they had a mystery caller call in, and I believe it ended up being Lorenzo. Am I remembering that right?
No, you're talking about Cosmore, Jim Cosmore. Jim Cosmore was in Tennessee, and he had me come on because him and Blaine Bishop, who I played with the Titans, were doing a show. So Jim Cosmore called me and said, "Hey, I need you to be the mystery caller." And and then Blaine was trying to figure out who I was, and he had 10 questions that he got to ask me, and I got to disguise my voice and just say yes or no. And Blaine had to try to guess who I was. So that's what that was.
Yeah.
About. Jim Cosmore.
Right on. Well, my dad, I don't know if you remember him, but yeah, you and James used to
tell him I got a name.
Questions off.
Tell your dad I said thank you because I think I got a B+ in the class. I didn't want to take all your dad's answers, so I knew better than to try to take them all because then I knew they would have got me. So tell Pops we said thanks a lot.
Right on, love. Thank you.
Cheers.
By the way, Rob, just for the record, you never catch me doing a show in Tennessee. Unless the bottom is completely falling out.
Wait a minute. Tennessee's a great place.
Come on, man.
Have you been?
No, I'm a coastal guy. I go from San Francisco to New York or big coastal cities. I don't go to the South or anywhere in between.
Wait.
I'm a brown dude, man. I'm not going to Tennessee.
Don't think like that. Nashville, Tennessee is one of the best.
It's beautiful. Coast says the same thing. I stay in touch with Coast. He loves it.
He loves it. Moved out there. His wife and him. They're freaking real estate.
So high about it.
Tennessee, bro, is when I went there. I was like, I'm in Nashville. I think
Nashville's great music scene.
The town shuts down on Friday.
Yeah.
They close down Bill, and you can't even drive a car down there. Thousands of people's hitting the streets. It's you know what? It's Vegas in the South.
Really?
Just go out there.
How many Hawaiian Italians are running around?
Lots of them,
Oh,
brother.
come on, man.
Bro, come on. How many Hawaiian Italians run around here in San Francisco? Geemity, criminy. Yeah, hands up. My goodness. Look at this guy.
All right, so we're talking about the San Francisco 49ers. And I guess what you're trying to tell me indirectly is Brock Purdy worth what it is that the 49ers have to pay him?
And that's what and pretty much that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that Brock Purdy deserves to be paid. Here's a guy that's outplayed his contract. The guy is, Mr. Irrelevant. He's a great man, great person, devout Christian. I love Brock Purdy. All I wanted to do was compare and contrast when I saw the game last night. the Chicago Bears and the Seattle Seahawks, that neither team could score a touchdown. You have a team that's fighting for its playoff hopes in the Seattle Seahawks, and you can't score a touchdown against Chicago Bears. And I'm like, wait a minute. You and I, we start having this conversation. You say, if Brock Purdy's on this team, they're 3 games better than the Rams. I told you I didn't see that because I look at the Niners. They played Seattle this year. The Niners have beat them in Seattle, scored them. Brock outplayed him. Come here, you lose to him. But I don't think that the talent, me and you both agree that today, not next year, 3 years, 4 years down the road, but today the Niners have better talent than Seattle. And that's what's hard for me because you're saying Geno is just a guy, he's a bum, they need a quarterback. You're saying the guy's barely serviceable, which...
No, not a bum. Not a bum. Ham and egger is what I said.
Ham and egg.
Not bad.
So not great. But
I think an upgrade at that position. Someone on the text line is saying, I don't watch Seattle Seahawks football. That's not true. And I know, I'm not saying, you said Brock Purdy. I'm not saying Brock Purdy's a fit for Seattle. I know. But the text line is feeding out. You got the text line going nuts on me that I want Brock Purdy's an upgrade. I get it. Brock Purdy can't fit into that system, doesn't throw the deep ball. I'm saying an upgrade from Geno Smith, not necessarily Brock Purdy. And then Seattle is a much better and improved team.
I agree, but my point is this, what you're talking about, 60, maybe 70, 55, 50, $45 million for Brock Purdy. And now when I push you, you're like, wow, here's a guy that is going to receive a lot of money. Can he change a franchise in that big of a deal, in that big of a manner that deems $50 to $62 million a year?
Hey, Jersey Ken, can we sneak in Pete from San Ramon, or we want to take him after the break?
Let's wait till after the break.
Pete,
hang in there,
I'm
Pete.
sorry, Jersey Ken, man, he runs this place. So you got to hang out. Don't go anywhere. And if you do, I'll blame it on Jersey Ken. All right, we'll continue here on 95.7 The Game. Pete from San Ramon.
Sweet Pete.
Well, I thought we were at 2:55.
Oh, we got a couple of more minutes if you want.
And we don't want Pete from San Ramon. Okay. All right, Pete, well, hang in there. Instead, you and I are just going to... Well, all right. So I think that when it comes to Brock Purdy, and I'll say this again, I don't want him. It all just has to make sense. Prog Marate and the guys who handicap this thing and know the numbers, they're going to decide whether it makes sense financially. If they can sign Greenlaw, which I think is a priority, got to bring him back. If you can get offensive linemen, and then we have enough money, because obviously it's going to be deferred. He's not going to make the 50 or whatever it is in that first year. If it makes sense financially, then pull the trigger on it. But if it doesn't, and if you don't have the capital to do it, then you have to get creative. And creative being, look for leverage. And again, as ridiculous as it might sound, if Sam Darnold is out there, and if Sam Darnold and the Minnesota Vikings come to an impasse, and the history that he has with Kyle Shanahan, that him playing for a lower number is something that I would strongly take into consideration. But a lot has to happen between now and then. All right, now we can get to a break, I believe. And we lost Pete from San Ramon.
Oh, Pete, you better come back.
That's all on Jersey Ken. All right, we continue. I want to get into a little Golden State Warrior talk.
Let's do it.
All right? You want to go out in the car for
I'm going in the car for a while. You lost me for the next hour.
Okay. Warrior basketball. Now we'll get into the football as well. It's Lorenzo Neal, Dan Avone, back after this.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. And while you're there, be sure to check out how Steiny and Evan discussed who the next face of the NBA could be after Steph and LeBron retire. I'll tell you right now, it's a guy by the name of Wemby. Victor Wembanyama, man. Dude's a freak. Straight up freak. Before we get into the Warriors, I just want to continue with the Niner talk for a bit here because you can't hide from it. I mean, it really sort of, depending on who you are, it separates sort of the Niner fandom. How much do you I think we're all in accord with he needs to come back. He's the best choice they have. He's a good quarterback. It's just a matter of how much do you want to pay Brock Purdy. I think you and I are on record saying the market rate, quote unquote, at anything north of $50 million is too much for me. But again, this all depends on how the contract is structured. Obviously, a lot of it's going to be deferred and whether you can afford what it is that you need to afford. Otherwise, it's not my money, all right? And if we know anything else about NFL owners, don't cry for the Niners. They're not going to the poorhouse anytime soon, right? These guys they print money.
Right.
So I don't have an issue with getting yours. And you as a football player, this is your brethren, man.
You and I both are on the same page when it comes to, hey, look, if he gets $100 million a year, guess what? You and I ain't going to cry. We're going to bless you, Purdy.
Oh, hell,
we're going to get yours. That's not what we're saying. But we're talking about when it comes to fiscal responsibilities for the far as the Niners and what this organization wants to do. If it's about trying to get back to a Super Bowl and it's about trying to become back relevant, how far do you go on Brock Purdy? And that's why we're just putting out these numbers and saying, okay, if you want to be relevant, if you're going to come back to get, challenge Seattle, if you're going to come back to challenge the Rams, if you're going to come back to challenge the friggin' Arizona Cardinals because you're in last place, what is that number? Because you have already shown that you need more offensive line. You need to be deeper on the defensive line. You need better secondary. There are some holes on this team that needs to be filled, and you have to do it through the draft and in free agency. And how much are you willing to go in on Purdy to sacrifice other positions if you think this guy can hide the faults of the defensive line, hide the faults of the secondary?
So, I've always been, I want to talk to somebody that wants to make the argument that he deserves market value. And we have somebody, and we're going to get to our producer. By the way, we got our you never want to play favorites in terms of producers because everybody does a hell of a job here. Sure. I love Pasta, Risotto. Pasta's a hell of a, all these guys are incredible.
You love Cam.
But if I had to pick, two guys, if the proverbial, if I'm in a foxhole, it's Jersey Ken and my man, Carter Chicker.
I like those two guys.
And they're here today. But I'm gonna just absolutely destroy Carter in a matter of moments because he's the guy who's going to try and convince all of us that it's about market value in terms of making the case as to why he needs to make $50 or $55 million. But before we do that, let's get out to, you ready for this?
Yes.
Lemoore, California.
The L-Town?
And say hello to Michael. Come on down, Michael.
L-Town?
What's up, Lo? What's up, Dan Lowe? It's an honor to speak with you, first of all. When it comes to Brock Purdy, we need to pump the brakes on him a little bit as far as wanting to just write a check to him because the 49ers don't have to pay him next season. Let's be honest with ourselves. They're in no rush to do that. And look what happened to the contracts that we signed this past offseason when we came to the players. It didn't work out for us. So why we go in the same situation with Brock Purdy when he could get injured week one and then what happens to us?
Great call. Great stick, Mike. Or Michael. I maintain that.
Drop Mike on that. What are you saying?
Well, it's an option that a lot of people just dismiss. Now, when it comes to the 49ers, the only reason I would push back on that a little bit is because the one thing you don't want to do is a repeat of last offseason with Brandon Ayuk, the back and forth, and then the Trent Williams, and it just carried over, I think, into the season. So you want to nip this in the bud. And you'd like to, if you're going to do it now, or if you're not going to do it, just say we're not going to negotiate a contract and pick a week after week 10. They signed Diamador Lenore midseason, so they're not adverse to doing that. But I'm with you. Do you think if they could do it all over again, they would want to wait till this offseason to sign Brandon Ayuk? And do you think Brandon Ayuk is getting that contract knowing what they know now?
No.
I can pretty much tell you he's not.
You know that he wouldn't. But at the same sense, all they had to do, if Kyle Shanahan, and I think if Kyle Shanahan, let's say barring any injuries, if Kyle Shanahan had to do it over again, he and John Lynch, they would have traded him and got a first-round pick. That's what you should have did. If you could have got a first and a third.
And Amari Cooper.
Yep, and Amari Cooper, and got a first and a third for this guy and get Amari Cooper, I would have did it. You can't, because you got to get some draft capital. You got to hit in the draft. I think what they should have done it, and yeah, hindsight, everyone talk about that. We understand now we're playing Monday morning, quarterback, but they need to look at themselves toughly in the mirror before they go out and start spending a bunch of money. They need to find out what needs to be addressed on this team in order to get them back relevant, because right now this team's not relevant.
All right, let's bring in the starting center out of Stewart Hall. First name Carter, last name Chickering, who believes that Brock Purdy deserves that 50 to 55 million. Are you going as high as 60, Carter?
I'm not sure I believe he deserves it, but I think he's going to get, absolutely he will get 50 million. That is the floor of what he will get.
And what are you basing this on?
Look at the contracts that have been given around the league. Trevor Lawrence, Tua, I'm blanking on others. Jared Goff, Brock Purdy last year.
Dak Prescott.
Yeah, Dak Prescott. Brock Purdy last year, you could argue outplayed all those guys, correct? I mean, this is what the market is calling for. We have some sound from Richard Sherman. I think he explains it really well, that we're going to play. But it doesn't matter what people think he should get or what the Niners need. Like, this is a business at the end of the day.
Well, hold on. Okay, I love what you said.
Yeah.
Pause right there. You just said it's a business, and you're saying last year he outplayed those guys, so he should turn. And guess what I'm going to say? Same church, same pew, and I'll let you sit on my lap. Now, I'm going to sit on your lap because I'm going to say no, because did he outplay those guys this year? So what you're saying now, if that holds true, then be consistent. What you're saying now is kind of hypocrisy, because you said last year he outplayed those guys and that's what the market gave him. But now when you're saying, what did he do this year that's merit that you get paid that money then? Because you cannot say that, because just because something fit last year don't mean you're the champ this year.
But what did Trevor Lawrence do last year?
He didn't do much, but he did.
But he got paid.
Yeah, so that's where I have an issue.
Did he get $50 million?
What Carter is saying, he got guaranteed, I want to say upwards to 170. It was worse. Because the APY doesn't really matter. It's the guaranteed money is what you have to focus on. But Carter makes a good point. And I don't think Carter's saying that that's what he thinks he deserves. It's just the market value is going to dictate all of this. And I think that's a fair point. But if I'm the 49ers, it's almost as if the argument is being made that it's inflation-based. This is what he's next up. He gets to reset the market. And to me, if I'm the Niners, and I look at Tua, and I look at Trevor Lawrence, and I'll even throw, I don't want to go Deshaun Watson, but Dak Prescott, and I would say, but all three of those were mistakes. All three of those, especially when it comes to Trevor Lawrence, and Tua Tagovailoa, to me, is just a very average quarterback. And he actually played well against San Francisco. But if you watched him over the last month, I mean, that's not a guy worthy of the deal that he got. So based on that, it's supposed to influence me to make another mistake just simply because it's what the market, quote unquote, dictates?
I'm with you. You're saying doesn't make it right. You're saying just because those guys got paid that absorbent amount doesn't make it right. And if the Niners, and that's where the Niners have to pump their brakes and say, even though these guys overpaid, we can't do that because we're trying to win the Super Bowl. Out of those quarterbacks you guys just talked about and alluded to, which one of those teams are going to win a Super Bowl or in the makings of winning the Super Bowl the next 3-4 years? They don't have what it takes. So I wouldn't make the same mistake.
And again, if he's Patrick Mahomes, if he's Josh Allen, he's Lamar Jackson, pay him. Reset the market. But if it's Brock Purdy and there's still moving pieces and you still have some question marks and the argument is, well, it's the market, it's inflation. Miss me with that. It's got to be.
That's bad business.
There has to be more to it. It has to be more layered than that. It's got to make more sense in my house. I'm not trying to reset a market. I could care less about what Tua and Jacksonville and what the Miami Dolphins are doing to the Dallas Cowboys. This is about making the 49ers better.
Agreed.
And so I can only look at it through that prism. All right, we continue. Got to get to a break. We have 2 minutes? Huh. All right.
Hey, real quick, I just wanted to add to that, though. I think it's also about timing. Because think about Tua last year. They were the number one offense in the league. What about Dak Prescott? Another high-powered offense.
Right.
Trevor Lawrence, that's where you can kind of say, did he earn it? Because he had an inconsistent year last year, but the year before that, the guy threw over 4,000 yards. So I think with Brock Purdy's issue is timing, because he had a great year last year. This year didn't pan out. But I guess we can kind of get into the debate why it didn't pan out, and why is it just on Brock Purdy? I mean, I think there's other intangibles that go with it. But when it comes to guys getting that kind of money and performing the way they do, I think it depends on their timing.
That's a great point. Brandon Ayuk is a perfect example.
Right.
Brandon Ayuk, he was associated with the Super Bowl, and if you want to get back there, bring me back because you got your quarterback and pay me. He had the leverage. Right. I don't know that Brock Purdy has the leverage going into this offseason.
Yeah, I don't think he has the leverage, but the biggest thing for me is like, look, Brock Purdy deserves to be paid and deserves to get amicable amount of money. I'm not hating on this guy's chicken. All we're saying is this: if you look at teams and you say, if I'm trying to get a certain place because the market dictates that, I can't just say I'm going to do what the market says if I'm trying to win. If the Niners are trying to win the Super Bowl and if they're trying to be relevant, what should you do?
All right. We're going to answer those questions for you. We'll continue. We'll push the Warriors down the road. I promise we'll get into the Warriors as they take on the Los Angeles Clippers, a team they have not beaten this year. And we'll also revisit the conversation we had with Steve Kerr last night. A reminder, we are sponsored by Lucky California. It is Carter Chickering. It is Jersey Ken. And my man Lorenzo Neal Danavone back on 95.7 The Game after this. to get the biggest contract extensions. And there's warts on all of those guys. And so I guess just logistically, if I'm a franchise, do I look at those guys and say, well, yeah, I need to pay my quarterback because those guys got paid when those guys essentially set their respective franchises in arrears. When you look what it is that Dallas, and another mistake, just yet another of a myriad of mistakes throughout the last 20 years by Jerry Jones when it comes to player personnel, when it came to Dak Prescott and the contract that he offered, purely out of the fact that the season was about to start in a week, and he lost all leverage, and he blinked first. And the same thing when it comes to Tua, and the same thing when it comes to Trevor Lawrence, certainly when it comes to Deshaun Watson. When you look at Kirk Cousins, we talked about his deal in Atlanta. There are so many teams that just recently signed quarterbacks that have really, they've hurt their football team. Because they don't have the money in the till to go out and improve in other positions so that collectively they can be a good team. They overpaid in one position while they may have had other options. And so when I look at the current, again, what the market's dictating, the market is not very influential in terms of me pulling the trigger again on signing Brock Purdy to that big deal north of $50 or $55 million.
There's so many variables like you just laid out. Like I look at Trevor Lawrence. The year that got him paid was the year before he threw for over 4,000 yards. Now, my question to the listeners, and my question to be to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, who had more talent? If you look at what Trevor did that year, the following year he didn't do necessarily great, but he got paid. But Trevor Lawrence didn't have all these weapons and didn't have the type of the team that the Niners had. So what's a bigger accomplishment? Now, when you put a quarterback in a situation and then they got to rise above and put you on the map and do those things, those are the quarterbacks that you got to say, okay, can my franchise afford to lose this type of player? You just talked about, Trevor Lawrence. You talked about Dak Prescott. Those guys are not winning a Super Bowl. They need way more around them. And so if you make that, if you're the Niners and you say, yes, I'm going to go ahead and because he deserves this and I reset the market, I'm going to pay him $63 million. What does that get you besides the highest paid quarterback in the National Football League? And if this team is truly saying, we have to get back, we want to get back to a Super Bowl, we want to build, we think we can, will this move set you back? Or is this the move that's going to catapult you to a Super Bowl? And that the answer is no. And they know that. And you have to realize, so what are they going to do? How do you temper expectations by not insulting Purdy? Because you don't want to insult this young man. And you know you got to give him more than 25, more than 30. You get that. But how do you do it? Because you're not going to insult him, but you're going to say, hey, look, we understand what you're doing. We understand what you mean to this franchise. But if we give you 50, 60 million, it is going to put you back. And now we are not going to be able to win. But if we guarantee you 180, 170 million.
That's a lot.
And it's a 4-year deal. It is a lot.
I can't give him 170 guaranteed. That's too much. No.
But it's like, for me, if you're saying, look, less, and I can guarantee 140 million, 150 million dollars for 150 million for the next 5 years, and you guarantee it for 5 years, I can live with that. But I can't live with 300, 400 million for the next 5 years.
Jersey Ken, I want to bring you in because he's a big Miami guy. Jersey Ken from Jersey, so he knows all the New York sports, but for some reason, he knows the Dolphins better than anybody. But a lot of people make the comps between Brock Purdy and Tua Tagovailoa, and you brought up something interesting at the break, Jersey Ken. Tell the people about the red zone and the numbers that Tua Tagovailoa has been able to produce for his team as opposed to Brock.
So when it comes to comparing them, I mean, there's a great point to be made because when it comes to Tua, and both quarterbacks are very accurate. Tua, I think, is one of the most high, like either first or second in terms of accuracy. But one thing that stands out really in the last 3 years, Tua has, in his red zone attempts, he has got 46 touchdowns and 1 interception. Now, I just looked it up this year.
Really?
Yeah. And it's like they always find different ways to score. Whether it's a pitch, it's a fade route. It doesn't matter. Over the middle, doesn't matter.
A lot of that's McDaniel as well.
And it comes from the 49ers system, and it makes total sense, right? But I actually just looked it up. Brock Purdy is pretty good in the red zone, at least with this year in terms of passing. So because he's 14-1 inside the 20, 14 touchdowns, 1 pick, right? But is it now?
But what's the conversion rate? Because I want to say in the red zone,
they were horrible in the red zone. They were horrible inside the 20. This year, the 20 going in, this team was one of the worst in the league.
Right. So to me, that says it's not a Purdy problem.
No,
Purdy can score. It seems like is it a play call issue? Is it a running game issue? Is it Christian McCaffrey not being in the backfield when you get down to the 20 to the 10, even the 5? Because there were times they were like 3 yards away and they couldn't get in.
Yeah, I think red zone, you got to be able to run the football. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of that, first of all, is just simply being able to run, and a lot of it is schematics. He's right. That's not a quarterback. That's not an accurate quarterback barometer. The conversion inside the 20, or maybe you disagree. I think the red zone is more about us as collectively as a football team, how we playing offensively. And if you're getting no push from an offensive line, as you touched on numerous occasions, and you can't run down there, I mean, what's Brock Purdy going to do?
Right. I think it's a combination. I don't think it's all on Brock, but I've seen where Brock had some guys open and forces the ball. Seen at times where he became frustrated and just inaccurate. He's seen where the line broke down like you're talking about, and he's scrambling for his life. He's getting ready to throw a touchdown, throw a strike, and something happens. So I don't put it all on Brock Purdy. And you look at McDaniels, what he's been able to do with Tua. That just shows you efficiency. That shows there's a scheme. There's a coach that's saying, hey, this is what they're doing. And he's scheming up because Tua is not more accurate, not more mobile than freaking Brock. But look at the 46 touchdowns. That just goes to show you, but that's coaching too. So I think there's a combination of things. Shanahan, Brock, linemen, receivers, running back. So there's a lot of things that go into that, but all it does is amplify even louder, saying why you can't give someone 50-some million, why you can't say, I'm just going to reset it because this is what inflation does. This is how it looks like. We just got to do this because this is what you do with the quarterback. Who says that? When is the league going to correct itself? Because if these numbers, and you keep doing it, you're going to be like a Dallas Cowboys. You're going to be like a Jacksonville Jaguars team that you're going to have so much tied into a quarterback. Mahomes, they tied in $500 million. But guess what? He can go win with less because he's that type of guy. Joe Burrows, those are that type of guys. You don't have that in Purdy. That's all we're saying. We're not trying to take money out of this guy's pocket. We're trying to talk about the good of the 49ers for this team to be successful and be sustainable. They can't pay this guy $50 million a year. It just can't happen.
What do you got, Carter?
Can I give you here's all the quarterbacks that make over $50 million. There's 9 of them, okay? Jalen Hurts makes 51. Lamar Jackson makes 52. Justin Herbert makes 52.5. Jared Goff, 53. Tua, 53.1. Jordan Love, 55. Trevor Lawrence, 55. Joe Burrow, 55. And Dak Prescott, 60. There's only one quarterback in there that's been to a Super Bowl.
Man, and Mahomes not even in there.
So in a way, you're making my point. I mean, if this is about winning and winning Super Bowls, what I understand the market is. Look, I was a television sportscaster.
You're not fighting the market. I know.
My contract would come up every 3 years, right. And the first thing my agent would do, he'd look across the street at my competitor at NBC and saying, "You're paying. You know what NBC's paying their guy? Dan Avone has got better ratings. Dan Avone is doing more for your station. That guy over there is making X amount of dollars. You need to come in at a higher number for the next 3 to 5 years for what it is that you're going to pay him." I get it. But sometimes things just have to make sense according to the house that you built, which is the 49ers. And if anyone's going to reset anything, maybe it's the 49ers this offseason that reset the market in another direction, so that the next quarterbacks that are up are not going to get the $55 to $60 to $65 to $70 to $75 million, because because I don't know if there's ever going to be a ceiling on that sort of thing.
Exactly.
And it just, again, it just has to make sense according to us. Let me ask you guys, Sam Darnold, where are you at with Sam Darnold? Because I don't know how Minnesota lets this guy walk. I don't know how Justin Jefferson lets him go out the door, but let's just say, hey, listen, man, Kevin O'Connell, he's the new quarterback whisperer, and he can do to J.J. McCarthy what it is that he did for one Sam Darnold. So, Sammy, we love you, but we got a guy on a contract or on a rookie contract that is making peanuts. We're going to go in this direction, and Sam Darnold's available. Sam Darnold is not going to command nearly as much as Brock Purdy. Is Sam Darnold become a leverage piece for the 49ers? I'm just curious to get you guys' thoughts.
Come on, don't both y'all talk the same sense.
I was going to let Carter go first, but that's okay. The first thing I want to say about Sam Darnold is that the Jets just really screwed him up because now we know Sam Darnold can ball, right? And the funny thing is that the Niners had Sam Darnold, under their wing for last year.
They couldn't afford him.
Right, exactly. Point being that what the Vikings should do, honestly, if I'm the Vikings, I keep Sam Darnold for another 3 to 4 years and just go the Packer route. I mean, look what the Packers have done in the last 3, franchise QB. They've had 3 franchise QBs in the last 30 years, and they've done it smart. Hey, McCarthy, you were supposed to start this year. Well, listen, we got a guy here that we can work with. Just sit tight for 3 more years. Now, to your question, I know I keep dancing around it. I mean, is that what you want to do though? What's gone on throughout the last offseason? You want to bring Sam Darnold into that and pay this guy and then do what with Purdy? Because if Sam Darnold's the one you're putting in that situation now, you might as well go and try to find a trade piece for Purdy.
Well, and that's the thing. Does he have trade value? And what can you get for Purdy? Name me the teams out there that would stand in line for a guy that's 6 foot, and yeah, he had a good year, 1 year, but he had a ton of weapons, one of the best defense, had all kind of receivers. Name me some teams out there that you think that would be willing to pay that type of money. The only people that pay these type of guys are usually the home team pays their home guy. Other teams are saying, no, we're not necessarily going that route because they understand it could be too expensive. My question to you guys, if you got a guy like Malik Willis, run the read option, he can throw the ball, do these things. Do you say, hey, here's a guy that's in Green Bay. Do we bring this guy in? Is it because we keep talking about a Shanahan system? It's all these guys' system. These guys are system quarterbacks. Can you do that and still win?
I think that's a bit of a reach. Sam Darnold, to me, I think that's a much more easier, seamless transition because essentially it's the same offense. It's the same coaching tree when you talk about Shanahan and O'Connell.
He's in Green Bay.
I know, but Malik is unproven. Sam Darnold had this year where he showed that he can do it and do it in that system. Malik is still a bit of a question mark. And so that's what's the old saying, cutting off your nose to spite your face.
Wasn't he in Baltimore too? Didn't he almost win that playoff game against Cincinnati? You saw him what he did when he was with the Tennessee Titans. I agree that it's a stretch, but I just think that if you look at Sam Darnold, like you said, here's a guy you could bring in.
But that's an interesting point. Could you go the route like that of the Green Bay Packers and just simply have him sit as a pupil? And you know why I think it works in Green Bay, and I mentioned this the other day, and why it may not work in San Francisco or anywhere else, is that typically you have an owner who picks up a phone and says, I want to see this quarterback playing now. The reason why it works in Green Bay, who owns the Packers? The people. And they don't have that guy sitting in the ivory tower who's like, I need J.J. McCarthy on the field. I just saw what it is that my starter did. I want this guy playing tomorrow. I don't know that it works anywhere else other than Green Bay, but it's interesting. But the question then becomes, all right, so if J.J. McCarthy is sitting for 3 years, he's up for his contract extension. What the hell are we doing now? But that's the way it used to be done back in the day. You would sit and you'd put on the hat and you'd pick up a clipboard and you'd be an understudy for a couple of years. But now it's like you have to ball out in year 1 or year 2 because it's all about the finances. We got to find out whether or not you're worthy to extend you or not, which is why there was a rush for Baker Mayfield. Well, you have all these reclamation projects, including Jared Goff, including, what's happened with Sam Darnold at the top of that list. And I think Zach Wilson, I know as crazy it may sound, Zach Wilson and even Daniel Jones, do not be surprised if these guys resurface in some other capacity wearing another uniform and doing well.
Bad teams can do it. Good teams. Bad
Look at
teams
Caleb Williams.
Bad teams can't do it. Good teams can. The Minnesota Vikings can go out and they can sign Sam Darnold because the Minnesota Vikings is a good team. The fans, the people can sit behind and they can wait.
Carter, what's up?
I was going to say, I think that they're the best coach team in football.
Who's that?
To me, the Minnesota Vikings. I think that he fell into a situation where he has two absolute stud receivers. He has a good run game with Aaron Jones. The defense obviously holds them up too with Brian Flores back there. And on top of that, I'll be honest, I couldn't stand him on the 49ers. The eye test to me, they were punting a lot when he was in, period. And I think it's because...
Wait, when was he in?
No, just during the preseason. When he was playing during the preseason, they were punting a lot. And obviously you're playing with secondaries and third-string players. But I think it's because he likes to throw outside of the hash marks. And the 49ers don't throw outside the hash marks at all. And
I mean, he likes to extend on...
He likes to throw deep. The guy has an arm. And Shanahan keeps the quarterbacks refined inside the hash marks down the middle of the field. And I think that that's not where Darnold is at his best.
Wow. I mean, I didn't go to practice like that of you, but I see Sam Darnold as being very much of a pocket guy and going through a progression. He doesn't strike me as a guy that's trying to extend and get to the outside and use his legs, but I could be wrong. I think Sam Darnold is Brock Purdy, except with a stronger arm and 4 inches taller and bigger hands. And I'm being serious. That's not a knock on Brock Purdy. But Sam Darnold, what is Brock Purdy? 4th overall in the NFL in terms of balls getting batted down at the line of scrimmage? And it's so frustrating. That doesn't happen to dudes who are 6'5" and, got a hand like a foot and can throw the ball 70 yards in the air, but are also smart because there's a lot of idiots that just have a strong arm.
Hey, Dan. Hey, Lo. I'm sorry. One thing you said, he goes, who's going to take Brock Purdy now? Let me ask you a question. Before Brian Flores was fired, what'd you think of Tua?
I never thought. I still don't think Tua's great.
Okay.
Even today.
But after the fact that Flores got fired, it wasn't a defensive run team anymore.
Right.
And they went straightly into a heavy offensively run team with, steady motions, all kinds of stuff. They brought in wide receivers, Tyreek Hill, the works. After Mike McDaniel worked with him, did you have a different opinion about Tua?
Yeah. Did I have a big difference? No. It was still the system. That's what.
Yes,
it's the system made. So he's not a quarterback that you could say take Tua out of the system and he's just going to be a guy.
And
that's what my whole point is about this conversation that we're having.
But my point is that I think that with Brock Purdy in a different system, maybe he could be something we have no idea.
This system fits him best. If he
can't work in this system, he can't work anywhere.
But Shanahan likes to limit his quarterbacks, does he not?
Yeah, because he knows it. He knows that Brock can't throw the long ball. He's limited. This is a system that you got one read, boom, 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 and I'm going through it because Brock Purdy usually throws it to the first or second read, those windows, because of the fact he understands the system. He's not like Josh Allen would go to the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth read because they got the big arm. This is a guy that's saying, this is a window, I'm getting it out of my hand. That's why he's got one of the quickest releases because he trusts the system that Shanahan has put in place. That's why Tua has been efficient because Tua understands. McDaniel has him in the system. Here's this window. This is what's going on. And when you see Tua then have to ad-lib, then it's a bust. You're like, here he goes. What's going to happen? Purdy's is more, okay, ad-lib. I'm going to take off and run, get some. These guys don't necessarily throw the big ball downfield and make big things happen when they have to ad-lib. They work within their compound, and that's what I think make these guys limited, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think when it gets to the Miami Dolphins and McDaniel, he customized a system to fit Tua Tagovailoa. And Flores just didn't have the capability of doing that.
Wasn't an offensive-minded guy.
And it's the same thing with Shanahan that he did with Jimmy Garoppolo. It's what he's doing with Purdy to a certain degree. And I think that is, if you want to call them system quarterbacks, that's sort of where we're at. And
he executes it at a high level because Purdy understands, I got to get rid of the ball. Here's where it is. This is where my reads are. And that's why sometimes you see where the hell is Purdy throwing the ball, because a linebacker drops right into that place where he's going to throw because of the fact the system says, let it go here. And that's why sometimes he throws into places they're like, man, where'd that come from? Because he understands there is a window. I didn't look it completely off. And there is a window where the balls go. And that's why you see sometimes interceptions. You're like, wow, how did he throw that? Because the system in the read said that he should have went there. That's all.
It's a fascinating conversation because if they pay him $55 million, I have no issues with it.
So do I.
And I think that, again, I'm going to defer to the 49ers because they know what it is that they need to do in terms of addressing the offensive line, addressing the defensive line, paying Dre Greenlaw, and locking up all these pieces that they need in order for Brock Purdy or whomever to be collectively a good and, once again, competitive football team.
Is Brandon Ike going to come back at 100%? Is he going to come back the first year after having a total reconstruction knee? That's the question. And if Debo going to come back, so what are you getting? So is your team going to be better? So if you play Brock this and you say, okay, I got our quarterback, so do you believe you're going to hit in the draft and put other guys around him that's going to get you back to a Super Bowl?
It's interesting about Christian McCaffrey because I don't really know what to expect with him, and especially when it comes to the Achilles. So it'll be interesting, certainly, when we talk about Brock Purdy, and they can lock him up the minute the season's over. The next day, they can go ahead and get that extension over with. The one thing you don't want to see is for this thing to go back and forth. And if Brock Purdy, and I doubt he's the kind of guy to do this, but if he scrubs his social media and he scrubs the Niners from his social media accounts, and we have to go down this silliness again, I think all of us are like, no, please, not another Debo, not another Brandon Ayuk with the back and forth and the passive-aggressive comments. Like, let's either do this or not, all right? We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. All right, word in Oakland. We see you out there, 888-957-9570. We'll continue the conversation about Brock Purdy and the 49ers. That and much more. Lorenzo Neal, Dan Avone on 95.7 The Game. River Islands in Lathrop. Speaking of gambling, I always got to check in with my man Lo, who's in a pool that's, I mean, seriously. We're talking some serious hoops. Serious hoops.
Some serious cheddar. Still cheddar. I'm still in this thing. I'm still in it.
What's the chicken on this thing? $700K?
Dude, we got 500 people. They all put in a nickel. And so
do the math.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. So winner takes all. So the pot is it's adrenaline. The guys are falling out left and right. The big fella's still standing. So
Cash me out one
cash me out not once, just keep cashing. So hopefully I'll be the last one.
And
We'll see.
Is it the Super Bowl winner?
It's just you get to pick every week. You pick a team, and it doesn't have to cover any spreads. You just got to pick a team, and you just hope that it's a survivor. And each week it goes. So it was like 500. Now I think it's down to like 100 guys that's still left. Don't know after this week what'll be left, and you just keep going.
And one and done?
One and done. If you lose one, you're done. So this goes all the way to the Super Bowl, but it could be over a week. Let everyone. But a lot of times you have to realize in these pools, everyone goes with the dog. Everyone takes the big team. Like Monday, I guarantee 75 people will be on the Detroit Lions against San Francisco. I mean, because that's the big one that just pops out. So that's what happened. Everyone was, they take the ones that's the obvious winner. So usually I don't go that route. I stay away because I know where the masses are going. I look at the games that, okay, everyone should be. This looks like an absolute layup. I try to find one people don't like, but I like it a lot because if you with everyone else and you lose with that, why? Why take the chance of being in the big where everyone's at if you're really trying to win the money?
So you just have to pick one winner?
Just one winner each week. One winner each week.
You mind if I ask who you have this week?
Yeah.
You don't want to divulge? All right. No, that's fine. That's fine.
I'll let you know. Call me every week, baby. I'll let you know.
All right.
It's a team. It's a team out in the West. It's a team in the West. So we'll see. We'll see it works out.
It's getting awfully interesting in the National Football League as we get right down to it. And, of course, the San Francisco 49ers were eliminated before kickoff last week against the Miami Dolphins and lost again in another sort of costly interception by that of Brock Purdy. But according to Greg Cosell, that was not on Brock Purdy. And, of course, I always defer to the guru. We're not talking about our own guru, but the man that, that sits there and apparently is in a dark room looking at NFL films all day. So, and he put me in my place.
No, not really. And that was great. Watching you guys banter back and forth. But I tell you what, Dan, you take it in stride, and then you ask the question. Then, okay, they tell you something. You come back to, you set them up to make them answer it. And then you
because I got family listening, man. I got to come back at it.
It was nice.
I got to walk through the door tonight.
I can honestly say I was impressed with your answer. And I know you're a healthy guy. If you're a milk guy, are you almond milk, oat milk?
I don't drink milk.
You're not?
No, I cut out dairy.
No, but you do almond milk?
Yeah, I'll do some. I'll drink some milk, I guess.
Yeah. How about chicken milk?
What the hell is that?
You're right, chicken milk.
Am I being set up here?
No, because you're not a country boy. You probably never had chicken.
But chicken doesn't produce milk.
Yes, it does. You don't know that?
From what orifice?
I can't believe you didn't know that.
Duck milk?
Are you serious? You're not from you didn't know that. I thought you knew that, Dan. I'm not.
Really? What's chicken milk like?
It's white, same color as milk. I didn't know you didn't have any chicken milk.
No.
Yeah, city boy like you wouldn't have.
No, when I was in Fresno, man, I had no idea what Armenian food was.
Right.
Oh,
Lemon John and all that good stuff. Yeah, no.
I'm real.
Yeah, that's all. That's always what my go-to when I'm messing with city guys. I always say, "You've never had chicken milk?" Like, does chicken really get milk? No, of course you're right, Dan. No chicken milk.
Just making sure.
How do you milk a chicken?
Yeah, I don't know. Carter, you can't.
You can't. Carter, I got you going back there, buddy. Thank you. That's
I'm
good.
just curious. How do you milk a chicken?
You know where Carter went to school? High school? He went to Stewart Hall.
Stewart Hall.
Which is probably one of, I want to say it's a private school. It's a Catholic private school. And it's top tier, man. He's like in the Joe Burrow,
really,
Josh Allen sort of, pantheon of high schools in San Francisco.
Rich education, very intellectual.
Pacific Heights in San Francisco.
Okay.
We're talking about all those tech startup money.
Oh, wow. Are you come from a family that's in very
well, no, I wasn't going there. He didn't got to talk about where his family made his money.
I really would love to talk to you. I understand.
No, but the reason I always go at him because he was serious is he doesn't know. He honestly thought that milk came out of a chicken. And that just goes to show you, no matter where you get that education, you
Such
can
a waste of money.
Hey, now goats do give good milk. Now you've had goat milk is pretty.
That
good.
I've had.
Yeah.
The cheese too.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Well,
he's from Jersey, so
I grew up down south too.
Okay.
You know about snipes, Lo?
No, tell me Snipe.
You didn't heard about snipes?
Let's go snipe hunting. You want to go snipe hunting?
You know about
I'll take
snipe
you
hunting?
snipe hunting. Meet me. I tell you what. Meet me out in front of Murph's, the bar. And you got to be late at night, 2:30 at night.
Bring a
2:30
flashlight.
in the morning. Bring a flashlight, and we'll pick you
and
up.
a sack.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you
No, man. It's a real deal. It's got to be early in the morning, though.
Okay, I've done frog hunting, frog gigging. You go out, you put the light, so you go out, take your boat out in the country in those canals, and you go gigging. And what happens? You get the light, you put it on against the bank, boom, hit the flashlight on the big frog legs, get frogs, and then you have a gig. It's a 3-prong gig. And you
gig is a spear.
It's a spear, 3 prongs, and you put the light on them, and they just sit there because the light blinds them. And you get close, boom, you gig them. Then you grab them with your hand, pull them out, and you cut the top off. Just get the legs. Have frog legs. You go home, fry up the frog legs, salt and pepper, flour, frog legs. Now I've been gigging, I've been frog, but that you guys came
snipe hunting.
Never.
Hey, Lo. Snipe hunting is about as real as chicken milk.
Okay. I was like, okay, what's this snipe?
So I've been octopus hunting, which we do. They're nocturnal, so you do it at night, which sounds similar to what is it?
Okay.
You go out there with a spear, and you just let that thing rip.
Right.
Yeah. So octopus very similar, I'm assuming, to like that of frogs. If you deep fry it, everything.
Yeah. Frog legs is amazing, by the way.
Have you either one of you had frog legs?
Yeah, I've been to France.
Yeah, let's just turn my back on.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Do it all in France.
Yes.
We go, man.
That was nice. You guys got me back. I like it.
All right, so we're talking about Brock Purdy. Just let's sort of wrap this thing up.
Okay.
And since we got my boys here today, I just want to go around the room. And I guess I'm going to start with you. You're John Lynch. All right? Now, I'm the agent for Brock Purdy. I'm going to start the bidding at $55 million. Okay? And I want a guarantee of $150. And I want a 4-year deal. What are you doing?
So, Brock, I'll guarantee the 150. But
then I'd say thank you, and I'm out the door.
And I'm going to say, Brock, here's the thing. Let's be real. You're 5'9". You're 5'11".
He gets smaller and smaller.
No, I'm going to say, Brock, let's.
He was 6'1" a half hour ago.
Okay,
He's 5'9".
You're 6'1". You're not a tall guy. You have a hard time seeing over the line. You're number 4 guys getting balls batted down. One of the highest percentage in the league. You can't necessarily see over the line. Teams are going to push the pocket in your lap and make you throw from a thing. We understand that. We understand what you've done for us. We understand what you've done for this organization. You should be compensated. And we're not trying to lowball you. We understand Dak and all these guys got paid. And here's what I'm willing to do. I know our number. We're not going to insult you. If you feel that you're starting this thing at 55, we're at 40, but we're not even going to insult you. So here's what we'll do. I'm going to give you the right to go on the market and see if you can get 55. If the market does that for you, take it. Because we're not going to, I never want you to come back and look at me as an ex-player, because I played, and resent me. I don't want you to resent me. I want you to go out to the market because we know you're capable and we know we can win a Super Bowl with you. But it's going to take a better offensive line. We have some holes that we need to fill, and all we're trying to do is make sure we can protect you for you and us. We can win together. And so we know $55 million just doesn't give this 49er opportunity as a team and as a franchise, as an organization, to win a Super Bowl at paying our quarterback $55 million. But if you can get it on the market and the market deems that for you, Brock, we'll be happy for you. But right now, we're not willing to do that. So please Go on the market and see if you can get it.
All right. I would say I'd take the $150 million if it's guaranteed. Carter Chickering, what say you?
I think the Raiders would pay him whatever he wants, first of all. I'll say that to start. Second of all, Evan and I talked about this about a week ago, and I liked Evan's idea. You offer him $75 million for 2 years, guaranteed, with every incentive you could put in the contract, and say, we're willing to give you this. Let's see how these 2 years go, and then let's move from there. But this notion that people say, like, make him play on next year, that's just not going to happen.
No.
So he needs some sort of extension.
Jersey Ken?
Yeah, I'm with the years. The longevity, I think, is what scares the Niners. Again, 2 to 3 years, fine. Whatever the market dictates at this point is fine by me. I think you have to. You kind of got pigeonholed in a way. If you're the Niners, you kind of have to pay him because there's nowhere else. I don't think you can go. I mean, Sam Darnold is an option, but yeah, 2 to 3 years, why not?
Yeah, that's why I think Sam Darnold. I know people are dismissive when it comes to this guy, but we'll see how he plays in the playoffs, and we'll just see the market for him. But if there's a real connection with him and Kyle Shanahan, and you get down in the dirty with Brock Purdy, and this thing gets contentious, I don't know why people continue to overlook a guy who can do everything in the system, in Kyle Shanahan's system, except he's 4 inches taller, and he can throw a better ball, and can throw a deeper ball. And what it is that he did with Minnesota is real. So, again, I'm getting ahead of myself because if I'm Justin Jefferson, he ain't going anywhere. I don't care who J.J. McCarthy is or could be. You're not letting that guy that potentially could take us to a Super Bowl walk. So a lot will be determined on what happens in the next couple of months with Sam Darnold. I mean, if he takes you to a Super Bowl and win it, you're going to let him walk out the door. And as far as being incentive-laden, I find that almost as insulting. I don't know. You tell me as a player, if someone said, hey, listen, we'll give you 75 guaranteed, but there's going to be incentives, littered throughout. I don't want to be hitting benchmarks. I want my money. I mean, I want to be able to get the guaranteed money. So either guarantee it to me or don't. Mm-hmm. The idea that I've got to jump through hoops.
Yeah, I think Brock's already. You're right. Brock says our incentive. You guys can't do this to me. I already proved it. That's why I say I'm gonna give you $100 million guaranteed. You're gonna make your whole contract is gonna be guaranteed $150 million, and I'll give you a 4-year $150 million. So and that's where I would be at. I look at this, and when you guys say the Raiders gonna say I got the Raiders on the phone and they'll give you whatever you want. Do you think the Raiders have a better running backs and better receivers than the Niners right now? And if not, how the hell would the Raiders give this guy this money when you know that he can't move these? He doesn't have the receivers and won't have the Brandon Jacobs is not in the Raiders anymore. How do you think the Raiders would say we're going to give you $60 million for you? I don't think that the Raiders would do that because they have guys. I'm not saying they're better than him, but they will not spend that type of money because he's not that type of quarterback, in my opinion.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. In Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Let's get out to the phone lines and open it up to you, the people. 888-957-9570. Word's hanging out in Oakland. What's up, Word?
Hey, fellas. What's up? Hope you're doing well. Well, another factor that isn't considered, aside from the fact that Brock isn't necessarily as good as those other quarterbacks who got their money, those other quarterbacks, their teams only paid maybe at the most one other dude. Joe Mixon, they haven't paid T. Higgins. They haven't paid, what's my man, Chase. They let Joe Mixon go to Houston so they could pay him. The Jaguars didn't have anybody else to pay. Goff got his money. They only had to pay Amon-Ra St. Brown. That was it. The Cowboys, Dak got money. It took them a minute before they finally decided to pay my man Lamb. And the Niners,
they didn't pay Micah Parsons.
Right. The Niners paid Bosa. They paid Debo. They paid Ayuk. They gave Trent some money before the season. They gave McCaffrey some money. Like, they've had to pay 5 dudes either max money or extensions. So that makes it even tougher. Never mind the fact that Brock, unfortunately, is not as good as Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow or, those other guys. Maybe Tua, they're 1-1A. But they even they paid Tyreek before they got Tua. But again, they didn't, that's only one other dude.
How would you do it? What would you, how would you handle if you're the GM? Are you going out to the market? What are you doing?
Me, I'm going to see if he'll accept. I'll try to I'll try to explain all that to him and see if he'll take less than 50. Like, I don't mind Brock, but the rest of the squad is so deficient now. So it's like Brock at his best and the squad as it is right now, I'm not sure if they're as good. So that makes it tough for me. It would have been great if we had won it last year. Then all of this stuff wouldn't have necessarily been an issue, and everybody may not have been trying to dig out the last of the money before they bail out or retire. Like, that seems like what everybody's doing now. They're like, man, our time was last year. Let's just get our money and be out. If I may, before you let me go, I've been wanting to get this quote to Lowe for years, and I can never catch him on the air. There's a video called Fullback Lorenzo Neal Juggernaut on YouTube, and there's a quote, aside from all the videos of him killing people, there's a quote of Lowe saying to his coach on the sideline, that little 51 can't handle me. He's a little boy. He's a little boy. He's 210 pounds. I'll kill that little dude. I'm the world's greatest. Let me go at him. Man, that's the greatest clip ever. I wish I would run that. That is a great clip.
You went back in the archives. Yeah, that's one of my moments that I'm unwired, and you're playing, you're in that moment, and it was Jonathan Veltman.
Who, 51?
Yeah, linebacker.
Oh, good linebacker back in the day.
But he's so little.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm like, wait, let me go at him. I wanted to go nothing but lead because
New England?
No, he was with the Jets.
Oh, that's right.
Jonathan Veltman.
Right.
So
yeah, Jonathan Veltman.
Yeah,
sure,
so
sure.
it was that, and I was on the sideline. I'm like, they asked me, what do you want to do? And it's just like, when you heated, you playing, you're like, dude, let's run lead. Because I know he couldn't handle that bomb. Couldn't handle that bump. So it's like, let's go at him. And it's crazy. That's pretty neat though. The NFL Films didn't know they recorded that and they caught that. It's pretty neat.
But Word has a really, really good point. And it sort of gets back to what it is that I'm saying, is that you have to take care of your own house. And my house is different than Jacksonville and Trevor Lawrence. And my house is very different than that of Tua Tagovailoa and the Miami Dolphins. You guys didn't have to deal with Kittle, with Debo, with Christian McCaffrey, with Trent Williams. There's only so much money that can go around without us compromising what it is that we want to do, including you, Brock, and that is win a Super Bowl. And so when you want to do this uniformed across the board, it's the market. It's what the market is dictating. You got to pay the guy. He's next up. If I'm the 49ers, that you got to come stronger than that. It has to make sense in terms of what it is that we're doing, the way we're currently constituted and constructed as a football team to win that Super Bowl or get back to relevancy or get back to the playoffs. And so I'm sorry, but what it is that Trevor got paid and what it is that Jared got paid, there's no relevance here as far as where we're at in the 49ers and the players, because we are about as star-studded as any football team. Maybe Philadelphia is the only other team that I can look at and can say, yeah, the number of stars on each team is relatable. But the 49ers have had to pay a lot of guys, and they're going to have to pay another Andre Greenlaw. They just paid Diamador Lenore. Don't forget McCaffrey and, of course, Trent Williams, as I mentioned, and Kittle, all these guys under new deals. And so at the end of the day, it's just a matter of it's finances. It's being fiscally responsible. And I'll take that into account. Yeah, sure. Okay. Jared Goff's making $55 million or Trevor's making X amount of dollars. I'll certainly, yeah, let's talk about that as we go back and forth. But it can't be the end all. It can't be, well, this is what the market dictates. Write that blank check. I don't care what it means in terms of what it is that you have to do. It's the world I live in. Let's get this done and move on. I think it's a little bit more, you got to pull back the layers on this a little bit more if you're Lynch and the San Francisco 49ers.
And that's what I can't wait to see this offseason, because like you said, they're going to do, and if they decide to do it, we're going to sit there and say, hey, it's not our money, it's not our chicken. They decided to do it. I just think that when you look at this 49ers team as a whole and you think about where they're at and what they do this year, when you think, okay, how did this team fare? How good were they? And you gotta look at it and say it wasn't that good. And you have to be optimistic about it and say, so what are we going to have to do to make ourselves relevant again? That's overhaul this team in some ways. That's get a better offensive lineman. That's getting better defensive lineman. That's getting better in the trenches. We can't afford to pay a quarterback $55 million a year. And we'll see if it happens. I know people are saying that's what the market does, but I'm with you, Dan. You can't do it because it's not responsible if you're trying to win a Super Bowl.
You can't scale these things.
No.
You can't say, well, this is what we're doing out in Miami, so this is what we're doing in San Francisco. So it's what you should do in Chicago and Detroit and right on down the line. It doesn't work that way.
Can I point something out to you both?
Yeah, go ahead.
The 49ers have shown over the years they've really only said no to one person, and that was DeForest Buckner. They let Buckner walk. It turned into a 13th overall pick in the first round, who they drafted Javon Kinlaw with. That was a total failure for for them.
Agreed.
Okay? After that, they have paid almost every single person that they have had to pay. And not only have they paid them, but they've paid them the dollar sign that they've exactly wanted. Brandon Ayuk held out. He got exactly what he wanted. He got $30 million. Nick Bosa is the highest defensive paid player in the NFL, about $6 million over that. They have been taken to the cleaners on multiple occasions.
So I guess you're making our point.
I'm just saying that they haven't said no to anybody. We could all agree here that they are very fond of Purdy, both Lynch and
agree.
Shanahan.
Agree. But I think, again, it just depends. Jersey Ken brought up a good point because he said a lot of this is timing. If this is last year, Brock Purdy's getting paid, and you and I we ain't saying a damn thing because
Right.
Brock Purdy's just coming off of that huge year, took you to the Super Bowl, give him the 55. He wants 60. He's making an argument for 60. But this isn't last year. And so I think the point in all of this is it depends on where you're at as far as paying Brock Purdy, where the 49ers are at. And again, I don't know that it's about leverage. Like, if you have it, Sam Darnold is so key in this. If you don't have the leverage, just like that of a year ago, if Brandon Ayuk got the money because Brandon Ayuk had the leverage. You need me more than I need you. Right now, with Sam Darnold and with Brock Purdy taking a step back, I asked you who has the leverage, and I'm not exactly sure. But if Sam Darnold is somebody that becomes the X factor in all this, I don't have to do what it is that Carter just said. Because you didn't have another Nick Bosa. There's not another Christian McCaffrey. There's only one Trent Williams. He might be the best left tackle to ever do it. And, and Fred Warner, who was up before all of those guys, he's one of one.
Mm-hmm.
In any facet of business, it comes down to who has the hammer and who has the leverage. And why I think that this gets back to Sam Darnold. And again, without Sam Darnold, Brock Purdy is probably going to get his, and he may get his even with Sam Darnold. But a lot of this is timing, and it's, do I have any other options? And if not, then I'll bend over and give you the 55 or $60 million.
And with that being said, you had a Brandon Ayuk that probably had options, the Steelers and some of the teams. But then once the Niners start playing the games with him and got in the mud, you just ruined it. I just think this organization needs to be more transparent and be like, look, I can't be you guys' friend. Look, we love you. We love what you did as a player. We're going to respect you. But you got to draw a line in the dirt because players are going to say, look, I don't want this contract. I'm going to leave. I'm taking my talent elsewhere. Both sides have to be able to draw their line in the dirt, and the Niners can't go back and forth like they did with Brandon, all this back and forth. You scrub your Twitter, do that stuff, and you caved. You can't cave. You got to say, this is the number. And if it's $50 million, if it's $60 million, whatever the number is, the Niners got to stick with that number and say, we're not going to overpay, no matter who it is, not just Brock, but anyone.
I always get back to, come on, man. What are you going to do with all that money in Iowa? Can we just get on the real here? It's Iowa.
Right. He'll find a way for it. And look, you
get an unlimited supply of Levi jeans and a John Deere at your driveway every other month. We good? All right. Let's go play some football. All right, we're sponsored by the all-new Honda of Vallejo. We continue. You want to get into a little basketball?
Let's get some hoop.
You sure?
We need some hoop, baby. Let's go. Let's talk Clippers. Let's talk the Clip Show. And Warriors, baby.
That's next, according to Lowe on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, get into a little Warriors talk. Golden State, unfortunately, have lost 11 of their last 14. They take on the Los Angeles Clippers coming up tonight. And, of course, you can catch all the action here on 95.7 The Game. And guess who's doing the pregame show? Warriors Live.
You, my friend.
And you.
What? Me?
You're not going anywhere.
What?
This is a team, man.
There's no I in team, baby.
Yeah,
it's all you. You're the I.
Because Ev, who usually does this and does such a fine job at it, Ev is what is he, about 4 drinks deep now?
Oh, he's got at least be 4. I'm gonna take the over. Take the over.
And we're here for him because we take care of our boy that way. Yeah, when you're a young man and you're single, do you? It's Friday night.
Exactly.
Now, Ev, in all seriousness, has family in town, and I believe they came in from San Diego, so he's having dinner with Pops and the fam. And so, people. God bless. Yeah, we get you covered. So we'll be doing Warriors Live coming up tonight at 6 o'clock, and then we hand it off to Tim Roy, who will give you the pregame show, and then we tip things off at 7 o'clock with the Warriors taking on the Los Angeles Clippers.
It's gonna be tough with all the during injuries. The Warriors, GPs, Peyton's not playing. Of course, Steph. It's gonna be a interesting game.
Yeah, so they haven't beat the Clippers this year. They're going to do it without Steph Curry. Steph Curry is out, and Draymond Green is listed as questionable. One thing I wanted to get into, and we can get back to the 49ers, we can get back to whatever it is that people want to talk about concerning whether it's the contract extension for one, Brock Purdy, and what that number might be. One thing that I found fascinating about talking to Steve Kerr is, and you can relate this maybe to football, Jonathan Kuminga, who continues to be the X factor in a lot of these conversations. And we always talk about how young he is. He's been in the league as a teenager, came in at age 19. He's been in the league now 4 years. That we all know you have to be patient. But Kerr reminded us last night that guys like Kuminga and guys that want to take the quick route or come through the G League or are teenagers in the league, while we salivate at what they potentially can do offensively because of their size and their speed and the ability to dunk and just all of these things that are so exciting, that they still have not learned because no one has taught them the nuances of the game, how to rotate defensively, how to speak on defense, communicate with one another. I think that Steve Kerr didn't want to admit it, but it was Jonathan Kuminga that should have helped defensively on that baseline, because Andrew Wiggins, according to Steve Kerr, did the right thing. Forced Austin Reeves' baseline, thinking he was going to get help. Jonathan Kuminga wasn't there to help.
Right.
Bucket, ball game.
Right.
I also think that Steve Kerr also is culpable for not having Trace Jackson Davis in the game, because I think Trace Jackson Davis instinctively knows to be there to shut off that baseline and to challenge the shot of Austin Reeves. That's the way he plays. But Trace Jackson Davis was in college for 4 years. And he played under Rod Woodson, who was an NBA coach and an NBA basketball player. He's well-schooled. He's minored in basketball.
Right.
He knows the game. Jonathan Kuminga, and guys like Jonathan Kuminga, as Steve Kerr pointed out to us last night, there's still the coaches, the NBA coaches like that as Steve Kerr, have to pick up the slack and teach these guys that they should have learned in their first year or two at the college level.
Right.
And so he's learning on the job. And it's a reminder to all of us that, yeah, we need to be patient because he's 22 and his offensive game will come around. But it's the other stuff that really is going to test people's patience when it comes to Jonathan Kuminga, because he just doesn't know any better. And I think, to Steve Kerr's point, he's not going to chew him out because it's not on the kid. It's just he's never been taught that this is how we play winning basketball. It's not always about a three, a dunk, a crossover, all the amazing stuff you can do. It's the other little things that, for whatever reason, you were not in class for.
Right. I think Kerr was just alluding to as well, when you see Wiggs, force him to the baseline, he takes the baseline freely. If you have a big that's facing him, he doesn't take that baseline because now he doesn't go into the weeds. He knew that there was a free angle. He knew that the big wasn't peeking back saying, okay, you're popping in and out of the lane, saying, okay, I know this guy's going to collapse. He said, he's taking it, I'm going to take it. And that's why he went right to the hole, because he knew, wasn't that he knew it could be necessarily Wiggs, but he knew that he wasn't going to get that help because Wiggs were anticipating that he was going to help. And you know, that's where it looks bad for Wiggins. It's like, man, what's wrong with Wiggins? He got caught slow-footed. Man, why was he doing it, playing too close? Why? Because he understood what team concept is. And when you're talking about Kerr, when he alluded to, hey, look, these young guys don't get it. And that's what I'm talking about. Do you love it? And we talked about a guy, and people were hitting the text line saying, God, we want to make this trade, you know, for Zion. And you said, man, Zion, when he's well, he's hell. When he's hurt, he's dirt. And it's like, we understand that's just how, because Zion, when he's in the game, you see how aggressive and how hard he can blow out his shoes. But does he really love it, or does he love what basketball do? Because you get a lot of guys that you get them on the court, it takes over. I love basketball. But are you willing to pay the price? And so you got Kuminga, and I understand he's 22, he's young. I get that. But the offseason, you've been now 2-3 years off seasons. Are you putting in the time and saying, I'm going to learn this? Are you watching tape not once a week in the offseason, not twice a week, not 3 times a week, 4 or 5, at least 4 to 5 times a week? To say, okay, I'm watching defense. Well, are you watching your cut-ups? How the defense flow, how you cut that, how do you do those things? How do you, when a cutter's coming, what's my best angle? See, when you are invested into your sport and not just love it, because a lot of guys play in the national football, they love what football can do for them. They love what football can do, but what do you love? What do you love to protect your job? I tell people all the time, I go into a school and I go and talk to businesses and I say, see this football, body resting to stay at rest, body motion stay at rest. If I put this football on top of a desk, and on top of this table, and we leave out of this room, and we come back next year, the year after, and no one comes in this room, no one touches this room, no one comes in this room, that football will be in the same place on that table where everyone left it. It may be deflated, but it'll be in the same place. What are you doing to protect your football? What are you doing to protect your basketball? And that's the thing. Yeah, you got the flash, the buzz and the sizzles there, but what is he doing? And that's the bind. And that's where Kerr and the coaching staff has to say, look, we can take you so far, young man. Practice, we only get a 45 to 2 hours. We got limited because of CBA and all the different things we do. We got limited time, but we can't make you love this. You got to go protect this. If you don't, why do you think everyone's asking you to be traded? Why is everyone saying, go ahead and turn the page? The commitment's not there, bro. And I understand what you're saying. I understand he's young. I understand he's grown, but you're 22. When is that clock going to say, I got to be invested in my game? Athletic ability get me so far, but now the commitment to learning my craft is going to keep me there.
Amen to that. Tim's out in North Carolina, wants to talk about Jonathan Kuminga. Tim, where in North Carolina are you?
Yeah, I'm in Raleigh, man. This is absolutely fascinating. Like, where was this at when he has won games in the past? Where was this at in Houston when he won that one in overtime with Pods? And 3 weeks ago when he hit the dagger shot? Or a year ago when he came off of the bench in Portland and you won that one? This is fascinating. So this is what I want to say, guys. I commend this young fella for coming from Africa at the age of 14, learning a different language, doing all that seeing the things that he has seen in the Congo, for God's sake. And then he comes over here, right? I nothing but love for this young man. And listening to that interview yesterday, listening to you basically begging for the coach to blame him, begging for putting him against Pods in front of a coach and begging for him to speak highly of one and talk disparagingly about another. It was fascinating, man. So this is, yes, what you just said, I want him to be traded. I want to see this young man play for somebody who wants him. You damn right I want to see it. Talking about mental toughness. Let's talk about mental toughness with all of the things you just said. 4 weeks ago, you win a game. 3 weeks ago, you win a game. A week later, you're told it's all about you, man. We going in on you. Just for 1 week later for you to be pulled back And we're not going to do that at 22 years old. And for this kid to not be a head case, to not be a mental case in a lab somewhere with a straitjacket on, is by far. I mean, and Lorenzo, you played sports. You know what it is for a coach to empower you, to believe in you, and to give you consistency. Something this kid has not had his entire career. But I love how we talk about IQ, right? I love those two letters. A year ago when Klay Thompson fouled somebody for no damn reason at all and we lost the game, nobody talked about it. We got the best players on this team who make the dumbest mistakes we've ever seen in crunch time. Going back 8 years ago when our best player threw a behind-the-back no-look pass in the finals, to 2 weeks ago when he took a shot with 12 seconds left when he knows he should have taken it down to 3. But the 22-year-old, when he makes that mistake, he's not committed. Are you not looking at tape? That's what we do to him, so you're damn right I want him out of here. I want to see him play for somebody who wants him. Because what you guys are doing right now on this platform and the agenda because you want him to be traded, and the things you said and did in that interview yesterday to try and get this man to give us contact, is absolutely amazing. Absolutely fascinating. But yeah, that's what we do to him. We question his love and heart for the game when, like he said in that interview, a lot of people in his position right now would be mental cases and couldn't even come close to dealing with all of this nonsense. But that's okay. Let's compare him and Podge. Let's talk to the coach and say all the good stuff Podge does, but we can deal with it. But Kuminga, no, we can't. But we don't remember that energy 3 weeks ago.
Hell yeah, Tim.
I like the call.
Good stuff.
And like as I said yesterday, I said, and I'll say it again today, I said, when you look at a young guy, and we talk about how the weak and those different things, not to saying this guy is not trying, I'm saying I know what it takes. When he's talking about being a pro, it's about, look, I said this guy, we all know how talented he is. And that's why yesterday, Kerr's not going to throw this guy under the bus. Yeah, you were people wanting to know answers because fans want to know what happened, who's supposed to collapse, who's supposed to make that block. I get that what the fans want to know, but Kerr wouldn't go there. I understand there's a code of ethics when it comes to being an athlete, and you can't put a coach on the spot. And Steve Kerr would not throw Kuminga under the bus. He did not do it. I'm saying when you look at NBA and you look at basketball, look at football, any sport, you have to have the commitment because athletically, this kid has athletically. But when I'm saying, hey, look, work on the other part, that means, hey, look, you do the extra thing. That means the coaches, hey, you sit, you have extra meetings. I'm saying if you have 3 years and you're saying, look, I'm going to watch the extra tape, not once, not twice, but 4 or 5 times a week in the off season just to get better because you do have a barrier. You haven't been playing this game. And Steve Kerr alluded to, and that's what you were saying. Wasn't you were badgering? You said, hey, it made you said, I had to step back and I listened to Kerr when he said, here's an 18-year-old kid that usually Draymond and Clay and Steph, they got that because they got the basic fundamentals in college. You're saying, Kerr alluded to you saying, these guys skip those processes. So as a coach, we have to teach them the things that they would have learned in college. So when you're in that situation as a coach, yes, you got to teach them, but then you got to say, look, I can only teach you so much. I only have 45 minutes with you at practice. That's when the extra comes in where you got to take the tape home and look at it. Not once a day, not freaking in the off season. You say, hey, look, I have to put in the time for my craft. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it when you are set behind and you're behind the 8 ball, you got to do extra, especially if you have the athletic ability and people are depending on you. I'm not saying that you can put yourself in a position to put the time in to learn more. And that's all I'm saying, that this young man, sometimes you have to do the extra because you are behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, and to the caller from Raleigh, to his point, and it was a good call. Anybody who's that impassioned, man, you move to the front of the line. We want to hear from you. But as far as is our interview, my questions to Steve Kerr is, first of all, I have to ask Kerr that question because with 6.3 seconds to go, there has to be answers that are provided. Now, he danced around mentioning Jonathan Kuminga's name, but I'm sorry, from where I sit, that question has to be addressed to the head coach. And again, he did a very good job by being evasive. But I hope you understand what it is that I'm responsible in terms of my obligation to the fan base, and that is Jonathan Kuminga made a mistake. Now, you can interpret that any way you want, and you can go there thinking that I'm favoring Podziemski over Kuminga, or that Kuminga, and you have a good point as far as what it is that Steve Kerr has been doing as far as yo-yoing him back and forth in the starting lineup, out of the starting lineup. That's on Steve Kerr. I'm not going to push back on that at all. But as far as what it is that I asked Steve Kerr, that came from a place of objectivity where the Warriors lost a game on a play with 6 seconds to go with the game tied in front of the world on Christmas Day, and it was a baseline layup. Boom, that's all she wrote. Lakers win. I'm sorry, there has to be questions asked as to why that happened. And the reason why it happened is that there was no help defensively, and who was supposed to help? Well, it was Jonathan Kuminga. And again, you could be a Jonathan Kuminga fan. It has nothing to do with what took place last night. That's on Jonathan Kuminga. You can isolate it to just that one play that he screwed up, but he's been a very good basketball player. That's fine. But in a vacuum, what took place in the final 6.3 seconds of that basketball game, just that one particular play, I think it was on Jonathan Kuminga to come over and seal that baseline, and he didn't do it. And you can talk about the fact that he doesn't know the nuances because he didn't go to college. Whatever the reason is, we have to lay it out for everybody as to why the Warriors lost the game. And unfortunately, when it comes to sports talk radio, it's the nature of this beast, man. We're going to point fingers, and we got to find a culprit in this. Usually somebody's right and somebody's wrong. It's not an indictment on the guy's career. It's not an indictment in that he's going to be a good or a bad basketball player, but on Christmas night, he made a mistake that cost the Warriors. Now,
how much do you, and when you say he made a mistake, which he did, and do you say, and that's why you said you rather seen another player be in there at that particular time because of basketball IQ, they've been playing basketball longer, and instinctively they just would have did it. But Kerr chose to go put him in that position. So you can say either you got to look at Jonathan Kuminga and say, okay, it's on him, or you can say, does he have a timeout to go ahead and say, I'm switching to defense. I'm going to put a better suited defensive player in there that understands that you collapse on the baseline.
Let's get out to Priest. Wants to talk about Kuminga. Priest, where you been, man? I'm sure he's going to go after me. What's up, Priest?
Yes, indeed. Hey, what's going on, man?
No, I know you're going to clap hard at me. Come on.
Yeah, I'm just like the caller before me. You cats take everything this kid does wrong and put it into a narrative that he doesn't work hard.
No, I didn't say that.
He doesn't put in the work. No, I'm talking about your man there, Lowe. He running his mouth about the man is alluding to the idea that this kid is lazy. Come on, man.
Stop
with that stupid nonsense.
Hold on. I want to ask you. I didn't say necessarily lazy. I'm saying, listen, you can have all the athletic ability in the world, and you can have you can say, oh, hey, I want to lift 400 pounds, and you can go and put 400 pounds, put your butt underneath the 400 pounds, and see what it won't crush your chest. If you don't work, it won't happen. I'm not saying the guy's lazy. I'm saying, look, he can be at practice and be learning everything, but when you're behind the 8 ball. What are you doing extra? And I'm just saying, are you watching it 1, 2, 3 times? You can't. It needs to be 4 or 5 times in the offseason. All I'm saying, if he's doing it, then that's on me. If I'm saying that if this guy is doing it, if you know that this guy in the offseason for 3 years, he's been in the league now for 3 years, if you know that this guy is going and watching the tape every single day in the offseason because you know he doesn't know basketball, he came from another country, I get that, and he's been put in a position to success, and he's had big shots, won games. I get that. But if you're deficient in somewhere, you try to overcome. So I'm saying if you think he's doing it, if you guys, if Kerr's saying he's doing it, then he's doing it, then that's on me. But if it's not, then that means you have to put in more time. I don't care how hard you work in practice. If you're not watching tape and doing the extra things to make to sharpen your skills, then that's got to be on you. That's all I'm saying. If you're deficient somewhere, you have to try to put in the time. That's the only thing I'm saying.
if this and that and the other, man. You don't know, I don't know. So when we make allusions to a guy's work ethic and his personality and stuff like that we don't know.
Fair
you
enough.
don't know that man from Adam. Have you ever talked to him?
Fair enough.
Ever. Okay, so why would we do that? Why would we do that to this kid only? Only him. When everybody else is making the same kind of mistakes on the defensive rotation, they're doing the same thing. But we're going to bring up Jonathan Kuminga. Now, I'll say this about Kerr. Kerr should have had the Davis kid in on that play. He's playing Kuminga at the 4, man. Kuminga is not a 4. He's a 3. But he's asking him to do something just like he does with Draymond. Draymond's got the IQ. He did 5 years in college under a great coach. This kid didn't have that luxury, okay? So Draymond understands the rotations before they ever happen. TJD may have that. Kerr made a call, and this kid didn't react. And he knows he'll learn from that. But to say he's not going to put in the time, man, I think you foul for that. And that's what I'm saying. We need to lay off this kid because we don't do that to nobody else on this team. And they do this, they make these mistakes. Steph Curry throw the ball all out of bounds, do all kind of crazy stuff. I know he's the superstar. I know he deserves the accolades and all that stuff. But he makes as many mistakes. So does Draymond. He threw a ball in the backcourt.
Thanks, Priest. And Priest brings up a good point. The Trace Jackson Davis not being in there. And I've talked about this, that I think that's on Steve Kerr. Because I think Steve Kerr recognized when Anthony Davis was out of the game, he wanted to go small. Trace Jackson Davis is playing well. I don't care whether Anthony Davis is in the game or not. Put him in. Put him in. The idea, like that's over-managing or over-coaching. Anthony Davis is out. Oh, it's my opportunity to go small and take advantage. So Trace Jackson Davis, you're not a small guy. I'm going to replace you with whomever. Trace Jackson Davis should have been closing that basketball game. We got time for one more. Actually, we'll try and squeeze you guys in.
This is fine.
Hang out through the break. We want to hear from you. Leo's up next in San Francisco, and he wants to talk about, I guess, the last play was 6.3 seconds to go. It's not a good indicator of who won or lost the game for the Warriors. Go ahead.
Yeah, how you doing, gentlemen? It's amazing how we pick out a single play, and I realize it happened at the end of the game. But that single play, first of all, wasn't a baseline drive. It was a straight line drive from the top of the key, and the reason why Reeves got a step on Wiggins was because Wiggins was overplaying him to his right hand, and he made that straight line drive to the basket, easy layup. Kuminga was trying to box out somebody who ran out of bounds. He was trying to face guard him, trying to get in position to make sure that he could box him out on a shot. Wiggins has as much blame for that play as anybody else, especially since he's a veteran. And people have said this, but I'll reiterate. During the game, Draymond throwing the ball over people's head. Anybody talking about that? But we picked that one play at the end of the game. Making a run with the young guys with Steph and Draymond on the bench, created 3 turnovers while they're on the bench defensively, but they seem to pull the momentum. We're moving. And then during a free throw, Kerr decides to put Draymond and Steph back in, kills the momentum, and Lakers go on a 7-0 run. We don't talk about that.
Good call, Leo. Leo, I do. Maybe we saw different games. Austin Reeves did not start off the top. He was out on the angle and then came baseline. And Jonathan Kuminga was not only at the baseline, he was actually outside of the baseline. He was out of bounds. And the positioning he had on Hachimura just looked confusing. And again, you're right. Basketball games are not necessarily won or lost on one play, but I do, again, feel as though if we're going to have Steve Kerr on a show the day after what happened, we have to ask him about that last play with 6.3 seconds to go. All right. Do we have enough time to get in Mike from Oakland? No. All right. Hey, Mike, as well as Marvin, the rest of you, hang in there. 888-957-9570. We're going to continue with the Warrior talk as the Warriors get ready for the Clippers coming up tonight. It'll be Lo and I. They're going to have Warriors Live, the pregame show, and then hand things over to Tim Roy. But we're going to take more of your calls and get back to Warriors talk, Jonathan Kuminga, whatever it is you want to kick around next here on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Talking about the Golden State Warriors. By the way, Draymond Green also has been downgraded to out for tonight's game against the Los Angeles Clippers. The Warriors have lost 11 of 14. Steph Curry will not be available, and Draymond Green not available as well as they take on a Clipper team led by Norm Powell and his 24 points a game, coming out of nowhere. The Warriors have yet to defeat Los Angeles, and we'll have much more. We break it down for you with a pregame show on Warriors Live. Lorenzo Neal's going to go. He's going to go inside Warrior basketball and give you nuggets that you've never, ever heard of before. All right, back out to the phone lines. Let's continue to talk about whether it's Jonathan Kuminga, whether it's wherever you want to go. Mike in Oakland, where are you taking us?
I just heard you say Draymond Green not playing. Every time Steph don't play, Draymond Green weasels his way out of the game. Okay. I'm just sorry, man. I threw that in there. But what I really want to say is I want to bench Buddy Hield. I want to bench the new guy we just got, and I want to bench Brandon Brzezinski. And in place of them, I want to put Spencer, Waters, and Moody. I don't even want to see those three play tonight. I just want them to sit down and watch. And my other two guys I would have for the second string would be Trace Jackson Davis and Looney. So I got protection inside. If they get by me, I got two guys who can help. That way they can play the three much better. I just think Kerr needs to get more creative about how he's doing things. He's not playing the right guys at the right time, and that is exactly why we're losing all the time. He has to get his stuff together, man. That's my opinion. Jonathan Kuminga, I would not pay him. That's my personal opinion. Jonathan Kuminga would not get paid, period. Sorry. Thank you.
Good job, Mike. I think when it comes to Coach Kerr, and I get it, some of these rotations, fans have their favorites. I like Lindy Waters. Lindy Waters is now out of the rotation. A lot of people like Slow-Mo, Kyle Anderson. People are big on Moody. Moody didn't play the other night. I think that, you can point a finger at Kerr, but at the end of the day, Kerr only has so much with which to work. It has more to do with the construction of the team. And yeah, we can nitpick about rotations, and maybe this guy would have been better in this situation. But at the end of the day, if you have inferior talent, you're going to get exposed. I mean, you can only fool people for so long. At the end of the day, it just comes down to, do you have guys who can ball? Do you have guys who can lock you up defensively? Do you have better players? I mean, that's what this league has always been about. It's the reason why, it's not as in vogue any longer, because now you have these second aprons, but it's the reason why you would see LeBron James call up his buddy Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade and say, let's play together and win championships. Or why back in the day with the Boston Celtics, got their big three with Garnett and Allen and company and Paul Pierce. And the Warriors, they took it a step further. They said, the hell with three, let's go get four. Right. And arguably the greatest starting lineup in the history of the NBA. It's either them or the Chicago Bulls. And the point in all of this is that the NBA has always been about who's got more talent.
Right.
And so you can disguise things to a certain degree and get creative with rotations and 12 or 13 guys. But the one thing we said, even after their 12-3 start, is that, is this sustainable? Can you do this? Can you disguise this and continue to win through the course of 82 games and all the way to the summer? And I think we're getting our answer.
Yeah, and I think when any sport, when you start losing, people want to know why. And it's like, why? And, people say, God, it's unfair. You put the young fella in a position to fail, Kuminga. But if you're the organization, you drafted this guy and said, hey, he's got potential, he's got upside, so you're saying we're going to go all in because this guy can help us win. Either you got to develop certain guys to make sure they can catch up to speed, make sure that you put them in a position to be successful, and you have to stay committed to it. But if not, then you got to say, look, I'm willing to let this asset go. I got to get something that's going to help my team get over the hump. And right now, it's not one guy. I think that people are saying, hey, we're going to blame Commit. We're going to blame Dre. We're going to blame Steph. It's not one guy that you can blame for the lack of success. You can't just say it's Steve Kerr. People don't like Steve Kerr, some of his rotations, and understanding why. You can see why. They're like, hey, look, you need to go, you need to switch. You need to play different guys at different times. He's doing it at the wrong time. It worked at certain times, but now you're saying, is this sustainable? Steve Kerr, to his defense, you have to realize he's won as a player. He's won as a coach. But he's won because he's had the talent. So it's all of a sudden now he can't coach. Now he doesn't know the rotation. Now all of a sudden he doesn't know. He just looks at it as, I have to do certain rotations because these guys, these horses, they can't play, and it's not sustainable by letting these guys just play. If I don't have a rotation, this is not going to last. So I think that's one of the reasons, good, bad, or indifferent, that he's going with the rotation.
Get out to the guys. Phone lines at 888-957-9570. I want to get from Marvin, hanging out in San Francisco. What's up, Marv?
How you doing, guys? I'm really kind of bewildered about the whole argument over Kuminga. It's really simple. He doesn't play a style of basketball that Kerr appreciates. Kerr likes guys that are action-oriented, pass ball first, run around, do a lot of stuff like that. And they got Kuminga completely playing differently. I mean, he's the kind of guy that if you put him in motion, he's almost impossible to stop, but he never gets the ball when he's in motion. He always gets the ball and they expect him to break somebody down with a dribble. But that's not what he does. That last night, they're blaming him for a defensive play, but Kerr should have had, with 6 seconds to go, his best 5 defensive guys on the court. Who did he have? He had Curry and Schroeder on the court. So, I mean, where was GP2? Where was Kyle Anderson, who was the defensive specialist, for those 6 seconds? So I think that Kerr, I think that we made a mistake, literally, and I know the guy got fired today, but I think Mike Brown should have taken over after they won, and he would have been much better with younger players. Kerr needs a certain veteran guys who know what to do, don't make mistakes, and all this kind of stuff, and he had a bunch of young guys who were going to go against that. So he's kind of stuck in the middle with a roster that he would rather have a different kind of roster. Go back to the teams that won. Everybody says we need Jimmy Butler, but last time our number 2 scorer was Wiggins. We already got him. So it's crazy. I just think that everybody's looking for excuses. Are we the team that went 12-3, or are we the team that went 3-12? Okay, we can be either team, but it's going to take a coach that inspires them and gets them ready for games. Now, tonight we desperately need a win. Look what Kerr's doing. He's resting Curry and Draymond. Boy, that's a great way to go, for a win. We might win because the Clippers might, have one of those nights where they're going to take it easy because Curry isn't playing. But I'm just saying, Kerr has been he's a bad tactician in the game, and he's been making mistakes through this whole streak. So,
question for you.
Hard schedule.
Question for you. Do you think he's not not necessarily a leader, but do you think he's a good coach of developing young talent? When you look at Kerr, you're saying, so you agree that if he has superstars, he can win. If he doesn't have the horses, you don't think that he can develop young talent? Is that what you're saying?
I think he's proven he can't develop young talent because he expects youngsters to do what aging veterans normally do. Look at the team he had that he won with. He had Otto Porter, and he had just a bunch of veterans who actually played like veterans. Now he's had to develop. When they were in Japan and they had Wiseman, and Wiseman was just dominating in Japan in the preseason. He comes back here and Wiseman doesn't get a minute to play. And I'm going, what did he see in Japan except the other team desperate to stop him? Transition, crossover dribbles, long, he hit threes, and Kerr sits him right after that. That's what told me we were going to have a hard time. Look at this. Moody never plays. They paid him $30 million. So what the heck is going on there? I don't understand it, but I just think that they can play either the 12-3 team or the 3-12 team. Right now, they're overdue for a hot streak of shooting. So if anybody had said at the beginning of the season they were going to be one game over 500 at this point, I think most people would have said, okay, we'll take that. We got off to a super hot start, and that changed expectations. Anyway, thanks for letting me talk this much.
Nah, you're good, Marv. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Hey, I'm getting some breaking news here. And I had no idea this. But apparently, is it your birthday? Is it your birthday?
I think
Happy birthday to you.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
Birthday to you.
Carter, get on, Mike. Happy birthday, dear Lorenzo. Happy birthday to you.
You guys sound like better than drunken sellers.
That was pretty bad. Happy birthday, bro.
Oh, thanks, guy. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Man.
No worries.
What are you doing for the big day besides doing Warriors Live?
You talked me into staying with you. I don't know. After those guys are coming down our throat, I'm like, man, do we want to do any more Warriors? Are we going to bring Kerr back on? Man, let's get Kerr.
How do you feel now, Priest?
Yeah, exactly.
His birthday.
Oh, Priest, I love you, man.
Went right at him.
You know what? Each his own. And I think that you just look at guys and it's interesting just looking at the fan base and different perspectives. Some's on this side, some's on the other, and that's how it is. And you wonder because when you're asked to say, what do you think? I just been around enough athletes to understand. I've seen guys that can walk on the field and just tear it up in any sport. And then you're watching, you're like, man, but you'll see some mistakes and you're like, athletically, they can play with anyone. And then when you say, okay, but the small things of the game, you're like, what happened to that dude? God, why did that? And you find out, you start pulling it back and you start asking questions about, hey, what are you doing in this play? What are you doing? And you find out that they don't know. And it's not that they don't try. It's not that you don't have effort. And sometimes it's not that, and people say, oh, that person could be in the weight room. They can be lifting. They can be friggin' working out 5, 6, 7 hours a day. But it's a craft part of it too. And that's what people don't understand. It's the little things. It's the small things, the fine details that make you better. And that's some of the things that you wonder, hey, look, he's right. Priest and those guys, I don't know if Jonathan is watching tape. He could be watching, but I know when you're deficient in something, whatever it is, are you putting into work? Because you could be a hell of an offensive player, but sometimes is this guy a two-way player? And until you put in the time, especially if you come and you didn't have 4 years of college, you're behind the 8 ball. It's not the offensively. It's never that part of it. It's the other part. It's the defense. It's those other tangibles because that's learning the nuances of basketball. So those are the things that sometimes a player has to do, especially a young player when he's so athletic, is put in the time on both sides of the court.
Back out to the phone lines. Just give me Joe's in Fremont, California. What's up, Joe? How are you?
Hey, how y'all doing? Happy birthday, Lo.
Thanks, dog. Appreciate it.
You know, I called in to talk about Steve Kerr. I'm with the gentleman before. I believe it's just the rotation that he's given us. He's given us too much pods. He's way invested in pods. I don't know why. If you look in that third quarter to the fourth quarter, pods was in there. Curry was in, took him out, put him back in, took him out. Pods was still in there. I'm going to sit back waiting, like, when he going to put Hill in? When he going to put Moody in? When he going to put a slow-mo in? Man, he's invested, but I'm trying to figure out why. So I believe Steve Kerr don't want them. He wants a veteran. So what he wants to do is he want to show them that this lineup is not working with all this 13-man, 12-man deal, and he wants them to go out and trade for him a veteran. He's doing it on purpose, y'all. You can see it. There's no way you can put Pods in there that long where Pods don't have no game. I'm serious. I'm sorry, y'all. Wow. He's too small on defense. You can't keep Pods, Curry, and you have GP3. You have all them small guys in there at the same time. Oh, you had Schroeder in there yesterday. You had Schroeder, you had Pods, and you had Curry in there. All they was doing was kept switching them. They wanted either Pods or Curry. You see, so I'm saying you can't sit there as a fan, as a person that watch sports and say you can't see what Steve Kerr is doing. He is purposely, I think, sabotaging this so they can go out and get him what he wants.
Wow.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, I think, and I get it, Podziemski and the fact that a lot of people think he's the teacher's pet. And why Podziemski when guys like Moody and Kuminga have been waiting in line for their chance? I think that part of the reason why you saw that small lineup, and I said this earlier, and I'll just mention it again, and I'm just trying to get in the head of Steve Kerr, not defending anybody, but I think the Warriors wanted to go small. With no Anthony Davis, the Warriors wanted to exploit that, spread the floor, and take advantage of AD being out of the game. And AD, by the way, if you've watched Laker basketball since J.J. Redick has taken over, he's become their number one. And I know it's still LeBron's world from time to time, but the focus has really been on Anthony Davis, and J.J. Redick has almost admitted as much. And LeBron James is sometimes reduced to a relegated role. So with him out of the game, I think the reason you saw the lineup that you just mentioned is because I think the Warriors deliberately were trying to take advantage of that and go small. The one thing that I think, again, not trying to defend Steve Kerr, but I think what Steve Kerr might tell you is that the reason why Podziemski gets run is because of what Steve Kerr puts an emphasis on. And whether it's right or wrong, we can debate. But he looks for players that make those basketball plays, that do the little things, that get you rebounds, that get out on guys, that get on the floor for loose balls, that understand the defensive rotations. I know it's not sexy, and this dude sure as hell can't shoot a jump shot. At least he hasn't been up to this point, and he can't even score the basketball. But the reason why he gets burned, I think, is because of all those other things. That as it relates to Jonathan Kuminga, and I mentioned this last night, and people want to get pissed off, that's fine. But I think it's the things that Jonathan Kuminga has to address. Jonathan Kuminga has more talent in one toe than Brandon Podziemski. But in order to get time, I think, as long as Steve Kerr is the head coach, he's going to have to incorporate all the things that Podziemski's doing. And that's understanding defense, that's the buy-in defensively, so that you have the same intensity on both sides of the court so that we can call Jonathan Kuminga. And listen, when Jonathan Kuminga learns this, people won't hesitate to pay that dude $35, $40 million, whatever his asking price is, because now you'll become a two-way player. You'll not only be scoring and dunking on dudes, but you're also going to give me what it is that I want on the defensive side. And right now, it's sort of feast or famine. Podziemski's just giving you all defense and nothing offensively. And I think to a certain degree, the same could be said about Jonathan Kuminga as being, an offensive threat, not giving you much on the defensive side of things. Wait, I got to do a quick ID. Hold on. Jersey Cat, I beat you to the point. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Stockton, California. Let's get to Oscar.
Stocktown.
What's up, Oscar?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Happy birthday, Lo. Today's my dad's birthday, too.
Tell him happy birthday. Yeah. Understood.
That's all good, though, my man. It's been 12 years today. Actually, yeah. So, happy birthday to you, my man. Always been a fan. Hey, you guys hit it on the nail, though. I'm a long-time fan. I live in Stockton, but I grew up in Oakland all my life, though. And I played ball and I coached ball. So my whole thing is, first of all, everybody complaining about Steve Kerr. I'm getting tired of they complaining about Kerr. Kerr doing a good job, man. He started with that 13-man lineup. We knew it wasn't going to last. This is the pros. But the younger players, everybody's always about the oohs and the ahs. Like I tell my nephews, but you got to understand the fundamentals of basketball. And that's why Kuminga is not getting on the court. You need to go back and look at some young Michael Jordan play offense to defense, because you just said it. The little things. Mo hit it on the nail. When you're a professional, you have to work on the little things, and that's what he don't have. And that's why Potts are on the court. Yeah, Potts got the energy. He's smart. He dives. He takes charges. And that's why he's getting playing time. And I'm tired of everybody calling in that really don't know basketball, who's always going to start complaining about the Warriors, because this is professional basketball. You do go through losing times. Steve Kerr is a hell of a coach, man. And first of all, the Warriors is a dynasty. And that's why young players come in. We got lucky and drafted them. They came into a winning organization. They didn't go to a losing organization. So you're not going to get all that playing time, and we don't have time to wait and develop youngsters when you're on a championship roster. And that's the reason why they didn't get playing time like Paz got. And from that point on, the Warriors will turn this around, and the Warriors have a good year. You guys have a good day, and Happy New Year to you guys.
You too.
Where'd it go, Oscar?
Yeah, it makes.
You ever play at UOP? No.
Yeah. That's where, believe it or not, that's where the state championship wrestling tournament was.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
the Spano Center.
The Spano Center. Yes, I think I won.
Former owner of the Chargers.
Owner of the Chargers. Yeah. It's not former still.
Still?
They still own
Spanos family.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Dean Spanos, Mike Spanos, all those Spanos. I can see him, talk to them all the time. Great people. I'd go down there to L.A. and check out the new facility. But yeah, the state championship wrestling tournament was in Stockton. I think I won the state in Stockton at UOP, baby.
California State Athlete of the Year.
Yeah.
Lorenzo Neal.
Stockton, California. Love Dante's Pizza. They know about Dante's. Great pizza spot down there in Stockton. I'll go to Dante's, and they got a great Chinese place down there as well, so I love it.
Chinese food in Stockton? I'll pass, bro.
No. Don't sleep on Stockton, man. Everyone knows. Hit the text line if you know what place I'm talking about in Stockton. It's great. Chinese.
Fred's hanging out in Oakland, California. Fred, what's on your mind today?
Hey, gentlemen. I think it's just time to move on from Kuminga, man. This is his fourth year. The guys that called earlier to give you guys a hard time, they need to chill a little bit, man, because really, Kuminga is, like you said, he's not getting it, man. I think when he first came on from the G League, when they drafted him, his mentor was, I think it was Kobe that he was into, and I think he, kind of was trying to pattern himself around Kobe, and he had all the athletic ability and everything, so he figured maybe, he was doing a lot of one-on-one stuff. When the Warriors try to mold him and try to get him to, be more like the structure, the foundation of what they built, it was tough for him, but at the same time, he was still trying to do his own thing. And so, they just need to move on from him, man. He's had a couple of good games where he's had 30 points or whatever. And if you notice, the next game right after those 30 or 27 point performances, he would drop down to like a 8-point, 7-point game, really insignificant minutes. And he did that each time after a big game. So there's no consistency there. That's the other thing. Also, I wanted to say Pajemski is, he's a hustler, but, Kerr is trying to put him in crunch time. I don't know why he does that, because Pajemski ends up, they end up pressuring him and getting the ball from him and stuff like that. So I think Kerr's enamored with Pajemski, because I think he kind of reminds him of him when he played with the Bulls. He was kind of although he was a better shooter, he was kind of one of those scrappy guys too. So I think Kerr kind of favors him a little bit on that end. But they need to give Moody some more time and try to hopefully move on, use those two guys as trade bait and get a veteran.
Yeah, the problem with Pajemski is that there's too many guys like him on that Warrior team. One, Pajemski's fine. You got a defensive stopper, defensive role player. But Pajemski, GP2, Trace Jackson Davis, Kevon Looney, even Draymond, to a certain degree, I know his offense is better. It's like, come on, man. We need guys who can score the basketball.
So my question to you, D, is then if that's the case with Kuminga, if you know that he can score, then why don't you let him create? If you're saying, okay, you need a guy that can score, well, it's because the buy-in's not there. So, because I'm hearing mixed, when I listen to the calls, I hear that, okay, look, the guy can score. Defensively, he's lacking on that side. Do you say, okay, where do you find that balance and say, here's a guy, do we got to let him create and let him go off and do what he needs to do, and we can hide some of the defensive negativity of this guy? Do you say, cut him loose? Or do you say, no, because it doesn't fit the system, you say, I can't use him?
Well, I'd play him. I'd start him, and I would play him every night. And I think he's, what is it, KNP, know your personnel?
Right.
You've got to know and he's sensitive. He's still a young player. And so, it doesn't matter whether you're starting or not starting. It's, how many minutes, or whether you're closing. That's how some veterans will look at it. For him, he wants to be part of the introductions. He wants to be out there to start games. And I think he should. And I think you do that for a couple of reasons. First of all, to find out whether he's worthy of that extension, so that you can give him the confidence so that he knows that he's going to get run and he doesn't have to look over his shoulder if he misses a couple of shots or makes an errant pass or dribbles with his head down into traffic, as he's wont to do. And I think that you're going to get the best out of Jonathan Kuminga if you let him play. But I get it because there's some liabilities defensively. But right now, you're at a point where you need players who can create. And
he's one of them.
One of the callers earlier said that he doesn't fit into Kerr's motion offense because he's not Kerr doesn't care about any of that right now. If you can ISO and get to the rim, we need you. He should put one of those, sign-up sheets. If you have the ability to do this, tryouts tomorrow. Because there's only really two guys. It's Jonathan Kuminga and it's Andrew Wiggins. And I would say more Jonathan Kuminga. Guys who can get theirs on their own. One of the reasons they went out and got Schroeder. Schroeder doesn't necessarily fit the motion offense. He doesn't necessarily fit schematically what it is Steve Kerr wants to do. One of the things that Schroeder can do, he can get to the rim.
Right.
And he can get his. And the Warriors are desperate right now. And that's why you get a guy like Schroeder. They are telling everybody that we need players that can get their own. And that's what Jonathan Kuminga can do. And I think they need to lean into him. And they have to stop with having him start and then off the bench, just play the guy. And let's find out whether he's worthy of the $35 million. Or let somebody else out there say, well, I'll definitely pay him. I'll trade. What is it that you want in exchange for Jonathan Kuminga? Because I've seen what it is he can do with the Golden State Warriors. Put him out there. But he needs to play. And he needs to start, and he needs to start and play. There has to be some level of consistency and a commitment to Jonathan Kuminga, I think, in year 4. Joe's out in Walnut Creek. Wants to talk about Steve Kerr. What's up, Joe?
Hey, man, I couldn't agree with what you just said more. You cannot give a guy 30 minutes one night, 18 the next, start him, sit him, destroy their confidence. Here's the thing with Kerr. He wants 3 shooters on the floor at all times, and that's why he has 3 guards on the floor half the time where we get destroyed. Kerr is the main problem here. He's not adjusting. Motion offense does not work when your star is 37 years old anymore, and he won't adapt, and he won't play these guys. It's Kool-Aid if you're blaming Kuminga, who hasn't even been getting the minutes. Even the other night, they're blaming Kuminga for Wiggins blowing the game with 3 seconds left by giving the baseline away. Everybody knows the help's in the center. He gives away the baseline. But you know what the narrative is? Oh, Kuminga should have came over. Anybody that says Kuminga's the problem is not watching them. He's got to play him just like you said. Either he's going to flourish or he's going to get traded. But until you play him 35 minutes a night for 35 straight games, you're not going to know.
Thanks, Joe. And, when you look at it last year, there's history there when they committed to him, because we went through this about this exact same time a year ago when Kuminga came out publicly and says, I need to play. What's up? I do well when you give me an opportunity, and then I get pulled. And then the Warriors made a commitment to him, and that's when I think he had that string of 20 consecutive games of 20 or more points. So I don't really know. I don't fault Kerr for a lot, but I think that's an oversight as far as I'm concerned.
Is he punishing because he won't play defense? In your opinion, is there a bias?
None of this is punishment. It's not none of this is personal. It's Steve Kerr's doing what he thinks is giving his team the best opportunity to win basketball games.
Right. Do you think you see certain guys and all right, you've seen guys back in the day or some guys that are not known for their defense. They're just not good defensive players. Is this a thing where you don't see the buy-in in? Does he have the dog in him? Does he have the ability to be a great defender? Or do you see, here's a guy that just doesn't want necessarily, that's not what he's focused on. Offensively, because if you can be a dominant offensive player and you can it takes more energy to get to the hole, to create your own shot than playing defense. So that's my question. Does he have that ability to be a great defender in your opinion?
Yeah, and I'll answer that in a second, but just getting back to what it is the caller said that Wiggins got beat. I think Kerr, we talked to him last night, and he said schematically what they want to do is force you baseline. So if I'm forcing, they don't want you driving to the middle because you have an opportunity getting to the rim. It's easier. There's more room. They want to force. That was done by intent. Wiggins was forcing you to the baseline because the baseline, keep in mind, just going back to CYO basketball, that becomes the extra defender, right? And so when you're forced baseline, you're expecting help. Somebody's got to come and close out. And we can debate whether it should have been Jonathan Kuminga or not, but I don't put that on Wiggins as much as I do on whoever that help defender should have been. And I think we can all recognize at this point that it should have been Jonathan Kuminga. So as much as I think Kuminga should be playing, I don't put last night on Wiggins. To me, that's still on you, Jonathan Kuminga, despite the fact that I do think he needs more run. But as far as your question as to why he's not a good defender, you're probably more equipped to answer that than I. And I asked Steve Kerr this. Defense isn't something that you get in front of a chalkboard and the coach says, this is where we want to go, and draws up the X's and O's. Defense isn't one of those things that has to do with an innovative scheme. Any linebacker you played with, any safety, they're different human beings. They're wired differently. See ball, go get ball. I don't give a crap what the hell's in front of me. Like, that to me is sometimes either you got the dog or you don't. Now, I asked Kerr as to whether or not you can develop that as a young player, and he said, it takes time, and he's a bit elusive with the answer because he knew I was directing it at Jonathan Kuminga. But you tell me, as a guy who played in this league, weren't the best defenders that you knew were just dudes that were just, they came out of bed wanting to tackle a guy?
Yeah, and I think it's simple when you look at a guy like Draymond. The only reason Draymond has played and had this type of a glorious and illustrious career is because of his defense paralysis. It's not been for his offense. It's been because this guy, when you ask him to go play defense in his heyday, he just got it. And those are the things that you look at as far as defense. Those things you got to want to be. You got to want to be a dog, and you got to want to be aggressive. And that's why I was saying, as an offensive player, Michael would go to the hole and you knew you couldn't stop him. Kobe would go to the hole, Steph can go to, and it's nothing you can pretty much do about it when they want to and in their prime. And that's the thing, but it takes more energy and all that. When you're defending, you keep your feet going, stay in front of guys, and that's football, any sport. You want to be a good defender, get in the football, be low, make sure your center of gravity, and staying over. So I think that, yes, it takes determination, but it's the attitude. And that's the thing. That's the thing that I don't know. How is this young man, how has he taken the offseason? Because you've come from a different country. You're playing basketball. I get it. We know that you can be an offensive paralysis. We get that. But why isn't the defense coming with it? And I just think that it takes extra effort to become extra good on certain things. And Draymond, he understands what it takes.
One of the things that makes me giggle, now Pat Riley has come out and said that Jimmy Butler's not going anywhere.
Right.
That's so old school. I love that. Just stop with this. He's playing with us, right?
You think he is?
None of this playing with us meaning the Miami Heat.
Right.
He's staying in Miami.
No, do you think that Jimmy is going somewhere, though? Do you think Pat's just
No, Pat Riley's telling you, just stop this. He's not going anywhere. But one of the things that makes me giggle is that he was rumored to the Warriors. And I think Jimmy Butler had that as one of his destination spots. Now, if he came to the Warriors would have to give up Jonathan Kuminga, all right? Jonathan Kuminga is probably one of, maybe two assets the Warriors have as far as trying to get a Jimmy Butler or anybody significant in the trade. So Jonathan Kuminga is out the door if Jimmy Butler came to the Golden State Warriors. And what makes me giggle is that you think Kerr is giving Jonathan Kuminga a hard time, or when I point out that he doesn't do the little things like defense. Pat Riley will never play Jonathan. Let me just tell you that Jonathan Kuminga, you think it's bad here at Golden State? There's no way in hell you're getting run as long as Pat Riley's upright, which is why that trade was never going to happen. If the centerpiece for the Golden State Warriors was Jonathan Kuminga going to play in that Miami system, which is almost like collegiate, man. Those dudes run laps before practice, and playing for Pat Riley, who is all about what it is that I just mentioned. That's defensive buy-in, and you better know where the hell you're going in terms of rotations. I can't, and this is not a knock on Kuminga, but I can't think of a player that is more unsuited to play for Pat Riley than that of Jonathan Kuminga. And it just I could be wrong, but it made me laugh. Jimbo in San Francisco, California. Jimbo, what do you got, buddy?
Hey, guys. I just want to talk about how, like the previous caller was talking about how Kuminga's playing the 4. I think he's playing out of position. They were talking about Kuminga is not going to be able to get better because Wiggins is in front of him. Because they're paying Wiggins. He's a two-way player. Kuminga, in order for him to get better, he needs to be on the court, but that's going to be hard. So now you look at it with all the other players that we have. Like, I don't know what they were doing with Pods. Is he a 1? Is he a 2? You know, and he can't break down the shot. Like the other day, you see him sometimes put up shots, and then you're like, dude, pass the ball to Curry. He's wide open, but thank God he did. Otherwise, you know, you would have gone crazy that he's shooting all these shots, and Moody's not getting on the floor. Like you said earlier, I think we don't have the talent, and Curry's going through a transition of trying to get these players to play cohesive basketball. My thing is, if you don't have those veteran players, why do we keep running their motion offense and not running set plays? You know, they're trying to push the ball too much, and to me, it looks like it leads to more turnovers than anything. Why don't you slow the ball down? You know, put Kuminga as a post-up player if he can't dribble. You know, they try to make him break it down because the previous caller was saying, oh, Kuminga can't do that. Yeah, we watched that. He can't do that. He needs more time to dribble, you know, to get better. But why don't you just post up, you know, play Davis because he can block the ball, you know, play better defense. I don't know. It's just we're in a difficult situation right now. You know, it looks like we have players that are out of position and we're too small.
Thanks, Jimbo. Yeah, I think if he wants to play at the 3, you got to shoot the 3. And that's certainly not something that Jonathan Kuminga, at least at this point in his career, and I think he's going to get better as far as the three-point shooting is concerned. But right now, he can't. And Andrew Wiggins is over 40%, at least at last check. He was somewhere around like 45% from three-point territory. So Jonathan Kuminga has got to be able to shoot. And as far as him posting up, I've never seen him post and make any sort of a move to the basket where I feel as though that's something in his bag. I know he has that nice little turnaround, which he's developed over the last year. But usually, Jonathan Kuminga wants to be able to face up and have the option of taking you off the bounce or getting into his mid-range or shooting that 3. I don't know him playing with his back to the basket. I've never seen him do that with any consistency to say it's good or bad. I think I can't imagine that he has, you know, something that I haven't seen from the post that you know would be a go-to for the Golden State Warriors. I think, you know, Jonathan Kuminga continues to be a guy that is until the trade deadline. I think the trade deadline, if we stay on this course, the Golden State Warriors' hand is going to be forced to deal him. That's just my sort of feeling in all of this. And he could flourish with another team, but that's the risk I think you have to take at this point. And again, if you're going to trade him, you got to get value in return. And maybe those conversations have already taken place. Maybe Dunleavy's been burning the phones, and there's just not, you know, guys want to make the trade, but they're not willing to give up what it is that the Warriors need, whatever that might be.
Yeah. Well, what do you think if you're looking at the Warriors, what do you think they can get for him? You can't just let him go. You understand? We all understand that. Does it have to be a player that you're saying is a player that you're just a rental, or is it a player that you're saying, hey, this is going to be here for a while? Is it a long stay?
Yeah, and again, doing this without mentioning names isn't really going anywhere, but you got to get young.
Yeah.
And that's why it was Jimmy Butler, Paul George, and more men who are in their mid-30s and getting their AARP card. Like it's not where this league is at. It's not where this conference is at. It's all about young boys who can go both ways. They're two-way players, and they can get up and down the floor. They're athletes. Houston's got like 9 deep of those guys. Yeah, so does OKC. So to all of these young teams, and that's the direction the Warriors need to go in my estimation. The idea that we need to just win one for Steph Curry, I don't think you're a play away from that happening. And unfortunately, nobody wants to use the rebuild word or reset, but you know, transitions in sports and dynasties they happen, unfortunately. Gloria is in San Francisco, California. Gloria, welcome back to the show. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm enjoying hearing your conversation. Happy birthday, Lo.
Thank you.
I agree with most callers. I've been really rooting for Jonathan Kuminga to just excel and be able to have some more fluidity with his ball skills, be more of what the Warriors had envisioned him of being. But I think that Steve Kerr caboose is tied up with Draymond and Steph. And so if that timeline doesn't look that they can tie their caboose to Kuminga and move forward within this time frame of 2-3 years tops, go ahead and trade them. Trade them, and like you said, get value, get more height, size, and get what you need to be competitive. Have one more run in you with Steph, because once he leaves, I believe Kerr leaves with them. That's all I want to say. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I think you're spot on.
You think
I think Kerr
with him?
is smart enough to hitch his wagon to that guy. I think Kerr's like, kind of like what Sean Payton did with Drew Brees.
Yeah.
It's like, once you go,
I might step out for a minute. Yeah. Do you think that's why when you're talking about young, you keep saying, hey, this team needs to think about getting younger, got to turn the page. I get that. Is that why you think Mike Brown, gets fired? Is that a guy that Sacramento thought that, hey, look, he's got enough talent, you should be doing way better? Why they just boom, cut the plug? You just think it's just time?
Yeah, the expectations with Sacramento. You got DeRozan, you got supposedly with De'Aaron Fox as a bona fide star, although I don't know, he's been I think the one All-Star game, and Sabonis. You got to be doing much better than on the outside looking in as far as a playing team is concerned. So the bar was set pretty high, and rightfully so. And they have taken a clear step or two steps backwards. And so you know how this works.
Yeah.
As an owner, everybody likes Mike Brown, but I got to do something. I've got to show, at least to my fan base, that I hear you and that we're going to make changes. And the status quo is not acceptable to me as a guy that's running this shop. Let's get out to Dave hanging out in the East Bay. Dave, what's on your mind, man?
Thank you for taking my call. At last, someone has echoed my thoughts. In order for the Warriors, the Golden State Warriors, to field a competitive team, they have to get younger. So all this talk about acquiring Jimmy Butler and Paul George, forget that. I don't understand that. They have to get younger in order to compete with OKC and Houston and Memphis. Let's see. I don't understand why the Kings would fire Mike Brown. They just renegotiated his contract in, 6 months ago? And so, let's see, he's going to get paid for the rest of this year, next year, and the year after that.
Wow.
I don't understand this thing about firing the coaches. Look, the Warriors saw this coming years and years and years ago. They should fire the person that told them to draft James Wiseman. And James Wiseman's probably a nice guy. But the Warriors have to get younger. Thank you very much for saying so. Thank you. Goodbye.
All right, Dave.
It sounds like the Warriors and the 49ers have something in common. The draft. Missing on top picks to replace Steph Curry and be in the future.
Yeah, you nailed it, man. you nailed it. Because it was really unusual, because you had these Hall of Fame players who were still young, man. They were still very much in their prime. When you're talking a couple of years ago. And because of this weird year during the pandemic where everybody got hurt, the Warriors found themselves in the lottery on successive seasons. And you still had a young Steph and a Draymond and Clay, and you still had Steve Kerr. And now we're going to get the number 2 pick in a draft. And you blew it. And you could ill afford to blow that one. That one, because that could have abridged you to where it is that you want to go.
Trey Lance.
Yeah.
You're missing. So hopefully they can get it together.
And that's huge, because you don't get an opportunity like that very often when you are, you're a team that is
synonymous with championships, and you're getting lottery picks. Like, imagine the Boston Celtics in the lottery next year. Like, that's just, it's unfair. But I think the Warriors needed to hit on that, man, and they missed. Listen, James Weissman, it made sense, and I defended James Weissman at the time. Look, you know this, Lo. The draft is an imperfect science, man.
It is.
How many times you would think at this point in the NFL
that they would get it right?
Well, with all the technology we have, all the coaching, right. all the assistant coaches that spend an entire, like guys who are affiliated with the Niners, who their entire paycheck is just scout, and analytics, they still miss.
Right.
The quarterbacks every year. Right. The quarterback draft this year, I guarantee you, some people may take Shedeur Sanders at number 3 overall, and he could be a bust. There's, like, you don't know at the end of the day. I mean, you can
no, you don't.
You can mitigate the risk, right? If you really know what it is you're doing, but there's still a risk at the end of the day. Right?
It's a huge risk because you see a lot of teams miss. I mean, come on, you saw the way guys, everyone just coveted this trade coming out, and you're like, man, here's a guy that the Niners they trade up to get, and you miss completely. And the Warriors been in some great situations. Like you said, you grab Wiseman because you still have Steph, you have Clay, you have Draymond at the time. You said, hey, if this young fella can come and be the guy we want him to be, you still can compete. This was a dynasty still that's saying, okay, I know these guys are getting a little older, but you had a chance to develop a guy, and unfortunately it didn't work out, but you can't miss. You can't miss.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens with Jonathan Kuminga, but they may have missed in that draft as well. He went 7 overall, and when you look at Franz Wagner and Cade Cunningham went number 1, but all the players that did well in that draft, I'm reading the text line here.
Yeah.
Dan, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see why Bob Myers left town. Oh, yeah, well, yeah, Bob Myers, he was the architect of a lot of those mistakes, man. So he's getting paid at ESPN and still rocking those $5,000 suits and dyeing his hair and looking good, man. So,
Bob.
Yeah. But he also is the guy that got Draymond. So I like it, man. I don't envy any GM if your livelihood is predicated on getting guys out of the draft, because it's a crapshoot more often than not.
And I think the biggest thing too, though, it's so weird because you watch these guys in college before they draft them, they see the numbers and they watch what they do. You don't just pick a guy because he didn't look good. You pick the guy because the eye test, he meets the eye test and he flashed for you. And he's like, man, this guy's putting up 20, 30 a night. I'm going to draft this guy. Biggest thing to me is development. When you get guys in the league, you see so in any sport, and now once you get to the next level, how do you get developed? You've seen a lot of guys come in this league in any sport, and you say, God, this is just a raw talent. But who's developing this talent? And that's where you look at Kerr and you say, okay, Kerr, look at some of the coaches. Mike Brown, great with young players. Talking about when you pluck coaches and you take other things from coaches, the development of players are so crucial, especially in the NBA, because all these guys are talented. They can play. They're very talented. But who's developing them? That is the biggest key. And you're seeing that now with Kuminga. It's like, God, is he developing at the rate that you want? And that right now you're hearing all the callers, it's no. And it's like, but you have mixed feelings about this guy, because when you look at the athletic ability and watch this guy ability to score and do the things, you're saying, wow, this guy is showing that he's so athletic and so talented. But then on the other end, you're like, is he that two-way guy that you need in order for success? And that part is no.
Yeah. And that's really where this sort of begins and ends. And I think that a lot of people who like Jonathan Kuminga, and I love Jonathan Kuminga, but they don't want to hear this. But that blown assignment with 6.3 seconds to go 2 nights ago now on Christmas Day in front of the world is sort of a microcosm of what it is that the Warriors are dealing with. He had a good game. His dunk on Christie was
nasty.
Flat out.
Nasty. Body
sick.
Just contorted and just like, ah.
And that's what this kid can do. No one else in the Warriors can throw down like that. No one else on the Warriors can go to the rim or get out on a break and finish or just create something out of nothing. Now he's finishing with that left hand, where he's got that little pull-up Jimmy now. I mean, his athleticism, it's real. And I think his three-point shooting will come around. I think, check back with me in 2 years. I think he's going to be a legitimate three-point shooter.
Do you think they're going to regret it? If you trade this guy out the door, is this going to be a guy that you say in 4-3? Well, he started at 22. He's been in the league 4 years. Is this a guy that you say, man, if the Warriors do this, they're going to regret it? This could have been a cornerstone in this franchise.
Well, that's when you have to hedge your bets. Because, again, when we talk about how it's a risk when you're drafting guys, when you're trading someone this young, there's also a level of risk. But I think what you do is you sit there and Kerr calls up whoever, Phil Jackson or Popovich, or you sit in the room and you talk to the likes, you're not going to call Popovich, but you talk to whoever, Dunleavy, and you arrive at this educated guess that we're going to be better off by trading him because we're getting this in return. And we've seen enough of him, and that's why he needs to play more. We've seen enough of him where we can make an educated guess. Could we be wrong? We certainly can. What's up?
No, I got something for you.
What's up, Jersey Ken?
A little nugget about Jonathan Kuminga.
Every time you raise your hand, it's almost like I feel I'm back in the fourth grade and I did something wrong.
I don't want to step all over you. You know, you're making a good point, especially about Jonathan Kuminga. And speaking of which, according to StatMuse, Jonathan Kuminga has played 37 career games where he's stayed in the game 30-plus minutes. In those games, he averages 20 points per game, over 5.5 rebounds per game, and he's shooting 54 field goal percentage, 41 3-point percentage, and a plus 34 net rating.
Wow. Well, there you go.
Pretty impressive.
So play the guy.
Yeah.
Now give me the defensive metrics.
Nice.
Ray's hanging out in San Rafael. Let's get out to the North Bay. We never go to the North Bay all that frequently.
North Bay.
What's up, Ray? How are you?
Hey, thank you. I'm doing well. Thank you for taking my call. I just think that what we're doing is I think Steph and Draymond should be coming off the bench, just like Iguodala did back in the day. I think they're not playing well. I mean, you got Steph dribbling the ball at the beginning of the game all the time now. And he never did that. When Clay was in there, Clay was really good for that team because he never had to have the ball. He never dribbled the ball. So if he got the ball, he'd already be looking who's open. Or if he was open, he would take the shot. But right now what you have is you have Steph just dribbling. I don't know. He always gets the ball stuff. He's always turning the ball over. So I think if he goes in off the bench when the other team is getting a little tired after they've been out there, I think he has a better chance of playing better.
Hey, Ray.
And
now I know why we don't take calls from the North Bay. I'm just giving you grief. Was he punking me? Or what was that? Maybe. Oh, that's what they do in the North Bay. It's like that dude who called us from the driveway the other day.
Right. Sitting outside smoking his stogie, baby. Getting us a little smoke in.
That's a blunt, not a stogie.
Oh, yeah.
So,
pass that out.
Yeah, I don't know. Do we need to? I think if you're taking Steph and Draymond off the bench, you'll be down by 30 within 5 minutes. It's bad enough you're down by 15 by the time, Draymond comes into the game. So, and by the way, Ray, if you want to call back, I'm just giving you grief. It's Friday, for crying out loud.
Ray, call back. Don't let him do you that way. You were all right, Ray.
All right. So we got Warriors Live coming up in about 20 minutes. Why do you giggle, man?
That's all you. I'm just going to be here holding your hand, man. I'm just going to sit here and let you get into the weeds and, hit these Clippers. The Clippers, they beat them the last time they played. I want to hear your outstanding analysis about this LA Clipper team. Is this going to be a great game with all the guys that are DNP that's not playing for the Warriors tonight? Steph's not, Draymond's not. You got these two guys that you wanted a bench, come off the bench. Well, you know what? You got your last caller said they should come off the bench. Well, they're not even going to play tonight, so we get to see what this team has.
I just feel bad is that it becomes Cam Williams time. And my man Cam, once again, just to remind everybody, was up here going solo, and they tried to tow his rig. And in the middle of the show, he's running down Kearney Street, chasing his car.
Chasing it. Poor Cam. He found it, though. He did get his car, by the way.
All right, we got to get to a break, but we see the callers. We got callers. Yeah, hang in there. We're gonna pay some bills. We'll be right back. We'll talk a little bit more. The Golden State. Oh, some more people from San Rafael. More hot kids hanging out in the hot tub. Yeah, you rich boys out in the North Bay. Let's see. There he is, Jersey Ken. We are sponsored by the Bayview Restaurant and Lounge at Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Picture yourself in a cozy room by the fire enjoying breathtaking views of Bodega Bay. This time of year is magical at the Inn at the Tides. Special midweek rates start at just $159 per night. Book your escape now, inatthetides.com. You know what?